The classroom was packed to the top with students. There was an unimaginable noise, some sitting in their seats, some standing and talking about something. The classroom door creaked open and the teacher's voice rang out. The man demanded silence in the classroom, for a new student had arrived. "Anyway, this is your class now," he said, turning to the new student. The newcomer stood a few centimeters away from him. The boy continued to stand as still as a statue. After waiting for a while, the boy said in a calm voice that it was nice to meet you. He said his name is Manhwa, and he was happy to see all these bastards here. The boy looked at them with a stern, searching gaze. It's only been 2 months at his new school, and he's already got his gang. The rest of the students looked out of their rooms with great consternation and watched what was happening. Joe walked in front, his cronies walked beside him, and behind him was a whole crowd of other students. Kim Do-yoon, a guy with long yellow hair braided into a small ponytail in the back. He's a student from the graduating class. He asked what kind of freaks dared to touch their guys. Lee Guy-dae, a big bald guy with a massive jaw, replied that this is Daesong High School. Those brats are pretty strong, can give them trouble. Our hero Jo Young-ha was holding a cigarette. He was in the same graduating class and was in the leading first position. The guy exhaled smoke and commanded forward. Soon a very bloody fight broke out between the rival schools. Joe swung around and hit his opponent with all his might. It was so strong that the boy couldn't stand on his feet and flew in the opposite direction. Shouting and swearing could be heard everywhere. The fight was in full swing. One of the students at Daesun High, a bald guy with menacingly frantic eyes, watched everything going on and managed to swat away his opponents himself. He shifted his gaze to Jong, who didn't even notice anyone around him and just swung his fists. Suddenly, the protagonist was distracted from his duel and turned his gaze toward the man who was watching. In a few small leaps, he approached the observer and immediately put his fist right in his face. There was a crunch, and the student's mouth bled. Soon the fight was over. All the students of the opposite school of death and their emaciated bodies were lying on the floor. Moans could be heard everywhere. He looked at his victim, Daesun High School. The guy paused for a moment. How dare they even bother his guys? The student, bleeding in a voice weakened by pain, begged for mercy. He swore he would never dare to do such a thing again. Before he could finish his sentence, Jo Young-ha swung around and gave him a powerful straight punch to his nose. But the protagonist didn't even think of stopping. He swung again and struck his opponent again. His fist came down again and again on the poor man's face. The friends of the protagonist stood aside and quietly smoked a cigarette, watching their leader beating his wounded prey. Kim Do-yoon looked around the room with his eyes. There was an unbelievable amount of blood. His comrade stood a little nearby and smoked a cigarette. The head of the neighboring school was on his knees, completely bloody. He was barely breathing, dizzy, and ready to faint. Joe said that if they dared to touch their boys again, they were corpses. As soon as the guy said that, he swung around and quickly grabbed his opponent by the throat so that he only managed to let out a suppressed groan. The protagonist grabbed his neck even tighter and leaned right up to his face. He called out to his opponent, who could not see anything with his bloodshot eyes. Joe said in a measured voice that if they saw the guys in Kumdan school uniforms from now on, let them crawl away. Yeon-ha looked at him with a frantic, unblinking gaze. His pupils narrowed. The student's eyes started running in different directions just to avoid making eye contact with this psycho. A second later, another whiplash sounded. After saying that, a buzz went through the group of students. The boys were happy that they had succeeded in defeating Daesong High School. Young-ha was immediately surrounded by his comrades. One of the students handed him a pack of Marlboro cigarettes and he took one out and lit it. A satisfied smile appeared on the boy's face. A lit lighter was brought to him to light a cigarette. A picture from his past life came to his mind's eye. Back in middle school, he was far away from fights and stuff. He was sitting there looking around the classroom fearfully. 2 boys came up to him. One of them smilingly asked, "Will he go to the store with them?" The boy put his hand on the shoulder of the other boy with glasses and said, "This jerk's treating." Soon he and his friends went to the store, talking among themselves in a friendly manner. However, their lives were not always so bright and cloudless. Suddenly, the three boys were shouted at by someone's rough voice. The boy with the glasses stopped startled and turned his head in the direction of the voice. His knees shook immediately, for he knew that this was not going to end well. As it happened, a high school student came up to him and slapped him hard on the back. "If you look weak, you will be bullied. That's the law of the jungle. There is prey and there are predators." And a blow, and the poor boy fell to the floor choking on blood. Joe watched in horror. The high school students who were bullying them were typical school gopniks. One of them smiled and, holding a cigarette in his hand, said, "Look at them." The protagonist held the head of his comrade in his hands, vomit dripping from his mouth. He gritted his teeth in anger. "I think he's really sick. Should we call an ambulance?" Their leader, however, was not going to stop. He swung his foot to strike the hard sole of his sneaker right in the poor man's face. Something clicked in Joe's head. Until now, he had thought it was normal to endure abuse and humiliation. As he was being beaten to a pulp, the rest of the guys just sat back and thanked fate that they weren't prey this time. The adult teachers were also of little use. For them, their main concern was that there was order in the classroom. The boy finally realized that it was all useless and no one was planning to help him. Then he decided to take control of the case. At that moment, he found his strength and hit his attacker with his fist as hard as he could. The blow was so strong that the high school student did a backflip and fell down. His henchman immediately ran up to this high school student and began fearfully asking what had happened to him. He rushed to the hospital as fast as he could. The doctor said his friend could have died of a ruptured intestine at any moment if he had been even a second late. Soon he came to the place where he had been summoned by the high school students. They went in a group as usual. The same high school student he had punched in the cheek was squatting, and said in an angry voice that day that Joe had run away like the last coward he was. No sooner had the high school student finished his sentence than the boy came within a few steps of him and again powerfully punched him in the face. The rest of the guys didn't even have time to react to prevent the fight in any way. Yes, of course. They tried to pull him away, but suddenly it appeared that Joe was stronger than all of them. Now there's rage in his eyes. He wouldn't take any more abuse. He looked at the high school students with a furious look. Their faces were disfigured by the blows, all of them swollen and covered in blood. He had a bruised forehead himself, but it didn't seem to bother him. Now his place in the school hierarchy had changed. He and his friends walked forward toward the very freaks who had beaten them up last time. These guys didn't even dare to look into the eyes of the newcomer. The fear was so strong. They just looked away silently and walked as far away as possible. And so began his long career, climbing the school ladder. Suddenly, a tall, muscular guy came up to him and asked if he was Joe Young-ha. Then the big man received a hard fist right in the eye. He gritted his teeth in pain and surprise. His comrade was next, Joe massacring them one by one. No one could stop him. He could stand up even against a whole crowd. From now on, the order in this school is set only by him. His comrade were fighting jokingly among themselves, and laughter broke out in the class. But suddenly the protagonist interrupted them and ordered them to shut up so that the class would be quiet. Naturally, the boys didn't dare to contradict him. They immediately shut their mouths and the class was completely silent, because he put a lot of effort into making it happen. To achieve this, he overcame and changed himself, became stronger and more powerful. The most effective argument among school children is force. They understand strength, they understand violence. Then they begin to fear and respect you. Joe was sitting surrounded by beautiful girls who obviously liked him. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Putting the smartphone to his ear, he asked in a calm voice, "Who was it?" Someone's hysterical voice sounded on the other end of the line. On the other side of the tube, an angry man was sitting on the other side of the phone, leafing through a lot of papers. They were all statements against Joe. The man was holding another piece of paper with a statement written on it. It was a complaint against the protagonist. At that time, the seniors were having a rest. They sat in a small cafe and had a good drink. Kim Do-yoon looked at his comrade and asked, "What's wrong? Who called?" The boy said it was a detective. Without further explanation, the boy rose from his seat and opened the front doors, waving goodbye, and headed out into the street. Soon the guys left the place, and now they were going about their business at a brisk pace. Kami Do-yoon and Lee Gi-dae walked ahead of them, talking to each other. Do-yeon grinned. Their comrade had only transferred to this school about 2 months ago. Gi-tae smiled and replied, "However, the fact that this person is incredible is a fact. If Joe hadn't been there, they would have had a very hard time." The girl who was walking beside them smiled and asked, "Are they gossiping behind their friend's back?" "Well, she will tell him everything." Do-yoon turned around and asked what she was talking about, but he quickly cooled down. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a jolt. A passerby who was passing by pushed him, and a cigarette flew out of his mouth. "What the fuck?" the guy asked the passerby, who didn't even seem to notice him. The man in the red sweatshirt walked past, pulling his hood even tighter over his head. However, the guy wasn't going to give up. He was pushed and didn't even apologize. He turned to the stranger and called out to him, "Hey, asshole, if he pushed a passerby, shouldn't he apologize?" The one in the red sweater turned around and looked at him askance through his hood. The boy came closer to the stranger and asked in a commanding voice, didn't he understand? He was ready to punch the insolent man, but suddenly, without getting acquainted, he turned to face him. The boy grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and pulled him closer to him. The stranger didn't even fight back. Kim looked at him with a predatory look and said he would ask again. Didn't he get it? His face broke into a smile that grew wider and wider. Suddenly the guy opened his eyes in surprise. Who was this guy anyway? He stared at the stranger even harder. A face peered up at him from the hood. The guy's eyes were a reddish hue, like he hadn't slept in days. The crowd slowly began to gather into a circle. What the fuck is that degenerate staring at? He's messing with the wrong people. There were more of them, so this stranger was no threat to him. But the boy didn't move. He just stared ahead with a scrutinizing gaze. His eyes squinted as if he were preparing for a fight. Smiling, the guy asked, "Did they want to fight him or something?" The question stunned the guys. It sounded so caustic and defiant that probably no one could resist. As expected, Do-yoon didn't tolerate this humiliation. He's acting like a retard. The man raised his weighty fist and prepared to strike at the insolent man. But to his great surprise, his fist passed him by. The stranger quickly stepped aside, and now the guy was flying straight to the ground, unable to control his balance. The stranger did not hesitate and brought his heavy hand down on him. The blow went straight to the back of his head. The blow was hard and fast, and the guy fell to the ground with a loud thud. Everyone else watched in horror. His comrade had just been knocked out by some dick with a single blow. Lee Taij roared with rage. He ordered the others to kill this freak immediately. The guy continued to stand in the center of the crowd that had already rushed towards him. He seemed to be in a desperate situation, but somehow he wasn't afraid at all. At this time, Joe was standing near the door that led to the detective's office. The boy continued to stand patiently waiting for the policeman to finish lecturing him. The detective's stern voice said he would only ask him one question. He sat at a small square table in front of the detective. There was a folder on the desk. The man continued. He asked the boy, "Does he really like living like this?" The boy remained silent and looked straight into the eyes of the enraged detective, who no longer knew how to speak to him. The man asked if he was aware that he was not afraid of anything in this world. At the same time, the same stranger kept throwing everyone in different directions. He strutted around the gang like they were just sparring toys to him. Finally, the detective finished his lecture and let the protagonist go, lastly saying that, therefore, he needs to stop living a life that he will regret. The guy spat irritably on the ground. It was starting to piss him off. Every time he tried to defend his honor, it was that fucking detective who kept getting in his way. The phone rang, his cell phone vibrated in his pocket, and only then did he remember that he had left his friends at the bar. He had to get back. The guy pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and put it to his ear. He asked in an annoyed voice, "What is it?" On the other side of the wire came the startled voice of his comrade. TG sat leaning against the wall and said that they had been beaten up badly. Beside him lay several other goods that were in the group. All the guys had serious injuries. Joe asked, had they been beaten up? And who are they? The boy had already mentally prepared himself for another showdown. TG. A frightened voice said that it wasn't them. It was him. The last sentence was said with a special accent. Suddenly, Joe's expression changed. What? He couldn't believe that his company of experienced fighters could be beaten by just one person. They were beaten up by just one man? The protagonist asked warily, what did the person who had beaten them look like? His friend began to frantically tell that the man was wearing a red sweatshirt, a black jacket, and on his back there was an inscription. Naturally, it just so happened that this unfamiliar person was passing right by Joe. As soon as he heard the detailed description, he turned his eyes to the man walking next to him. He told his companion that he thought the guy had just walked past him. Without waiting for an answer, the guy hung up. Young Ha put his hand on the shoulder of the stranger in the red sweatshirt. He called out to the guy and pulled him toward him. Without choosing a particular moment, the guy swung his weighty fist and aimed right at the stranger's face. However, although the main character's movements were fast, the stranger managed to dodge immediately. The guy was shocked. Was he able to dodge his punch? At that moment, he realized that he wasn't going to get rid of this guy that easily. The stranger looked at him and asked what the hell was he doing. Without waiting for a special moment, the stranger tripped him, and the protagonist, trying to keep his balance, started waving his arms. In a few seconds, the guy would fall to the ground. His balance slowly began to leave him, and the protagonist leaned to the side to avoid falling. The stranger waited for an opportune moment and swung his huge arm. A few seconds later, there was a slapping sound. Yong Ha didn't expect such power and speed. The impact even caused sparks to fall from his eyes. His eyes slowly began to close. Joe kneeled down to keep his balance. His body wasn't listening. Why did one blow make him so weak? Just one punch. Was that even possible? The protagonist let out a suppressed groan. His mind began to reel with thoughts from the past days. The boy lowered his head and the stranger continued to stare at him with a contemptuous look. He wasn't going to hit him again. His face was calm, his eyes slightly squinted, and his hair was dark blue in color. At this moment, Joe boiled with rage. That bastard! How dare he! The inscription on the guy's back said, Halim Academy. Young tried to get up, but his body felt petrified. He only managed to let out an incomprehensible groan. He couldn't move. He was on his knees and screaming, a mixture of despair and pain. The rage was boiling in his head more and more. He can't just lose. He just can't. He shouted and was angry with himself. He'd never let himself do that, and now he was ashamed of himself. However, he was not to finish his thoughts. The stranger didn't stand for it and swung his soul right at his face. After flying a few meters, the boy hit the concrete wall with his back. There was a crunch. Thank God he didn't break anything, but the pain was hellish. And at that moment, the protagonist almost fainted from the force of the blow. Blood spurted from his mouth, and soon he realized that he couldn't deal with this guy so easily. The exhausted body of the protagonist slid angrily down the wall, and he sat with his hands folded in front of him, unable to understand what had happened. The stranger stood a few meters in front of him, staring intently. He just watched the protagonist trying to come to his senses. At the same time, the boy's mind was going crazy. My thoughts were slowly becoming confused. What the fuck? Finally, the stranger turned around and, casting one last glance at the protagonist, began to walk away into the night darkness. The boy realized with horror that his consciousness gradually began to leave him. The impact must have been very strong indeed, and the boy had banged his head against the wall. The first thing he saw was some vague silhouettes of people. The voices were not very distinct because the guy had not come to his senses yet. It's a good thing they met him. The man seemed to be trying to shake the protagonist. The boy opened his eyes again, and this time he saw that the man had approached him. Then the men didn't wait for an answer and walked briskly back. The guy was still lying there half passed out. The man stuck a piece of paper in his thick hair. Hopefully the guy would read it when he woke up. Soon, he was surrounded by his comrades. Du Yun stubbornly tried to shake the boy so that he would finally come to his senses. Du Yun moved a little closer and noticed a piece of paper sticking out of his comrade's hair. "What's that thing?" He reached out his hand and pulled out a small piece of paper that had PvP written on it and a phone number. The protagonist didn't even seem to notice it. The guy looked at the piece of paper in surprise, scrutinizing, "What does it say to us? What kind of PvP is this?" Du Yun didn't understand anything, some kind of strange advertisement they had. Then he leaned over to his comrade and asked, "What degenerate gave him this?" The protagonist continued to sit leaning against the wall. The guy still didn't understand what the hell this was. His consciousness slowly began to return to him. His face was covered in blood, and pain resounded throughout his body. What the hell happened? Some guys were here, and they were saying something. Wait, he must have been beaten up. Had he really lost? His eyes finally opened, and the first thing he saw was the group of his friends in front of him. With a quick movement, the kid got to his feet. His friends looked at him worriedly. The boys started to ask him if he was okay. The boy didn't answer a word. It's just impossible. There was no way he could understand it. With unbelievable anger, he turned around and slammed his fist into the wall with all his might. The blows came one after another. His friends even stepped aside a bit as they saw that their comrade was not in the best of spirits today. Someone tried to call out to him. The guys just stood there and watched their leader fail, and now he was like a wounded animal. Soon, the boy was done raving. He leaned against the wall, and only one phrase came out of his mouth. "Find it." Who would they find? The boys didn't understand anything and stared at their boss with frightened looks. Who should they find? Yong Ha was furious. His eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body felt like it was on fire. He had forgotten that he had just been slammed against the wall, and the pain was gone. Guy Day was the first to come to his senses and shouted at the others, "Why are they standing there like pillars? Let them turn the place upside down." Soon, and it began to dawn on them, without wasting a second, they ran straight to where the battle was. There was a deafening stomp. "Don't just stand there. Punish this scum." 2 days later, they still hadn't been able to find the bastards. The protagonist was walking down the street with his cronies, thinking. The students did not stop and continued to look for the freak in those who dared to infringe on their honor. Everyone was hustling everywhere, searching every corner, but it was all in vain. Soon, the messengers returned. They searched all the schools, but they could not find the slightest trace of these people in any of them. Ji-tae glanced at his companion, digging all over the place, but they couldn't find a trace of him. From the looks of it, this dude isn't from around here. He's probably far away by now. Young said that was enough. His eyes were covered in a red grid of capillaries from anger. He said in a menacing voice to tell everyone that if they couldn't find him today, then let them prepare to die. Du Yun laughed and asked his friend what was wrong with him. He doesn't look like himself. The guys are running around all day looking for this guy, and they'll probably find him soon. However, the guy himself realized that they were not in the best position. Where's that bastard gone? As soon as they found him, he'd be dead. The boys rounded the corner, and suddenly they were met there by another group from another school. They were dressed in bright green suits. The boys were happy to see their old rivals. They said that it was Jung Yeon Ha from Gyeomdong High School. You could hear the contempt in their voices. They didn't pay any attention to them. However, the guys in the green suits kept talking amongst themselves. Some guy single-handedly took them all down. Everyone heard about it. Squatting comfortably, their leader began to reason. He said that he had heard that the main character in high school was a real sucker. He got fucked over by everybody. And then all of a sudden, he's throwing everybody left and right. Either way, he's got money and he's just bribing everybody. His boys laughed. Everything was falling into place now. Their leader laughed a hearty laugh. He couldn't believe that the school storm had been so easily fucked up by some obscure dude. The guy wouldn't stop. What kind of degenerate asshole is that? He laughed as hard as he could. This situation really amused him. Young walked up to them with his friends. The kid continued to sit on the courts as if he needed to. The guys stood in front of him with their eyes down. Young Ha naturally heard all that. Add to all that he was angry after last week's defeat, and now you get killing machines. Soon, there was nothing left of those assholes. The guys were lying scattered on different parts of the street. The main character was beating them up. He kicked them over and over again. The guy was already begging for mercy. His face was smeared with blood. He was covering himself with his hands as hard as he could. He was begging and saying he was wrong. Of course, it was his fatal mistake. Young Ha didn't even think about stopping. He dropped his heavy sneaker right into his face. There was a crunch and the boy clenched his eyes. The sneaker ran across his face, leaving a bloody trail. Jong beat him again and again, blood flying in different directions. The man was just furious. Someone dared to doubt his strength. Lee Jae-dae was already even a little scared himself. This was too much. He had seen his boss so furious for the first time. Such a state was very difficult to control. Do-yoon tried to stop his friend, took him by the shoulder and told him that he was going to kill that jerk. Does he want trouble with the police? However, the guy hesitated and the protagonist elbowed him right in the nose. The guy flew a few meters away and fell to the ground, losing his balance. All he could manage to do was let out a low groan. Young asked him what was he doing, what kind of things. The boy was boiling with rage more and more. Young became frantic again. His eyes became bloodshot. "Do his friends think he's a weakling?" Kim said in a frightened voice that he didn't mean it. As if he had lost his mind, he swung his fists and prepared to strike his friend directly in the face. I wonder what kind of fly bit him. However, right in front of his face, the protagonist's hand was stopped by someone. It was Taeji's hand. He managed to make it at the very last moment. The protagonist didn't understand what the fuck was going on. Were his friends turning against him? He ordered his friend to get out of here immediately. But his comrade tried to calm him down. He realized that his friend was in a very fucked up position right now. The man said that those assholes had already gotten what they deserved. And indeed, the company that dared to hit them was already lying unconscious. Now, however, their friend is overreacting. Do-yun held onto his injured nose, which was bleeding. He asked his friend if he thought raising a hand against them was too much. They are comrades after all. Jae-dae slanted his eyes and made a more serious expression. The more he did this, the more it looked like what other people were saying about the protagonist. When he heard those words, the boy was surprised and he didn't know what to say. He just stared dumbly in front of him. Anger had completely taken over his mind and now he was naturally unable to think straight. "So, we've got to stop this." The protagonist pushed the Coca-Cola can the other way and it flew toward the road with a clatter. Of course, the guy didn't listen to them, he just told them to fuck off. He didn't even turn around, just walked in the opposite direction. He spat to the side again and left his friends in thought. They remained standing in the same place, Do-yun holding his nose, and Gi-dae staring thoughtfully at his friend's back. The protagonist needed to calm down. From that day on, everything went wrong. He was walking down the street, cursing himself. After that day, everything seemed to go off the rails. Now he couldn't control the rising emotions. Anger raged inside him. He couldn't forget the first time he'd been defeated in his life. He couldn't forget that look, that dude looking at him like he was trash. That look reminded him of a long-forgotten feeling, a feeling of fear and insecurity. That look seemed to take him back to the distant days of middle school when he was bullied. It was the most life-changing moment for him. Yong Ha was walking down the street and turned his gaze to the side where his face was reflected from the nearest window. A face full of rage with eyes burning with anger. But now he saw something that made him slow down, and soon he stopped and stared into the glass. In the reflection, he saw the same stranger. Without thinking for a second, the protagonist rushed straight towards the man, ran across the road in several large leaps without even looking around. Young shouted at the top of his voice. He called out to the man and ordered him to stop. The guy's eyes were bloodshot again, and now he was standing a few meters away from his assailant. Suddenly, there was the sound of a car horn and the screech of burning tires. The guy noticed too late that he was standing right in the middle of the road and a car was speeding towards him. There were only a few meters between them, and the driver at the last moment had time to react and twist the steering wheel to the side to avoid tragedy. The car rumbled a few centimeters away from the protagonist. A second later, there was no one at the spot where his opponent had been. The place was empty. The devil! The guy knocked himself out. He couldn't have gotten far. Without wasting a second, he ran in that direction again. He had to catch up with that freak. He couldn't let him get away. The boy ran and ran, his heart pounding at double speed, but he didn't care. Soon, he found the man after all. The guy in red walked calmly inside the house. Filled with rage and the certainty that he would immediately flatten him to the ground, the protagonist rushed towards the still open door. There were only a few meters to the open door. This was no obstacle for the protagonist. If he could get a hold of it, everything would happen very quickly. However, he didn't make it after all. Cussing hard, the boy gritted his teeth in rage. Fuck! He didn't make it in time. The door slammed in his face. The boy immediately grabbed the doorknob and started yanking it frantically in different directions, shouting for him to open it. But the doors were firmly closed. Young Ha banged on the door with his fist and demanded to be opened immediately. The guy didn't even notice when someone started to approach him, and a soft voice sounded. In front of him stood a middle-aged man dressed in a stylish jacket. He had sunglasses on his eyes that glinted bright orange in the sun. The protagonist was still running and staring at the stranger with blood-red eyes. The man continued as if nothing had happened. Does the guy think the door will open if he bangs on it like that? Meanwhile, the man walked to the door and put his finger on the code lock of the world points. The door immediately opened and gave a slight click. The boy was still standing there, unable to understand anything. It opened and gave a slight click. The man, continuing to smile, said that now the boy could enter. The boy was still standing there confused. No, it wasn't the type he was worried about right now. 220, there were more important things to do. The boy finally began to calm down and his gaze became serious and focused again. Suddenly, a bright spotlight hit him in the eyes. The boy covered his face with his hands to keep from going blind, but he continued to stare intently ahead. What the hell is going on out there? What he saw inside made his heart sink for a moment. He hadn't expected this. His eyes widened and he couldn't take his eyes off what was happening behind that door. In front of him stood a real ring, just like in a fight without rules. There were two men fighting in it, one a huge man with a bald head, covered with a huge mountain of muscle. The other, a little smaller, but still just as muscular. The crowd roared. The sounds of shouting could be heard everywhere. The two fighters were just mixing each other with mud. The sounds of blows were heard most clearly. The bald fighter ducked and hit his opponent with a powerful uppercut. Barely able to stay on his feet, the man staggered backward. His legs failed him and he fell to the ropes, his opponent rushing at him with his huge fist in front of him. The crowd roared in anticipation of the spectacle. Everyone shouted for the champion to finish him. The boy stared at it all in amazement, unable to say anything. What was this all about? At last it was over. The gong had sounded, and the winner was decided. The winner was an athlete named Coolhead, a bald man who stepped on his opponent's head with his foot. Now the moment everyone has been waiting for. The announcer's voice sounded unusually sonorous. Everyone froze, and the announcer continued. So, the most important fight of today. The athlete who with his unbreakable will was able to reach the bout with the champion. Another man began to enter the ring. The protagonist saw a familiar silhouette of a guy in red. "Red Brick," spoke the announcer. The man with the mohawk smiled with a mad grin. The man laughed. They had finally met. The guy in red threw a disdainful glance over his shoulder at him. It turned out that the man's name was Kang Soo Ho. He was a real champion, but the protagonist didn't know that yet, so he rushed straight at him. As soon as the protagonist heard that name, he boiled up with renewed vigor. That's the scum who beat him up. He couldn't contain himself any longer and rushed straight to the ring. Pushing the spectators, they bounced away in terror. He jumped up high, so high that he even jumped over the ring fence and swung his fist. Kang Soo-ho didn't even seem to notice anything. The fight continued. The fighters involved in the fight did not spare each other. What the hell is this? The boy watched in amazement and didn't even know what to say. It was the first time he had seen such a sight. It mesmerized him like hypnosis. Suddenly, a soft hand rested on his shoulders. What do you think? The voice came out of nowhere. The boy could already guess who it was. The man who had opened the door for him was standing almost right next to him, staring intently into the boy's face. What could it be? Khan sat in his locker room, hard at work preparing for the fight. He was wrapping elastic bandages around his arms, and next to him stood a man dressed in a dress suit. The man stepped even closer and looked at the boy with a smiling look. The next fight is now his. Is he ready, champ? The man said the last words with a special intonation. The guy cracked his knuckles, his whole look proving that he was ready to crush to the ground anyone who got in his way. Jung was about to hit his opponent, but the man stopped him. He put his arm out and the blow came right at him. It hurts. He's strong, said the man looking at the boy. Since it's his first time here, he'll explain everything to him. The man assumed his benevolent demeanor again, and a casual smile stretched across his face. This place is called PvP. It's held here with myself and between schoolmates. Back in the day, this place was a treasure trove for hooligans, scum, anything for fun. There was a kind of ranking among the members. However, looking at all this, one person said, there's good money to be made from this. The lust for profit was driving him at that moment. Even the most eager flow can be curbed and channeled. So, under his leadership, a PvP club was opened, which they are watching now. In addition, only students and high school students could participate in the fights. The boy continued to watch as the huge, bald fighter destroyed his opponent. The man's voice was already coming from somewhere far away. The fighter swung and threw his opponent just outside the fighting circle. The man went head first. The reason was that the students were not subject to criminal liability. This place became a kind of playground for the realization of the schoolboy ideal. It was the combination of these factors that attracted many strong guys. With strength, you can get money, honor, power, anything. The man spoke these words with incredible pleasure. He turned to the boy, and now they were looking at each other directly in the eyes. This is PvP. In short, if a person is strong, gets everything. That's what he's trying to say. The man continued to smile and looked at the boy with an expectant gaze. Did you manage to get him interested? The man looked at him even more intently. The protagonist furrowed his eyebrows. He didn't like this. To hell with it. Where's that guy in the gym clothes? The man looked at him in surprise. In a sports sweatshirt? He still couldn't understand what the boy was talking about. What did he even see in this man? The man was genuinely interested, but at the same time he couldn't understand anything. At the same time, a new fighter, the challenger for the championship, was advancing to the ring with small steps. The announcer kept shouting, "The most important fight of today." An athlete who with his unbreakable will was able to reach the bout with the champion. The guy started climbing the steps and approaching the ring. Red brick! The man's mouth stretched in a grin. He looked like he was frantic, laughing a fractional laugh. It was as if he was setting himself up for victory. Today, he's going up against the reigning PvP club champion. Kang Soo-ho looked at him with a disdainful look over his shoulder, not even saying anything. The man who unwittingly became the protagonist's guide to the world of street fighting pointed at the kid in red and asked if he was the one about him. However, before he could say anything, the protagonist had already taken off. The man didn't even have time to say anything. Where did that kid go? The protagonist at that moment ran as fast as he could to the ring, where the fight was about to begin. He saw his opponent, and he couldn't let it go. The crowd was moving away from him. The guy jumped in one fell swoop over the ropes that enclosed the ring and swung his fist, aiming straight at his opponent at this point. The guy didn't even suspect anything, as if he didn't care. However, the protagonist did not manage to strike. Suho deftly dodged, and the protagonist flew in the opposite direction, breaking with his feet at the last moment. Instantly rising to his feet, he looked frantically at his opponent. He was looking for him. Those were the words he said with a literal roar. "Well, now they'll fight again." The man was literally burning with rage. Suho looked at him with astonishment. He was already ready to fight and defend his championship title, just as he was interrupted by someone strange. The crowd was already beginning to buzz warily. What the hell is going on? Who is this guy? What is he even doing here? It was the first time people had ever seen such tackleism in their lives. Red Brick stood at his back and didn't understand a thing. Who is this kid anyway? He's supposed to be fighting right now, and this sucker got in front of him. He bent down to the boy and politely told him that he should have honored the line. Now, the Red Brick was not like himself, he asked the boy. Did he think he was the only one who wanted to fight this man? The protagonist did not endure for long. He swung around and with a sharp, swift kick hit the brick right in the jaw. "Get the fuck out of here, mediocrity." The boy said it like he was throwing away trash. From somewhere came the laughter of a brick. What kind of ill-mannered scarecrow is this? The protagonist turned around and looked at him contemptuously. He swung his arm around to shut that cocky freak down. He wasn't interested in him now. He had to avenge himself, and he was getting in the way. Brick stopped the fist flying at him at the last moment. Smiling, he laughed. Does he always launch fist entrances? Mediocrity, he's the only one here. Brick swung around and hit the boy in the jaw with all his might. From such a blow, the protagonist couldn't stand on his feet. He rolled like a ball and tumbled over the fence. What are the guards looking at? The crowd is going wild. Stop the Red Brick. Throw the intruder out. The bald men began to talk among themselves. However, the man with the glasses came up to them and said that it was better to leave it as it was. This will be interesting. The protagonist defended himself by savaging the block, and the Red Brick struck like a cannon. Against such powerful attacks, the protagonist's defenses were ineffective. He repeatedly missed the blows, unable to hold them back, and now, once again, a fist of a brick flew right into his face. The fighter was smiling. He enjoyed beating his victim. What did his blows taste like? The boy couldn't do anything. He thought it was just an act. But he's strong. Now, he shifted his gaze to his rival who he had been chasing all this time. The boy realized he couldn't compete with this guy. What the fuck? Who the hell are they? He still couldn't even get close to that jerk. At this time, Suho just stood back and watched as his opponent beat up this upstart. Eventually, the boy had had enough of all this, and he dodged and prepared his fist to strike. "Get off end!" he shouted, swinging at his unwilling opponent. They approached each other a few steps forward, and now, in a few seconds, the blow would take place. Naturally, the protagonist misses on emotion and the Red Brick hits him right in the face. Brick stood in front of him and grinned contentedly. He can't even beat him, weakling. The main character was lying in the ring and couldn't even get up. His whole face was literally burning, as if he had been hit by a car. The fight was over. The announcer yelled that everything happened, as I expected from a Red Brick. He had the whole ring on its feet. Brick threw his hands up in the air. The crowd cheered. This was a sight they hadn't had in a long time. Hyungnim stood in the crowd with his guard. At least the audience's reaction was good, right? It was a short but interesting fight. The guard sighed heavily and agreed with his comrade. Red Brick was celebrating his victory. He had already forgotten that he had a fight with a champion for the title of champion. Now he was enjoying the applause of the audience. The man grinned. Something rather interesting was about to happen. However, it wasn't that simple. The Red Brick suddenly felt a strange feeling on his cheek, as if he had cut himself. The man put his hand to it and looked in that direction with surprise. What? He took his hand away from his cheek and suddenly saw that there was blood on it. How could it be? Oh my God! Blood? At what point did it happen? Brick stood there looking at his bloody hand while the protagonist lay face down on the floor. Suho did not say a word during this time. He just watched silently. His face didn't express anything at all. He seemed to be getting annoyed at the fact that someone was starting to pry into his business. The little bastard was following him around, and he wanted to get his hands on him again. The guard approached young Nim and said that the fight had gone on a little too long, so it was time to call it a day. The man, as if distracted by the spectacle, agreed. Smiling, the man grudgingly said that it was indeed time to call it a day. The spectacle was incredible, but it had to end. The huge fat rat bared its sharp white fangs and looked straight ahead with its red eyes. It grabbed a piece of food and immediately darted off into the mountain of garbage. The main character was sitting somewhere in a street dump surrounded by broken furniture and some tin cans. It was already starting to rain, but the boy continued to sit there, raindrops hitting his head. Right now he needed to get his head together. Every day he was getting stronger and stronger, overcoming each step of the school hierarchy. However, the boy had no idea that there could be so many strong people in the world. His horizons were limited to his school and the people there. He must have gotten too conceited and overestimated himself. Youngha looked downcast, his eyes downcast and ready to burst into tears. Suddenly there were quick footsteps coming toward him. Someone's yellow sneaker stepped into a puddle and a nervous laugh was heard. A figure formed in front of him, almost completely hidden by the umbrella. The figure looked with interest at the boys, who were sitting in a pile of garbage with their heads down. It was a girl dressed in a yellow tracksuit with black stripes. She stood under an umbrella and worriedly asked the protagonist if he was okay or not. The girl bent over to him. She looked at the protagonist with a surprised and frightened look. Why was she sitting here? And her question sounded like a thunderclap, which knocked the guy out of his thoughts. The girl kept questioning the guy. What was he even doing here? How did he end up here? The protagonist didn't stand on ceremony and sent the girl away from here and told her to fuck it up. Naturally, such an appeal pissed the girl off. She frowned. Get out? What? She's worried about him. What a piece of shit he is. You crazy son of a bitch. The girl turned around and, hiding under the umbrella, walked in the opposite direction. At the last moment, the boy saw that she had the same inscription on her back. Halim Academy. Of course, the guy remembered that the hoodie of that particular creep had that very same inscription on it. Halim Academy. What the hell is that? It was as if something had come to him. His eyes widened and he stared even more intently at the girl's back. Halim. He turned her toward him and looked her straight in the eyes. Halim Academy. That guy was from there too. He looked at her with such a fierce look that she got a chill inside. What did that psycho want from her? However, he didn't have time to finish. He could only say one word. Halim. Now his eyes rolled back, his strength finally leaving his weakened body. The protagonist, unable to hold himself up, slumped down again on the wet, raindrop-covered floor. The girl looked at him surprised and frightened at the same time. She kicked him and told him to get up. Stop playing dumb. But the kid wouldn't budge. He kept lying on the wet floor, looking like he had lost consciousness. What the hell, she thought. Fear flashed in her eyes for a second. Is this guy out of his mind? We should call an ambulance. The girl looked at him in surprise. The protagonist was lying on a small couch and shaking with pain and cold. He clenched his teeth, and everything was still. Here was the key. There was hardly any strength left in his body from such a blow. After a few minutes, however, he was able to wake up. The boy opened his eyes fearfully, and the first thing he saw in front of him was the ceiling, in some house, in a police station again. He jumped up from the couch and began to look around the room. The surroundings were strange, with large green blinds on the windows that shut out the world around him. He was lying on the big, wide couch. Shifting his gaze to the side, the guy saw boxing gloves lying on the nearest nightstand. Where the hell is he? The boy rubbed his bruised head, which was still ringing from such a beating, but sick. It was irrevocably broken. The boy sighed heavily and shook his head again. Removing his hand from his face, He looked away, trying to find whoever had dragged him here. What the hell was going on anyway? What's that sound? From the next room there seemed to be the sounds of blows. Someone was pounding on a punching bag. The same girl who had brought him here was practicing hard. She threw crisp, quick punches with her fist right on the soft surface of the punching bag, practicing her moves. Turning around, she kicked her foot as hard as she could right into the punching bag. Something started to wobble. She had a wiry, muscular body. It was obvious she hadn't been working out for years. Finally finishing her workout, the girl, breathing heavily, landed on the nearest bench and took a small bottle of water with her. Raising it to her mouth, she sucked greedily on it and took several large, deep gulps. She had trained hard, her body was athletic, and most likely she had a lot of energy. The protagonist walked towards the sound and soon found himself in the gym where she was working out. The girl did not take her eyes off the bottle and asked, "Is he awake yet?" Then, after a short pause, she called him scum. She looked at him now, her gaze contemptuous of the boy, apparently disgusted with him. The guy ignored it, looked up with surprised eyes. "Where is he?" The girl interjected in surprise. "How where?" He asked her about this place. "Well, they are here. This is the Halim Academy, after all." In front of them stood a large building, more like a hangar of some sort. There was a sign on it that said, "Halim Academy of Mixed Martial Arts." Our guys stood across from each other and glared at each other with uncomprehending looks. They had the South Korean flag in the background. The atmosphere was appropriate. There were sports equipment everywhere. It's only been a minute and 21 seconds since the fight started. "Red Brick is knocked out," the announcer shouted unmemorably with joy. The fight was over incredibly quickly. Every time the champion spoke, it was an incredible sight. He knocked out one by one. He held his breath to announce the winner. The guy in the red hoodie stood clenching his fists wrapped in elastic bandages. The Red Brick didn't even move. He was unconscious. The winner was once again Kang Soo-ho. He looked at his opponent like a defeated victim. There wasn't the slightest compassion in his eyes. The hall started chanting the name of the winner. The crowd roared. The whole hall was so loud that the windows even began to rattle. The boy stood in the middle of the ring, enjoying his victory. Young Nim walked into the room to champion, name, and said in a soft voice that it was a very good job, as expected of champions. All in all, how did he like that particular kid? The kid sat unwinding his bandages. He interjected, "Did the man mean Red Brick?" He was so engrossed he didn't even make eye contact with the man. After a little thought, the winner said that people like his opponents are just freaks. They are not to be killed. The man lit a cigarette and said that it was not about him. Suho raised his eyebrows in surprise. The guy who made a lot of noise today, Jung Yeon-ha, the winner, finally realized, is this about him? The boy wondered, that guy, strange type, of course. It was the first time in his life he had ever seen such brazenness, for someone to barge into the ring and challenge the number 2 so easily. I mean, this guy doesn't even have any fighting skills. What's there to talk about? He shifted his eyes to his partner and said that this kid was just a naive fool who only believed in his fists. It's not like he's trained for anything. The man was surprised. Yes? He was just thinking of making an athlete out of him. After finishing this sentence, the man turned around and said that anyway, the boy had done a great job today. Let him rest. However, he still had a couple of questions. Getting up from his seat and continuing to unwind the bandages, the boy said that he thought that guy had a chance. Hyung Nim stopped and thought for a moment. The guy continued. He said that this kid could do a lot of things if he would just study and become disciplined at last. The man remained silent. He was thinking about something. After a second, a wide, predatory smile appeared on his face. This guy is the first person Suho talks about like this, right? The girl kept practicing, hitting the punching bag one after another. She was like a machine gun, and her hands reached the target in seconds. Doing a little somersault, she swung around and with all her might kicked her foot right into the punching bag. It was pretty weighty, but even so, some toy flew off. She approached the main character. She said that if she left him there in the dumpster, he'd probably die. So she brought him here. The guy looked around, trying to see something interesting. There was a lot of sports equipment here. Boxing bags, dumbbells, kettlebells, and barbells. This place is the Harlem Academy? That's funny. So that degenerate is here too. The guy remembered the guy in the red sweatshirt. Now, he was once again eager to beat the shit out of him. However, that urge passed too quickly. The boy slapped his face. Okay. He won't be able to overpower him. He's too strong and fast. He won't be able to do anything anyway. This degenerate is on a whole other level. He wouldn't be able to compete with him, and he'd had enough of his bullshit. He turned around and walked away, telling the girl that he owed her a favor. In parting, she shouted to him that she would give him some advice. The boy didn't turn around and continued to walk briskly toward the exit. She continued, that advice would come in handy for brawlers like him. The boy lowered his head and walked towards the exit. He had no desire to listen to her now. He had only one goal, to avenge the fact that he had been beaten so meanly. Smiling, the girl said that he'd better not mess with anyone he couldn't handle. Her eyes glittered with excitement. Naturally, the phrase couldn't go unnoticed. The boy paused for a second and looked at her over his shoulder. The phrase hurt his ears. He hated it when anyone doubted his power. As he approached the pair, the guy hit it with his fist with all his might. The pair, though over 50 kilograms, flew off like some soft toy. The protagonist could barely contain his anger before he started wrecking the place. He was starting to get sick of it. Why is this girl moralizing? Who the hell is she? The girl looked at him in surprise. He was crazy after all. He couldn't speak properly. He didn't even say thank you. The next day, his school life continued. He stood in the crowd of students walking towards the school. He was in a lousy mood, especially after yesterday's incident. He walked briskly through the crowd of students as if toward the school entrance. He tried to forget everything, to forget the shame that he could never wash away. Revenge? No. Giving up was the best solution. It was a shame, but he had no other choice. His friends surrounded him again. Now he sat at his desk and pondered. From that day on, he changed, became a little different. He was still a little shaken, but they tried to pretend it hadn't happened, even though it was difficult. To make up for the pain, he returned to the lifestyle he used to live, thinking it would help him take his mind off the shame. However, despite all this, it was very difficult. He tried to dull the pain with cigarettes, but it was getting hard. The guy was leaning against a nearby fence, smoking a cigarette. Why did he feel so fucking lousy? He stood looking pensively into the distance, his head swarming with thoughts. The boy heard a familiar voice from behind him. Young Nim was approaching him with a quick, confident stride. He managed to find the boy rather quickly. The boy turned to him and looked at him. The man said, as if not paying attention to him, "So how does he feel about the bitterness of defeat?" The man was smiling again, his nose still wearing the same unchanged glasses. He smiled and said, "Let's forget about this, and they can finally get on with other things." The man's name was Charles Kim. He was the chairman of the PvP club. Squinting even harder, the man said he would organize a fight for him. That was a voice the boy would never forget now. The boy turned to him and said he didn't need it. It wasn't interesting. Charles smiled. "What? You don't have to? That's unexpected." What a sucker. The man smiled, and he'd had high hopes for him. He spread his hands. Chickened out? Was that really all he was capable of? The boy had already turned fully towards him and was standing in a fighting stance, his fists clenched involuntarily. It was as if the man was teasing him. Completely oblivious to the fact that the boy was angry, he kept talking. Well, he understands him. His club is full of strong people, and he's better off hanging out with some weaklings his whole life? He put his hand behind his scruff. The man went on. The boy was born to do this, but men like him can't get off the right path. A lot of people become criminals. Once he commits a crime, one day he can never be anything else. Shouldn't he be conquering new horizons of his? The man stretched into an even bigger smile and took a small business card out of his pocket. He handed a piece of paper to the boy. On that piece of paper it still said PvP. Exactly what he had seen the first time he was beaten the first time. Charles said that if the boy changed his mind, he could call the number. Without waiting for an answer, he walked briskly away. However, he stopped for some reason. And here's another thing. As if on purpose, he asked, "Doesn't the boy want to take away the title of strongest from Kang Soo-ho?" The men looked over his shoulder at the protagonist. As soon as the boy heard those words, it was as if something inside him turned upside down. This might be his chance to prove that he was strong. He had already resigned himself to defeat, but now he was given a chance. Charles laughed and literally ran for the exit. He said goodbye to the boy to keep him there. The title of strongest? The boy remained standing in thought on the empty roof and continued to stare at the business card with the coveted number. Now he understood everything. Now he realized what he had to do. The boy clenched his fist and crumpled the business card. From this day forward, his life would change forever. He would no longer be weak. A new determination flashed in his eyes now. Everything would change drastically. There were again a lot of peoples gathered near the tribune. It was a small, round, closed arena, like the one where they fight in fights without rules. The announcer continued to shout, announcing the start of the fight. "Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the PvP Club. Today's matches will be held right in the Puken Mountains. We thank those who have come a long way to get here. And now, the announcer will introduce today's athletes." A man with a small mustache holding a microphone near his mouth burst into cheers. A few seconds later, a huge man dressed in a kimono appeared next to him, 2 meters tall, weighing 150 kilos. Excellent physical fitness as well as a judo base. The man stood next to the announcer, holding onto his black belt. His name was Goliath. He would be opposed by a newcomer. The protagonist stood and prepared for his first fight. People were looking at him with disbelief. They had seen this man for the first time in their lives, and they could hardly believe that he would be able to resist. The announcer wouldn't stop. He announced the main character. The guy stood and looked forward with a confident and calm gaze, expecting that now his fate would be decided. They stood opposite each other. The fight would be symbolic, like David and Goliath. These two will fight here and now. Rate the contestants and place your bets. 2 guys were sitting nearby. They were wearing Hope School uniforms. They were just ordinary school children who had come to watch an interesting fight. One of them had a hot dog and a glass with some drink. They squinted at the 2 fighters in disbelief. Was the difference between them too big? And what is there to choose? Everybody's going to bet on Goliath. What kind of match is this? Goliath would just destroy the new guy. The guys were pretty sure the protagonist wouldn't stand a chance. The announcer kept shouting, "The bets are in! The fight is on!" Goliath smiled. Was he going to fight him? He could end the fight right away. It was as if the man had no interest in his opponent at all. However, things happened a little differently. The protagonist approached the giant in a single leap, and with a powerful uppercut, he charged him right in the chin. The man didn't even have time to react, and his head fell back like a rag doll. It was a one-punch victory. Goliath was lying in the ring, drooling. The blow was incredibly strong and powerful. All he could do was give a low groan. The main character got his first victory in the ring, finally getting a chance to try his hand at real fighting. Instead of just being a high school bully in this place, everything is going to change. In this place, he's going to be the strongest. The boy looked at his defeated opponent, raising his hand in the air. It was the first victory, and it was a taste he would never forget. The bets are placed. What then? The fight begins. They stood opposite each other, and each of them was ready to tear their opponent apart. Goliath was smiling, clearly feeling his superiority. He was smiling, and he was clearly feeling superior. The protagonist fought as hard as he could, but the Goliath, swinging his huge fist, delivered crushing blows. The The boy barely had time to close. He ducked and took a fighting stance, and with all his might struck Goliath squarely in the forehead. But the man put up a block just in time, and the blow came squarely into his arm as well. They fought, each as strong and fast as the other. However, Goliath had a much heavier blow due to his weight, but the protagonist was not going to give up. Goliath realized that the kid was quite fast. It was hard to keep up with his blows. If you missed such a blow, you might not get up. It didn't matter, though. The man was determined to finish the fight. He blocked another of the protagonist's punches and thrust his arm forward. Grabbing the protagonist by the neck, he crushed it with such force that the boy's breath caught. He let out his eyes and gritted his teeth. Now his throat clenched even tighter and tighter. Goliath swung around and hit the kid right in the floor. His breathing hitched, and the boy frantically tried to get out of that dead grip. Inside himself, Goliath was already celebrating victory. It would all be over once the rat was caught. His mouth stretched into a smile. Now he would finish off this little brat. No one had the right to compete with him. Grabbing him by the scruff of the neck, the Goliath lifted the boy into the air with a light movement and prepared to throw. The boy didn't even resist. He was just like a frog at that moment. A mighty blow came. The boy flew straight into the floor. The Goliath did not spare any strength. He kicked the boy to the floor, but he still wouldn't give up. Two schoolboys stood somewhere in the distance, watching the fight. Wow! Listen to the echoes coming from the mountains. They even got goosebumps from the sight. Indeed, everything was so mesmerizing that it was impossible to look away. Goliath grasped the boy's head like a toy and swung his weighty fist at him. He laughed. He was so perky to begin with. Was this really all he was capable of? The man laughed, and already he felt victorious. The boy couldn't dodge anyway, and the powerful blow hit him right in the cheek. His jaw even cracked at that moment, and all he could do was clench his teeth to bear the pain. Naturally, the fans bet on the Goliath, and were now rejoicing from the fact that their favorite was winning, as expected of him. He likes to beat people up. If there's a fight going on somewhere, you can be sure he's obviously involved. He possessed some kind of phenomenal body. Though he was fat in appearance, however, let that not deceive his opponents. This man had immense strength. If you put 10 men on him, he'd still be physically superior. Few people get out of a Goliath encounter unscathed. He was incredibly strong and physically tough. People rejoiced. They were not wrong to bet on Goliath. Somehow they felt that the payoff for Goliath's victory would be small. Charles stood between the two men, watching the fight closely. Of course, he himself realized that the strength and difference in physical performance is very great, a factor that can never be ignored. However, this man, thought that things would turn out differently. The boy was sitting in the ring. His forehead was smashed. His strength had practically left his body. The blow was incredibly hard, but he was still somehow holding on. Charles met the protagonist. They stood somewhere in some wasteland and looked at each other. This meeting had taken place just an hour ago. The man looked at the boy and welcomed him kindly into his club. The man was incredibly serious this time. But once he joined them, there would be no turning back. His life would change forever from that moment on. Is he ready for that? The boy looked at Charles with a confident gaze. This time, he had made the final choice. Something had to change in his life, and there was no time to retreat. Silence was a sign of agreement, and the man probably understood that. He smiled his wide smile. Well, he would start by explaining the rules to him. First, and most importantly, the man's voice trailed off and he paused for a short rhetorical pause. Their matches in the arena are different from the usual sports. There are no such concepts as weight class or fair play. In addition, they are forbidden to talk or discuss anything with other people who may have a negative impact on the participants, because there's a lot of money in our field. Charles continued to smile. Secondly, I should be extremely careful, for in case of danger he may be hurt, and not only he, but his relatives as well. And lastly, and most importantly, The boy listened attentively, and the man continued to smile. In a PvP club, the measure of the strength of the athletes is referred to as the BO. According to the number of boosts, the level of the participants is measured. Battles are arranged between athletes with the same number of these points. Only if the opponents have approximately the same number of points can they fight each other. Depending on the outcome of the match, the BW can go down or up, and all points earned here can be exchanged for real money after the athlete becomes of age. 100 of these points equals 1,000,001. Club PvP are fights that are only between students. For this reason, many athletes are trying to earn as many BOs of adulthood as possible. He came close to the boy, and with the same smile he continued to speak. One question: is there something he's interested in regarding the club? The boy looked at the man and asked how strong that idiot was. The man had already realized what he was talking about. Holy shit, he knew it. Their club has about 152 athletes. Among them, Kang Soo-ho is the strongest and undefeated champion. The man walked over to him and affectionately placed a hand on his shoulder. As he had already realized, he was not at a level to compete with him at the moment, so he needed to focus on reaching his level of strength. Today, his evaluation fight will take place. His fight points will be determined based on the results of the fight. The man said that the boy's first opponent would be the very same Goliath, his combat points equal to 100. By showing an impressive result, he would be able to get closer to his goal. The man moved closer to him and whispered the last phrase almost in his ear, his voice truly defiant. The protagonist now sat at the end of the ring and tried to regain consciousness. Blood ran down his face and almost completely stained his clothes. The boy gritted his teeth and tried to gather the last of his will into a fist. He sat like that, and the announcer continued to mock. He said that it looked like Ju Yeon-ha's player was hurt badly. He pointed his finger right at the main character and kept shouting into the microphone. The voice became more flirtatious, and the announcer squinted his eyes and said that the highlight of the evening was about to come. He paused rhetorically to add more suspense. Raising his hand upwards, he said, "Let me present to you the dividends of today's battle." It was clear from the tableau that the Goliath was significantly dominant. He had a factor of 2, while our hero had. The men looked at the sign in surprise. Damn, that's what they thought. Who really bet on this kid? Finished the fight already. The winner. So the winner is clear. However, the announcer stopped them and asked for their attention for a moment. Please have them pay attention to the athlete Jo Young-ha. The boy tensed his body and tried to stand up. He noticed his opponent's movement and gritted his teeth in annoyance. After all his blows, which were incredibly strong, the guy was still able to get up. The protagonist bled from his face, and gathering the last of his will into a fist, glared fiercely at his opponent. Yeah, it was a brutal fight, and the protagonist took a hell of a beating, but he wasn't planning on giving up. What the hell are they talking about? Did he stay in one piece after the fight with that guy, who are the champion amongst all these people, then now stroking his head? The boy rose to his feet and wiped the blood from his face. "That's it?" he asked with disdain. Goliath continued to stand in a fighting stance. "That's it, cocksucker?" The guy looked at his opponent and crunched his jaw. The big guy's punches were really tickling him. Yeah, he got his face smashed in, so what's next? This time, the Goliath didn't expect such tenacity. He squinted his eyes, the bastard. How did he get up? It turns out this asshole was bluffing. He couldn't hold back his rage and tilted his head and rushed straight at the boy, aiming to knock him to the floor. The man roared with rage. This kid is going to die. He put his hands forward to grab the boy as fast as he could, so he wouldn't be able to escape. Young-ha looked at him with disdain and swung his fist. What does this fatty even think of himself? He's just some fat freak. After a few seconds, the Goliath had come within distance of him, and now their fists clashed. The crowd was horrified. Are they still fighting? People rumbled. I'm such an idiot. How is this kid trying to fight Goliath? The men laughed. Charles stood all this time somewhere in the distance and watched every movement intently. Goliath's fingers were broken by such a hard blow. The man gritted his teeth and roared in pain. He had not expected that some young boy could break his fingers. The boy naturally wasted no time in swinging his weighty fist and aiming straight at his opponent. It was necessary to put him down with one blow so as not to play for long. The man didn't have time to dodge, and the main character's heavy blow hit him right in the chest. Waves began to spread out from the point of impact. The man's breath was cut off by the force of it, and he didn't have time to react, and a deafening sigh escaped from his mouth. The blow was so strong that blood flew from his mouth. It seemed as if all his internal organs had been blown away with that blow. People were terrified. How is this possible? Who is this newcomer? Naturally, everyone bet on Goliath, but now it was a real surprise to them. Even the announcer, who had seen a lot of things in his life, was a little shocked. After this guy's punch, some inhuman sounds came out of Goliath's mouth. He finally came to his senses and continued to comment. The main character was delivering uppercut after uppercut. His blows were so strong that Goliath couldn't even do anything. He attacked Goliath without stopping. His fists were like a machine gun that could not be stopped. The man didn't even try to defend himself. He just didn't have the time. The boy jumped up and landed another powerful uppercut right in the Goliath's jaw. What an asshole! 2 meters tall and weighing 150 kilos. The protagonist's fists were already completely soaked in the blood of his opponent. The powerful exclamation mark punch needed to finish off this bastard as quickly as possible. The main character was cursing at himself. Such garbage in such a low-level section. Goliath was already almost losing consciousness. His eyes slowly began to roll inward. Soon the man couldn't take it anymore and fell to his knees. He stood there trying to summon up all his remaining strength. The boy stood in front of him and could not believe that he had come up against such an opponent. He wanted to give up and stood humbly waiting for the end of the round, but the boy didn't think to stop. He held out his hand to the man and said that the fight wasn't over yet. A smile appeared on his face. He swung his knee as hard as he could, hitting the man squarely in the nose. There was a resounding crunch, and everything on his face broke at the same moment. Several of his teeth had come out and were now lying in the ring. The man, already exhausted, was now flying backwards. Blood spattered from his face in different directions. However, the boy had no intention of stopping. He struck again with a powerful knee right in the nose. Blood flew in different directions. The man didn't resist. He didn't even make any sounds. The crowd standing outside the ring was simply shocked at this outcome of events. No one expected that some newcomer could do their favorite like that. The boy was about to throw another punch, but suddenly someone picked him up under his arms. 2 powerful men grabbed the boy and began to drag his opponent away. Goliath was lying on the ground, a bright pool of blood spreading from his face. The man was unconscious, and one could only hope that he would survive. The announcer himself was a little shocked at this outcome. He began to comment in a trembling voice, "The fight is over!" Against all expectations, the favorite was defeated. The protagonist at this time broke out of the fight of the guards, who bounced away from him with horror. Probably they were afraid to get it themselves. Against all expectations, the winner is Jung Yong Ha. The announcer's voice once again sounded resounding. The boy with a bloody face looked at his opponent with a frenzied gaze. Goliath lay on the floor, choking on his own blood. He could barely breathe, his face a bloody mess after the hail of blows. The boy stood and watched the applause. Suddenly, Charles came up to him from the other side. He called out to the boy, and the boy looked straight at the man. He had a beaming smile on his face. It was obvious that the boy had not disappointed him, and now the man was satisfied. He clapped his hands together. Just as he thought, he had picked him an opponent with a similar level, but the man didn't have time to finish his sentence. The guy interrupted him. "Let her put that talk for others." His eyes were glowing and furious. "So, what's his price?" That's all the guy cared about. The man grinned. He'd said he wasn't interested. What had changed? "Okay, Then he'd explain everything to him. Fight points are determined from the jury's verdict. Only after the final verdict has been announced can the winner be determined. Right now, he had 100 battle points. The man stood in front of him, holding a small piece of paper. The protagonist looked at it carefully, but he still didn't understand anything. Combat points. Points. What was he talking about? The man noticed it for a minute and asked in surprise, "What's that expression for? Does he have a problem with something?" At the moment, 100 is the most appropriate number for him. He handed him a piece of paper in which the money was apparently wrapped. This is his share. For the record, if he loses, he gets nothing. Smiling, the man turned his back to him. The stakes of this fight were very high because of the great interest in it later on. There wouldn't be many chances to get such a sum of money. The boy looked at the piece of paper, from which large denomination bills were literally protruding. It was the first time he had ever seen such serious money. Finally, Charles told him to use his money properly. The next day, the students came to school as usual. She hated his class. Familiar voices were heard everywhere. Gi-dae and Do-yoon were squatting and talking to each other. The guys were worried about something. Why doesn't their leader want to unite and take a stand against that guy? If he needs to take care of something, he gives himself completely to it. By the way, where is he then? Gi-tae smiled and looked up. He saw something he was sure to like. In front of them stood their leader. The boys rejoiced. He had finally arrived. His friends asked what was wrong with his face. The protagonist brushed it off, nothing important. Do-yoon looked at his phone and cheerfully said that he was planning to go out for a drink today. Therefore, he had prepared something. The guy showed the rest of us his cell phone, which had a picture with a lot of girls on it. Check it out. He had started chatting with them relatively recently. The guy was incredibly happy. Cute, aren't they? And indeed, from the screen of the phone, they were looking at 3 very cute girls who were smiling radiantly. I'm interested in a threesome, so let's have fun with them. Gi-dae looked carefully at the phone and said, "The girl in the center is now his." Do-yoon laughed. "They need to come to the bar first." The main character didn't seem to share their interests. He tilted his head, and in a stern voice said, "They should stop doing that shit." Now they follow him. A girl in a yellow tracksuit was walking through the city with a quick, confident stride. There were a lot of people there. Everyone was hurrying about their business. Suddenly, she slowed her step. The devil! She felt that someone was following her. Literally, she felt someone stubbornly staring at her back. Angrily turning back around, she said in a stern voice, "Stop following her! What is he, stalker?" Behind her stood a boy, medium height with white hair. He timidly changed from foot to foot, and in his hands he held the academy's sports uniform. The boy's name was Lee Hyun-eun, Gyeumdong High School. He scratched the back of his head and not boldly said that he wanted to learn how to fight too. The girl sighed heavily and turned to face him. He continued to stand and stare timidly in front of him. He was just being bullied at school. The girl didn't understand, so what did it have to do with her? She was starting to get a little annoyed that the brat was always following her around. It's not like she's giving individual lessons. Besides, he's in sports, right? The girl spoke sternly and insistently. She wanted to get rid of this annoying kid. What does he want? Let him stay out of the way. The boy gritted his teeth and said in a stammering voice that he was not interested in sports. He wants to... He paused for a moment, trying to collect his thoughts. He wants to learn how to fight. The guy blurted out that line like it was a lot of work. Does she even know what it's like to be bullied? But it didn't seem to have any effect on the girl at all. She turned away. "I don't understand, so stop bothering me," she said, and went on about her business. The girl's name was Nuna. Suddenly, she shifted her gaze to the side. There she saw the familiar guy she had pulled out of the trash so recently. He was walking again, surrounded by his friends and a few girls. That's him. It was him. That's the scum of the earth. The main character was enjoying the company of beautiful girls and paid no attention to anything around him. They went into a small building on the other side of the street. It was a bar. The girl noticed the glowing sign near the entrance. He really is scum, going to places like this. Du Yun stared in surprise in front of him. The sight was truly breathtaking. The guy couldn't wait to start feasting. Holy shit. In front of him was a table full of food. There was absolutely everything: rolls, a lot of meat, salads, and most importantly, booze. The girls who came with him stared at the food in surprise. He asked the protagonist if it was worth ordering so much. He tipped the shot of alcohol into his mouth and squeezed his eyes shut. Isn't that too much? Friends wanted to know what was the reason for this generosity. The guy exhaled heavily and, putting the shot glass on the table, apologized to them for last time. So tonight, it's his treat. Smiling, he looked at his friends with a good-natured look. Let them worry about nothing. Eat, drink, and just enjoy. Let them have fun. Yan Ha sat surrounded by girls, with one of them hugging his shoulders. Let's be friends forever, someone shouted a toast. The guys laughed. Gi Dae looked like he was already passed out. Look at him, we've got to get a video. Their friend was lying on the table and really didn't understand anything. Next to him was a half-drunk bottle of alcohol. Someone suggested that we should get drunk tonight. The suggestion was a great success, and everyone clapped their hands happily. Du Yun hugging. One of the girls said that, as expected, his friend is on another level. The girl approached him and asked if she could order anything else. Suddenly, the guy blushed uncharacteristically, whether from alcohol or embarrassment. He looked at the girl with a kind of amorous look. He asked her what her name was, and why doesn't she drink? The girl looked him in the eyes with embarrassment. Her name was Bak Shi Seong. She was from a girls' high school. Besides, the girl shyly said she couldn't drink. The boy rejoiced and laughed. Oh yeah, since she's cute, she's forgivable. Does she have a boyfriend? Du Yun didn't stop. The girl sitting next to him said he should stop. That girl so has plenty of men without him. The guy said, so what? Smiling an acerbic smile, he asked, she wouldn't mind if he joined them, would she? The girl hummed and drank some more alcohol. The friends continued to sit and relax. Sincere laughter spread through their company. Baek was confused. Her phone vibrated, and she fumbled in her purse. Who is it? Her friend asked. The embarrassed girl replied that it seemed to be Kang Chan Oppa. Her friend was surprised again. Is he calling again? The girl got up from the table to step aside and talk on the phone. However, she was stopped by a man's hand. Du Yun looked at her and asked her why she was so nervous. The girl with yellow hair said she'll tell me later. This person who calls her has confessed his love to her and is now following her around. Her friends told this man to leave them alone, and for a while, he really didn't bother them. But then he started showing up again, and he thought he was Shai Yun's boyfriend. Fucking asshole. This man is constantly stalking her, calling her, and going to their school. He's really sick. Du Yun looked at her with surprise. What the hell is this? The phone continued to vibrate insistently, and the same phone number popped up on the screen. The guys said they'd cover for her in case of anything, so don't let her worry. She's safe. On the other side of the phone, someone's irritated voice was asking itself, why isn't she picking up the phone? The operator's voice came through the phone. The person you are calling is not answering. Please leave a message. The boy couldn't stand it. He's worried. He opened the door with his foot and took a quick step outside. The man was furious. He was ready to protect his girlfriend. He thought she belonged only to him. A few minutes later, he was already in that very bar, and how did he know the girl was right there? The guy stood looking at the group of friends. Shi Yun's face changed as soon as she saw him. She was frightened, realizing that something bad was about to happen. This man was always following her. Kong Chan stood and looked down at them, holding his phone in his hands. Looking at the poor, scared girl, he said she made him worry, bitch. Shi Yun immediately waved her hands and tried to justify herself. The girl was scared to death. The guy continued to freak out. Why the fuck was she ignoring his calls? He heard that her phone was on mute. Da Yun came closer to him and tried to calm him down. The guy was already drunk, and now he was getting into a fight. He walked up to Chan and looked him straight in the eye. Is he Kong Chan or whatever his name is? Who the hell is he to bother girls? The stranger looked at him and started talking. His mouth twisted into an ugly smile, and he asked the guy, "Didn't he think prying is a bit rude?" The guy already had his fist ready. Chong swung around and with all his might hit him with his fist right in the face. Da-Yun was relaxed and didn't have time to react. There was a violent clap. The kid didn't even have time to react. He didn't realize what the hell had just happened. It was like his head was all foggy. The main character just silently watched the whole thing. This man is fast. Yon Ha took another shot of alcohol but continued to sit in his seat. Chan suddenly totally lost his fear and jumped up on the table, not at all worried that he might break something there. He stood right in front of the girl who didn't know where to put herself from fear and was trembling completely. He put his hand out and told her to put her face up. Before the girl could react in any way, the guy swung around and slapped her hard. She grimaced, but did nothing. It hurt like hell. Smiling, the degenerate said it was only because she was his girlfriend. He squinted his eyes and prepared to drink again. He said that just because she was his girlfriend, he would only hit her 30 times. The guy took a swing and got ready to hit her again. However, this was not to be. The protagonist jumped up on the table and grabbed the insolent man's arm. A fight was about to break out. Chan pulled his hand out of the main character's powerful grip. Surprisingly, this guy had simply incredible strength. In addition, he had great speed. He turned to him and smiled contemptuously, saying that he'd forgotten they were here. The boy grinned, already preparing his fist. Suddenly, he pulled out his phone and said that he had suddenly received an important message. He looked at the screen of the phone, and a satisfied smile spread across his face at what he saw. The main character took out his phone too. What the hell is this thing? There was an inscription on the screen of the phone. It was a message from Charles. He said that the protagonist's next fight had already been scheduled. The match would take place next week on the roof of Building XX. To his surprise, his next opponent would be the man who was standing in front of him. Chan also received a message and was even more surprised that his opponent would be the protagonist. There was definitely no battle now. Jong put up his fist, and his opponent squinted his eyes. So this cocksucker was his opponent. Is there any point in waiting a whole week? Why not fight here and now? They crossed their fists and prepared for battle. All the other friends sat, silently watching the unfolding events with me now. At that time, the girl stood on the night street practicing her blows. Her heavy breathing echoed through the neighborhood, but no one heard her because the street was almost empty, with only one lantern shining above it. She was completely focused on her training, as if she didn't notice anyone around her. Her fists flew out one after another. Finally, she started and sat down on the nearest bench to catch her breath. Her body was literally steaming. Taking her head slightly to the side, the girl heard some strange sounds. There were several people in that direction. Among them, she saw a familiar face. Looking a little closer, she recognized her old acquaintance. Was that asshole in a fight again? She kept looking at him, but the guy didn't even think about looking away, as he seemed to be engrossed in the conversation. She looked more closely. She was starting to get annoyed with the kid. He's always getting into trouble. She was starting to get annoyed with this behavior. Why couldn't this monkey just calm down? Chan standing in a fighting stance, he prepared for a fight, his blood boiling. There was a dodgy guy like the protagonist in the PvP club. He wasn't good enough to grapple with him yet. He looked at the protagonist with a disdainful look. The protagonist at this time just stood still and looked at his opponent with a stern gaze. He irritably told him to finally stop mouthing off and shut his mouth. Chan laughed. And this little guy's fearless after all. He's already won the fight. The guy got into a fighting stance, prepared his fists, and attacked the protagonist. The boy gritted his teeth and moved forward towards his opponent. He was beginning to get annoyed. He's attacking! He can't dodge! Not having time to dodge at the last moment, the guy received a powerful punch right in the jaws. But why did it have such a strange trajectory? The boy gritted his teeth and held back a scream. John continued to swing and hit harder and harder. He wasn't just fast, he hit harder and harder. It was impossible to follow his hands. And with quick strikes, he doesn't let him follow up. Slippery bastard. Jong swung wildly, but his opponent dodged in time. It was like he was toying with him. Swinging around with his stance, the guy hit the main character with all his might with a powerful uppercut right in jaws. The guy naturally couldn't react, and his eyes instantly went black. For all his strength, he tried to stay on his feet for a nasty blow to the head from such a powerful blow. It was like his opponent was taunting him. Too slow for him. This was just some kind of child's play, not a fight. He regained his fighting stance and prepared to strike. With his cheap efforts, he could even touch him. What a weakling he is after all. There was so much contempt in those words that the boy's eyes lit up. He couldn't stand being called weak. What a degenerate. He was now in a fighting stance and aimed his heavy fists at his opponent, who was probably ready for anything. Hitting him even once would already be a great achievement. Jong began to approach, gradually shortening the distance. However, all was in vain. As soon as he wanted to hit, then his opponent dodged and stealthily hit him right in the cheek. Fist of the main character, as I expected, missed. John mocked him while the protagonist struggled to recover from spitting up blood. Nuna watched from the sidelines. She was getting more and more annoyed. This braggart can't even compete with such a freak. What will come out of him next? Soon the protagonist was lying on the floor, almost exhausted. Those quick and precise blows had left him no chance. The main character was soon lying on the floor, almost exhausted. This jerk is too weak. Was he supposed to be his next opponent? At this time, the main character was trying to recover. His head was ringing from the many blows. Why is he so fast? He's never been able to hit him back. What kind of speed is this? The rage is slowly starting to take over. Fuck! How much is he really missing? John looked at him with a contemptuous look. Squinting his eyes, he said, "The main thing is that the hero is no match for him. He doesn't even have the basics, and he, an outstanding boxer. When he was in his old school, he jokingly punched a dodo. After that, he fell to the ground and blood began to flow from his head." The boy approached the protagonist and asked, "Do you know what happened next?" This brat became a vegetable for the rest of his life. He could no longer live a normal life. He remained confined to a hospital bed, looking more like a vegetable than a human being. All he could do was wiggle his eyes helplessly in different directions. The kid's father started bugging him, babbling something about how he had no one but his son. Unnaturally, the parent was worried about his son. She looks like this freak didn't care at all. There was only one thing for him, his whim. After that, the boy spent several months in a juvenile detention center. He was kicked out of school for his behavior and banned from boxing. He came closer and closer to the boy. The protagonist continued to lie on the ground and tried to come to his senses. The boy asked him if he thought it was unfair. That mustache was weak, and it was only his fault. Jung tried to move his arm, but he was unable to do so with great difficulty. His body felt as if it was frozen. But his opponent continued. What can I say? Looking back, it was a good experience for him, so he thinks he can do the same to him. The guy lifted his foot and prepared to crush the protagonist's hand with it. The guy didn't understand anything and couldn't defend himself at that moment. However, nothing happened. The fighter's foot was stopped by someone else's foot. She was wearing a familiar yellow suit. The boy wondered, who dared to stop him? Nuna stood in front of him, keeping her foot in front of her. Chan asked irritably, who the hell was that? He was starting to get annoyed that some wench had prevented him from disposing of his victim. And now, she's challenging him to a fight? What the hell is this? Where is this Vidano? The protagonist finally came to his senses a bit and recognized a familiar shape. Is that her? What was she doing here? The girl looked down at him and irritatedly said that she had explained everything to him last time. Let him make trouble for me and everything will be fine. The girl looked down at him with frowning eyes. Anyway, She wanted to say something else, but then she was stopped. The guy's finger jabbed into her head. The girl couldn't bear to be treated like that. She jerked toward him to teach him a lesson. Chang came close to her and irritated that she had ignored his question. It was impolite. He really disliked not being listened to. He repeated his question, asking in a harsher tone, "Who's that bitch? Blue and yellow sweatpants. What the fuck is she wearing? Fucking couple." The guy wanted to say something else, but the girl walked past him, pushing him roughly with her shoulder. He barely managed to stay on his feet. It was a big insult. Nuna walked past him without even looking at him. Turning back to him, she said he's just as wimpy as that brat, so let him shut his stinking mouth and let him get the hell out of here. She only holds back once. Chan couldn't bear to be treated this way. He grabbed the girl by the shoulder and wanted to pull her to him. What the hell is she doing? Is she fucking crazy? The guy quickly swung his fist at her face, but the girl reacted in time, and the fist whistled just a few centimeters away from her face. What the hell is this? Meanwhile, the guy was watching with a dazed look on his face. Had she dodged his blow? The girl was standing in front of Chan, and he didn't understand a thing. Turning to face him, she repeated her phrase in an irritated voice. "She says she's only holding back once, doesn't she?" Chan laughed. "That's hilarious. What would happen if she didn't hold back?" He laughed at the girl's confidence. What does this girl even think of herself? She doesn't even know who he is. The boy didn't notice anything around him and wondered what she would do if she didn't hold back. He didn't notice that the sole of her shoe was approaching his chin. He wanted to say something else, but he didn't have time. The girl swung around and kicked him in the jaw with all her might. The guy naturally didn't react and felt the full force of her hay kick. "That's it," said the girl, still looking at him. "What a bitch!" Chan only managed to hum, his chin smoking from the force of the blow. How dare she? The protagonist looked at all of this with genuine surprise and delight. Who was she anyway? She hit him so easily and he didn't even notice. The guy realized that this girl was not as simple as she seemed. Chan got angry and began bombarding her with punches. But the girl dodged every one of them as if it were an easy dance for her. How could she dodge all his blows? The protagonist didn't understand anything. However, even that wasn't all. He clenched his teeth and watched the girl easily take down the bastard. It felt like she was anticipating his every move. The girl was jumping from side to side as if it was a walk for her. The wench continued to stand and dodge. He watched her every move. Her movements were really just flawless. She deftly dodged another blow and swung around to kick the guy in the forehead again. This time, the blow was much harder. There was a crunch. His nose broke, and the guy fell backwards, splattering bloody snot. "Fucking bitch!" he screamed. The guy couldn't take the humiliation. Some girl playing with him like a toy. The guy didn't know what to do. The girl paid no attention to all the shouting. She deftly ducked down and naturally fisted her fist to get as close to the guy as she could. However, it was just a trick. She faked a punch with her hand, waited for the guy to block, and kicked him in the knee with all her might. Chan hadn't expected such an exit and started balancing, trying to stay on his feet. And on what? Tricked him. This is unbelievable. The guy could barely stay on his feet. Nunai didn't hesitate and swung at him with another powerful punch. It went straight for the guy's jaw. It was a powerful high kick again. His eyes went black and his brains felt like they were going out through his ears. Chan Na this time did not stay on his feet and flew high up. The girl practiced all her punches perfectly. It was an unmistakable technique. The guy couldn't even realize what had happened to him. The protagonist didn't know what to say to her. He just stared dumbfounded at everything that was going on. His eyes were just huge with shock. Soon her opponent fell a few meters away from her with a thud and never got up again. The girl grinned and said that she'd told him he was just as weak. She looked at the two boys with contempt. That's why they're stupid scum. They're assholes. The girl sighed heavily and turned in the opposite direction. The protagonist didn't know what to say to him. He was completely shocked by what he had just seen. Without turning around, The girl tossed him over her shoulder that he was an incredibly pathetic person. Her voice sounded very annoyed. She had just wanted to go for a walk, to work out. But here she was, getting into a fight with those scum again. Young got up on shaky legs and ran after her, begging her to stop. But still, the girl didn't even think of turning around in his direction. She had wasted enough time on this scum, and now she needed to remove herself. However, his body still ached from such a beating, so he landed on his knee. That guy in red and that girl. Now the protagonist has figured it out. Those two are both students at that academy. Now that clears it up. That's how they know so many martial arts. Now he has to get into that academy at any cost. The girl was gradually moving away from him, and the protagonist everything looked at the inscription on her sweatshirt. Halim Academy. Nuna walked up to the doors of the academy. She was dressed in her normal school uniform. Knocking on the door, she grabbed the handle. The girl stood in front of the door and was ready to go inside, when suddenly a familiar voice called out to her. She really didn't want to talk to anyone right now. Young standing behind her, the girl turned around on him. Over her shoulder, she asked rudely, "What does he want? Is that asshole chasing her again? What the hell? What the fuck is he doing here?" The girl was very annoyed, pissed off that this asshole had followed her for some reason. The protagonist did something he would never do in normal life. He knelt down in front of her and in a guilty tone asked her to teach him how to fight. The boy looked down at her like a hurt child. The girl was a little shocked by this. She looked at him with a surprised look and then asked, "Is he fucking crazy? He's got the wrong address. This place doesn't teach bullies and scum, so let him get the hell out of here." The girl looked at him so arrogantly that the protagonist felt something inside him. There was determination in his eyes, and he didn't plan on backing down. Right now, his main goal was to learn to fight whatever it took. He looked at her with the eyes of a dutiful student. Despite all the girl's threats, the protagonist did not budge. She leaned over to him and started screaming in his face. Is he deaf or something? However, he didn't even think about moving. The doors opened and a man came out of the academy, holding a bottle with some kind of drink in his hand. There was a girl screaming from everywhere, yelling that this place didn't train people like the protagonist. "Stop flickering in front of my eyes." She would have kept yelling at him if she hadn't been interrupted by a heavy sigh. Now, she stopped talking and looked in that direction. A man in a tracksuit was approaching them. He appeared to be dead drunk, for his gait was wobbly and his tongue was slurred. Overcome with intoxication, he told the girl that she was wrong. Swinging from side to side like a pendulum, the guy came closer and closer to them. In his drunken voice, he said that this was the place where you learn to fight. He moved even closer to the protagonist and looked at him closely, trying to discern something strange about him. Young looked at him with eyes that looked like they were ready to tear him apart. Metal glinted in them, fury, and a fierce desire to learn to be better than he was. Suddenly the man seemed to sober up. Oh boy, look at the look in his eyes. The man smiled, and a face finally peeked out from under his bangs. The girls tried their best to dodge. Right a few centimeters away from their heads, a bottle flew in and shattered into thousands of pieces against the wall. The two girls, who had been at the club with the main character just yesterday, were now sitting in a lump. Next to them were the guys who continued to mock them by surrounding them in a circle. Who was with them then? Who are those freaks? The girls said in stammering voices that they didn't know. They huddled together, shaking with fear. The boys continued to rage. If they didn't know who they were, they had to find out. If they couldn't find out anything about those freaks, they'd have their heads off. Chan squinted. He must find this bitch who had beaten him so shamelessly back then. He couldn't take such a defeat, especially from a wench. He must find her and tear her to shreds. His whole face was covered with band-aids, his nose was broken, and his eyes were burning with rage. Nuna said in a stern voice that this was no place for brawlers like him. Although it's quite funny to hear that from someone studying at a martial arts academy. The drunkard came closer to her and said good-naturedly that he was the director of the academy, so why should she make a fuss? The girl hesitated half a word. The man walked closer to the protagonist, and he literally smelled that strongest odor of booze. Well, now he's going to look at him. The girl continued to rage somewhere behind him. She was so annoyed by this upstart. 96 Young looked at the director with eyes full of rage. A metallic hue was reflected in them for a second. The man smiled. He seemed to like the boy. That's great. 1 month's rent is 0,001. After 1 year of training, the next year will be free. Suddenly, the principal was interrupted. The girl put her hand on his shoulder and shook her head negatively. She squeezed his shoulder so hard that the principal cried out in pain. She told him not to take it. At this time, she looked as if a demon had possessed her for a moment. She squeezed his shoulder even harder. They can't train him because that degenerate will become a bandit. You can't. This time, even the principal backed down. She said can't. The boy kneeled in front of them and said nothing. Finally, the girl let go of the squealing principal. The boy clung to his shoulder. The girl said that bullies don't belong here at Points. The principal muttered to himself that let him look at his hair. Who here of the two of them is still a bully? He's the principal, but she has the real power. The girl looked at him even more closely. He didn't care who trained here as long as he got the money, but no one could go to them unless they could get permission from her. The principal rubbed his shoulder and said he didn't know anything. Let them decide for themselves. The girl looked at him and asked, "Where did they go?" The principal finally couldn't stand it and asked, "Is it possible to ask such questions to the elders? She's just an asshole." His face was flushed with alcohol, and it was obvious that this man likes to drink a lot of alcohol. There is only one place for him to go. The man pretentiously began to gurgle, imitating how he would drink alcohol. The girl hit herself in the face with her hand. And this is a mixed martial arts academy. This is some kind of laughingstock. The protagonist continued to kneel in front of her and once again asked his request to teach him how to fight. The girl was really annoyed. Let this guy finally get the hell out of there already and not piss her off. What was he even doing here? Why was he attached to her? Bottom line, he needs to make a deal with her, right? Then there's a remedy. Something tells me that remedy involves alcohol. It's hard to expect anything from a man like him. The girl was already thinking of going inside the academy when suddenly the main character called out to her again. She turned her irritated gaze. He gave her a serious look and suggested she go get a drink. In a second, his face was already scarred and covered with a couple dozen extra band-aids. His friends were laughing at him. Did a girl beat him up? Do-yoon laughed heartily and said it was all love. The protagonist shook his head to the side and said it wasn't. It's not about that at all. His friend suggested that if anyone wanted, he could give this girl a couple of teeth. But the protagonist refused. No, he has to figure it out on his own, not ask anyone for help. And besides, it's kind of vandalism. Do-yoon thought if you can't solve everything by brute force, then you need another way, which he is a master at. The guy looked at his friend and told him to remember something. If he wants to seduce a girl, he should just offer her a drink together. Guy Tae confirmed, it's exactly like that. It's a flawless way that always works. At the end of the day, that's the best way in which you can build relationships and connect. I think these guys just don't know any other way. Do-yoon told his friend not to listen to that jerk, such a boyish girl. Gotta show himself a real man. They started arguing amongst themselves again, but after all, yesterday, Young Ha hears the not that jerk. A girl to be with him might think he's a wimp. Gi-dae said that his friend was talking too much, for someone who passed out after a couple glasses of whiskey. They continued to argue like this, and the protagonist just sat with his head down, still unsure of what to do. Suddenly, only one word came out of his mouth: sincerity. He got up from his seat, walking forward. Do-yoon said, "Doesn't he remember what happened yesterday? So where is he going?" The guy didn't seem to be listening to him. He told them he had his own business to attend to and walked briskly into the school building. The boys just stayed behind him with puzzled looks. Soon he came to the academy again to finally get himself taught how to fight properly. Well, if you can't do it one way, you have to try another. The boy decided to pull himself together and finally do something useful. He took a broom and started sweeping the neighborhood of the academy. The girl saw this and snorted. What a jerk! She stepped closer to him and looked at him with her stern gaze. She was getting more and more annoyed with this annoying guy. The protagonist seemed to wake up and said that it was just a little messy. She walked past him literally a few centimeters away and told him to finally get the hell out of here. The guy realized that this method didn't work either. She walked past him and walked briskly into the building, slamming the door shut one last time. He was starting to piss her off more and more. At that moment, the guy took a knight-like stance. Well, he's going to hang around until he gets permission. No more. He wouldn't back down no matter what it cost him. An hour later, he came up with a new plan, climbed up on the roof and started painting over the rust along with the lettering. A girl ran out of the building and screamed that he was a complete idiot, but he just wanted to write a new inscription because it was almost erased. But the girl didn't even listen to him, so she told him to get out of here before she erased him. Then, a new ingenious plan didn't take long to come to fruition. He pulled up a hose and started watering the flowers with water. The girl wasn't happy. He's going to pay the water bill? Let him get the hell out of here. That didn't work either, and the guy bought her some goodies from a nearby cafe. But the girl was adamant. Let him have them and get the hell out of here. She was so sick of him. Her irritated cries were everywhere. Please let him get the hell out of here. He's so stubborn after all. Finally, the day came to an end, and the boy went home. All the way, he looked down at his feet. Isn't everything he's done working? But he kept following the girl. She didn't know where to go. When would he ever leave her alone? The girl was standing at the bus stop waiting for the bus, and the protagonist was always following her. Stalker? He's going to follow her all the way home? The guy kept saying one phrase, "Teach me how to fight." Asked, why would he do that? Would he become a gangster and cause trouble? The guy shook his head and said he wasn't interested. He wants to beat up the guy who beat him up last time. His voice sounded firm and confident. They stood across from each other, staring straight into each other's eyes. As soon as the girl heard that, hearing that, the girl laughed a little. What? Let him come to his senses. Even though that jerk is the ultimate trash, he still has a foundation. It's boxing. The girl looked at the main character. Does he really think he can stand up to a man who has placed in competitions? It was obvious, and boy, he knows he's not weak, so he asks her to train him to fight. Besides, if he has enough skill in fighting, he can defeat any opponent. She finally softened, and with a heavy sigh, she said, "Does he like hanging out with the same kind of scum so much? I'll tell it or lose it. Does it matter?" For once looking at him with a calm and serious look, she asked, "What's the reason he wants to be strong in fights?" The boy wondered, really, what was the reason? Suddenly, a motorcycle appeared from around the corner and a man in a gray jacket was sitting on it. He spotted the two men and gritted his teeth and cursed. He seemed to recognize them. The motorcycles roared and with all their might moved right at them, headlights blinding them, but the motorcycles weren't going to stop. One of the bikers turned out to be Chan. He finally tracked them down. "It's that bitch. Now he won't leave her alone." They looked at the stranger in surprise. What the fuck? The girl didn't understand anything. Who was this dude? The protagonist stood behind her and looked at the arrivals with the same incomprehensible gaze. At this time, Biker wasn't going to stop. He pulled out a large, weighty rebar from somewhere and swung it right at the girl. He was going to kill her for sure now. However, everything happened exactly the opposite as soon as he swung the rebar. The girl dodged, and the heavy stick flew just a few centimeters away from her. What an asshole! She finally realized what was going on. The freak's face looked very familiar to her. However, one biker was immediately followed by others who also put out their sticks to finish off the girl. Now, she would definitely not be able to dodge. For a second, fear flashed in her eyes, however. The body of the protagonist appeared literally out of nowhere. He jumped straight forward to shield the girl and prevent those freaks from touching her. He stood in front of her, and the two heavy rebars hit his back. The girl stood unharmed, the guy protecting her like a shield. He stood and endured the incredible pain, but then immediately became furious and grabbed one of the bikers, pulling him right out of the saddle. The man didn't even have time to react and was already flying on the heavy asphalt. The protagonist grasped it even harder and slammed it into the floor with all his might. The helmet shattered, and the man let out a groan. His bike flew off in the opposite direction and hit the wall with a clatter, shattering into small pieces. The protagonist stood with his head bent, a trickle of blood flowing from his forehead. He clenched his teeth, trying hard not to faint from the impact. The girl looked at him in surprise. The guy replied that here was her reason why he wanted to learn how to fight. He looked up, his whole face smeared with blood, but he was still on his feet. There's a reason he has to win. Silhouettes from his past life began to pop up in his mind one by one. He had lived his whole life in this world, which was like a garbage dump. In this world, strength decides everything. If you're strong, you're a winner. That's when he decided for himself. He decided he wanted a change in order. No one else would suffer in vain. He realized it then as he dragged his half-dead friend on his back to save him at the last moment. He dove into this dump with his head to become the strongest in the world, so that now he could look down on everyone as they had once looked down on him when he was weak and helpless. Once he achieved everything he wanted, he stopped evolving. He began to degenerate and turn into a plant. At that moment, he realized that it was time to change something so that he wouldn't look like a freak anymore. Unfortunately, he realized too late that in his efforts he was beginning to resemble those he had directed his anger against. He wanted to change the food chain. That's why he created his gang, to establish his own order. He was tired of putting up with this injustice, hoping that all the freaks would stop wreaking fear and havoc among normal people. He wanted to create another world that was different from this filthy place. He wanted to create a world where weak people could live in peace and stop fearing bullying and eternal torment. He stood in front of the defeated biker, while his friends sitting on their motorcycles watched the whole thing with horrified expressions on their faces. Chan gritted his teeth in anger. They couldn't just leave him here. The man was literally boiling. He wanted to get even with them for his humiliation. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that two people standing nearby had called the police. They looked at the bikers with frightened eyes. "We had to get out of here." The wheels of the motorcycle squealed, releasing puffs of thick smoke. "We had to get out of here. The cops would be here soon." The bikers jumped on their cars, and with a content and roaring roar, they went somewhere deep into the street. Now, they were out of sight. Nuna looked at them irritably. Those things were getting away. She wanted to get even with them, but there was no way to catch up with them. Suddenly, the protagonist still could not stand it. He fell to the ground with a rumble and flopped on our asphalt. Still, the blow was strong enough, and now the kid was lost to knowledge. The girl looked at him fearfully. She started yelling at him, but the guy didn't hear her. A trickle of blood flowed from his head, forming a puddle underneath him. His eyes slowly began to close, and he had no strength to say anything. Nuna frantically tried to reach him. The last thing he heard was her screaming, trying to wake him up. The image in front of his eyes began to blur, and soon he blacked out altogether. The guy's eyes snapped open. He started frantically looking around. His head hurt incredibly. Where was he? The guy couldn't understand anything. Is he in the hospital? He stood up on his couch and noticed that his head was wrapped in bandages. He must have passed out from that blow after all. Scraps of memories began to come to him. Nuna came out from around the corner and swaying stood leaning against the wall. She called out to him, calling him Makaka. She walked up to him and gave him a stern look. The guy noticed her and asked cheerfully, was she okay? Those assholes were pretty dangerous stop points. Why was she the one calling him a Makaka? She stood in front of him and looked at him with the look a teacher usually gives a hapless student. The girl asked, "Does he want to die?" The boy was sitting in front of her with his head bandaged, trying to make sense of it. She leaned in close to him and asked, "Did he think she couldn't dodge?" The guy didn't understand. So much for gratitude. She looked at him and said, "Did he want to die at the hands of those scum?" He's lucky the wounds weren't serious." The girl turned away from him and said she had to go. She was just waiting for him to be discharged. She nodded and said she had to go. She was just waiting for the boy to wake up. The girl turned around and headed out of the room. She had her own things to do. Everything she wanted to see here she had seen. The boy nodded his head and mumbled something to himself resentfully. He lowered his eyes and realized at that moment how much of an idiot he looked. The girl was silently heading for the exit. She didn't say a word, didn't even say goodbye, and approached the exit door. The guy rose from his couch and moved closer to her. She noticed this and gritted her teeth in irritation. What an asshole! How he'd gotten to her. The boy stood behind her and glared back at her with his stubborn gaze. Finally, she couldn't stand it. Turning around, the girl shouted, "Okay! She's going to help him for the first and last time!" She moved closer to him and started poking him in the forehead with her finger too. However, he should finally turn his stupid head on. From now on, they'll meet every night at Kyumdan Park. They'll have individual training sessions. Let him take it as a thank you for today. Soon, the next night, they met in the park and their first training session began. The protagonist stood in a fighting stance and his trainer sat next to him on a bench. The first thing he has to learn to defeat that asshole, it's footwork. The boy got into a fighting stance and began to work his legs hard, jumping from foot to foot and trying to dodge. He was doing his best. His breathing quickened along with his heartbeat. Since this was the first thing he needed to learn, he thought he would be able to do this technique easily. He moved his feet from place to place, moving in small leaps. Both feet shoulder-width apart, left foot in front, right foot behind. The feet should be pointing at 2 o'clock. The girl suddenly appeared behind him and hit him on the back with a stick with all her might. The boy didn't even have time to realize it, just shrunk like a shriveled date. She looked at him and poked him with her stick, asking if he wanted to concentrate. The protagonist rubbed his head and looked at her with a hurt look. The girl looked at his feet and said his foot stuck to the ground. "Let it rip it off at last," she shouted, emphasizing everything she could. Pointing but not his stick, she ordered him to focus and concentrate. After all, his opponent was no ordinary fighter. He possesses boxing, so he's very good at dodging, speed, and counterattack. And in footwork, this idiot must be a master. Nuna looked at him with a serious look. Let him start from the beginning, 12 rounds, but let him realize that he could always give up. She herself seemed to want it to finally stop. The guy immediately started practicing hard. His trainer watched him with both eyes, still hoping that the idiot would finally give up. However, it has been amazing. The 12 runs have now lasted 36 minutes, and this was the 4th time. If it were anyone else, he'd probably start complaining by now, or just give up. But this asshole never once showed he was having a hard time. She was watching him. It was beginning to pique her interest. Well then, let's see how long he lasts. The first day, the training was really grueling. By the end, the guy couldn't feel his hind legs anymore. He'd go back to his house and skip into his yard. His friends watched him from afar, wondering if he was too far behind in school. The next day, as always, he came to the place he had set up and started practicing hard. The girl also came and sat opposite him, studying his movements. She pointed out his mistakes and the boy listened meekly, and didn't even think of contradicting her in any way. After all, she was much more experienced. In order not to waste time, the protagonist during his normal life continued to train. Walking down the street, he jumped from foot to foot and passers-by turned around at him, frightened to look after him. On the 3rd day, he practiced just as hard, doing exactly as the girl had told him. She watched him closely and tried to find some mistake and waited for him to give up at last, because she was beginning to get tired of it herself. However, the main character didn't think of giving up. What kind of guy is this? He's hanging on a lot longer than she thought he would. Finally, he was exhausted and he slumped to the floor. The boy was breathing hard, his body steaming. His clothes were soaked with the sweat of such a hard workout. However, his trainer didn't think to stop. She took the stick in her hands and came closer to him. But didn't she say that we could finish for today? She looked down at him and in a stern voice ordered him to take off his clothes. The girl looked at him as if she wanted to eat him. As soon as he heard that, he instantly blushed. It seemed he wasn't ready for something like this yet. What was she even up to? Lady? Are you out of your mind? What kind of training is he talking about there? The girl, and looked at him. Fucking asshole! Take your shoes off! Naturally, that's not what the guy originally thought. The guy pulled off his sneakers. His feet were completely scarred, calluses blistered, and now they looked like the feet of some dead man. The girl opened a tube of healing ointment, that's what she thought. His legs weren't chafed by Hilo. The guy looked at her in surprise and said that they were dirty. The girl asked, "How can a sportsman's feet be dirty?" She crouched beside him and began to rewrap his wounds. The boy shrieked in pain. He had overdone it today, after all. The girl asked, why did he put himself in such a state? She gently rewound his wounds and said there is a saying, any dance begins with the toes. She let go of his leg and slapped it lightly with the palm of her hand. A slight ripple spread through the guy's body. The guy grimaced in pain. She asked him if he knew who said that expression. Naturally, he didn't know anything. He was just listening to what his coach was telling him. The boy wondered, the strongest man in the world. The image of Bruce Lee immediately came to his mind. He looked up to him in everything and even looked a little like his idol. She walked over to him and took it. The strongest man in the world? The boy hesitated. The man already knew roughly who she was talking about, though perhaps their minds were not on the same page. She helped him up and told him that if he practiced as hard as he did, he could take that freak down in 2 weeks. 2 weeks? The boy was surprised. So soon? She nodded her head. Yes, but only if he trained very fast. However, he has to fight him tomorrow. The boy bowed his head and looked at her guiltily. The girl hesitated. Tomorrow? She started to screw the tube of ointment. The boy's insistence was beginning to irritate her again. Is he starting to play dumb again? What kind of a moron is that? The girl was getting annoyed at his stubbornness again. Why is he being so stubborn? Stop fooling around, he's not a kid anymore. As soon as it came to her, she started banging the tube of ointment on the boy's head. Why is he only talking about this now? Idiot? The boy squinted, but patiently bore the punishment. He grabbed his head. And why tomorrow? The girl didn't understand anything. The guy said that they had some sort of arrangement. An arrangement? She sighed. All guys are like that. Continuing to lose my head, the guy said he probably excelled at footwork, so we might as well get started. The girl interrupted him. Is he kidding me? She looked at him closely. That thug wasn't just a back alley bully. Did he still intend to overpower him after days of training? That's ridiculous. The boy looked at her with a doomed look. What should he do? He couldn't just give up. The girl thought, there's no way he can beat him in this situation. The announcer was bursting into a welcoming speech. A stadium had formed on the roof of the building, with a fighting ring on top of it. Today's fight will be held on the roof of a high-rise building. John stands fully prepared for this fight. Opposing each other in this arena tonight would be a once-national boxing champion, a man who had finished a fight by knockout 3 times, a super rookie. The guy smiled and told his opponent to pray he could crawl out of here alive. Young standing in the other corner of the ring, he also prepared himself. And the dark horse of the PvP club, Young Yon Ha. The crowd roared with happiness. Naturally, Charles came to see the fight. These 2 athletes will face off here and now. The man smiled and told the boy that this fight was going to be very hard. The announcer kept talking. Pro versus novice. Who will be the winner? The guy frowned and gathered all his will into a fist. He was well aware that it was going to be very hard. This was just a professional, and he was just an ordinary guy from the street. He remembered what his coach said. There was no way he could beat him when it came to sports, but this was just a fight. The girl smirked and squinted. She's agreed to show him a couple of interesting tricks, so let the kid watch carefully and memorize. She'll show him something he'll have the slightest chance with. He assumed a fighting stance and the girl began to point, saying that from now on let him mark in his head with an asterisk what she would say to him. All this time, the main character's mind was spinning with the girl's advice. The first was the art of fighting. The referee waved his hand and ordered the athletes to get ready. After a few seconds, the man waved his hand and ordered the fight to begin. If a fight is imminent, you must strike first. The protagonist followed this advice and was the first to deliver a devastating blow to his opponent, right in the jaw. The boy was ready for anything. He had absorbed the knowledge, and now he hoped to put it into practice. He grouped himself together and prepared himself for the fact that he would have to give his best. He realized that his opponent was a professional. The referee waved his hand and ordered the fight to begin. The stands froze. People were waiting in anticipation for the start of the fight. Only one thing was important to them: the good show they had paid for. As soon as the referee's hand swept past the protagonist's face, he grouped himself together and prepared to put all his strength into a single blow. His opponent didn't even have time to react. The main character's fist swiftly approached his jaw, the sound of a scathing blow. The judge bounced aside, frightened with his hands. The commentator continued to describe all the events. The newcomer unexpectedly attacks the opponent. It was the first time he'd ever been hit that hard. The boxer gritted his teeth and prepared to fight back. That asshole! Manhwa swung a second time to finally finish this slugger off. He was going to have to do a good job of getting at least a shot at a professional boxer. This time, however, his opponent was ready for it. He deftly dodged. This time it wouldn't work. He deftly ducked under his arm and in a second was on the other side of the line of attack. But everything was under control. The protagonist approached his opponent closely and looked into his frightened eyes. The guy didn't expect this. Here comes the second rule. You have to use your surroundings to your advantage. The boy deflected, and the bright rays of the sun hit his opponent's eyes, blinding him. The boy's eyes went wide, and he didn't have time to react. He didn't expect such a prank. His eyes immediately began to burn out the sun's rays. Taking advantage of this moment, the protagonist bounced to the side while Guy hesitated and covered his face with his hands. He took a more comfortable stance for the fight. Using the moment to his advantage, the boy swung his fist and drove it right into his nose again. There was a crunch. Super Rookie misses another punch. Another mistake. The commentator was out of breath. The anticipation of a good fight had the stands roaring. The people wanted bread and spectacle. They were ready to watch it forever. The dark horse continues its onslaught. All through the fight, the boys had the girl's advice in their heads. The key to beating that guy is distance. Distance? The boy was surprised. The girl was showing him how to practice his punches. That's exactly what it was, distance. Exactly, outboxer is a style of fighting in which the fighter maintains a distance and strikes from afar, trying to evade blows and seeks to wear down the opponent. From the beginning, he needs to attack consistently, from all sides to prevent him from leaving the line of attack. The protagonist stood and listened intently to all this scientific background. Actually, if he can go forward and catch the rhythm, that's the next thing he needs to do. Distance is the most important value of outboxing, however. It is a major weakness. You've got to seize the moment and close the distance. The guy started shifting forward while his opponent hesitated. You had to keep him off balance. He had to summon all his strength to corner his opponent. He had to close the distance as soon as possible, or he would never win the fight. The boy ran up to his opponent, and hard and direct blows began to bombard the boxer. He could not even do anything. His head dangled lifelessly in different directions under the onslaught of the protagonist. People were shocked. What? Wasn't this Super Rookie an extremely fast athlete? He misses punches all the time. What a bunch of assholes. What do they know? John closed in on his opponent's punches and tried to find a moment to counterattack. But still, despite his best efforts, nothing worked out for him. No matter how hard he tried to come out from around the corner, his opponent would predict all his punches. The protagonist threw one punch after another, keeping his opponent at bay. He got into a defensive stance. That idiot had pumped up his skills. Well, he'd have to be on guard. He'd have to wait for the moment and strike. After much effort, he managed to wait for the right moment when the hero was about to make a direct strike. Now he had to counterattack. The man prepared himself and got into a fighting stance. He came back from a direct hit. He dodged, and with all his might, he hit the protagonist's fist right under his breath. The boy struggled to his feet, his breath hitching. The commentator saw all this and happily announced that the super rookie had finally hit his opponent. The protagonist started breathing convulsively and trying to regain consciousness. The punch was really hard. He had to stand. Super Rookie gets out of the corner with his skilled moves. The guy cleverly slipped out of the trap and now finds himself free. The protagonist wanted to hit him, but now he misses. Chan came out of the trap, and now the main character was standing in the corner. The real coup was coming. The boy stood and looked at the protagonist. Who did he think he was? A few seconds later, the boxer's powerful sledgehammer approached the protagonist's face. He naturally would not have had time to dodge, and caught the powerful straight punch right in his nose. He tried to counterattack, but his sweeping blows failed to reach their target. They were just pathetic tricks. The experienced boxer avoided all attacks with quick movements. Well, it's time to call it a day. He was right behind our hero and prepared his powerful blow. The boy realized that there was no way he could dodge it now. Indeed, the boxer dodged and delivered a powerful uppercut right in the jaw. The main character's head fell back. His eyes went dark and all the thoughts in his head became confused. His jaw seemed to have been blown out. The announcer did not have time to comment on all the events taking place. The super rookie has finally become active. Our hero tried to come to his senses. A single phrase appeared in his mind. Don't let him get too far away from you. He remembered those moments when Nuna had taught him all the tricks of combat, even if she had said it. He doesn't stand much of a chance anyway, does he? Her fist stopped just a few centimeters from his chin. The guy was even a little scared. If the girl hit, he definitely wouldn't be able to stand up anymore. And here's the next step. The guy kept taking the blows and tried to stay on his feet. The boxer was incredibly experienced. His fists were like pistol bullets, impossible to follow. One blow after another rained down on the protagonist, but he bided his time. The next step is to never strike an opponent in order to block an attack. Another hit to jaws, but the protagonist is on his feet the moment he gets hit, needing to attack back. That's the third major fighting skill. The guy catches a punch, but he also threw a straight punch right at the boxer's nose. Offense is the best defense. Chan tried to steady himself. He felt dizzy and sparks sprinkled from his eyes. The punch was strong, even if it was a beginner, but it was a solid punch. Jung rejected back. He endured incredible pain but still followed his trainer's advice. At least he had no other choice. What a cocksucker! The boxer was furious. He took aim again and aimed the full force of his fist straight at his opponent's jaw. Naturally, the protagonist did not dodge. He also swung and prepared to hit back. His fist hit the target and his opponent's jaw cracked. Another synchronized attack. And not again hit each other at the same time. To everyone's surprise, they deflected away from each other and once again scattered to different corners from their own force of impact. Chan was furious. He was like a wounded wolf. That bastard's punch is heavy after all. He's practically in the same weight class as him, but he loses to him in strength. What a devil. The guy got back into his fighting stance and prepared himself. He could finish him using only his own strength. But the boxer decided to take the cunning. When the protagonist decided to throw his next punch, the boxer ducked and moved away. Suddenly, unexpectedly for the guy, he came close to him. He didn't even have time to realize anything. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, the boxer ran to the protagonist and hugged him tightly. It wasn't more like a hug, but some sort of grab. Young asked, "What's that asshole doing?" "What the hell?" The boy was boiling with rage. His rival blushed and pretended to say that he hadn't felt a man's warmth in a long time. Let him wait for a bit. Charles, who was watching, even blushed with embarrassment. Are they sticking together? The crowd started chanting. Are they meeting? The crowd began to squeal in surprise. Charles clapped his hands together and began to tell them to date. John stuck out his tongue and said that the main character was much warmer than he thought. What the hell just happened? Is this some kind of performance? The guy pulled away from him and bounced the other way. The fight went on and it flared up with renewed vigor. The stands were watching with great interest, but even so, he thinks the girl's warmth is much better. The boxer jumped towards him and prepared his weighty fist while his opponent hesitated. Young. From the surprise, he didn't even have time to regroup. He swung his fist, however. The experienced boxer had already aimed his straight punch at his nose. The main character's eyes went black at that moment. The impact was unbelievably strong, and it cost him a great deal of effort to stay on his feet. A straight punch was followed by a powerful uppercut right to the jaw. The protagonist endured it all, his eyes ready to fall out of their orbits from such blows. Then another side kick to the cheek. His jaw was ready to break in half, but the boy was still somehow standing. The crowd was watching in rapt attention. Wow, did that sound really come from a punch? Is he having a power surge? The crowd raised their hands up in admiration. There was such a shout everywhere that you had to cover your ears to keep from going deaf. The super rookie was energized. The crowd cheered him on as he beat down our hero. Shouts could be heard from everywhere. Come on, turn him into a bloody mess. The crowd began to chant their slogans. Charles stood in the distance and watched the whole thing. Wow, this kid's amazing, isn't he? The man took a drag on his cigarette. He squinted his eyes and wondered if it was impossible for him to suddenly become that much stronger. But the fight was getting more and more interesting. It didn't matter how it happened. It was the spectacle that mattered. Incidentally, he remembered one busy thing the moment Kong Chong applied his clinch. Young Ha took it as a joke? The man took out a small lighter from his pocket that contrasted with his skin. The man smiled his friendly smile. But maybe in sports that would be a violation. But here they could do anything. Behind him the crowd roared and the man smilingly watched the scene in the arena. His smile spread wider and wider. Kong Cheng is fast and has incredible strength. The fight will be very interesting. The man stared there even more, anticipating the incredible spectacle. The boxer threw his cannon blows one after another. Now what does the newcomer intend to do? The protagonist continued to take a lot of punches. The super rookie began to overwhelm his opponent. 305 Yong Ha tried to stay on his feet. His face was covered in abrasions and his nose was bleeding. He has both speed and strength. Now, I have no way to defeat him. The protagonist realized the hopelessness of his situation. Suddenly he passed into himself and shifted his gaze down to his opponent's legs. Now, as if he were a computer, he began to read all the actions and skillfully copy them. He remembered everything he'd been taught. He finally remembered what the girl had taught him. Footwork. Finally, a way out. All that was left was to put it into practice, and victory was in his pocket. That night she explained everything she could to him in such a short time. If he lost that day, it couldn't be helped. They had too little time anyway. The girl looked at him with the stern gaze of a true teacher. By being able to apply footwork in action, he could change the situation slightly in his favor. But learning a lot of footwork in 3 days, it is simply impossible. It's a lot of work, it takes a lot of training, it's impossible in such a short time. The boy understood what he was told, but he had no choice. He had to get out of it as fast as possible. He got back into a fighting stance and now began to work his legs harder. That's a lot of work? What if we could do it the other way around? The boy's rage flared again. Now, he had to work his head better. He slipped away and with a quick movement he moved behind his opponent's back. The boxer didn't even have time to react and his fist flew past him. The boy was already behind him. He stood in the opposite corner of the ring and once again adopted the fighter's stance. With a surprisingly sharp reaction, He applied everything he had been learning all these 3 days. The guy had finally figured out how to work his legs, and now he needed to focus on learning how to use them in the field. It was like something clicked in his head, and now he started working hard. His rival didn't expect this. He gritted his teeth. What a bastard! How did he do that? He didn't have any of this? How did he learn? This man didn't have any fighting background, and now he's acting like a real experienced fighter. He opened his eyes in surprise. The boy didn't hesitate, and after a few small jumps he brought the full force of his fist down on his opponent's jaw. His face crumpled like a plastic bottle. Did it work? Did it really work? His opponent didn't have time to react. He received a powerful blow. It was as if everything in his head had turned upside down. Chan couldn't believe his eyes. It was crazy. This idiot doesn't even have some sort of battle base after all. How did he do that? The man stepped back. That punch was really strong. Even for such a seasoned boxer, it seemed stunning. He kept following the main character, but he was still able to use footwork. How is that possible? He clenched his teeth. That motherfucker! What the fuck? How did this rookie get the drop on him? The man's honor had been hurt. Now he needed revenge. Now he no longer felt his advantage in the ring. But how is that possible? It's just a rookie who didn't know how to do anything yesterday, and now he's fighting him on equal footing. Boxer dodged and prepared his fist. It was just a coincidence. He didn't want to believe that some newcomer could trick him. It was unthinkable. He aimed at his opponent again, but the protagonist worked his legs as if he had been boxing all his life. Deftly dodging each punch, he fluttered like a butterfly. Was it a coincidence or not? Boxer was already doubting his own words. This newcomer was amazing. He was learning on the fly. Boxer had never seen such people before in his life. It was simply impossible. How could one learn such a heavy technique in just a few days? Besides, learning while fighting was unbelievable. Not a single one of his punches reached its target. Something very different. It was as if the protagonist had been reborn. Now he moved in a completely different way, like a professional fighter. What the fuck? The boxer didn't understand a thing. He couldn't even hit his opponent, and the boy was jumping from side to side like a bee. A few seconds had passed, and the protagonist had come within one step and was already swinging his huge fist to deliver the final crushing blow. His opponent couldn't even realize anything. He only let out a stifled groan. He's attacking him using footwork? Those are boxing moves. What kind of man is that? He's just some kind of monster. The main character's fist hit the target and the man flew aside, hitting the corner of the ring. He flew so far that he hit the ropes and almost managed to hold on. The ropes tightened, holding him back, his body. It felt like a train had hit him. It was the first time he'd ever been hit with such force that he couldn't stay on his feet. Still, the railing failed and pushed the super rookie away. He fell to his knees, his head down. The blow had been hard, and now he had to work very hard to recover. The crowd roared. The super rookie took a knee. No one would have thought that there would be such an outcome to the fight. In the entire existence of this arena, this was the first time that a newcomer who had come so recently was able to take down an experienced fighter in a few minutes. Moreover, no one had ever heard of this newcomer before. Charles stood deep in the crowd and, hiding his eyes behind his sunglasses, watched the whole thing. This kid is a very interesting specimen. We'll have to keep a close eye on him. He was able to achieve a high score by combining fighting techniques with his own strength. He has great potential. The protagonist at this time was looking at his opponent with a predator's gaze. He had succeeded. His training was not in vain after all. The boxer sat in complete shock. His nose was bleeding. He couldn't believe that he had lost to some brat. The moment the protagonist started using footwork, the super rookie lost all his advantage. For someone who is skilled in outboxing techniques, this could be a big problem. What's more, the super rookie still didn't seem to be able to realize what had happened. He was on his knees with a crushed lighter lying on the floor. He still couldn't even recover from the fact that he'd been hit, but from the realization that he'd lost. Shit. When did he drop it? He stared at himself with distraught eyes, unable to comprehend anything. It was the first time he had ever experienced such a thing. Suddenly, his head spinning, his realization coming too late. How dizzying! He pitched forward and began to fall into the ring, consciousness leaving his head like water through his fingers now. The winner was finally decided. The protagonist looked surprised at his opponent, who was also struggling to get up. "The super rookie can't get up," the announcer shouted with joy. The winner of the fight was determined. He looked down and saw a lighter lying on the floor. What's lying there? No idea. I think it was dropped by a super rookie. The boy bent down and picked up the lighter. What the hell is that? A super rookie fighting with a lighter in his hand? Is that what they call boxing? The protagonist picked up the lighter and clenched it in his fist. What an idiot. Super weak. This is not good. If he starts fighting with the lighter, he's definitely going to die. Jung clutched the lighter in his hands and looked at his rival and shouted for him to give it back immediately. He was surprisingly scared that not only had his secret been revealed, but now it would be the end of him. His only weapon was now useless. The protagonist was very surprised he couldn't be defeated without this fucking thing. He clenched his hands and in one motion broke the lighter in half. The protagonist opened his fist and spat out the shards of the lighter. The crowd was in shock, all watching with wonder and anticipation. What would be the outcome of the fight? Of course, it was a bare-knuckle fight, but everyone thought that the super rookie was an experienced and strong fighter, and it turns out that he used cunning tricks to win. He's crazy. The protagonist now realized everything. The advantage was on his side. The super rookie watched as his only weapon crumbled into splinters, and now he wouldn't stand a chance. Jong stomped on the remains of the lighter and it crumbled into more pieces with a crunch. Now his opponent was completely disarmed. He looked fearfully at the protagonist and in a trembling voice told him not to approach. For a second, an inhuman fear for his life flashed in his eyes. He was going to kill him. Would his whole career and life end now? He wanted to live so badly in that moment, he literally rethought his entire short life. The fear was unbelievable. He felt like he was going to wet himself on the spot. Jung slowly approached with slow steps. He looked so threatening that it was as if a demon had possessed his body. His opponent's entire body began to shake with fear. He realized that if he didn't do anything, he would definitely be finished. A second later, a heavy fist came down on the boxer's face. There was a loud crunch. The nose literally went into the skull. Pieces of blood flew in different directions. The boy removed his fist. The super rookie realized at that moment he was finished. It was over. Consciousness was leaving him, and his opponent was hitting harder and harder. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger. And this bastard still had plenty of it. And indeed, the protagonist continued to pummel him with such force as if it were the last fight of his life. The fist came down again and literally dented the boxer's face inside. He couldn't even say anything. He felt so much pain that he thought he was going to die of pain shock. He swung again and again, and his fist came to its target again and again. The boy no longer thought of stopping. He was like a car that had gone off the brakes. His heavy fists were coming at his opponent's face time after time. His bones were starting to crack, but the protagonist didn't think of stopping. Jong looked at his opponent as if he were prey. His face turned into a sort of beastly grin. Even though he was covered in blood, he didn't want to stop. Jung didn't think of stopping. He swung again and again and again and again. The heavy fist came down on his opponent's face. It seemed that a demon had finally entered his body. His opponent was begging for mercy. The boxer's face now looked like a bloody mess in the dotted remnants of his voice. He said that the protagonist had won. That was enough. He grabbed his opponent by the scruff of the neck and shouted that he didn't care right now. He did say, "last time." Does he remember what he said or not? Jung leaned close to his face. He had said last time that beating someone to a pulp was just a life experience. His opponent didn't know what to do. His teeth were almost gone and tears were streaming from his eyes. His eyes watered from countless blows. The man cried and realized that he was finished. The voice of the protagonist sounded like a thunderclap. He looked at his opponent like a wounded beast that was about to be devoured. Well, now, it was time for him to help the protagonist become more experienced. Young Zhang swung even harder and prepared to lower his weighty sledgehammer to deliver the final crushing blow. His opponent was already crying from the realization that he was about to die. His eyes reflected the protagonist's fist. Is he crazy? He sounds like he's talking seriously. The man realized that it was useless to resist. Now he would be finished. Is he going to be a cripple? Is he going to stare at the ceiling his whole life? No, he doesn't want to. He's scared. For the first time in his life, he felt an incredible fear for his life. He imagined lying in a hospital bed, entangled in wires and tubes, and all he would have left was his own thoughts. At that moment, he realized how much he valued his life. He didn't want to, he was afraid. A deafening scream came out of the man's mouth, a scream of despair and more, the realization that he was finished. However, nothing happened. The main character's fist came down a few centimeters from his head. The blow was so powerful that the ring started to crack. He was foaming at the mouth. He was in real shock. The last thing he heard were the words of the protagonist. He told him to thank the girl in the sports uniform. After all, she was the only reason he was willing to give him another chance right now. The man withdrew his fist, and a large crack formed where it had been. He looked at his opponent and said he should apologize to the guy he beat up and to his father, and if he didn't... The boy paused rhetorically. Looking at his opponent one last time, he told him to be sure that next time he wouldn't miss, and his fist would still reach the target. The winner was finally determined. Jung Yong-ha had won an unqualified victory. Battle points. Charles walked up to him and cheerfully said that the closing part of the fight was just fine. The man was incredibly satisfied. The protagonist's opponent was already being carried away on a stretcher. The man looked up and said dreamily, as if this was the feeling that filled Goethe when he wrote Faust. The boy mopped up the blood. What kind of heresy was he talking now? Naturally, the boy did not know the work. He had already turned around and was about to go back to his business when Charles suddenly called out to him. "Hey, wait! He's done a good job. Why don't he go and relax now?" There are 4 matches going on tonight, and the main event match was the opener for them. The man smiled. The rest of the matches would be for first and second places. Wouldn't he like to go with him and gain experience, so to speak? The protagonist. That certainly interested him. He turned around and asked, "First place?" The man nodded in satisfaction. It was a great opportunity. It turns out that the guy in the red hoodie will be there too, Kang Soo-ho. Another match was over. The winner is the White Glacier. A man fully dressed in white flaunted himself in front of the audience. His opponent was lying unconscious, his mouth bleeding. The protagonist sat with Charles and watched with surprise and delight, trying to analyze the movement of athletes. The man offered him to take some popcorn. The guy agreed. The announcer's voice echoed through the night city and echoed off the walls of the buildings. Night had already fallen on the city, and the first stars were beginning to appear in the sky. After a heated battle, the winner of this battle will get a lot of dollars. A smiling man walked up to the audience, putting in the microphone even closer to the card. Taking a rhetorical pause, he began. And so, the moment they've all been waiting for, today's main match is about to begin. The stands erupted into shouting again. People were in anticipation. The most interesting thing was just ahead. Charles smiled and asked the boy, "There weren't many people at his fight, right?" The boy looked at him with an incredulous look. He understood everything perfectly. The announcer continued speaking. "Well, we present today's athletes. The man who displaced the red brick from second place. The rising star who was climbing the blood-drenched stairs right now. The man who looked more like a mountain of muscle was climbing into the ring. The second-ranked athlete, the invincible lion." In front of him stood a man completely covered in tattoos and scars. He looked like he had risen from the depths of hell. On his chest was a huge dragon tattoo. The legend of the PvP club would fight him. In the next corner of the ring stood the very guy in the red hoodie, the invincible champion. The announcer was in indescribable anticipation. The one and only champion. Togo roared and the protagonist stared out of both eyes to get a better look at his target. Kang Soo-ho looked at his opponent like meat. His gaze was cold and determined, and there was a cold calculation in his mind. The announcer continued to speak loudly. "These two will fight here and now in this arena." The boys roared. The people were excited to see the most historic battle they had ever seen. "It seems that the athletes are ready to fight. Let's start the fight without further ado." The rivals stared at each other with searing glares. The lion looked as threatening as possible, but the champion didn't seem to care at all. Charles gave the main character a friendly hug. He told the kid to watch carefully, crunching his popcorn as the man continued to smile broadly. The announcer ordered the athletes to get ready, all because they are fights of the same and the strongest players. The boy stared straight at the arena where the epical battle was now unfolding. The lion struck the first blow. He clenched his weighty fist, more like a great hammer, and strode toward the champion. He was as cold as ever, his movements quick and precise. Finally, the athletes started the battle. The fight began. The movement of each of the athletes was just perfect. You could feel years of experience and hardened in training bodies. Lion's fist was already a few centimeters away from the champion's face as he suddenly dodged at the very last moment. As I've come to expect from champions, he instantly takes the initiative by making a phenomenal move. There's a heavy sound in the stadium. The lion was simply furious. He seemed ready to tear apart his opponent. Maybe he even blushed at this tension. The champion saw only a target in front of him. He was already preparing to strike next. His fist was like lightning. It was impossible to follow. The blows came one after another like machine gun fire, and the lion put out two of his huge hands to cover his head. His skin was so tough that he was in no danger from the blows. The black lion started to fight back. The champion struck one after another. However, no matter what, the champion continued to dominate the ring. He threw his punches relentlessly, as if he never tired at all. Charles started crunching popcorn. The speed and agility of the champions prevail, but his opponent is not a fool either. The protagonist did not listen to him, but simply watched every movement of the fighters. The black lion was closing in from all of the champion's attacks. If you looked closely, it would appear that he was only blocking attacks. However, that's not entirely true. He minimizes the damage he takes by using his stance. As he gradually approaches his opponent, he shortens the distance for his single strike. As it happened, Lev waited a few seconds, approached the champions and swinging his arm, prepared to deliver his blow. The hand flew only a few centimeters away from the champion's face, and a little for his cause. However, it didn't do him much harm. The champion swung his leg and kicked him in the neck. The lion didn't have time to block it, but he didn't fall down, pushing the champion back into a fighting stance. The protagonist watched with amazement and delight. It seems that the black lion lost a couple of teeth after such a blow. The champion is determined to destroy his opponent. However, the boy saw that the fight was taking a completely different turn. It was a knife. Everyone could see that the champion's face was covered with blood. The blow had reached its goal after all. Indeed, there was a small, sharp knife in the black lion's hands which he clutched with his fingers. Indeed, it would be without rules. Everything is allowed here. The crowd began to cheer. The fight became more and more interesting. They could not wait for the denouement. Athletes were not inferior to each other in the village. Besides, guns were allowed here. Charles noticed the protagonist's surprise and leaned over to him and said that there was nothing special here. The boy still couldn't believe who could believe that such a thing was happening in this arena. After all, it was waiting for him too. Charles continued talking as if nothing had happened. This match is subject to the freestyle rule, which allows the use of certain weapons. The restrictions on martial arts are also lifted. Black Lion Base is a Filipino martial art in which weapons are used. Kali Arnis. He swung and aimed his dagger straight at his opponent. As soon as the shifter starts, fighting power increases exponentially. In addition, the specialty of his fighting technique is cunning. The Black Lion could easily strike the champion's left eye with his weapon. Therefore, all attack would now be made only on the opponent's left side. Indeed, the champion began to strike only to one side, due to the fact that his view was now limited. Charles said he thought even a champion would have a hard time countering it. And indeed, the knife was flying only a few centimeters from the boy's face, but he was skillfully maneuvering so far. The protagonist asked in surprise, "Then why doesn't the champion use a weapon?" Charles smiled because... Charles paused for a short rhetorical pause. All because the champion has no weapons. The boy wondered how so. If you can, why not use it? Once the champion said one thing that later became his main slogan. The only weapon he trusted was his fists. The champion put his arm forward and prepared to strike next. The protagonist asked, "So it turns out that he's only going to fight with his bare hands now?" Charles nodded his head. "Yes, there's a reason he's staying at the top." He took a small piece of popcorn and told the guy to start watching closely from now on. The Black Lion wondered, what was this desperate pose? The champion stood opposite and didn't say a word. He was completely focused. The Black Lion lunged at him with his knife straight ahead. It seemed that the champion could not dodge such a frontal attack. However, the man stood still holding his hand forward as if aiming at something. He was staring at his opponent with his one eye. A few seconds had passed, and the knife had literally already reached its target, when suddenly the champion struck his hand right on the Black Lion's arm and knocked the knife out of his hand in one clear blow. The opponent was shocked. He raised his head in surprise and watched his weapon fly high up. How could this man react like that? He has a cold weapon, so why is this man so fast? He didn't even have time to wound him before he put his arm out and the knife flew high up. What the hell is going on? The lion was in shock. 000 thoughts swarmed in his head. Now what to do? Suho dodged and caught the knife. Now he was armed. Weapons held like this? He got into a proper fighting stance and prepared to attack. What a freak! Black Lion gritted his teeth and screamed. He still had one more knife left. Now their odds were even. He would have to try very hard to defeat this opponent. He could not retreat. He had to win at any cost, even at the cost of his own life. The Black Lion was a master of his martial art, however. Against him was an opponent who copied all of his techniques with precision. He would have to try very hard to at least stay intact. "Stop showing off!" He grasped the hilt of the knife tighter and took aim, flying straight at his opponent. There were no obstacles for him now. He only saw his opponent as a target to be hit. Victory was just around the corner. Now he had a cold weapon. It would be too easy. He was a master of his martial art. Besides, he had a cold weapon. The good news is that this is fighting without rules, and absolutely everything is allowed here. He threw dozens of punches, but the champion dodged them with amazing agility and speed. As he dodged the attacks, he came closer and closer to his opponent. The Black Lion could not calm down. He still hoped that he had the advantage. The two athletes were at each other's throats. The guys were watching all of this from the podium. Did the champion really have the same martial art? The protagonist looked forward in surprise. Charles shook his head. No, he had never studied it. All this time he just watched his opponent fight. Then, how he was using this martial art and slowly learning the techniques. It was just an incredible technique and required a lot of concentration. In addition to holding his punches, he studied his opponent's movements. He had incredible stamina. This man is incredible. How much practice does it take to get to that level? The protagonist was shocked by what he saw. It was the first time he had ever seen an ordinary person fight like that. It was a completely unattainable level. He even thought for a second that he couldn't defeat this man even if he wanted to very badly. Now that he knows enough, He can use his opponent's technique against himself. In addition, he is now armed. Finally surprised, studied during the battle? How does he do it? Charles smiled and replied that it's exactly like that. That is the main advantage over the opponent. The reason this man is still at the top of the food chain is because he can learn his opponent's technique incredibly quickly. The guy took aim, and after waiting for a moment, he hit his opponent with such force that even a pile of muscles could not save him from imminent defeat. The huge man couldn't stay on his feet and flew aside. The champion had fought about 200 fights. He stood and looked at his opponent with a searing gaze. Therefore, he was able to accumulate a huge amount of information in that amount of time. The more he fights, the stronger and more experienced he becomes. He knows many martial arts and skillfully uses the best techniques. This man is like a sponge who absorbs any information about a martial art. Then he uses his own techniques against his enemy. This puts the opponent in a stupor, and then the champion seizes the initiative. For him, life is a struggle, an eternal struggle where he perfects his skills to get stronger and stronger every day. He's already forgotten his life. He only needs one thing: constant training and the thirst for victory. He's a monster among monsters. No one in strength, speed, and endurance, and most importantly in adaptability, can match him. He swung around and delivered another straight punch right to his opponent's jaw. Just like in boxing, he was a genius among geniuses. He had almost every martial art in his arsenal. So taekwondo, deadly kicks. His body was stronger than steel. His fists like a machine gun. They left no chance to his opponent. He struck harder and harder. It seemed as if he had not tired at all during the fight. Every day, he gets stronger and stronger. Even now, he's studying and learning fighting styles. He used the Kyokushinkai kick and hit him directly under the breath. His opponent's bones cracked and he gave a suppressed scream. He was in incredible pain. It felt like his lungs were about to burn. In the last 2 years, not one of those who had fought him and were in second place had been able to defeat him. The boy pushed off with his foot to give himself some springiness. He used the acceleration to deliver a crushing knee strike right to the jaw. His opponent's head snapped back, and it looked like it was about to come off, flying far away. Even though the Black Lion was an incredibly experienced fighter, he was still no match for the current champion. No one had been able to move up to first place before this time, being in second place because of the wall in the person of Kang Soo-ho. The boy watched every movement and analyzed what he saw. Charles kept talking. Athletes change, but the place of the champion does not. The Black Lion can no longer continue the fight. The announcer announced that the fight was finally over. The undefeated champion Kang Soo-ho wins the match once again. His opponent was lying on the mats and couldn't even move. His body was completely exhausted. This is the culmination of the #1 athlete in this ranking. Probably no one could ever beat this man. The champion looked at his opponent with his eyes, his cut eye open and completely covered in blood. Charles looked at the protagonist and smiled. So, how does he feel? Do I think it's that he can still get to this place? The kid frowned. Would he be able to defeat him? Of course he could. He has a lot of perseverance and he's also a fast learner. The boy is already used to facing difficulties on his way. Well, this will not be another obstacle for him. All he has to do is work hard to become the best in this academy. But first, he had to at least get in. His strength was quite high, however. He lacked skill, but that wasn't a problem. He would still find a way to learn martial arts and improve his skills. Besides, the reason he's here and the reason he started doing this in the first place is not to give up and give in. He wants to do better than this guy. The boy looked as determined as possible, and at that moment it seemed like nothing in the world could stop him. He looked at his target, in the form of the reigning champion, and in that moment brimmed with even more confidence that he wanted to defeat him. Even though it was an unattainable height for him right now, he would definitely reach it. Nuna looked at him in surprise. No. He had defeated that guy. What more did he want? Is he spying on her again? Already she was starting to slowly boil at such insolence. What does he want? She told him everything. Is he really that stubborn? What the fuck? The protagonist was on his knees in front of her again, and once again begging her to teach her more to him. It looked like he wasn't going to let go of her that easily. He looked at her with eyes full of confidence and said that he still lacked a lot. Let him study at their academy. However, the girl didn't even think of listening to him. Stop talking nonsense. Let him get the hell out of here. They're even with him. She turned to him and headed with quick steps in the opposite direction. Riding Academy doesn't train bullies, so let him look for another place. The guy clenched his fist. No. This is where he wants to study. He said it as confidently as possible. Continuing to kneel, he said it's because he wants to surpass Kang Soo-ho. After saying that, the girl seemed to stop for a second. What? That's a bit of a stumper. What did he just say? She turned back to him and asked in surprise how he knew. The boy continued to kneel and glare at her with an insistent stare. The girl turned to him and looked at the boy with a surprised look. How does he know about Kang Soo-ho? The guy had to tell her the reason he came here in the first place. It turns out he beat him up. The main character replied that he had been looking for him for a few days and found him at the fight club. Now the girl softened a little. They sat down on a nearby bench and started talking. She asked, "So he's saying that this man is the first in the ranking?" The boy nodded his head. Yes, he couldn't tell her more than that. The girl gritted her teeth and asked, how did he know that Jerk was from Halim Academy? The boy looked at her with a surprised look. Turning to the girl, he replied that the man Walks constantly wore a jacket with their academy's name on it. As soon as the girl heard that, she sighed heavily. What an idiot. As soon as she realized what she was talking about, she couldn't hold her anger in. She could see her anger boiling over, and she was about to explode like a volcano. You fucking bastard! She shouted this with such force that the cat who was sitting next to them jumped up from her seat and hissed a few meters away. Nuna was simply furious. But why was she so pissed off by this fact? What was the big deal? Though who knows what was in that girl's head? She finally calmed down and said that the man was a complete lowlife and a scumbag. He was no longer a part of their academy. The girl said it in a voice full of bitterness. It was because of one incident. It had happened quite a long time ago, and it was the reason why this man had left the academy. Or rather, he had been expelled. It was obvious that it was hard for her to remember these events. Apparently something had happened then that caused this man to be expelled from the academy. And her voice was quiet, unaccustomed quiet, because the protagonist remembered that she was always shouting. And now it was as if she was at a loss. Kang Soo-ho was sitting in his room with several hundred wads of money lying on his floor. This boy was incredibly rich because of his battle winnings. He would throw a tennis ball at the wall and catch it back. The girl's voice became more serious, all because that person had been banished. Now, she had even cooled down a bit. Her eyes turned normal and her voice quieted down a bit. It seemed that she was very sad to talk about this incident, however, overpowering herself. She still carried on with her story. The protagonist kept looking at the girl with interest and waited for the story to continue. Banished? But why? The guy did not understand anything because this man is so strong, dexterous, and also smart. Why cast him out? It's not logical. He was probably the best in this academy, so why do it? She was silent for a while, and it was obvious that it was very hard for her to talk about it. The guy must have realized that and decided that it was better not to ask her about it now. He got up from his seat and said it didn't matter. It was time for him to go, since it was getting late. The boy headed in the opposite direction. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked what he was doing. The guy moved in the opposite direction with a steady stride. The girl asked, "Is he just going to walk away?" Suddenly, the protagonist caught something in her voice that he hadn't heard before. Her voice trembled. He stopped and turned to look at her. Now, he didn't know what to say. The guy was in a bit of a stupor. It was the first time he saw a girl like that, and he didn't know what to do and how to calm a person down. It was just that she looked upset, so I decided not to bother her. The girl continued to stare at him with a sad look. It was obvious that her eyes were filled with an incredible sense of sadness. Well, she didn't say anything else, and the guy quickly went about his business, leaving the girl alone with her thoughts. Soon she went back to her place at the academy. What? That jerk is not perceptive at all. The girl didn't know what to do with herself. She opened the door loudly and took a quick step inside the building. This conversation had knocked her out a little bit. She needed to get some rest. Besides, what does that asshole think he is? He thinks he's a psychologist. He's so perceptive. She was standing outside the academy door, locking it shut. Does she look upset? What a jerk. She must have been hurt by the protagonist's words, and now she was trying to deal with her inner anger. The girl opened the door and stepped inside. What did he know? There was a familiar voice waiting for her. Again, the last thing she wanted to do right now was talk to someone. She just needed to be alone to get her feelings in order. After this conversation, she needed to de-stress and relax a little. Inside stood the same kid who'd been pestering her to teach her. Where did she go? The kid was holding 2 dumbbells. The girl rudely threw out that it was none of his business, and anyway, why was he still here? After that question, the guy got a little busy. It was obvious that he was incredibly shy at the sight of the girl. In a stammering voice, he replied that he wanted to study some more. What a meanie. The girl looked at him with a condescending look and said that, in that case, he was good. Lee smiled and said that, since they had met, she might want to say something to her. The boy hesitated, trying to find the right words. Now, can't you teach him how to fight? He's been practicing for a month. Besides, the girl had said that if he practiced hard, he'd be able to do it. The boy didn't have time to finish because he looked up and saw something scary. Nuna was just furious. She was ready to tear this boy apart. All he could do was let out a suppressed groan. The girl looked really threatening, and now he had to get out of here as soon as possible if he wanted to get away in one piece. He picked the absolute worst time to ask her questions. He's that asshole. The girl screamed that the idiot was fucking with her. Right now, he was going to spar with her. Ion was going to die. The guy screamed in horror. He realized he had made a mistake, but now there was nowhere to go. Jong came to school the next day. He was no longer in his tracksuit, but to everyone's surprise, he came in his school uniform. Suddenly, some sounds of thumping and pleading for help reached his ears. The guy turned his head and saw how a few meters away from him, 2 schoolboys were beating up a weak kid. They were kicking him and extorting money from him. The poor guy was already unconscious, but he was still beaten. Doesn't he want to go to his senses? What the hell does he need a wallet for then? At least let them take it away. They continued to mock the poor guy. One of them asked if he knew Jung Yon Ha from high school. Well, they go to that school too. The guy lit a cigarette and smiled predatorily and said that if that degenerate didn't want him to call him, he'd better let him give him the money. Suddenly, the voice of the protagonist was heard. He calmly walked down the stairs with a quick step and asked what the 2 of them were doing. The protagonist could not allow such a horror to happen in his territory. He himself had never allowed himself to be so rampant over the week, and here some freaks were beating him to a pulp. This had to stop immediately. The protagonist's face was full of anger. He couldn't stand it when those who were weaker were insulted. He looked at the 2 of them as if they were trash, ready to tear them to shreds. Du-yoon sat and played on his phone while the others watched. Apparently, what was happening on the screen was incredibly exciting as the students crowded around him and watched with admiration. Suddenly, the main character called out to him. He didn't even turn around to say hello and was immediately surprised. The main character was holding those 2 assholes who beat up the schoolboy. He asked, "What kind of trash is this?" The boy looked at them as if he didn't understand anything. The protagonist continued to look ahead warily. Those lowlifes were extorting money from kids from other schools. Besides, they were using their names. Did they ever do that kind of thing? These guys had gotten so crazy that they were no longer worth anything. Du-yun looked at this shocking sight with his big eyes. "What the fuck is this?" the main character continued. "What does he even do here?" Suddenly, the guy couldn't take it anymore and threw his phone, which immediately crumbled, and shouted, "Why the fuck is he humiliating him?" Du-yun had long wanted to say a few affectionate words to his comrade. He was sick of being constantly teased and made a scapegoat. After all, it's just not fair. They're all the same. Why is he the only one getting screwed? He stood up and got on the same level as the protagonist. Why the fuck does he keep humiliating him? The protagonist looked at him with a calm gaze. Suddenly the boy poked him in the chest with his finger and shouted that he wasn't doing a damn thing because he didn't even show up at school. He's out of school and he's out there somewhere, and his friends are still here. He won't say anything about it. That's not right either. He said that in his absence, he and Lee Gi-tai, who was lying on the next desk, were to look after the school and seemed to be asleep again. When he heard his name, he woke up briefly. Suddenly, someone's soft hand lay on the protagonist's back. Gaide finally woke up and yawned sweetly. He looked at his friends, who were fighting again for some reason, with an uncomprehending gaze. Soon the guys went to the roof to discuss a couple of things that had accumulated. Indeed, the protagonist had been neglecting school lately. Gi-tae leaned on the railing and said that there had just been some changes at school for a while. He doesn't know anything because he was never here. Originally, all the power of the school belonged to the 10th graders. They made the rules here and reigned as they pleased. No one could interfere with them and say anything against their will, or he would be beaten up instantly. However, not too long ago, a major incident occurred that caused most of the students to be suspended from school. Such an incident shook the entire school and caused classes to stop for a few days. Even in a school where there were many bullies, this was too much. Such an act was beyond anything that could be done in this place. After that, the main character transferred to their class, and that's when it all started. The strength of the 10th graders increased exponentially, so the upperclassmen began to get nervous. A month ago, those who had been suspended for the incident began returning to school. These two were on a whole different level. They were stronger, faster, and smarter than any of the students in the school. These people were incredibly violent. It was best they didn't cross the road, or else whoever did would risk getting in a lot of trouble. And they've started a power grab on top of that. So the 9th graders started to take their side. Our company had very little influence left in this school. Now their authority was gradually declining, and they had fewer and fewer allies who could support them in this endeavor. Gi-dae looked at him with a doomed look. He thinks they're up to something. Things are about to change. Du-yun asked. Now that idiot has figured it out. It wasn't because of him. How infuriating! Suddenly the doors opened and several people came inside. Someone's voice was heard. Oh my God, just as it said. The voice seemed vaguely familiar. Several high school students dressed in the same uniform appeared there. A kid he didn't know was standing at the entrance and smilingly said that he knew all too well that 9th graders used this place a lot. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked who he was anyway. The stranger asked, "Is he visually impaired?" The man's voice sounded so arrogant that the protagonist's teeth clenched by themselves. Who are these freaks anyway? Why are they acting like they are here kings begging sign from where did they come from? The protagonist definitely hadn't seen them before. This kid came closer and asked if he saw any red badges or something. There were several other people with the same badge next to them. Since he dared to disrespect him, who knows, he might die today. He got into a fighting stance and prepared his fists. He won't avoid him. We have to fight. Come on! He was ready to fight everyone face to face. How dare these assholes come here and start spreading their rights? The guy was determined to show each of them their place. No one in the world has the right to cross him. Otherwise, he risked getting all the wrath of the protagonist. What a degenerate! The guy came up to him and took out some strange thing from behind his back and immediately put it on the protagonist's shoulder. The guy took a second look and didn't understand a thing. What the hell is this thing? But immediately, the thing started to electrify, the stranger said, thinking he had to subdue the angry dog. A few seconds later, the main character's entire body was hit by a powerful charge of electrical energy. It looked like a stun gun. A few seconds later, the guy fell to the ground. The blow was hard, and now he seems to have lost consciousness. Trouble is brewing on its own. Now, his reign of terror was over. Some strange freaks have come in and taken away his power over the whole school. The stranger stood over him and smiled. He couldn't believe that an asshole like this could defeat a super rookie. After all, he's just an ordinary weakling who can't even fight back. He was knocked out with one punch, and now he's lying there squirming in front of him in the fire, and how could he even survive in the ring then? The protagonist continued to lie on the floor and understood nothing. Who was this guy? His body was pulsing with electric shocks. Suddenly, the protagonist started to realize something. If he knows athletes, then this freak is also a competitor? The stranger's name was Seo Dae-jin, and his rating was 768, while the protagonist only had a "he's from a PvP club." He clenched his teeth and tried to control himself, but his body didn't listen to the powerful electric shock. What kind of freak is this? It was getting to be a problem. The protagonist continued to lie on the floor, almost unable to feel his body. The unknown strangers who had so boldly broken into his quiet life were standing beside him, and his friends were standing a little behind him, looking at it all with a frightened look. The man with red hair sat down in front of him and said in a commanding voice that from now on, the main character was his dog. He continued to hold a large stun gun in his hands. The boy didn't know where to put his anger. Some degenerate had dared to come so unceremoniously into his life and start making his own rules. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. The boy smiled and said, "Does he think that since he's gone, he can be in charge and take over the whole school?" As soon as the protagonist opened his mouth, he was immediately hit with another powerful stun gun blow, which once again shackled his body with invisible shackles. The bastard said that the dogs had to bark from now on. They were not allowed to open their mouths. Smiling, the guy said that the main character needed to bark. He would electrocute him until he did. A wide grin spread across his face. The protagonist struggled with fits of rage that went over the edge at one point. He could no longer keep his anger inside. His body was electrified, the devil. At some point, however, he managed to prevail over himself, and with a terrible effort of will he rose to his feet and swinging his weighty fist with all his might struck the freak squarely in the jaw. A scathing blow resounded. The guy with pink hair looked at him with a look of hatred. What a freak! Was that all his strength? Is he really that weak? He didn't seem to be impressed by that punch. The protagonist continued to kneel in a futile attempt to rise. His body was electrified to the point where his hair stood on end. He looked at his tormentor with a look of hatred. What a freak! The guy pointed his stun gun at him again, and the protagonist felt a terrible electric shock all over his body. No one could help him at that moment. The lightning was spreading all over his body, making him shudder with convulsions. His friends tried to help him. They were about to rush to his aid, but the henchman of this freak was already at the ready, swinging their bats. They knocked them all out with one deft blow. One of his henchmen said that the trash was eliminated, not much more to worry about. The lifeless bodies of the boys fell to the ground, and a pool of blood began to form beneath them. The guy with the pink hair smiled. He wanted to feel sorry for him, but he seemed to have overreacted. This man knew no pity. He looked like a real monster. He had only one thing in his mind: lust for power and endless cruelty. He tugged the protagonist by the sleeve and said he was watching everyone carefully. He thinks he's the only one who might be bullied after all. The protagonist couldn't resist as his body was completely exhausted. He grabbed his arm and started to break it off to the other side. Now he couldn't get away. He had a predatory smile on his face, as if he'd smelled his prey and wouldn't let go until he'd killed it. Naturally, our hero could not resist, and a crunch sounded. His joint twisted to the other side. An incredible pain hit his head. His eyes filled with blood, but he could do nothing. There was a whisper in the men's room. It sounded like someone was discussing the recent events. Had anyone heard what the ninth graders had gotten from Dae-jin? The voices trembled as everyone realized that they had to be very careful. There were a lot of guys crowded in the restroom. Someone nodded his head. That idiot even broke Jung Yeon-ha's arm, and that was something no one had managed to do until now. Looks like he's going to have a hard time making a living now. This freak is on a whole other level. As soon as he found out about Jung Yeon-ha, he immediately got rid of him immediately. All the while the guys were discussing the events, they were dunking some poor guy's head in the toilet, stubbornly holding his head. There was Bolka, no, the guys couldn't breathe. Shit, fucking ninth graders. As I supposed, there was no one among them who could be the best. Finally, they pulled the poor guy's head out of the toilet, and he sighed heavily, gaining more air in his chest. He begged his tormentors to stop doing this, for he was going to die. The boy bowed to his ear and asked, "Should he stop?" His voice sounded as threatening as possible. However, his tormentor did not think of stopping. One of them approached him and said that he had seen him hitting a punching bag today. But who did he envision in its place? If he ever saw that kind of crap again, the boy would be sorry. He'll wish he'd never been born a cocksucker. The slapping sounded again, and the guy's head was in the toilet. He started to choke on the dirty water again, but no one could come to his rescue. Finally, the torture was over, and the poor guy ran to the sink and started puking. One of the freaks said, "How's his toilet water? Not bad, right?" There was laughter. They liked to torture the weaker ones. As they said goodbye, they told him that next time they'd sprinkle water on him from the second stall. Laughter erupted again. As soon as the bell rang, let him fly to them. The boy didn't know what to think. He was completely exhausted. His whole head was wet. His life was a living hell. He was bullied every day, and because of his weakness he could do nothing against them. He breathed heavily and stared at his reflection. The kid remembered how the girl at the club last night had almost beaten him to a pulp. Right now he would spar with her and he would be dead. The guy could, and frightened screamed, began to beg to be spared. However, the girl was in no hurry to beat him up. She stopped for some reason and looked at him with a surprised look. She pointed her finger at him. What's he doing? What happened to his face? The guy looked at her with an uncomprehending look. What happened to his face? Isn't that too rough? But the girl meant it to me. She took hold of his cheeks and asked, "What are those scars?" And indeed, the guy's whole face was scarred, like he'd been beaten up all the time. That's basically what it was. She looked at him more closely and asked in a stern voice, "Is he wrong and fighting for nothing?" The boy shook his head in fright and replied that it was not like that. She got it all wrong. In a frightened and trembling voice, he said he wasn't fighting. He was just being beaten. The girl continued to scrutinize his face with interest. What? It hit her like a thunderclap. Finally, she understood. What a jerk! She recoiled from him, so that's why he asked her to learn how to fight. He's an idiot after all. The girls were starting to dislike it. And why the hell does he let himself get beaten up? The girl looked at him with some regret. The guy gritted his teeth and didn't know what to say. He realized that he was incredibly weak. The girl didn't even listen to him and kept talking. But finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He yelled that he was sick of being beaten up by freaks, and since he gave a reason, let him teach her how to fight. Suddenly, the guy's face changed. He was already desperate and didn't know what to do. However, the girl remained completely calm. She simply stepped closer and made a small slash with her foot. The poor man tried to stand on his feet, but he failed and fell backward. He flailed his arms and tried to grab onto something, but there was no object nearby. He was just grabbing for air. The boy didn't understand what she was starting. At that time, the girl concentrated and swung her fist as if she wanted to hit him now. Her face was cold and concentrated. However, there was no blow. The girl stopped her fist just a few centimeters away from the boy's frightened face. He looked at her with eyes round with fear and understood nothing. It turns out that this was the first lesson is one of the main rules that are present in their academy. Even weaklings should know them. No matter how strong the opponent is, it will be difficult for a person to resist him because he loses his balance. She continued to stand in a fighting stance, pointing her fist in the direction of the frightened boy. Her voice was cold and steady. Waving fists is not all that is needed for victory. The outcome of everything depends only on him. The guy stood there all this time, drops of stinking water dripping down his face. His anger was starting to boil up. He didn't know what to do. The girl's words were running through his head, but he still couldn't come to his senses after everything that had happened. There were light, quick footsteps, and someone was approaching the training ground. There were several benches, and it looked like a wrestling ring. The main character's friends were walking quickly down the hallway. They had frightened looks. After the recent events, they needed to behave as carefully as possible. Their comrade was walking towards them. The protagonist's arm was bandaged. It looked like it had been plastered after such an incident. He had a hard look on his face. It would be too hard to go. The boy didn't know what to think. They missed each other, and the protagonist said that he would go first, and his comrade asked, was his arm okay yet? After all, he had a broken arm, and if he gets into a fight in that condition, he's going to be in even more trouble. Suddenly the boy turned around and asked, where is he going? The protagonist, naturally in his teeth, said he was going to destroy Seo Dae-jin. He'll forgive himself if he doesn't bury that bastard. Du-yun Yue tried his best to stop him. He realized that this was just crazy. What would he be able to do in this state? Gi-dae put his hand forward and addressed his comrade. He asked him to listen to his friends as kindly as possible after all. After all, they meant him no harm. Now that's not the best idea. His arm is broken, and all he can do is get more. What happened is a really terrible situation. It requires intervention, but we still need to wait. The protagonist didn't even want to listen. He was literally burning with rage, his eyes reflecting what he had wanted to forget for so long. The guy didn't listen to them and walked on by. Naturally, he wasn't going to give up. He walked up the stairs. A few high school students were walking behind him and talking among themselves, discussing the recent events. Suddenly, one of them walked by him and pushed him sideways with his shoulder as if on purpose. The protagonist bounced aside, not understanding anything. Who is this degenerate? What the hell is going on? He seemed to have lost his authority. One of those high school students chuckled and turned to the protagonist. He asked in a calm voice, "Did you hit him on purpose?" The guys stopped, and the one in the center turned around and looked at him. The one in the middle turned around and said it was on purpose. "So what?" his comrade said contemptuously. "That idiot has no manners at all. How can you start a conversation with strangers using informal speech?" It was as if he was being clever on purpose. The protagonist looked at them with his gaze. The guys asked, "What was he staring at?" "What's wrong, asshole? Is he going to be a leader with one arm? Does he think he's cool?" Now the situation is really terrible, remembered the words of the comrades. Their friend said that rumors of their company getting beaten up had already spread throughout the school. So everyone's going to start siding with this creep. They're losing credibility every second and something has to be done about it, but it's unclear what. They looked at each other with worried eyes. Already a large number had already joined him after his coming. Once the guys find out that he had traumatized the main character, then you can be sure that the others would flip as well. And now, no one understands what they're supposed to do now. The guys look at each other. The situation was critical. What's more, it's going to get worse by the second, so something needs to be done. It seems like they should just keep an eye on what's going on and try to improve their skills. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Yes, indeed. This is the best solution for them, for now. The guys who pushed him started laughing. He can't even say anything. His friend called out and said that they were already late. "We have to go." The protagonist was still standing on the stairs with his eyes down and trying to do something about it. This was a completely new situation for him. Everything he had fought for, everything he had worked so hard to achieve was crumbling right before his eyes. Soon the guys started hiding around the corner. They were talking among themselves and saying that if that kid had said anything, they would have beaten him up for sure and let them see him. The protagonist stood there, completely lost. He hadn't felt that way in a long time. Despite what was going on around him, he wouldn't be able to jump his eyes at what these fuckers were doing now. The guy leaned against the wall and began to survey the situation. When he entered the classroom, he was confronted with an unpleasant sight. The newcomers started throwing their desks around and making a real mess. They felt they were the masters of the school, and no one could say anything back to them, as they would be beaten up immediately. The boy who had been begging the girl to teach him how to fight dodged the desk at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have been flattened against the wall for sure. There was nothing he could do, as these guys were much stronger. Even though he was practicing, he was still outnumbered. One of the freaks grabbed his briefcase and called out to the kid, saying that it was break time and he should go to them. They wanted to give him water from the toilet. What's he doing here? One of the bullies approached him, hit the boy in the face with his briefcase as hard as he could. The boy didn't even have time to cover himself. His whole body was sore after the last time, and here he was being bullied again. Suddenly the protagonist saw a sweatshirt with Halim Academy written on it fly out of the briefcase after being hit. So this guy is enrolled there too? It hit him like a hammer, and he opened his eyes and stared even harder. What he saw made him turn his whole mind upside down. It was the first time he'd ever seen Weakling fight back. Even though he was physically much weaker, the kid was able to gather his will in his fist. The poor guy couldn't do anything. He just took the blows one by one. His body was burning with pain, but unfortunately, he couldn't do anything. The boy endured, but everything comes to an end. After another blow, it was like something broke inside him. He gritted his teeth in anger and gathered all his will into a fist to finally put an end to this. He can't take it anymore. He can't. This has to end. Now, from now on, he will not let himself be beaten again. Suddenly, the boy jumped up from his seat and attacked one of them. No one expected such an outcome, and the bully couldn't even react. His eye caught at the last moment what the kid was about to do. He couldn't dodge anyway. The kid opened his eyes in surprise. What is this brat doing? The boy made a deceptive maneuver and executed an underhanded slash with a sharp and dexterous movement. He hit his assailant right on the leg. He had to immobilize him as soon as possible so that he could finally get rid of him. Naturally, the bully didn't expect it and immediately lost his balance. He started hopping on one leg like a heron. The kid didn't understand what had just happened. Did he really do it? The poor man's eyes widened. Is he really going to stop being beaten now? There's no time to waste while he still has a chance to stand up for himself. He clenched his fists and rushed forward. He wanted to beat up his assailant, to put an end to this bullying once and for all. He couldn't take it anymore. However, he didn't succeed. At the last moment, one of the bullies stopped his fist with his hand. Wow, you wanted to hit him? At that moment, the boy realized that he had failed. The boy swung his weighty arm and prepared to grab the insolent man, to punish him for such arbitrariness. The boy was covered in cold and spasmed. Didn't he make it? He's definitely going to be finished now. To hell, to hell. However, no one hit him, the protagonist. Despite the fact that he had a broken arm, jumped up and hit his assailant with his healthy hand as hard as he could right in the jaw. The blow was so strong that his entire cheek was deformed, as if there had been an explosion. He flew back many meters, as if he was made of some kind of fluff. Everyone looked at it with horror. No one had expected such an outcome. No one would have dared to hit him before. The guy turned to him and said, "Is he out of his mind? What the hell?" The guy's face showed a look of surprise and anger at the same time. If he was beaten up, he should live quietly. Does he want to die? The protagonist didn't listen to him. He picked up the hoodie with the inscription on it and said that the only one who wants to die now is the bully. He had messed with the wrong guy, hadn't he? The kid who had just almost been beaten up looked at his sudden savior in surprise. The man he had hit, the protagonist would defend at the cost of his life. He is his senior mentor, after all. The protagonist was literally blushing with anger. The kid behind him didn't know what the protagonist was talking about. What mentor? Dae-jin was sitting in his classroom and was reading some book. Suddenly he was distracted. Someone clicked him. In that voice there were many emotions mixed together, fear and hate. A bunch of his henchmen stood in front of him, one of them, and confusedly told him that the main character, that asshole, still didn't understand anything. He's pissing on them again. He should know his place. Suddenly, a small ball of paper flew into the person who was standing in the center, but it moved with such speed that it immediately knocked him out. "We need to call everyone together," he wanted to say, but he couldn't. Dae-jin got up from his seat and asked, "Can't they handle ninth graders? This is a disgrace." The guy the lump flew into was lying on the floor holding his injured nose and moaning softly. Suddenly the guy sighed heavily. "Well, yeah, it's school. Just the assembly now, Slabakov." Took a minute to think about it. Suddenly he started to realize something. The kid remembered that he had broken the main character's arm after all. He personally remembered doing it. Why is he standing in front of him now even after such an injury? It's just crazy. After that, he should have been in a corner somewhere and kept his head down. I remembered the look on the freak's face when his arm snapped in half. So what happened? Why was he still on his feet? Why was he in front of him now, ready to fight? However, despite all his injuries, he could do this to these stolopes. He looked in amazement at his subordinates who were completely beaten up, all their faces covered in plasters and abrasions. The boy was silent and thoughtful. Usually, when a person is beaten up, he is silent forever. And this man is a funny Eblon. A strange smile appeared on his face. He looked down at his subordinates. They know him well. He would introduce the other guys to them. The guy was still thinking. It happened exactly as he thought it would. He stuck out his tongue and, with a lick on his lips, told them to finally make an obedient boy out of him and let them come back. The boy realized it all at that moment. The protagonist was the exact person he should eat. It was probably more likely that it wasn't a figurative expression. The boy with white hair was standing in the street thinking. There were too many thoughts in his head, too many things that had happened since that moment, and he had to think it over. Young. The moment he transferred to the school, he became the first ninth grader who was able to win over everyone else. He had no mercy for those bastards. He remembered the good-natured face of the protagonist, the moment he realized he had prevailed, the intimidating type that was on another level. And then he suddenly decided to save him. It seemed kind of weird. Why would he stick up for him? This is the man everyone was afraid of. Plus, something happened that he never expected. He called him his mentor for some reason. Why would that be? This guy's changed a lot since he was last seen at school. What happened to him, anyway? The boy wondered why the main character is so eager to get into this academy. It's weird. He had to find out about it somehow, to have some idea of what to do next. The situation at school wasn't good enough as it was, and now this event. Soon, the protagonist was walking home with this guy. Jung turned to him and said, "He's his mentor, so why is he carrying his backpack?" The guy stopped for a second, and the boy continued to hold the backpack with trembling hands. The kid looked at the protagonist with a frightened look and said in a trembling voice that he was the best after all. "So, where does it show?" The protagonist said it with a kind of disdain for himself. What's gotten into him, anyway? However, he wasn't about to back down. He grabbed his backpack and slung it on his shoulder. The boy said he would carry his own stuff. The boy looked at him with an incomprehensible look, but nodded in agreement. They continued walking towards their home. The protagonist asked this boy about the academy. When did he get here? The boy answered that about a month ago. And how did he get there? The protagonist wanted to know more about this academy. How did he get there? The boy looked at him with a surprised look and said, "He just paid 000 Vaughn as indicated after all. Is there something strange about that?" The protagonist was confused. And why couldn't he do the same? This is some kind of bullying. Soon they approached the house. The protagonist couldn't understand what he was doing wrong. The boy went on, hesitating as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Soon they went into his house. The boy said that their academy was nothing to look at, nothing special, just an ordinary martial arts school. The boy went inside and said it didn't matter. All he needed to do was train. He looked around the room, the very room he'd been in when he'd first been beaten. It was indeed the same room, and the lockers were full of sports equipment, the same helmets and fighting gloves. The boys stopped at the entrance, but there was no one there. They looked at the empty hall and didn't understand anything. The kid replied that this is a common thing, so he most of the time just deals with the place alone. The main character wondered alone. Why did he even come here in the first place? A sincere misunderstanding could be heard in this question. The boy behind those for a second, it seems he really didn't know what to say, and just looked at the protagonist with a kind of detached look. Soon, gathering his thoughts, he began his story. One day, long ago, as he was walking home one late evening, he saw something interesting that caught his eye. He saw a bunch of guys fighting for some reason. The boy stopped and took a closer look. There were a lot of guys of athletic build who were apparently having a street fight. He could hear the fierce screams. He still can't forget what he saw that day. It left an indelible imprint on his memory, gave him strength, and motivated him to become a participant in this academy. The guy in the red hoodie was a total impossibility to reach him. He had some kind of monstrous strength, endurance, and speed. Alone, he was able to massacre several dozen equally strong men. They just lay unconscious, and the boy looked at them with a surprised and frightened look at the same time. And it was when he turned to look after the man that he saw that very inscription, Halim Academy. That's what was written on his sweatshirt. The boy walked forward, not even turning around to look at the defeated opponents. It was then that the boy realized what he wanted to do for the rest of his life. The protagonist understood everything. He furrowed his brows. He immediately realized that that person was Kang Soo-ho. The boy continued talking. Therefore, he wanted to become as strong as that person. That was why he was here. However, he had never met him in person here yet. The protagonist turned to him and said that he had a request for his mentor. The boy still couldn't get used to his new title and looked at the guy in surprise. At this time, the protagonist did not hesitate to bow before him and asked him to help him. He is the only one who can do it. This one? The boy stumped. Him? Why him? He doesn't know how to do anything. His voice trembled. He didn't know what to say. It was the first time he'd encountered such a problem. He's considered a mentor, but he can't even fight back against the school bullies. The protagonist looked at him sideways and said it didn't matter. He would just repeat everything he would do when he trained this one. That would be perfectly good enough for him. The boy bowed even lower and said he was relying on him. The boy looked at him with a surprised and frightened look at the same time. However, he agreed. Well, there was nothing to do. If he wants to, let him watch. He won't forbid it. From that day on, their training began. The protagonist was ready for anything. The boy who tried on the role of a mentor tried to do push-ups. He did it very badly. In addition, he had the wrong stance and 2 weak hands, so he was enough for a very short time. He was trying his best to do push-ups, but he wasn't very good at it. The main character called out to him to see if he was doing it right. The boy looked up and looked forward. What he saw shocked him. Even though the main character had a broken arm, it didn't bother him. He was doing push-ups on one arm with such speed that it was impossible to keep track of him. "And what kind of training is this?" the boy asked. The boy looked at him with horror and said that this training is called push-ups. The next exercise was a punching bag. The boy was very weakly beaten and could not even move the bag from the place. However, the main character, and here he drew him away to look at him. His punch was so hard that the punching bag almost broke. He hit with such force that the boy began to question whether he should go to this academy. The protagonist practiced hard and asked his mentor if he was doing the right thing. The next exercise was lifting small dumbbells. The instructor had small dumbbells as the boy was very weak, however. This was all he could do. As expected, the protagonist took one of the heaviest dumbbells and started to lift them with one hand with ease. What expected he was getting stronger, he literally felt it with his whole body. The boy looked at his student and realized that he was a real talentless. The training continued, the protagonist now and then asking his mentor how he should act, which is to be expected from the best. His abilities are different. The boy looked at him with a surprised look. Naturally, he is not his equal. A few hours passed and the boy realized he was exhausted. His physical condition was not as good as the protagonist's. He sat down on the nearest mattress and, breathing hard, tried to bring himself back to normal. But the protagonist wouldn't stop. Why? It seemed to him that his mentor would still be able to study. The boy shook his head. No, he wouldn't be able to teach him anything anyway, just wasting energy on exercise. He'd better save his stamina for tomorrow. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. What? What was he talking about? Why did he stop practicing? After all, it was worth improving his physical stamina while he could. If he wanted to become strong, he should train hard. And his mentor, for some reason, became very sad. The boy lowered his head and, almost crying, said that there was no point from if he was going to play sports. Everyone in the school rejoiced at Dae-jin's arrival, and now the situation among the 10th graders had improved dramatically. They were now the rulers of the school, and they were able to rule the school without any hindrance. The school bullies saw a boy coming down the stairs. They looked back at him and beckoned him over. Jin leaned toward him and smiled and said that he looked just like a real dog. At that time, the boy got goosebumps on his back. The guy led him to some arena where a lot of high school students were already gathered. The boy was trembling with fear, and there was another kid waiting there who had apparently been summoned as well. The guy with pink hair pointed at him and said he had to fight him. The boys looked at each other with completely detached looks. Now, they realized it was just a setup. The curly-haired guy's name was Seok Ho. He looked at the kid with a completely lifeless stare. Whoever loses will be a 6 for the rest of his life. And well, the fight had begun after all. The boy couldn't help but fight as the high school students looked on and their lives were in danger. But also he couldn't hit his friend. There were some moral boundaries for him. However, the curly-haired boy didn't think so. He hit the boy first, thus electing himself the right to a normal life, at least for a while. It was from the moment he lost in the fight that his life changed drastically for the worse. Even though he was a weakling, he couldn't take the chance to choose any right to a normal life. They kicked him, punched him, beat him, spared him nothing. The guy covered himself with his hands to protect himself and endured the abuse. He couldn't do anything anyway. He was constantly being chased back and forth, and there was nothing he could do. All he could do was endure and keep his head down. He never stopped being bullied for a second. He was thrown into shivers just from the moment he looked into this monster's face. The guy was a real monster. In high school, weaklings like him are tossed in the trash. The main character sat next to him and listened to him with his head down. The boy went on, and he just wanted to get stronger and be able to defend himself. That's what he's here for. Maybe he should just give up and be patient. But the protagonist listened to him, and more he recognized himself in this boy. Finally, he couldn't stand it any longer and said through gritted teeth that the freak was a real fuck-up. The kid looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, the door shook, as if someone were banging on it. It was like some big animal was beating on the door, and the door was about to fly off its hinges. Suddenly, the door failed after all, and flew out of the door frame. The glass shattered and scattered all over the neighborhood. The guys looked at them with frightened looks. What the hell is this still going on? Who were they? Why were they suddenly breaking into their academies? Also, how did they know the guys were here? There were too many questions and no one was in a hurry to answer them. That's where the same degenerate who was abusing the boys showed up. Well, they were fucked. He had a huge bat in his hands, and behind him stood a few dozen other students like him. Did he think he was going to get away with it after he ran into them? That's funny. They headed straight for the academy. A few high school students ran straight towards them, swinging their bats. They smashed everything around, breaking mirrors, smashing shelves, throwing things around. The boys were real vandals. Nothing was sacred to them. They turned the academy into a real dump. They wanted to destroy everything to the last crumb to show who was in charge. They had spared nothing. These vandals were vandals, for whom nothing sacred existed. There was such a rumble and noise everywhere, as if there were a horde of wild animals. In fact, they were. Soon the main room of the academy was in chaos. The guys had done their best, and all the sports equipment was either broken or scattered. They continued to smash everything around them, not stopping for a second. The guys looked at it all for a couple seconds with completely uncomprehending stares. What a bunch of assholes! What they're doing! They were throwing things around, swinging bats like some barbarians who'd struck their prey and wouldn't leave anyone alone until they'd robbed the whole place. Several freaks surrounded the protagonist and swung their bats at him. Die, dog! There were shouts everywhere, and a second more, and the protagonist would be finished. The boy looked at his comrade and his eyes filled with terror. The boy looked at his comrade and his eyes filled with horror. The protagonist was fighting off these freaks with one hand with all his might. He succeeded with varying success, and the boy stood and watched with his mouth open. The degenerate who had crept up behind him had already swung the bat to hit him. The boy noticed it at the last moment and realized with horror that he would not be able to dodge now, and his head would explode like a watermelon. Now he was resigned to the fact that he was going to die. However, it all happened too fast. The protagonist noticed it all and jumped up to him with his arm covered in plaster. Yes, it hurt like hell, but the bat hit the cast. He felt an unnatural pain not only in his arm but in his whole body. He cursed to himself and let out a stifled scream. What a freak! His plaster bandage broke and a spray of blood rose into the air. His arm was not yet fully healed, and it was understandable that he was in for a less than pleasant engagement. At that time, the academy's immediate director was approaching, his beer bottle in front of his face as usual. He was whistling an amusing song to himself. When he opened the door, the man saw first before him that there was a real mess spread out before him. It was as if a wild animal had taken over his academy. He saw a whole crowd of school children fighting there and smashing everything around them. The man stood still holding the unfinished bottle of beer in his hands. What's all the commotion? The guys stopped for a second and froze in the same movements they had been in before. The protagonist looked at the academy teacher and realized that something strange was about to happen. The man stopped and looked at the bunch of freaks who had broken all the equipment in his academy. The headmaster cursed, and for a second, there was an awkward silence between them. Everyone stood in their seats, not daring to say a word. Finally, it was the principal who broke the silence first. He put the cold bottle of beer to his face and asked, "Do they know how much it costs?" The man approached them with an easy gait. "Let's see some faces." The guys put down their bats and looked at the grandpa. What kind of a man is this? His breath smells like a dumpster. A man approached one of the schoolboys who was a bully. He took a closer look and even whistled. "Whoa!" The man recoiled from him and said, "Look at that fat. Didn't you notice there was a pig among them?" He grabbed the boy's belly and pulled him down on top of him. The boy lowered his eyes in embarrassment and blushed instantly. Now the boy was boiling. He took a swing at the man he killed. What a crazy old man. Now he's going to die for sure. What he's doing. But before the boy knew it, the man had knocked the bat out of his hands and deftly dodged as if he were some kind of slug. In one motion, without letting the beer bottle out of his hands, he threw the fatty over himself, and the kid flew headlong straight into a pile of others. And with the key. The man kept talking in a drunken voice. Everyone else stayed in their poses. What the fuck? Crazy old fart. The boys watched in horror as the old man did away with their comrade. Finally, after a moment's pause, they came to their senses and grabbed their bats again. Now this old man is going to die. However, the man did not hurry to go anywhere. He stood in the same position and held the unfinished bottle of beer. But who are these kids? What a young man! The boys stood a little ways away and watched the crowd run straight at the headmaster. A chill ran down their backs. Headmaster, they're going to kill you. The freaks had already swung their clubs and prepared to beat the old man to a pulp, but what could he do to them? But the man was not so easy. He deftly maneuvered between these freaks, not forgetting to drink a sip of beer during the time. The guys were swinging their bats, but no one could hit him. All they could do was hit each other. The man was dancing. It was like he was having fun. The guys were swinging their bats, but all they could do was hit each other's heads. One of them went on a rampage. What the hell is this? What the hell? He can't even hit it. The principal reacted in time. He clucked his tongue and smiled and grabbed one of the batters. He's not very good at baseball, but he's good at punching people in the face. A few seconds later, the bat flew straight into the schoolboy's jaw. There was a crunch, and he lost several of his teeth. The boy didn't even have time to think. The blow was so fast and strong that all he had to do was endure it. The teacher started swinging the bat in different directions, and the students were scattering like some toys. None of them could even hit him, let alone compete with him. The main character's eyes widened in surprise. Unbelievable! To scatter everyone just like that. This was just some kind of misunderstanding. Suddenly there was an electrical crackling sound, the stun gun going off. The main character was starting to get annoyed with this sound because of this weapon he had suffered more than once. However, the main degenerate soon appeared. He swung his stun gun around and prepared to hit the old man in the back, but he continued to sip his beer peacefully and didn't even pay any attention to him. However, the man reacted here as well. It was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. In a quick movement, he turned around and looked directly into the eyes of the schoolboy standing behind him. He seemed to have seen it all too. A few seconds later, the degenerate was flying headlong, doing a little somersault, and the stun gun fell out of his hands and flew somewhere to the side. It flew high up and sparked with electrical discharges a few more times. The principal at this time continued to drink beer. He was like a drunken master from old Chinese movies. Soon he caught it deftly with one hand, then pointed it at the frightened boy. All he could do was wheeze. Don't they even know how to use this? It's so brutal. The principal was even a little upset. It seemed that even in such a situation, the man was as kind-hearted as possible. He stood in the middle of a group of beaten students and said that they were just youngsters who were only good for mockery. The man stretched into a smile, his face reddening even more from the alcohol. Such people don't belong here. He excluded everyone. The principal activated the stun gun, and it squeaked threateningly in his hands. The man came closer and closer to them, and the students huddled together and tried to crawl backward. The man said in a calm and drunken voice, "Now he's going to take turns shoving this into their fucking mouths. So, who should we start with?" The man thought for a moment, and the students didn't know where to put their horror. He came closer and closer, and most importantly, the main instigator who started it all instantly turned red and covered with sweat from fear. He ran in the opposite direction to save his life. His friends, who had considered him the leader before, looked at him with surprised looks. The man stared after him, and the boy ran towards the exit without anyone noticing. It would seem that his comrades, who had respected him before, rushed after him, running out of the academy grounds with shouts. Idiots! How could they leave a stun gun here? Their headmaster would destroy them always alone. However, the guys didn't listen to anyone. They ran out of the territory one by one and didn't even remember where their courage had gone. Now, the main thing for them was to save their lives. The director looked at them and began to cluck his tongue. The man took another drink from his bottle. "You don't live them such assholes." He said it even with some frustration, and he wanted to have fun with those little freaks. Then the principal shifted his eyes to the main character and asked him, "Is he here too? How are the classes going?" The man had a very pungent odor of alcohol. His face was still the same red color. The boy looked at him from behind and wanted to say something, but suddenly stopped half-word, as if he didn't have enough thoughts at that moment. The boy still mustered up the will to have the courage to go to the teacher. He bowed to him and said, "Could the headmaster help him get in?" The boy's voice was full of hope. He had already tried every attempt, but they had all failed. He wants to study here. Now he has made the only determined attempt to somehow get into this academy. The director stretched and yawned loudly. His mouth smelled of alcohol. He'd said it all perfectly. If he didn't get the girl's permission, there was nothing the man could do. It was as if he had been hovering in the clouds the whole time. Perhaps the man himself would like to teach the boy. But if he didn't get the girl's permission, then the road was closed to him here. The man said that this girl had a very bad temper, so it was unlikely that anything would come of it. The boy wouldn't stop, but why? Why is she so reluctant for him to study here? They talked amongst themselves for a few more minutes. The principal was getting a little tired of this. Tomorrow he would have to rebuild his school after those freaks had destroyed it completely. The man finally gives up. He's tired of having this pointless conversation. Besides, he still has a half-drunk bottle of beer. He doesn't even know. "I guess the girl has her reasons," the man said as he staggered out of the academy, leaving the guys to follow him with confused looks. Besides, the protagonist would have time to think about it. The man said his last sentence in the same drunken voice. "And don't forget to clean this place up." The boy looked at him silently, trying to understand what was wrong with him. Why did he have so many obstacles before he just wanted to go to this academy? On the table was a plate of fruit. There were many tasty treats, watermelons, mango bananas, melons, and many different exotic fruits. There was an incredible aroma coming from the plate that was intoxicating. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Dae-jung and looked over. A message from his comrades popped up on the screen. They were apologizing. They had failed again. Suddenly, some strange man appeared. The guy didn't even bother to read it out. He was pissed. What freaks! The one thing they were assigned to do, and they couldn't handle it. The boy was slowly starting to boil over. At this time, he was near a beautiful girl, and he really didn't want to be distracted from that while spending time with some freaks. He knew he was an asshole for trusting them again. The girl, who was already pretty drunk herself, looked at the guy and asked what was the matter. Did something important happen? The boy pulled away from his phone and hid it in his pocket again. Nothing. What could be more important than this moment? They sat in each other's arms, drinking alcohol. There was an unforced atmosphere around them. Across from them sat a dark silhouette who said in a rough voice that he was very disappointed in this. The silhouette had familiar features, a hood and a sweatshirt. The boy didn't even pay attention to that as he was completely engrossed in the girl. The man went on, saying that he could handle this school all by himself. However, he is constantly pressed by some 9th grader. The guy did not even pay attention to it and continued to admire the girl. Silhouette continued to sit across from them and said that the school children were too perky at this time. Did he want him to help him sort it all out? The stranger's voice was calm and measured, coldly calculating and metallic. Dae-jung looked away from the girl and told him to mind his own business. He had some thoughts on the matter. The girl looked at her companion with a surprised look, as if she didn't understand what was about to happen. The girl looked at her companion with a surprised look, as if she didn't understand what was about to happen. The boy's eyes lit up with fire. He took on an expression as if he had turned into a demon. The boy's eyes lit up with fire, and he took on an expression as if he had become a demon, as if he had been transformed into a demon. The protagonist came to a remote place to think. It was some abandoned building with many windows missing. The weather outside was beautifully warm, but something was tormenting him. He was not paying any attention to the world around him. searching for answers to the questions that had accumulated. The hero sat on a nearby bench and rewrapped his arm with a new cast. The reason why he couldn't get a permit. It was the one question he couldn't find an answer to. Lowering his head, he sat, immersed in his own thoughts. He went over in his mind all the moments he had experienced lately. He remembered how the girl had looked at him with disdain, how he had tried to get her attention, to win her favor. However, no matter what he did, no matter how hard he tried, the girl was like an impenetrable wall. She constantly got in his way, as if she didn't want the guy to study at their academy. Yes, that was the case. But why? What was the reason? He remembered how hard it had been for him to beg her to train him for a few days, so that he could learn some of the strokes. She'd made it clear that she wasn't interested in any of this. But why? He hadn't done anything wrong. Reason? What reason could there be? The boy sat immersed in his thoughts and did not notice anything around him. However, soon he was torn out of his thoughts by someone's familiar shout. The boy was in a stupor for a minute at first. His acquaintance came to him. The guy looked up and greeted his mentor cheerfully. The guy stood with 2 bottles of soda and offered one to his comrade. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. The guy opened one soda and the air was filled with a wonderfully sweet aroma. He took a seat next to his comrade and watched the protagonist greedily devour the soda. He thanked him for yesterday and also apologized. The guy's voice began to tremble. He was making him feel bad. The protagonist turned out not to pay attention to this and was completely engrossed in absorbing the sweet drink. The boy persisted. He clutched the open can of soda in his hands and asked, "Does he seem weak to him too?" If he was stronger, nothing would have happened. He could have done it all by himself if he had only been a little stronger and more confident, but the main character interrupted him. The protagonist looked in front of him and in a confident voice began to speak. They understand perfectly well, after all, that he never recognizes those people who consider themselves weak. The boy's voice was surprisingly calm, and his gaze with concentration. Here was looking somewhere far away. He was very thoughtful at that moment. It was unusual to see him like that. The boy wondered even more. He didn't know what this man thought of him before. Back when he was at the top of the food chain at this school, he probably thought he was just as much of a freak. There was every reason for it. The guy had a hell of a nasty temper and was basically no different from the rest of the bullies. However, when he saw the guy trying to stand up to that moron alone, something in him broke. He realized that many things that seemed unambiguous to him were actually not so simple. The guy was thinking really hard at that moment. He said it was like being hit on the head with a hammer at that moment. If he hadn't broken his arm, he would have been more responsible. He just did nothing but blame everyone around him. At that moment, he felt incredibly ashamed of his actions because he had been trying to be strong all along and ended up turning into the same kind of freaks he had been trying to resist all along. He looked at his new friend with a good-natured look. It was no longer the look of that bully. It was the look of an adult and confident man. The boy said he thought the boy was a very strong man. In fact, the protagonist thinks he is the weakest of the two. That's why he wants to study at Halim Academy and become stronger. The boy looked at his buddy with a surprised look. It was the first time for him to hear such a thing from the storm of the school. The man that everyone feared and looked away from was now calling himself a weakling. There was a brief pause between them for a second. The boys continued to sit on the bench, drinking sodas in silence. The boy broke the silence first. He said in a timid voice, then maybe he should ask Nuna to accept him into the academy. It was a fine suggestion, but the protagonist doubted that this idea would work. He had already tried so many times. The boy looked at him with a smile. It seems that the girl is coming there today. He would like to ask her today too, to start teaching him. After all, they basically had a similar problem. They wanted to learn how to fight, but no one wanted to teach them. The protagonist looked at his comrade in surprise. "Is she from Halim Academy?" The boy perked up. He doesn't know her? The girl in the yellow sports uniform. Imha Lim is in the 10th grade at Ilwa Girls' School. The boy kept looking at his friend with interest. He wanted to know as much as he could about this girl. Besides, she is the daughter of the headmaster, which obliges her to be an example for everyone else. He remembered the serious and stern expression on the girl's face. At that moment, the main character got a little shock. What? She's the principal's daughter. The guy couldn't believe what he was hearing. His eyes rounded and all the thoughts in his head became confused. He had a completely different idea about her. These people are completely different from each other. The director is just an ordinary drunkard who is very good at martial arts, and the girl is a strong disciplinarian and also in excellent athletic shape. His comrade laughed, so the protagonist didn't know anything. Smiling, the boy suggested that the protagonist meet him here after school. He would help him in any way he could. Finally, this man had a friend, a real comrade who could help him, the only person who didn't think he was weak. It was a real surprise, a true gift of fate. The protagonist looked at the boy and called him partner. A good-natured smile appeared on his face. For the first time in his life, someone looked at him as a human being, not as a murder weapon. The boy really wanted to change his life for the better. The protagonist said that he had high hopes for his mentor. The boy nodded, but then asked why he kept calling him mentor. The boy nodded, but immediately asked why he kept calling him mentor. At this time, they were already being followed. Someone's inquisitive gaze was fixed on the two of them. As expected, Dae-young was standing on the balcony, leaning on the railing and watching them. He had a plan in his mind to destroy the two of them once and for all, and then he would be the sole ruler of the school. After the conversation, the protagonist headed for his home. On the way, he literally ran. It was good that he met his mentor. Thanks to him, he will now be able to get into the academy. The guy went to his home, and vital in the clouds. He already dreamed of how he will train at this academy, and soon he will be able to defeat the strongest athlete. He didn't notice anything around him. The most important thing is to get there officially. He couldn't understand the reason why he couldn't get permission. That's all he cares about right now. Why doesn't this girl want him to join them at the academy? However, when the mentor comes, everything will be clearer, and he will finally be able to realize his dream. The boy took out his phone and turned it on to look at the time. It looked like his mentor was late because he had been gone for a long time, even though the time had been arranged. The guy still couldn't wait. He shifted from foot to foot and stared at his phone screen. When was the guy going to come after all? He couldn't wait to get to the academy. After all, the boy had promised. They were friends now. Suddenly, there was a crunch of twigs behind him. A boy's head appeared out of nowhere, hanging upside down for some reason, and his face was frozen in a grimace of horror. It expressed no emotion and was beginning to slowly turn red from the rushing blood. Apparently, the guy had been hanging like that for quite some time. The protagonist was frightened and turned back. He had no idea what horror awaited him. His face reflected surprise and fright. What has happened? What the hell is this? Finally, the boy turned around and could see the horror that was going on behind him. In a second, his heart began to beat 3 times as fast. His eyes opened in horror and his blood poured with anger. He saw his mentor, but who could do this to him? Suddenly, the branch cracked, and the boy fell to the ground, blood starting to gush out from under him. Mentor! The boy screamed in horror, his comrade almost dying in front of him. The protagonist continued to clamber around his comrade, shouting to the whole neighborhood. The boy was lying unconscious. His blood was spreading. The protagonist unsuccessfully tried to the protagonist, did not know where to take himself from despair, and the main degenerate of this school watched them from on high. Suddenly, the protagonist, his eyes filled with blood from rage. He was as red as cancer, and he noticed who had almost gotten his friend killed. Dae-young watched this, a predatory smile spreading across his face. His plan had worked perfectly. Another piece of trash had been eliminated. The boy smiled, realizing that his power in this school was unshakable. Now, everyone here would realize who was in charge. The protagonist noticed him just in time, and his face was filled with rage. He clenched his teeth so tightly that they seemed to fall out of his mouth. His eyes were as fierce as a buffalo that had seen a red rag. He could not forgive such a thing. His comrade, whom he had so recently found, was now on the verge of death. The protagonist, despite his broken arm, picked up his comrade and began to pull him aside to carry him on his back. He had to act instantly, or his friend would die now. He could not lose his comrade. The protagonist put him on his back and ran towards the nearest hospital. Now, history repeating itself. His mind was spinning with thoughts, memories from his past life when he had carried his comrade to the hospital to keep him from dying. These thoughts kept him going. The desire to be together had settled in his soul forever. The guy managed to get to the hospital in a few minutes. His comrade was immediately connected to a ventilator. Now, to the protagonist, only had to hope that his friend can get out of here. The patient is unconscious. All that the guy heard was the sounds of provision. The boy, exhausted, lying on a hospital bed connected to the artificial respiration machine. On his face, he had a large mask. Fortunately, he managed to avoid instant death after the fall. However, the head injury could not be avoided. The boy was lying on a pillow that was already soaked with blood. The bandage was just as bloody. The boy had been unconscious for hours, but luckily he was alive. That was the most important thing. The worst part was that the kid was in a coma. Some more time was required to observe the patient, but if he didn't make it out of here, the results would be disappointing. The kid clenched his arm so tightly that even the cast on it forbade it. There would be little chance of rehabilitation for his comrade if he still couldn't make it. The protagonist looked at his half-dead friend with teared eyes now. He had set his sights on avenging him by all means. It couldn't be left like this, otherwise he has no right to make any more friends if he can't keep them safe. At that time, his comrades were drinking and having fun in a local bar. Laughter could be heard nearby. The guys were sitting at a table and there were beautiful girls next to them. That blue wing and asshole for real did that. The guys laughed. Suddenly, Guy Day's phone vibrated. Someone was calling him. The guy took the phone out of his pocket and looked at the screen in surprise. Shit, it's Ju Yon Ha. The guys' faces changed as if they had seen something scary. Du Yun noisily sighed. He had heard that this dumbass was in trouble again. While saving someone, what a jerk. His comrade patted him on the shoulder and told him not to pick up the phone. They'd get it too if they interfered. But he picked up the phone. TG put the phone to his ear and started to ask what's wrong. His comrade looked at him angrily. Why did that fatty answer it? Now they would definitely have a problem. His friend would definitely get them into some kind of trouble, and now they would have to deal with his problem. And that was something he didn't want to do. Suddenly he saw his comrade's face change. He became more serious, his gaze with concentration. It was as if the man had sobered up immediately. Without saying a word, he jumped up from his seat and walked towards the exit of the bar cloud. Yeah, well, that's all he had time to say. His friend looked at him in surprise and asked why he had jumped up. They were having such a nice vacation. What is it again? Guy Day didn't seem to pay any attention to him. He moved towards the exit and said he would look for somewhere else to go. The girls looked at him but didn't seem to pay any attention to him. His companion sighed noisily and swore. Here we go again! What the hell? Did something really happen again? He was already so tired of dealing with the problems of his hapless friends. But what pissed him off the most was that he was constantly being ignored. The boy bared his teeth and his anger boiled over. Why the fuck was he being ignored? What, some empty space? At this time, the protagonist was walking slowly forward along the street. His arm was still bandaged, but it did not prevent him from being on full alert. He had found a large rebar somewhere, and was dragging it along the floor behind him, making a shrill sound. It was as if the guy didn't notice anything around him and saw only his only goal in front of him. It was revenge. Suddenly, a familiar figure of a girl appeared from around the corner, wearing the same tracksuit and apparently going for an evening jog before going to bed. She heard the sound and turned around to look at him. What an asshole! The girl got even angrier. She knew it would happen like this. Doesn't this moron understand anything? She ran up to the main character and asked him what he and Hyun-eun had done at the academy. The girl was furious. She had already learned about what happened at the academy and that it was completely trashed. The protagonist didn't say anything to her and kept walking. She grabbed him by the shoulder and wrapped her arms around him. When she saw his eyes, she felt a little cold inside. The main character's eyes expressed some sort of inhuman cruelty. They were not the eyes of a human. They were completely bloodshot, like a predator smelling its prey. He was not like himself. The girl looked at him in surprise. She didn't understand anything. What had happened? It was the first time she had ever seen this guy so angry. He had definitely done something. Some fatal exodus couldn't be allowed to happen. Either he was going to get killed now, or he was going to kill someone. When the girl came closer to him, she died of her ardor and asked, "What's the matter?" The protagonist did not pay attention to her and continued to walk forward, dragging this armature behind him. He answered her, and the girl followed him with a wary look. She looked after him, her anxiously asked, "Is he going to kill someone?" The begging sign the guy growled that he was going to, and he'd better not get in the way now. His face expressed nothing but human cruelty. The girl looked at him with a surprised, uncomprehending look. Really? Let him do what he wants. Sure. She'd just hit him, but she can't. Why not? Nothing's ever stopped her before. Her eyes softened, still following the protagonist's every move. She can't hit him just because he's a pathetic scumbag. He nodded his head and said, "Okay." His eyes were still fixed on the girl, as if he didn't notice her and wanted to get away from her. "Okay, he's just a fucking scumbag." The guy stopped dragging the rebar behind him. He turned to the girl and began to speak in a droning voice more like the growl of some beast. The guy said, "Yes, he's just trash. He always has been. That's why he lives the way he does. But there's one thing." I looked at him with a surprised look and listened to them interrupt. The guy said that this kid was a good guy who was always being bullied. He was incredibly sorry for this man, because he was the first person to pay attention to the protagonist, who didn't think he was a piece of meat or some kind of scum. The guy asked, why is everyone bullying him? Why is this happening? He remembered the face of his comrade. It was full of sadness and sorrow. He really wanted to die because of the fact that he was constantly bullied. Indeed, it was not life, but a real hell, a nightmare to be avoided. He remembered that moment when they were sitting peacefully and talking to each other like true friends. He felt so good at that moment. This was the first person who had paid him ordinary human attention. But that guy couldn't take it anymore. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Anger, rage, resentment, and pain mixed together. Why the hell not? Why didn't she train him? The guy couldn't control himself any longer. He was so filled with rage that he let out a deafening scream. He dropped the rebar from his hands and kept screaming. He realized that the girl didn't want to take it. Fuck it. But she could teach him how to fight. And the guy just couldn't remember himself from anger. He didn't know what to do. He was ready to tear the girl to shreds for such an attitude towards people. He came close to her and screamed. The guy was breathing heavily like a wounded buffalo with. His face turned completely red, but the girl did not express any emotion. She extra mordant and also looked more closely at the lad. What was he up to? The girl still didn't understand what he was saying. What's this all about? The guy couldn't stand it any longer and said, "Kyumgang Hospital, second building, room number." He said it like he was a soldier. Hyun-eun is there right now, and if she doesn't believe it, then let her go and see for herself. As soon as the girl heard that, her face instantly changed. It was as if she had just heard something terrible. Her voice trembled. The protagonist continued to rage. He looked straight into the girl's eyes. He's just a kid who wanted to get stronger to protect himself. What did he do wrong? What the fuck did he do wrong? The guy looked at the girl like an enemy he hated with all his heart. He tossed the rebar aside and walked to the opposite bok. The girl looked at him without saying a word. He didn't understand a thing. What in the world is wrong with this world? The guy was looking somewhere to the side. He really didn't want to talk to the girl. What does she want? The girl was silent. Without saying a word, she looked at the protagonist with a surprised and wary gaze and understood the situation. However, she could not say anything. Perhaps pride was in the way. The guy took a quick step in the opposite direction. Suddenly, in his pocket, his cell phone vibrated and an annoying tune played. The guy stopped and started fiddling with his pants. Quickly finding his cell phone in his pants, he pulled it out and looked at the screen. It was Lee Guy Day calling. The guy put the cell phone to his ear and asked just one question. "Did you find it?" An affirmative answer was heard on the other end. "I found it." What the guy heard there made his heart skip a beat. It was that freak's voice. His eyes widened. Fear settled in his soul. He couldn't believe it had happened. Not again. Dae-jin sat on the immobilized body of his friend and held his stun gun. Beside him stood a few dozen more of his charges. This fat of means is so large that it can be seen from afar. The main character's comrade, his entire body was riddled with wounds. There was blood on his face. He must have been seriously hurt. The outcast said they are in a building under construction in Gyeomgang Park and are going to have a real feast. Let the protagonist come to Da to eat the leftovers. The man said the last words with great disdain. The same predatory smile appeared on his face at that moment. After that, the degenerate threw the phone in the opposite direction, after which it fell to the floor and broke into several pieces. That's it. The phone didn't work anymore. There was a short beep on the other side. Gay-Day lay unconscious and stared with lifeless eyes in front of him. The freak leaned over and said that the bastard was quiet. At that time, he liked him much better. Since when had he changed? The man hesitated and a small chuckle erupted. The guy leaned in front of him and laughed again. He couldn't believe that he was stronger now and was now trying to chase him. That was so funny. He had the smile of a true demon on his face. No obstacles existed for this man, he just destroyed them. The guy turned to the poor guy lying on the ground, tears streaming from his eyes, bloody tears. His whole face was shattered. Basically, the guy was either dead or unconscious. He hadn't made it. He had been found quicker and now his life was in great danger. The boy dropped the armature from his hands and clutched the phone with the tremendous force that it even forbade. Now, there was an unbearable rage in his soul. The girl stood behind him and continued to stare after him. Her fists were also clenched. Apparently, she too was incredibly angry at this moment. What a bunch of assholes! The guy clenched his teeth in impotent anger. The most frustrating thing was that he couldn't help his friends now. They were being victimized one by one. The protagonist stood there, and there was nothing he could do. He was weak. He had no allies in this battle. However, he had nothing to lose now. He picked up the iron rebar again and dragged it forward behind him. I called out to him. The guy didn't seem to be distracted at all, and I didn't pay any attention to her. The girl looked at him and said that it didn't matter how angry he was at that moment. If he wanted to kill someone, he shouldn't be a scum like them. The boy paused for a second, anger glinting in his eyes. He wasn't listening to anyone right now. He saw only a target to destroy. Soon, he arrived at the agreed place. He took heavy steps up the stairs, continuing to drag the rebar behind him, which made a piercing sound every time he climbed another step. He didn't even worry about being overheard. The offspring were already hiding around the corners, who had prepared their sticks to catch the guy off guard. Against all of them, He wouldn't be able to stand up after all. Besides, his arm was broken. As soon as the boy got as close as possible, all the people standing there rushed at him, waving their sticks. Now, he didn't stand a chance. Either he would fight or die. However, the outcome of the battle was not yet decided. The guy didn't put up a block, and the powerful rebar struck, making a loud sound. His eyes were bloodshot to the point where he looked like a demon. His eyes opened even wider, and his anger glittered in them. At that moment, the guy turned into a real beast who was ready to devour anyone who got in his way. He looked at his opponents and saw real meat. These freaks should die here and now. They're not meant to live on this planet if they're this low. One sharp movement of the main character threw one of the freaks aside, and he flew headlong. The blow was so strong that the guy blacked out almost immediately. The rest of the guys stopped and watched in horror as their comrade flew straight to the ground. After flying a few meters, the body of the freak fell with a loud sound. He was knocked out. With a single blow, he was knocked out. The guys watched in horror. None of them understood what kind of demon had possessed this man. The protagonist said nothing, but simply looked at his opponents as if they were a piece of living meat. He swung his leg and aimed at the bastard's head. At this time, the main degenerate was also trampling his friend. He treated him like a beast, even worse. He knew it wasn't going to be that easy. Did the protagonist know that? He stood in the middle and literally mocked everything that was dear to the protagonist. He stomped on his friend's feet as if it were some kind of mat that was usually placed under the door. Now, the protagonist was in the center of all events. He was standing there, introducing everyone with his frenzied gaze. His eyes were completely covered with blood, and behind him there were already a number of freaks who were also armed with clubs. The circle gradually began to shrink, and in a few minutes the protagonist was already completely surrounded by henchmen. As soon as a dog starts attacking a man, he gets shot down. The freak's voice sounded ringing. It fits the rules. It's imprinted in their minds and passed down in their genes. The guy looked at him with a squint in his eyes, however. Some dogs try to go against nature. That's why they get beaten up over and over again by humans. As soon as there would be one command, all the men at once rushed at the protagonist, waving their batons. They were ready to kill him here and now, as soon as their boss ordered it. The guy couldn't feel anything anymore. He felt no pain. His arm had healed phenomenally, his eyes glowing red like a demon's. Not stopping scum from speaking? How could one do that? This world is rotten to the core. These degenerates allow themselves to treat people like this. Dae-jin placed a stun gun on his shoulder and looked at the protagonist like he was trash. Several of his subordinates stood next to him. This is just a bunch of degenerates. They think they can rule over people because they are stronger. The protagonist is imprinted with the memory of the moments when he saved his friends from certain death, when he lost his friends, while these freaks were bullying them. And here again, his comrade who had so recently appeared to him was now also suffering because of him. He was in a coma, and now his life hung in the balance. The boy remembered running, holding his friend in his arms. That was back in a distant high school. And now, history was repeating itself again. He couldn't let that happen. It was his mistake, and he would fix it, even if he's mixed with mud. The boy grasped his weapon and pointed it forward. Now, he had no choice. There was no other choice but revenge. Even if he was considered a monster, he would destroy everyone. His eyes lit up with fire. He was like a predator that had been cornered. He was not wondering. The guy gave one crushing blow to one of the henchmen, and he immediately boiled to the floor. There was carnage all around. He was alone against several dozen. Besides, his arm was broken, but he still didn't give up. The impact thundered with renewed force. The rebar landed right on the head of one of the rogues and resounded with a mighty crunch. His nose was broken. The guy was surrounded by these freaks, and they were pouncing on him with renewed vigor. They seemed to be increasing in number. There were enemies everywhere, and he had to hold firm. The guy thrust his plastered arm forward and the rebar hit it with great force. There was a cracking sound, and the guy's arm was stabbed with pain. Shit! How many of them there were after all? He grimaced in pain, but the adrenaline had done its job, and now he was like a killing machine. He looked at his main opponent and was sure that this degenerate would move me until he was done. He's hoping his horde can win, isn't he? Well, if you can't take him by force, he'll take him by stealth. The boy dodged another attack, and one of them flew past, swinging his armature. Well, then he had no other choice. The boy jumped up and pushed himself away from one of the freaks. He looked at him with a frightened look, but there was nothing he could do. The guy jumped up so high and swung his rebar to finally put an end to this freak once and for all. But the guy didn't even move. He kept watching the protagonist flying at him, waving his weapon around. The guy swung around and brought the rebar down with all his might. It hovered, cutting through the air. However, it all happened very quickly. He heard the freak's voice. What a shame. The boy opened his eyes. Didn't it work out? Dae-jin put out his stun gun, blocking the blow. He smiled and prepared to smash his opponent into the wall, and no one would dare to doubt him anymore. He swung around and kicked the protagonist in the stomach with great force. He didn't have time to react and flew off to the other side, screaming in pain. The blow was so strong that the boy's breath was cut off. He flew high up, the shock was strong, and the guy in a few seconds was in the air, flying straight into the crowd of angry people ready to tear him to shreds. After flying a few more meters, the guy slammed loudly to the ground. His back ached, but he didn't feel any pain. He almost fainted from the adrenaline. His weapon slipped out of his hands. There were quite a few people crowded around. Is he crazy? Scattering them left and right and telling them to just blend in like that? They started laughing around. Well, this scum is helpless now. It won't be hard to take him down. The guys began to huddle over him, overhanging him like a roof. They all had rebar in their hands. Before the protagonist knew it, a barrage of blows was raining down on his head. The rebar hit him right in the head. His eyes went black, but he had to hold on. Hit and fell one after another, but the protagonist tried to hold on. Workings came closer to him and said, "Judging by the way he's acting, his little buddy's still not dead." His voice sounded as contemptuous as possible, like he was talking about some kind of animal. 348, he continued to be beaten, but he endured. The voice of the bastard came out. He should have eaten before going out after all. What an idiot. The guy held on with all his might. This was his cunning plan. Suddenly, gathering all his strength into a fist and ignoring the pain, he grabbed the leg of one of the scum standing nearby. Well, now he had a chance. He gathered all his strength into a fist and yanked his leg back as hard as he could. The guy standing next to him couldn't help himself, and a surprised cry struck everyone around him. He flew straight down, like some kind of rag doll. The protagonist was like the Terminator. He was not afraid of any challenge at all. All this pain was just a toy for him. He grabbed the man's leg and swung it like an Olympic projectile, aiming it straight at Dae-jin. He swung the man right at him, and the guy let out a loud scream and flew straight forward. Suddenly, the protagonist awoke some incredible power. He turned from a simple man into something more, and his anger gave him strength. Adrenaline was off the charts, and his muscles were made of stone. However, the man dodged in time, and his friend's body flew past him, his slippers even flying off his feet. A few meters later, he fell to the ground, and there was a loud crunch of bones. Jin stretched out in a smile. Wow, this guy is more interesting than he seemed. The guy was pleased. Now he was going to have some real fun. Young Ha got to his feet. From this angle, he looked as threatening as possible. He wasn't afraid of the pain of anything around him. He wasn't afraid of the many people who wanted to kill him. There was silence for a moment, but after a second, one of the students rushed at him and, waving a rebar, screamed at him to finally die. However, the protagonist put his fist forward, and the rebar hit him. To his great surprise, the metal structure began to bend, and soon the fist reached its target. The man did not expect such a thing, and his face crunched. The sound of breaking bones was heard. The blow was so strong that he was able to bend the rebar and still reach the face of the offender. Now he did a somersault and flew backwards. However, the protagonist didn't even think of stopping there. He dodged and hit another one. The guy flew backwards with a single blow. All the people standing around came to a real, indescribable horror. What the hell is this? The boys had genuine horror on their faces. It possessed them completely. It was the first time people had ever seen such power. The guy ran up to another scum, and with a powerful uppercut knocked him out with a single blow. His eyes glowed like a demon's. No one could believe what they were just witnessing. He was knocking them out one by one in just one blow. The boys watched as the main character hammered one by one into the asphalt with powerful blows. Holy shit! No one could really expect this. The guys looked at the whole thing with their mouths hanging open. What a psycho! Now even they were scared to look at it at all. No one wanted to go near him. He's a fucking monster! The protagonist approached forward with heavy steps. From this angle, he looked like a killing machine that was built for one purpose only, to destroy all his enemies. The boy looked into the crowd, and his gaze made it clear that he would kill anyone who got in his way. His eyes blazed with rage. He was a monster at this moment, and everyone in the crowd was horrified. "Come on, let them come out!" Suddenly there was a voice. He said he was going to attack from behind. The voice was nasty, and the protagonist recognized it immediately. It was that main degenerate, Dae-jin. Dae-jin stood behind him, approaching the elevator shaft. Dae-jin grinned to himself, and with his taser in hand, he stood nearby, ready to get away as quickly as possible. Annoyed, he said, "The protagonist is very hard to break." The man roared, "Where is he going?" The main character with burning eyes rushed after him in pursuit. He was like a real beast. Would he really let this bastard go now? Bastards! Jin-sung smiled again, and that smile made the protagonist freak out even more. He's leaving? His smile stretched even wider. Don't you get it? He's not going to get into a fight. Why would he do that? The man saw the elevator doors open, and his eye caught a real horrible sight. The moment he saw it, his heart skipped a beat. How was it even possible to create such a thing? Who did one have to be? The elevator doors finally opened, and he was faced with a truly horrible sight. His comrade lay murdered, and written in blood on the elevator wall was the phrase, "Hunt the pig." The guy turned around and looked over there. Why would he do that? The protagonist's fists clenched to a crunch. He was ready to tear him apart now, except this creep was incredibly slippery. He was so angry that he didn't look like a human being anymore. He's a total degenerate. The guy didn't know where to put the anger that filled his body from head to toe. Jin smiled and told him to think hard. He doesn't realize that the more he resists, the more he ruins the question mark around him, because what happened to his friend is just the consequences of his actions. It was his fault. When he heard these words, the boy stopped. He didn't understand anything. What was this degenerate asshole talking about? He smiled and aimed his taser right at the immobilized body of his comrade. The guy ordered the protagonist to get on his knees if he didn't want him to turn that pig into a steak. Guy Day lay completely immobilized, blood dripping from his face. "Come on!" The guy didn't stop. He wanted to bow his head in front of him. The protagonist realized that he had no other choice now. He wanted to save his comrade's life, and he had to get on his knees. If he lost another friend, he would not forgive himself. Jin took the fat man's head in his hands and clapped his hands together. That's good. Why couldn't he be so obedient before? And first, he should do something else. Return the favor to his boys. The silhouettes of the others were beginning to loom over him, coming closer and closer, waving their sticks at him. And then, as if at the behest of a conductor, they swung their bats and began to drop them one by one on the protagonist. The blows came one after another. The pain was really hellish. How dare he go against their brother? The guys were beating the protagonist half to death, and he just cringed and endured the blows. Young smiled satisfactorily and took a drag on his cigarette. It was simply a beautiful sight. He was incredibly happy that he was finally able to break this monkey. Eventually, the beating ended, and the protagonist, completely bloodied and exhausted, continued to sit on his knees. He lowered his head and did not even raise his gaze. He didn't want to live right now. The brat approached him, step by step, and looked up at him. He only saw him as prey. Now he's going to take him down, and this guy won't even dare go near him again. Everyone would be afraid of him. Jin sat down on his knees and began to speak in a measured voice. If the protagonist wants it to end without his six dying in the hospital. He leaned toward the protagonist and looked his ugly eyes right into his soul. The man averted his eyes, disgusted by the very realization that he was near this bastard. "Would you be so kind as to do something?" His voice sounded sly, like a fox's. The guy continued to mock. He said that the main character is the most interesting person in the whole school. So if you go under him, he'll make sure he always has money, power, and women. The guy smirked, as if mocking the protagonist. They could crush everyone and make their school the best in the world. He was the kind of person who thought that strength was the best way to solve problems. The main character lowered his head. That was right, he was completely right. Apparently the main character was also once like that. However, the guy continued to sit silently in front of him and stare at the floor in front of him. Jin looked in front of him, still waiting for an answer. That was right. For high school kids, strength is the best proof of superiority. It's literally all they have these years. It was only because of this that he had become a monster, and he had had so much to endure, so much to lose. He remembered all the times he had to save his friends from certain death. He knelt in front of the ugly man and said nothing. Anger was boiling inside him, and he was preparing to do the thing that would end it all. The image of his friend, who was now lying in the hospital and there was no telling what would happen to him next, popped into his mind. Did he really deserve this? Except he'd learned the fucked up part of life. He lifted his blood-soaked face and looked at the bloodshot eyes in front of him. He mustered all his anger to make one last attack. His patience was running out, and now he had only one shot to bet on. It was only a second before he grabbed Jin by the throat. He didn't even have time to react. The guy only managed to let out a suppressed scream. The next moment, he had him by the legs. These scum can only get a grip on their minds when they've experienced the same thing he had. He pushed himself as hard as he could and hit his opponent straight into the ground with tremendous force. Right now, he was more confident than ever. The guy smiled and asked, "The protagonist forgot what?" He looked at him, squinting into his eyes, his beaming smile. He still felt his superiority. However, the protagonist wasn't going to stop there. He hit him in the face with all his might, overcoming the pain with his broken arm. There was a crunch, and the protagonist's nose fell right into his skull. Several teeth flew out and scattered in different directions. Suddenly, one of his henchmen shouted, "Does he want this fatso to die?" The guy had his rebar ready and he was holding it to his comrade's throat. However, the protagonist didn't stop. He punched with renewed vigor, blood already staining his face and clothes. "Well, let's see. Let him try." Tai Ji suddenly smiled widely. This guy was alive. This fatty just can't be understood. Let's see who dies faster, him or this fucking degenerate. The protagonist swung his plastered arm again and aimed the full force of his blow directly at his opponent. He just lay there, unable to even move. From such a force, his whole body went numb. What the hell is going on right now? How the hell do I stop him? The protagonist knew no mercy. He looked at him with eyes full of rage like a rabid beast. He's gonna kill him! Still, that degenerate didn't pass out and held the protagonist's hand with his own hands. Is he crazy? Should he look back? The protagonist was so engrossed that he didn't notice that another degenerate had crept up on him from behind and was already bringing his rebar over his head to finish him off once and for all. The blow went straight to his head, and now sparks were going to come out of his eyes. The protagonist didn't expect that, and all he could do was groan. Taking advantage of the moment, the guy intercepted his arm and immediately threw him to the floor. Then he stood up and pressed his feet directly to the floor, The protagonist could not move. The blow was really strong. His arm twisted to the other side. The guy felt unbearable pain. The initiative was intercepted. Now to get out of this grip will be, oh, how difficult. He grabbed his taser and prepared to take down the protagonist once and for all. It's just a creature to be exterminated. Now no one could stop him from doing so. Charging his stun gun to full power, he brought it to the protagonist's throat. He's going to kill him. This man will never live again. That motherfucker. He grabbed the protagonist's face and started squeezing his throat harder and harder. What's going on? Let's see who dies the fastest. What a scumbag. He won't even live for an hour. Jin's face was stained with his own blood, and he looked at his opponent as if he were a living puppet. Is he soft already? Where's all his strength and vigor? Where did it all go? The protagonist didn't know what to do next. He looked at his opponent with a frightened look and had already accepted his part. Jin ran up to the kid a few hours ago and surrounded him with his gang. He seems to be friends with the protagonist. Begging sign, he presented machete to the kid right to his throat. The kid couldn't remember himself from fear. Well, he's bringing him to him now. It gives him the right to resort to extreme measures. The kid said in a friendly voice that he wouldn't do that, but the blade of the dagger came almost close to his throat. After these words, a hail of blows fell on him. He was kicked. Why? Is he having a hard time? He'll bring him in, kick his ass, and he'll let him go. Isn't that a bad offer? The boy tolerated. He cringed and shielded his head with his hands. Or is he more interested in being maimed? He begged to be stopped. The boy struggled to break free of the grip, and tearing his clothes, rushed towards the brat. Naturally, the boy did not expect such a lunge, and the boy's fist came close to his face. A few seconds later, there was a slap, followed by silence. The guy didn't expect this. This weakling, who can't even stand up for himself, suddenly thought he was a hero. What did he think of himself? He opened his eyes, and in those eyes was reflected the lust for death. What had he just done? His voice was as quiet as possible. He felt that this kid was going to be the end of him. He'd given him a choice, so why not use it? The boy had quickly knocked out his opponent and was now dragging him by the hair somewhere in the distance. Naturally, there was nothing the boy could do. He was physically very weak. The bastard dragged him by the hair toward the fence. After all, he knows no one will be sorry if a filthy scum like him dies. The guy yanked the boy's head forward and repeated his offer. The boy saw his death in front of him now. He had only one choice: either die here and now or give up his friend. Both of which he found simply unbelievable. He brought his head right up to the edge of the precipice. They were on the roof of a multi-story building. If the boy fell from there, he was definitely not going to survive. Either he beats his friend or he's finished. Jin leaned his head against the concrete fence and ordered him to pick. The guy, stammering, told him not to be stupid. That's crazy. Jin smiled, and this kid looks like he has a good friend. That's right. That's the way to go, and you should never betray your friends even if your life is on the line. Suddenly, the worst happened. Jin let go of him, and the boy flew straight down from the 4th floor to the ground. Well, he's made his choice. Now, he's flying straight back to the ground. If he falls, he's definitely finished. Now the degenerate was sitting on the protagonist, trying to strangle him. He was laughing and saying, "You should see the look on his face right now." Had he regretted messing with him yet? However, the protagonist didn't think of backing down. He gritted his teeth and said that Jin was just a stupid bastard. Exactly like his buddies, who have already approached the friend of the protagonist and prepared their armatures to straighten him out. Well, the main character is going to die today. However, not only him, but also his stupid friend. The guy swung around and prepared his taser for the final blow. He looked at his prey. Now, it would come to an end. He power saturated, and his blood repeated his name, this time fully. However, something strange was already happening behind his back. All of his scum were slowly starting to thin out. One of them already had a large rebar sticking out of his throat. Gide standing, Yi held one of them by the face. He turned to Dae-jin. There was a note of madness in his voice. His face was mangled, but the boy was alive, and now he was furious that his friend had been beaten so unceremoniously. Swinging around, he tossed his victim aside and the kid flew right into the pile of others. Now, he was already dead. Jai ran straight at the main freak and with his whole body piled on top of him, but he wasn't so easy. The guy covered himself with his arm, but still flew off in the opposite direction. Fatty walked over to his comrade and helped him up. "It's all right. Now he's not alone." Dae-jin wiped his nose clean of blood. "It looks like these suckers have been drugged in some way." "Yeah, how do you kill them?" "Looks like they need to be made aware that they're not getting out of here alive. In principle, he could let them go. But today, he's not kind enough to be so generous." The boys began to crowd around our heroes and immediately rushed at them, waving the rebar at them. The fat man turned to his friend and said it was his turn to cover. Swinging his weighty fist, he knocked out one of the bastards with a single blow, and the student's lifeless body flew into a nearby corner. However, the main characters didn't lag behind him either. With a powerful uppercut, he knocked out a few more people. The guy was furious again. He felt that he was not alone now, and it was as if he had more strength. He dodged the rest of the attacks. His friend had said he only needed to focus on one target right now. Let him take the ringleader and Fatso take care of the rest. He's had enough rest, and now he needs to stretch his fists. Dae-jin stood back and watched as his army beat the two poor men. He could hear the sounds of blows from everywhere, but he couldn't see the whole picture. The boy sighed heavily. People need to learn to accept their fate. He squinted his eyes into the thick of things. Suddenly, a scream came from the crowd and the body of one of his comrades flew high into the air. He looked up in surprise. What the hell had just happened? Suddenly, the main character appeared from the thickest part of the crowd and ran straight at him, waving his huge fists. No one in the crowd could stop him. Swinging around, he aimed right at the guy's forehead and pumped his name at the top of his voice. He gathered all his gambling, all his power and hatred into this blow. He had to finish him once and for all. Dae-jin swung his taser to repel the attack. When is that bastard going to die? How much time does he need? Now, they clashed with each other, and it was only their battle. The opponents were of equal strength. The protagonist blocked the stun gun blows with his cast. They looked each other straight in the eyes. Both men were filled with fury. The protagonist just wanted revenge for everything his friends had suffered. Dae-jin squinted his eyes at him and grinned as he continued his onslaught. He wasn't even going to retreat. The opponents were as strong as each other. However, a painfully familiar voice was suddenly heard. A few more people appeared. "What the hell are you idiots doing? What the hell is this?" The voice seemed vaguely familiar to the protagonist. Another man stood in front of them, watching with rapt attention. He was looking straight into the crowd of people who were crowded together, blocking his view. Our heroes clash. Why are they just standing there? Guys stop fighting and it's like they're distracted from each other. Out of nowhere, surrounded by his loyal charges. Isn't there a match scheduled for today? The man looked at his friend in surprise. No, there are no scheduled matches today. By the way, his name is Tak Bei. What? Who are those question marks? The school children came closer and started looking at the man. And he shouldn't care. Doesn't he want to get his ass out of his way? If he wants to die, the man can build it. Jin yelled at the protagonist that he would kill him, make him shut up finally. The protagonist suddenly stopped being rabid. Charles walked closer to them and everyone turned around in surprise at the guys. For some reason, they had been distracted before. Charles came closer and closer and ordered everyone else to spread out and give him way. There was a whisper of it among the rest of the men. They seemed to know who would win this fight. Charles smiled and asked in surprise, "What's going on here?" Suddenly, he shifted his gaze to the fat man. The man seemed vaguely familiar and the man smiled and greeted him. Then he said good-naturedly that they had not seen each other for a long time, to which the fat man only said nothing and continued to look at him with a wary look. He coughed and came closer. The man asked in surprise, "What's going on here?" At that time, the rivals continued to stand opposite each other without doing anything. Charles still didn't understand. Why did they choose to fight today? But BTW, great shots. He folded his fingers into the semblance of a camera. Do they look good? He looked at the fighters who were fighting and who didn't understand what was going on here. That's impossible. They're 500 points apart. I mean, they have a rule. Today, however, was a special day, and they could waive them. Charles looked carefully at the main character's plastered hand, which continued to block the working stun gun. Okay, the man addressed his ward and again got his name wrong. What is he even talking about? The man snapped his fingers and smiled even harder. He had finally come up with an idea. There was an unprecedented excitement in his voice. Now they're adding a new category of matches. The opponent from crossed their weapons and looked at each other as if they were prey. In a few minutes, the girl was already in the hospital and stood in the room in front of the bed where her friend was. There was a distinct odor of medicine in the room. The boy was lying on the hospital bed and did not move. His chest was slowly heaving. The guy lay hooked up to a ventilator. He was still bleeding from his head. His eyes were closed and it looked like he wasn't going to wake up anytime soon. His injuries were very serious. Nuna looked at him with a lifeless stare. The girl didn't even know what to say. There was an incredible sadness and anger in her eyes. She was ready to kill anyone and everyone who dared to hurt her friend. Gi Dae and Young Ha were sitting in the tent. Jong was sitting on a stool, and his friend was looking at him with a concerned look. The guys were talking animatedly about something. Fatty was saying that the guy wasn't even going to school. It was because of the PvP fights. Wiping the blood off his face, Jong said that he understood it all too well. He realized that his life had changed drastically because of this, but now it was too late to retreat. He would have to finish what he started. Suddenly, they were interrupted by Charles's voice. The boys turned to the side and looked at the man. What does he want? The man said hello to them, and the boys looked at him in disbelief. Charles pulled back the curtain and said with a smile that the freestyle rule was in effect for today's match. All weapons are allowed except blades. They have a free hand, so let them do what they want. Two men opened a safe in front of them, which was filled to the top with a variety of weapons. There were bats, brass knuckles, clubs, and nunchucks. It was going to be a good fight, and it was going to be a great one. Charles walked up to him and took a closer look. He wanted to recommend something for the next fight, but the boy wouldn't listen to him. He had already made his choice mentally. He didn't need any advice. Young stood up from his seat and began to choose. There were a lot of options out there, so one would have to pick something worthwhile so as not to embarrass himself during the battle. The guy didn't think for a long time, and after a few seconds he made a final choice. He looked at the safe with weapons and understood that not only his life, but also the honor of his comrade whom to offend depended on the next fight. The battle was about to begin. People were already crowded around the ring. The announcer was announcing the start in a lively manner. The crowd looked at the announcer in anticipation as he announced the start of the fight. Everyone was in anticipation. Today's fight was different from any they had seen. Weapons were allowed, which meant it would be an unforgettable spectacle. Smiling broadly, he said loudly that it was time to meet the players. The announcer was incredibly happy that today's fight was going to be incredible. It seemed to him that this spectacle was going to impress everyone. Charles and Lee Gi Dae stood in the rest of the crowd, talking amongst themselves. The man offered him some popcorn. Charles didn't seem to be bothered at all. He just watched everything that was going on, while the guy stared at the man in front of him. An electric crackle sounded. The first player who decided to use the lightning rod appeared. He had always used this weapon, not only during battle but also in his daily life. It was as if it had become a part of his hand. Seo Da-jin stood in one corner of the ring and prepared to fight. In this place, he was known as the Red Fox. He realized that he was the king of this ring. The crowd roared. Most of the people were in favor of him as they realized that the fighter was much more experienced than his opponent. The announcer announced that his opponent would be a rising star who had already defeated Goliath and a super rookie. The boy's hand threw him over the chains that enclosed the ring. Jung abruptly jumped over the chains, an ordinary wooden stick in his hands. It was strange why he had chosen this particular weapon. He knew he needed to prepare well, but for some reason, he chose the worst thing he could have chosen. The guy started to approach his opponent with a sharp movement. Those around them were surprised at this choice. The difference between the fighters was 500 points. Will he win today? Passions were running high, the tension in the air rose to a fever pitch. The opponents had too big a difference in points, so it would take a good effort to defeat a fighter as experienced as the Red Fox. Before the fight could begin, Yong-ha rushed to attack. The guy swung his stick and prepared to strike his opponent, his eyes filled with rage and confidence in his actions. He had to avenge his comrade who was now lying in the hospital dying. However, his opponent was not so simple. In one deft move, he gave him a powerful punch right in the jaw. Red Leaf was much more experienced. He had calculated all of his opponent's movements, and the boy's attack was too open. The fighter's eyes even darkened in his eyes from such power. The announcer said in surprise that they must have spoken hastily about Jung Yeon-ha's abilities. Blood spurted out of his mouth, his teeth snapped, and it seemed like one of them was ready to fly out of his mouth. Dae-jin was striking sharply and right on target. Red Fox immediately began to dominate his opponent. This fighter was much more experienced than his opponent. He would treat him like a toy. The boy struck one after another. He knew no mercy over his opponents. Jong put up a defense just in time, but it was clear that his stick wouldn't last long. There was an electrical crackle and the smell of burning wood. The electric shocker was much stronger than an ordinary stick. He would break it in half now. The Red Fox smiled broadly. He felt his superiority. It seemed clear who would win. He realized that this newcomer was no match for him, and he had also taken an ordinary stick, so now he would quickly take care of him and once again prove the title of the strongest freestyle fighter. Jung noticed at the last moment that his opponent's shoe was coming towards his face. He naturally didn't have time to react, and he was terrified to realize that he was about to be hit with a powerful kick right in the face. The guy didn't even make any attempt to dodge. There was a bang, and Young-ha's head snapped back, almost knocking him unconscious. Blood spurted out again, and a few teeth seemed to have come out of the boy's mouth. The blow was incredibly powerful. His opponent didn't spare him for a second. He flew off to the side, almost flying out of the ring. The fight started very abruptly. The stands thickened. People watched in amazement and horror as an experienced fighter fought a newcomer. In addition, he has a broken arm, which complicates his fight. The boy did not hesitate and immediately began to rise to his feet. His opponent had already prepared his weapon. The stun gun crackled with renewed vigor. This guy had a plan. He wanted to destroy his rival once and for all so that no one else would dare to stand in his way. The fighter leaned on the chains, but the electric wave was fast approaching his arm. He had to take a break, but he hesitated, not realizing that his death was already creeping up on him. The electric discharges were approaching him at an incredible speed. A few seconds later, an incredible pain pierced his body. Electric shocks went through him. The guy almost screamed with pain that they squealed. His eyes opened to the limit. The pain was simply unbearable, but the guy endured. Dae-jin smiled, looked at him, and asked, "Is he ready to give up? Or does he want to continue?" Red Face wanted to end this as soon as possible. This newcomer was too brazen. He would destroy him now, and that would be the end of it. Besides, after the incident with the school, he wanted revenge. Yeon-ha gritted his teeth in incredible pain. The audience admired the Red Fox's skill. They realized that the experienced fighter now had a huge superiority. The guy wasn't going to give up. It wasn't that simple. The guy couldn't take it anymore and jumped away from the chains, which were completely soaked with electricity. He had to get out of here and counterattack. He could withstand the pain, but he wouldn't last long. It looks like he's not going to give up. even though his opponent was clearly superior. He swung his stick and prepared to strike. The guy attacked openly, not even thinking about what he might get in return. He swung his stick with all his might and lunged furiously at his opponent. Red Fox reacted in time and swung his leg over the stick. He easily anticipated his opponent's movements, and his punches were fast and accurate. Now, it was not difficult for him to deal with this newcomer. Jung clearly did not expect such a turn. The stick broke into both pieces with a crack. Now he had no weapon. It took him a second to realize that his situation had become much more complicated. His opponent was much faster and stronger, and the weapon was gone. Dae-jin had already approached his opponent and prepared his stun gun for the next blow. Did he really think he could resist him? The Red Fox smiled. He was taking immense pleasure in realizing that he was completely dominating this ring. The newcomer didn't have long to live. A second more, and Young Ha's body was once again pierced by a powerful electric discharge. The guy straightened up as if he was standing on a stance. The pain was unnatural again. His whole body felt like it was on fire. The electric shock was an incredible force. The human body could hardly withstand it. Young Ha courageously endured all the blows without even trying to counterattack. He seemed to have some strange plan. He cried out in pain, but still, he stood still like a rock. The electric shocks didn't seem to bother him at all. The guy was filled with determination. He fell to his knees and the wood flew out of his hands. The Red Fox continued to taunt him. Jong kneeled down and struggled to regain his senses. It was as if his body was paralyzed. He couldn't move a finger. The guy seemed to be completely. The guy didn't have time to react, and he was hit in the face with a powerful knee that must have broken his nose. There was a crunch. The guy didn't expect such an attack. His whole face felt like he was pushed against a stone wall. He didn't have time to dodge, and now his nose was bleeding. Jite looked at his friend with a dumbfounded look. This was a simple beating. When is he going to take action? What is his friend doing? Would he just stand there and take this beating? The guy didn't understand anything. He had to act somehow. Otherwise, his friend would just die in this arena. Charles came up to him and said that no matter how many combat points a participant has, it depends not only on his strength, but also on his ability to anticipate situations and improvise during combat. Dae-jin struck one after another, shocking his opponent with electric shocks. Even the air around him seemed to be soaked with electric energy. The power of the stun gun was increasing with each passing second. He was beating his opponent to a pulp. He wanted this guy to realize that it was better not to stand in Red Fox's way. This fighter has many strengths. He carefully analyzes the combat situation, using it to his advantage. It was as if Jin had turned into a demon. He saw only a piece of meat to be destroyed. His opponents were no threat to him. He saw them as trash. Young Ha was just a beginner who had no experience in professional fighting. All he knew was how to fight in school, and he had no special fighting skills. Even his first fight was difficult for him. How was he going to face such an experienced fighter? The Red Fox, always aware of the events of the arena, he filmed the players' fights on camera. He gathered information like a spider, spreading his web everywhere. He saw everything and heard everything. Information was his main weapon. The more information he gathered, the smarter and more experienced he would become. He's always learning, analyzing every fight, taking lessons from them. He read many books on martial arts, wrote down every move he saw in other street fights. There was no technique he couldn't learn. This man carefully planned and investigated everything to defeat his opponent. He had a notebook in which he wrote down all his observations, analyzed his fighting style, studied new techniques that would later help him win an unqualified victory. It was a real job for him. Charles and Gai Tae stood on the podium and watched the battle. A battle is not just about fighting. In battle, it's important to show your mental abilities. Each of the fighters had to skillfully manage their thoughts and direct them against their opponent to calculate their movements. You have to be cunning like a fox. Maybe that's why this man was so lucky. Red Fox was an incredibly calculating man. He was pragmatic and cold in his decisions. For him, there was only one thing: the desire for victory. Charles remembered the moment he saw Jung and Red Fox fighting with each other. Charles remembered the moment when he had seen Jung and Red Fox fighting, but the young fighter had also surprised him with a broken arm. He was able to resist the gang and beat their leader to a pulp. It seemed that the outcome of the battle was already clear. The Red Fox stood over his opponent, who was already almost exhausted. The boy felt victorious. His opponent didn't even resist. He openly attacked, leaving himself no chance. Red Fox had many opportunities to kill him on the spot. Jung was trying to gather all his will into a fist when his opponent turned to him. Jung looked up. He only wanted to kill the thing that dared to send his friend to the hospital. Now he had a better chance that he might never get again. The boy smiled and said that he thought Jung was only now beginning to take him seriously. The fox smiled. He realized that nothing could save this man. He felt his superiority, and it gave him strength. He felt literally, physically satisfied by this exodus. The Red Fox leaned close to him and said that their worlds were very different from each other. He smiled widely, and Jung heard every word he said, his voice sounding like that of a snake. The guy was boiling with every second, but he needed to save his strength for the next throw. Seoul. It's not just a city, it's a huge separate state. Red Leaf said that most of the people in it belong to him. He will never give up on his goal. Any enemy that gets in his way will be destroyed. The fighter smiled widely and continued to taunt his opponent. Jung just sat quietly on his knees, listening to him. He was waiting for the moment to concentrate and strike, the one punch that would give him a chance. But he didn't listen to him. He waited for the right moment and quickly hit him in the face with his forehead. The Red Leaf felt incredible pain. His nose crunched. It seemed to go sideways. Drops of blood flew in different directions. A wave of pain spread across his face. Seo Dae-jin jumped aside and rubbed his bruised spot. He didn't expect such a prank. He looked at his opponent with a disdainful look. What the hell is this guy doing? The Red Fox was furious. Some rookie dared to hit him so meanly. Jung rose to his feet and put his broken arm forward. His rival must pay for everything. The man's face was stern and determined. His eyes were fixed on his friend, who was now in the hospital. Now, he had to pull himself together and deliver the final blow that would put an end to this monster. Red Fox covered his face with his hands and started laughing hysterically. He clearly hadn't expected the newcomer to be able to fight back. Now, something broke in him, as if he had awakened a beast that devoured everyone in its path. His laughter was getting louder and louder. Yong-ha asked irritably, when would he shut up? The boy stood with his arm outstretched towards his opponent and prepared to attack. It was as if Red Fox didn't notice this and just stood there and laughed hysterically. He still couldn't get over it. The Red Fox's face changed. He smiled predatorily and said that even if he shut up, it wouldn't stop him from winning. The guy started to slowly pull off his tie. So he's already familiar with that technique. So he's already familiar with Kang Soo-ho's technique. That's strange. That moment when the champion disarmed his opponent with a single blow, thrusting his arm forward and knocking his weapon out of his hands. Even injured, the champion was still incredibly dangerous. Red Fox began to untie the tie around his neck. They should flirt looking at their opponent. The main thing is to analyze him. If you know your opponent, you can win without much effort. It was a way of life for him, and now one had to prove superiority in this world. When the psychological shields are gone, a man is left unarmed. He has no defense left. He can only rely on himself. He wrapped his tie around his arm and raised it up, waving his stun gun. Jung stood in front of him with his arm still in front of him, even though it was broken, but he was prepared to defend himself and use his body to the best of his ability. The boy looked at his opponent with a focused look. He prepared himself for the fact that he would have only one attempt. He had to concentrate and put all his strength into this blow to show what he was really worth. Right now, there was only one goal: to avenge his comrade. Young remembered how the academy owner had dealt with the bullies with a slight movement. He saw the man just playing with them, even though there were many more bullies, but he felt like a fish in water. He waved his arms, knocking the weapons out of the bullies' hands. The boys were shocked. Now, the guy repeated the same thing. He raised his arm up and his opponent missed with his punch. It was as if he pushed his arm aside and the red fox flew to the side. The boy didn't expect this. Is this even possible? The red fox turned back in surprise. Isn't this Kang Soo-ho's trick? Why hadn't he seen anything like this before? How did this rookie learn such a complicated technique? Didn't he just hit him back with one move? Red Fox was incredibly stunned by this turn of events. Young turned his back to him, and the Red Fox was already preparing to strike. He swung his stun gun. His opponent had no reaction to his approach. Now, he just had to deliver the final crushing blow, and the fight would be won. His hand went high up. The stun gun crackled. The guy remembered all the movements of the academy director during his fight with the hooligans. He remembered how he moved easily and didn't even pay attention to his opponent's attacks. It was just a game to him, and he was still drinking beer on the go. He remembered how the man had turned sharply toward his opponent at the last moment. He was moving like some kind of ballerina. Despite his intoxication, the man was marvelous, his movements incredibly graceful and effortless, as if he'd been perfecting them all his life. Now, he did the same. Red Fox looked at him in surprise. How was this even possible? The guy opened his mouth in surprise. His opponent was looking him straight in the eye with his predatory gaze. It was unimaginable. Jong's powerful punch had already flown his opponent right into jaws. The guy couldn't react in any way. It was a surprise that his opponent didn't have time to calculate now. He looked forward with a frightened look. His fist was already approaching his jaw. A second more and the punch would ring out. A second later, the arm in the cast made contact with the Red Fox's jaw, and he was barely on his feet. His head snapped back, ready to fly off to the other side. The impact was so strong. In addition, the cast was very hard, so the impact was amplified several times more. He clearly hadn't expected such a reaction. Everything in his head seemed to flip upside down. He only had time to look at his opponent with a surprised look. A stream of blood flew out of his mouth, mixed with a few teeth. His jaw crunched and seemed to fly out of place. Young already felt his strength. Now, his opponent was disarmed. He was like a predator who had tasted blood. Now he had no intention of retreating. He clenched his teeth and attacked again. All that was left was to finish this bastard off. When he first appeared with his weapon in front of the others, they only laughed. No one believed that this stick could stand up to such an experienced fighter. They thought that the guy was just joking with them. However, the guy had his own plan. He doesn't care about that. It's not a weapon, it's just a temporary shield. He didn't pay attention to them. He had his own plan. If he stuck to it, the guy would definitely hold the victory. The only weapon he believes in is his fist. His hand was already flying downward straight at the Red Fox's head. The fighter looked up in surprise. The last thing he saw was a huge fist coming straight at his forehead. The Red Fox was terrified. He didn't expect to be fooled in such a sneaky way. And then there was a powerful punch. Seo Dae-jin literally flew into the ground, his body seeming to break the ring. Everything inside him turned upside down. The case seemed to weaken at this moment. The guy flew into the floor and his opponent began to push him harder and harder. From such a hard blow, Jong seemed to have broken his nose. The announcer was shocked. There was no point in continuing the fight any further. Blood spurted, a wet crunch sounded, and a wave of new pain spread across the Red Fox's face. Eva's nose went straight into his skull. The Red Fox was not going to give up. He swung around and kicked his opponent. He had to rehabilitate himself somehow, otherwise this newcomer would kill him. The guy started to jump up from his seat, swinging his legs. He had just regained consciousness and was beginning to counterattack. Jong was prepared for this, but he tensed his whole body to hold back the blows. He realized that he shouldn't underestimate this man because he could easily kill him. Soon he got to his feet and wiped the blood from his face. Dae-jin was furious. His body was starting to ache, and for the first time in his life, he felt like he had been knocked to the ring floor by someone. His voice became more vicious. Jung put his arm forward, preparing for another attack. The guy was prepared for his opponent not to give up so easily. He had to do his best to keep winning this fight. His eyes were full of determination. His opponent was furious. He was ready to rip off that arm of his, and lightning began to swirl around him. He was like some kind of electric demon who gathered all his strength to crush his enemies one by one. Red Fox was ready to kill anyone who dared to doubt his power. It was the first time the spectators had seen something like this from a Red Fox. The guy pushed himself off and began his run-up. His legs were moving at an extraordinary speed. The guy was gaining speed with every second. His throw was going to be a blast. He ran a powerful current charge through his weapon, preparing to finish off his opponent. It was as if the guy was drawing energy from the air. His stun gun was working at full power. Now, any man who touched it would die. Swinging around, he started throwing punches, but his opponent dodged each one with incredible speed. It was as if Jong had turned into lightning. He was moving with incredible speed, and his opponent couldn't even hit him with his weapon. The Red Fox swung his stun gun, but it was all useless. With a smile standing in the stands, Charles watched the fight. The Red Fox seemed to look at his opponent from the other side. The man was incredibly happy with this outcome. The fight was incredibly interesting. Next to him stood Gi Tae and watched everything that was happening. The guy was very worried about his comrade, however, continued to watch. He trusted his weapon completely, keeping his distance between his opponent. Red Leaf moved very fast, completely relying on the electrical discharges of his taser. Yong-ha was not inferior to him in strength. It was as if he had been reborn and had become a completely different person. In an instant, an electric discharge passed within a few centimeters of Yong-ha's head. The Red Fox increased the power to its maximum. The electrical discharges were so close that they even burned a few hairs on the boy's head. The boy felt how strong this voltage was and realized that if he touched it, he would definitely die. The man watched the outcome of the fight closely. It promised to be very interesting. Charles squinted his eyes and concentrated on his fighter. He had never seen anything like this before. Not only was the difference between the two men enormous, but only one of them had a weapon. After blocking another blow, Jong aimed his fast fist straight at his opponent's face, which was still open. His hand moved with incredible speed. His opponent didn't even realize it, and at the last moment, he noticed that a heavy sledgehammer was coming towards him. His opponent had no time to dodge, and a powerful punch flew into his face. A wave of pain spread across his face again. The guy squinted and tried to brace himself, but it didn't help much. His face crinkled as if it were a baked apple. They say Red Fox likes to use weapons in his fights. He swung the stun gun in different directions. He tried to reach his opponent, but he dodged with incredible agility. The blows missed their target and only cut the air. Yong-ha realized that he had to be taken by surprise, to strike unexpectedly. He grasped his opponent's shoulder, and the guy only looked in his direction in surprise. He didn't expect his opponent to use such tactics. The boy dodged and swung his arm for a powerful punch. He needed to strike quickly and unexpectedly. He realized that his opponent was vulnerable to surprise, and now swung his arm to deliver a powerful crushing blow from above. He was not going to give up and continued to fight to the last. A heavy hand fell on his opponent's head. His head went dark again, as if a brick had been dropped on his head. The guy slumped to the ground, trying to find his consciousness. Red Fox fell to his knees from such force, and bent in half. The commentator couldn't believe it. The king of this arena was now on his knees. The crowd was in shock. The man who had been considered invincible until now was now kneeling in front of a rookie, and there was nothing he could do about it. Red Fox bent in half. Jung Ye swung around to deliver the final killing blow. He struck one after another without pity. All he saw in front of him was an enemy that needed to be destroyed. The guy was furious. His opponent was confused. He took a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and threw it right in his opponent's face. It was necessary to distract him somehow, to use a diversion so that Red Fox had some chance to win. Now he decided to use dirty tricks. It was the perfect distraction. Jung hesitated, the pack of cigarettes hitting him in the face. The tobacco got into his open eyes and now he couldn't see very well, and the burning started, but he still kept his eyes open. Dae-jin, at this time, had already prepared his stun gun. The electric stick was already a few centimeters away from Jung's neck. He looked at the weapon and didn't know what to do. He didn't have a chance to dodge. The opponent was too fast. He had to act now. He grouped himself and tensed all his muscles. The Red Fox already realized that victory was his. Now he would kill him. The smile of a true predator stretched across his face. His eyes changed color. He squinted and waited for the final moment when his opponent would finally burn alive. Yong-ha didn't have time to dodge and felt the full, monstrous charge of electricity on him. He clenched his teeth at the incredible pain. The hairs on his head began to smoke from the strain, and even his clothes were about to vaporize from the flow of electricity. The shock was unbelievable. It felt like his body was about to burst from such tension. Would he be able to withstand such a blow? He clenched his teeth. They crunched, and the boy fought not to lose consciousness here and now. The stun worked, as it should. The electricity hit his entire body down to every cell. However, the guy wasn't about to give up. He still stood on his feet and raised his hand up. Somehow, miraculously, he stood on his feet. His willpower was so strong that the guy was not going to retreat even so. Now he made me an unexpected move, putting his hand on his rival's head. Red Leaf looked at him with a surprised look and did not have time to realize the irreversibility of what had happened. The guy didn't feel it yet, but he already realized that something was wrong. The plan worked and the electric wave was transmitted to the Red Fox. The two boys were standing opposite each other in a flash, engulfed in electric shocks. The fight was getting some incredible continuation. The people standing in the stands were simply delighted with such a performance. Now, and he felt the full force of his charge. The man screamed in incredible pain, his face contorted with a grimace. He realized at the last second that he was about to be finished. The Red Fox had not expected this. His eyes were about to pop out of their orbits from the strain, but he had no chance to move. Soon, his weapon failed and exploded right in its owner's hands. The stun gun couldn't withstand such tension, and the guys thrown by the explosion fell back in different directions. Shrapnel and hot air filled with fire flew into them. The commentator said in an excited voice that both players had gotten seriously injured. It looked like a draw was in store for them, but the man stammered. The man had never seen anything like this before. The crowd in the back was thrilled and horrified at the same time. They had never seen anything like this in this ring before. Incredibly, Jung was able to withstand this monstrous discharge. He remained standing on his feet while his opponent was lying on the floor. Jung stood on his feet and looked at his opponent. His whole body was still vibrating from the unbelievable tension, but he was able to withstand it. The match was over. The winner was decided. Jung had won a magnificent victory, in one place, and shouting with delight. The Red Fox was defeated for the first time in his career. Red Fox was lying on the cold floor, unable to move a finger. Fuck, he thought, realizing his defeat. He couldn't understand how this had even happened. No one could beat him until now, and now this newcomer comes along and just wipes him out. How much power does he have? He raised his head and looked at his opponent with a fierce gaze. He was just a little puppy. The guy wasn't going to give up yet. He still had his strength, and now he gathered it in a pile to make the last decisive throw. He couldn't just let this defeat go. The boy remembered the moments from his childhood when he brought a pet into his room for the first time. The cute creature tried to jump on the boy's lap. The boy stroked it with his hands. The puppy squealed happily and wanted to play with his new friend. The little puppy began to bite the boy's finger lightly, the animal apparently wanting to play with its master. The puppy smiled and squinted his eyes at the boy. The little furry lump was incredibly happy to have a new owner. The boy was filled with cruelty and swung his fist to strike the poor dog. He had no kindness in his soul, only endless cruelty and lust for power. Even this little creature disgusted him. He wanted to bend it to his will. The puppy squealed and ran to the corner, a puddle of urine forming under him from fear. The puppy huddled in the corner, trying to hide from his tormentor. He didn't expect the boy to be so cruel, and now he was shivering and hiding in the corner. This experience with the dog became the prototype for his relationship with humans. The poor puppy tried to hide from his tyrant. The poor dog tried to hide, but the boy caught up with him and will now torment him for the rest of his life. This kid has been a creature since he was a kid. Sometimes force, sometimes persuasion. It was very easy for him to control dumbasses. He quickly found his team. Everyone obeyed him unconditionally. He had high intelligence, good physical fitness, the quality of a true leader, able to lead many people. He was also incredibly tough. He invented a great way to get rid of all the freaks. He was always the center of attention and always proving his superiority. He had no barriers at all. Loyal subjects and a sharp mind helped him get away with anything. It was as if nothing was impossible for him. He saw in people only an obstacle to his goal. However, sooner or later in his life, he had an unpleasant experience. He was treated like garbage. At that moment, it was as if something broke inside him. He was confronted with something he had never dealt with before. He had met people far worse than him, but one would have to go through the experience with clenched teeth. One had to endure the bullying, endure the insults and insults. He gave me the appearance of bravely bearing all these burdens on himself. No one even knew about it. It was the most humiliating feeling he'd ever experienced. So he decided to go to the top of the food chain, where no one could insult or offend him. His childhood complex remained with him, even though the boy had grown up and become an adult. His goal was to become the strongest man in the capital, and to take revenge on those scum who insulted him. Revenge overwhelmed him, as if he clouded his vision with this revenge, through which he drew his strength. The guy didn't stop at anything. He sacrificed people for the sake of his goal. However, because of one scumbag who dared to stand in his way, who somehow managed to defeat him by defaming his honor, who mocked him so brazenly, using his techniques against him, who for some reason was incredibly strong and tough. His body seemed to be made of steel. No attack could break him. What's wrong with this man? Why is he so strong? Even in death, he doesn't give up and doesn't let go of his hand. It's as if he can't be broken. All his plans were crumbling before his eyes, making him furious. Everything he had worked so hard to achieve, everything he had achieved by disregarding his principles, by sacrificing people, was now crumbling like a house of cards. Red Fox gripped his stun gun even tighter. He gripped the handle, certain that he would kill the bastard who dared to question his power. He started hitting the stun gun straight into the ground in a rage, spewing curses out of his mouth. He was incredibly angry at his opponent who had dared to dishonor him in front of the public. He clung to every opportunity to somehow regain his superiority. The audience was shocked. It was the first time they had ever seen such a spectacular spectacle. They were shocked that the king of this ring had managed to be brought to his knees. They darted their eyes out and watched in amazement as the events unfolded. It resembled a real drama. Jung just stood there and silently watched the hysterics. He was already a winner. He had done everything he needed to do. Now, he was already a winner, but he still realized that his opponent wouldn't give up so easily. He was expecting some kind of setup. The red fox seemed to go crazy. He grabbed the broken stun gun and screamed that he would kill anyone who got in his way. He was shocked that he was dared to be thrown off his throne. Now, he would use any method to regain his lost honor. He lunged straight at his opponent with his weapon out in front of him. The boy didn't give up hope that he would be able to take this guy down and kill him on the spot, but now he was just ruthless. Li Gi-tae shouted fearfully to move aside, and Charles just watched while eating popcorn. It seemed like a personal grudge. Charles was incredibly pleased that the fight was unfolding in such a way that it would draw a very large crowd. Guy Day at this time was terrified that his friend was now in mortal danger. Jung simply stepped aside and the stun strap flew past his face. The guy was moving with incredible concentration. He had learned to anticipate his opponent's movements, and now it was as if he could see right through him. He remembered the moment when his friend had tripped his rival when he was bullying him. He remembered the moment when his friend had tripped his rival when he had bullied him. Now, the guy did the same thing, and the red leaf fell to the ground, unsteady on his feet. The situation was completely identical, except now it saved the guy's life. He was already the winner, but his opponent was not going to give up and clung to the slightest opportunity for revenge. Jung clenched his fist and directed all of its power into his face. He was already getting annoyed that his opponent was not going to give up. The red fox looked at him with a surprised look, expecting a huge fist to fly into his face. Exactly as Hyun-Eun had done, at this moment, the fighter remembered that moment with precision. Hyun-Eun was completely determined then, and the guy now decided to apply the same. He needed to take revenge from his comrade, and he would never stop. His fist reached its target and the red fox's jaw crunched under the pressure. The boy felt as if his face were about to fall inside his skull, so hard was the blow. The impact was so strong that Dae-jin flew outside the ring. The crowd raised their heads and watched in amazement. Jong tossed him up with one punch, as if it was some kind of toy. The guy had some incredible inhuman strength from somewhere. After flying a couple more meters, the guy fell to the hard ground with a thud. His whole body felt like it was filled with lead. He rolled a couple more meters on the ground and finally stopped. The fox tried to get up, but he could hardly do so. His mouth was bleeding. All he could do was moan. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up to his opponent. Jung-mi was already approaching him, and he was determined to finish what he had started, so he couldn't let his opponent go now. Still, he jumped to his feet, and again, Jong sharply put up a block with his arm. The two fighters clashed again, now outside the ring. Both fighters were as strong as each other in strength and stamina. Each of them wanted to prove their superiority, as if they were two lions fighting for the right to be the leader. A commentator's voice came from somewhere, shouting that the fight has been stopped. They need to stop. Even the announcer realized that the fight was getting out of hand. It was becoming life-threatening. They had to stop the beating somehow. Everyone realized that one more second and they would die. The situation was becoming dangerous. The opponents were standing on the very edge near a window with a chasm behind it. The building was quite high, and if one of the boys fell down, he would surely break something, or worse, die. Jung was furious. He wanted to avenge his friend. He saw his rival kneeling. Now he's going to kneel in front of everyone. Jung was on a new level. He wanted to take revenge on that brat for bullying people like that. Dae-jin smiled and shouted that he must have already been born guilty in front of everyone. The guy had already realized that he had nothing to lose. Now, he had to win at all costs, even if he died in the process. His face changed again, his eyes reddening even more. But he had just rid this world of unnecessary junk. He looked like some kind of demon. His mind was empty, his honor was compromised, and now he had nothing to lose. They were moving step by step to the edge of the window. A few more seconds and they would fly down to the hard asphalt. The situation was escalating with every second. It was beginning to feel like a mortal combat. After his rival's words, Jong frowned with a look. So did he say, trash? After those phrases, the guy's face changed. He hated it when someone called people trash as he realized how bad it was. He had felt it on his skin as a child. Jong once again remembered the moment when he talked to Nuna before he went to avenge his friend. The girl had called him trash too, but he had tried his best to prove that even people like him could change for the better. He would stop at nothing in trying to prove that he was a real person. He had no time to think. The guy took a step back and there was a void beneath his feet. They had reached the end of the window after all, and now, in a second, they would be flying down. Who knows if they would have any chance of survival? Jung turned around, and now the fighters were flying straight down. Even in the air, they continued their battle. Red Fox realized too late that they were now flying down from a multi-story building. The girl sat by Hyun Yoon's bedside with her head bowed, trying not to cry. The girl hoped with all her might that her friend would make it out of here. She couldn't believe that this boy who just wanted to protect himself would die like this. Suddenly, a pulse line appeared on the life support machine, and there was a beeping sound. The pulse line that appeared there gave her a vague hope that everything might be all right after all. She looked up, and at first she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her friend was alive after all. Nuna kept looking at his hand that started to move slowly. She looked up, and at first she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her friend was alive after all. Nuna kept looking at his hand, which began to move slowly. Her eyes widened with surprise and joy, and she didn't immediately realize what had happened. Was it really all right? A flame of hope lit up in her soul. At this time, the fighters were rapidly flying straight down towards their deaths. None of them planned to retreat until the very end. Even though they were heading for their deaths, even in the air, they continued their fight. Jung was filled with rage. He swung his broken arm to hit his opponent even in flight. Jong possessed just some incredible stamina and strength. It was as if his body was made of steel that even the strongest blows couldn't penetrate. His blow was so strong that the Red Fox's face was literally deformed. The fighter was terrified. He pulled his eyes out and looked at his opponent one last time, those eyes reflecting the horror of realizing that his life was about to be cut short. They flew downward, gradually gaining speed, the shards of broken glass flying with them. The two fighters were exhausted to the limit. They used their bodies to cover the small canopy and continued their fall, neither of them seeming to even pay attention to the fact that now they would probably die. The Red Fox was already barely breathing, only a few meters away from the asphalt. Seemingly, the Red Fox was already unconscious. Jong held him and guided his body directly onto the asphalt to at least cushion his fall. Again, a heavy fist came down on his bloody face. There was a wet crunch. He didn't stop hitting his opponent, even though he had already passed out. The guy wanted to finish what he'd started. It was as if he'd lost all his remaining humanity for the time being. After a few seconds, their fall ended, and the boys fell to the hard ground. They were scattered in different directions, each of them badly injured, and now we could only hope that at least one of them would survive. A stunned crowd, who had not expected such a turn of events, was looking down at them from above. They watched in horror as the two fighters were now lying on the hard ground. Lee Ki-tae stood with them and looked at his comrade with a frightened look. There was silence for a second. The guy realized that it was simply unrealistic to survive after such a thing. Would his comrade really die like this? A legion of goosebumps ran down his back. The two fighters were lying on the ground, and we could only hope that they had survived. So far, neither of them was showing any signs of life. They were like two corpses. The announcer said in his manner that it was a double knockout. The commentator's voice was shaking. He himself had not expected such a turn of events. The crowd in the background was horrified. People wanted to know what the outcome of the fight was. However, who had won today? People began to whisper among themselves, and Guy Day ran to help his comrade. He had to hurry. Time was running out, so he ran like a madman and was downstairs in just a few seconds. The boys were lying on the ground, both of them unconscious. Jung woke up first and groaned. His whole body ached. He could feel literally every bone in his body. It felt like every bone in his body was broken. Overcome with pain, the boy tried to get up. His whole body felt numb. His rival continued to lie unconscious. He didn't seem to have survived the blow. He clenched his hand and leaned over his opponent, ready to finish him off. Even though he was almost dying, he was trying to finish the job. The guy was acting on instinct. However, Lee Gi-tae came up in time and stopped his comrade's hand. He held his hand and said that was the end of it. The guy had won anyway. Jung didn't fully understand everything that had happened yet. The fighter's face was completely covered in blood. Now he had won. The announcer shouted that today's winner was Jung Yong-ha. The fighter closed his eyes and tried to comprehend what was happening. Yes, he had won, but his body was no longer obeying him with each passing second. The lifeless body of the red fox remained lying on the hard asphalt. His eyes turned white. It looked like the guy had died. Indeed, after such a blow, not everyone would have the chance to survive. They had fallen from a multi-story building after all. Lee Gi-dae helped his friend up, and supporting him under his arms led him away from the place. It was finally over. The guy had won, and now he needed urgent medical attention. His body was getting weaker by the minute. He was collapsing like a soft toy. Gi-dae said his friend survived by a miracle. He could have died like that. What's he doing? Jung was unable to say anything. Gi-dae was very worried about his friend because he had put himself through an inhuman ordeal. We had to get him to the hospital. With the last of his strength, the boy opened his mouth and said he was fine. His voice was so quiet that his friend had to tilt his head to hear what he was saying. The boy's lips moved with difficulty. He looked at his friend with a tired look and said he had to go to Hyun-eun's place. His whole body was covered in blood and it was already caked on, but he was still on his feet. Soon, the boys arrived at the hospital. Jung was very frightened by the sight of them, and he could have used some medical attention himself. Everyone looked at him in horror as blood continued to flow from him. In addition, his broken arm was starting to hurt a lot. 192 Gi-dae leading him under his arm, they finally arrived. All that remained was to find the right room. Walking down the corridor, the guys saw the other patients looking back at them with fear. Naturally, everyone would react that way if they saw a man in such a state. Soon they walked into a small room. It was chamber number. Jong continued to lean on his friend's shoulder, but still tried to somehow move his legs on his own. From what he saw, Jung opened his eyes wide. He couldn't believe what he saw, and a smile began to appear on his face. Hyun-eun was already sitting on his bed, with nurses and doctors walking around him, and Nuna standing next to him. The girl had been there the whole time, and when she saw the guys, she was surprised to see them. The nurse, holding the surgical supplies in her hands, looked at them with surprise and wariness. Hyun-eun looked at his friend in surprise and joy. Nuna was standing next to him, looking very tired. Naturally, the girl had been sitting next to her friend all night, making sure that nothing bad happened. Hyung started to ask his friend how he was feeling. Jung just smiled and said that he was fine. He was strong. A wide smile continued to spread across his face. He was incredibly pleased with himself and the fact that his friend was finally okay. After saying that, the guy finally passed out from exhaustion. His body finally collapsed, and Gi-tae held him down even more firmly to prevent him from collapsing to the ground. He fell to his knees and Gi-dae tried to support him. Everyone around him became worried. It was unclear what had happened to him, but he had a depressing look. The doctors were now all around him, and he needed to be hospitalized. The last thing he heard were the voices of the doctors and Nuna, who ran up to him and tried to bring him to his senses. The Indian stood celebrating his victory. His opponent lay unconscious. He raised his hands high in the air and screamed like a beast. The main event was about to take place. A man with glasses came up to Charles and said that the last fight had been deadly for both fighters. The man's voice was worried, but Charles didn't seem to care. He didn't care at all. The main event was going to be the Battle of the Kings. The crowd roared. Everyone was in anticipation of the grand spectacle. The battles in this arena never stopped. It was always full of people who wanted to watch the bloody spectacle. Out of 5 players, the last survivor would be the winner. The opponents were the Dirty Rat and Tiggy Duck. The rat smiled a wide, crazy smile. He was already anticipating a quick victory. Each of the fighters was sure of their victory. Other than that, there was a slippery shark and a golden mad dog. They looked at their opponents with disdainful gazes. The golden mad dog had a smile on its face. It was completely confident in its abilities. The last participant was a scarred man. He wore a white mask over his face. He stood in front of the ring, the only one of them all completely calm. The guy didn't say a word and silently prepared for the battle. Scarred was noticeably behind on points. All 5 of them were in the ring. They stood there, glaring at each other. Each of them was ready to tear his opponent to pieces. Well, that's when the fight would start, though. They looked at each other and studied each fighter. They needed to know what they were up against. The gong rang and the opponents rushed towards the scarred man, as they realized that the difference in their fighting skills was very high. They thought that they could easily take him down because this guy was much weaker. All the players were trying to attack the scarred man. Charles stood and smilingly watched the fight. He was anticipating a good spectacle. These kinds of fights were a lot of fun, a massacre to watch. A smile stretched across his face. The man knew something. He only had to watch what was happening. Tigidek swung his large fist, preparing to strike. The scarred man clenched his fist and prepared to fend off the attack. The man stood completely still, as if not worried about the outcome of the battle. However, he didn't have time. The scarred man was ahead of him and delivered a powerful punch right to his face. The man's speed was unbelievable, and it was almost impossible to follow his hands. Tigidak felt his face deforming and his nose going deep into his skull. It was so strong that the opponent flew backwards. He flew like a toy. Even though he was an experienced fighter, it was the first time he had encountered such a force. The other opponents watched in horror. After a few seconds, he hit the grid with a clatter, drops of blood flying everywhere. A second more, and he would have torn through that grid. The man immediately lost consciousness with such force. It seems that one of the competitors is eliminated. Scarred victoriously raised his fist upwards. He aimed to hit the next opponent, which was the golden mad dog. The man didn't expect such an attack, and he wanted to say something, but he stopped short. The golden mad dog didn't notice the attack, and a second later, a powerful fist caught up with him. The man flew in Powell. He slammed into the ground with such force that his spine seemed to break. This stranger's blow was so strong that it left no chance in one go. He slammed his face right into the ring and there was a crunch. It looked like he'd just been retired. His face changed even more, his eyes a white film. His nose finally broke, splattering pools of blood all over the ring. The slippery shark was next in line. The scarred man's powerful leg came down with great force right on his face. Once again, there was a wet crunch, and the face of the next fighter was disfigured by the powerful blow. Shark had not expected this, and he had no choice but to lie there and suffer his defeat. The last opponent started pounding the cage in terror, begging to be let out. He was saying that this man was just a monster. With all his might, the man tried to break free, and the scarred man slowly approached him from behind like some kind of maniac. The man turned around fearfully, preparing himself for his fate. He wouldn't be able to do anything anyway. His eyes were filled with a look of unbelievable horror. It was the first time he had met such a strong opponent, and he would never be able to cope with him, so he could only pray that he would stay alive. He didn't have time to do anything as his opponent grabbed him by the head and pinned him against the cage. His hand grasped the man's hair, pushing him harder and harder into the cage. The blow was incredibly brutal. There were drops of blood on the cage. The fighter's face deformed. His hand grasped the man's hair, pushing him harder and harder into the cage. There was almost nothing left of his face. The man had passed out from such a painful shock. It was an incredible match. The commentator was a little shocked at what was happening. The man was even a little scared. It was the first time he had seen such a man who could deal with so many experienced fighters in a few dozen seconds. This man was definitely incredible. The outcome of the fight was hard to believe. The scarred man defeated 4 opponents in just 56 seconds. 56 seconds. That's a new record. The scarred man stood in front of the corpses of his opponents, who were either dead or lying unconscious. The man hadn't said a word during this entire time. The fighter stood silently, looking at the frenzied crowd. His face was hidden by a hood, and no one could see what was going on. However, it could be assumed that he was not expressing any emotion. The fight was over. The fighter began to walk down the stairs with another victory. It was common for him to kill his opponents in the ring. His heavy footsteps echoed through the hall, even drowning out the screams of the crowd. They had already played a few matches. It was a good idea, after all. He was happy with this outcome. The man was delighted with such a performance. He had not often seen such colorful fights, where one man could take down several fighters in such a short time. The fighter walked past him with a quick stride. Charles said he was very talented. Few people could be found with that kind of strength nowadays. The scarred man just nodded his head. The fighter didn't even seem to be paying attention to him. He didn't need praise. For him, fighting was a true form of pleasure. The man turned his head toward him, so talented but so unassuming. He's still learning, isn't he? Charles was a bit bewildered by this behavior. He was surprised that the newcomer was being so impertinent. At that moment, an idea popped into his head. This stranger and Jung Yeon-ha, who is more capable? Bringing 2 great fighters together in the same ring. That's a great idea. Then he'll give the boy a chance to prove himself. The scarred one wasn't called that for nothing. His face was completely covered in scars. His name was Ji Kong-yu. This man looked more like a golem from a fairy tale than a human being. His face was overflowing with cruelty, like some kind of assassin or executioner. Red Fox was hanging upside down. He had survived, after all, with several other people standing beside him. There was a grimace of pain and horror on his face. He was covered in blood. The guy was hanging upside down. Someone must have caught him. One of the men asked what the hell happened on the roof. Now he's ruled out. The man's voice sounded so cold and indifferent that Red Fox got goosebumps. His misadventures weren't over yet. The man was covered by a shadow. He raised his hand with the phone up and said it was the end of the Red Fox. Now it had once again been discarded like some shabby thing. The boy could hardly believe it, but he realized that this was the end of him. Someone's irritated voice came out of the phone receiver. He said that if Yeon-ha dared to contact them, he would pay dearly for it. The voice was rough, and the person on the other end of the phone seemed to be of advanced age. A man in a white suit sat on the stone throne and said in a calm voice to watch him for a while. The man paused for a moment and put his hand to his face as if thinking about something. The man thought about it. This guy was starting to annoy him. This little upstart who was starting to ruin all his plans. He needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Everyone should know their place, even in this arena. They could just keep an eye on him, couldn't they? A skull ring glittered on his fingers. The man had very massive hands, like he was a fighter himself or had been one. 2 guys in sports clothes were walking forward at a brisk pace and talking to each other. Their voices could be heard clearly. They were cheerful and satisfied with what was happening. It was Yeon Ha and Hyun Yoon, both of whom were already fine. The guys had finally recovered and could now start their daily training. There was no time to miss. There was going to be a new fight soon, and they had to be ready 100%. The guys' faces were full of confidence before tomorrow. Jung was dressed in his gym uniform. Could it be that he would finally be able to train properly? His comrade was walking beside him, a smile shining on his face. Nuna came to them in the hospital and looked at them with a stern look. The girl wanted to talk to them about something. She stood in the doorway for now and didn't dare to go inside. The guys were lying in hospital beds. Jung was now all wrapped up in a cast. He had many fractures. The girl came closer to him and looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze, saying that he was a real fighter after all. Hyun Yoon was happy to see the girl, and she brought him a large basket of fruit. The boy immediately cheered up. The boy smiled and looked at the basket with appetite. Nuna said she brought it to him. If he didn't want it, he didn't have to eat it. She seemed to be annoyed about something again. Is that girl ever nice? She noticed the smile on his face and wondered why he was smiling. It was going to be another scandal. The boy immediately turned gloomy. It is safe here, in the hospital. He can eat and sleep in peace. But that doesn't make him feel any better. Jung lay in his bed and looked up at the ceiling. However, one can't practice here. It was discouraging them. The guy just stared in front of him. He was annoyed that he couldn't do anything for now. He needed to train and improve his skills, and he was lying here in the hospital. Nuna threw Joe his sports uniform. He really can't do that here. The sweatshirt flew straight at the guy. Hyun Yoon looked at the girl in surprise. What was she up to? Jung continued to lie motionless and watch the sweatshirt fall right on top of him. However, things can change. The guy asked in surprise, "What does that mean?" Jong looked at the sports sweatshirt. What was she up to? The guy was incredibly annoyed and had no intention of joking around or guessing any riddles right now. The girl asked why he was so dumb. The guy still didn't understand anything. Is it so hard to say everything straight? The girl didn't even look at him. After waiting a bit, Nuna said that they could now train in Halim's gym. Oh, really? Our impenetrable rock has finally softened. What's gotten into her? Jung walked to the front doors and pushed them open gently with his hand. Finally. He was just overjoyed that he had finally found a place where he could constantly improve his skills. He had waited so long for this moment. He had tried so hard, and now he had succeeded. Finally, he could train in this place. He had been waiting for this for so long. He was literally trembling with anticipation. Now he would open the doors and an incredible training opportunity would unfold before him. First, he would learn to protect his loved ones and those who couldn't take care of themselves. He couldn't let what had happened to his friend happen. Now he had to try to become even stronger so that no degenerate could get close to his friends. He swung open the door in the firm belief of surpassing Kong Soo Ho and becoming the strongest man on the planet. Of course, it was a very bold idea, yet commendable. Hyun Yoon stood behind him and stared in astonishment at the depths of the academy. However, he was frozen in place by what he saw in the hall. He stood there, staring forward in surprise. What the hell is this? The guys stood in their seats and watched as another fighter practiced swinging his legs. The guy was moving so fast and gracefully as if he were some kind of gymnast. Shouts echoed around the training room as the man practiced hard. The guys continued to stand and stare dumbly at the man practicing his kicks. Who was he anyway? None of them dared to say a word. Finally, he stopped and looked at them with an indifferent gaze. His body was well trained and in good physical shape. He looked at them with a blank stare and adopted a fighting stance. He started swinging his arms and legs again, showing incredible speed. He moved like an animal. People could not move at such a speed. The guys couldn't even catch his movements with their eyes. How long has he been practicing? He jumped high up and did a big backflip. He moved as easily as if he hadn't touched the ground. Jung had only seen this in the circus, when gymnasts performed on ropes suspended from the very ceiling. This man's movements were like taekwondo. Every movement was perfected, and he moved with the speed and ease of a bird. Soon after finishing his jump, he landed on the ground with the same ease. Now he looked like some kind of superhero. When he landed, the guy didn't make a single sound. The boys stood watching him with stunned looks. For a few seconds there was silence between them. They stared in surprise at the man who had just done something that was hard to believe. Who was he anyway? The sportsman straightened up and asked in a surprised voice who they were. The man stood in front of them and looked at the two newcomers with an inquisitive gaze. He was not used to seeing new people at the academy. The boys looked at each other and twisted in their seats. They wanted to appear before this stranger at their best. Of course, they had a lot of bravado. Almost in unison, they said that they were students of Halim Academy. The man looked at them in surprise. What the hell is this? Two tails on, who came here for some reason, and now they're showing off. Interesting. Lee Hyun-eun turned to him and introduced himself. The kid looked at him as if that person owed him something. What a braggart. He doesn't know how to do anything himself. Does he do that? Jung Yeon-ha did the same. Their voices sounded confident and firm. Okay, at least he knows how to do something. But still, something tells me that this guy is going to explode into some trouble again. The man folded his arms and clapped his hands together. The boys looked at him in surprise. What was he up to? They came here to train, and who the hell is this guy? The guys were annoyed. They had to train as soon as possible, and they were distracted by talking to some strange scarecrow. So students? The competition had begun. Jung thought in surprise. What does he know what he means? The boy remained silent. His mind was on training. He couldn't think of anything else. He should get away from this strange man as soon as possible and get on with business after all. The man said it was obvious that they were students. He stretched out the last sentence. They stood opposite each other as if waiting for something. For a second there was silence between them again. He walked over to Young-ha and said that his name started like that too. The guy kept looking at him with a strange look. Jung didn't understand what he was doing. What did he want? Let him keep practicing. Why is he bothering them? He said, "Nice to meet you," and swung his weighty fist without hesitation. The fist flew at such a speed that the fighter didn't react in time to see it. What the hell? Is this how you greet new students at the academy? Jung-woo noticed it at the last moment and opened his eyes in surprise. Here's news. Just came to the academy and immediately get beaten up. Asshole. The guy looked at the whole thing with surprise, but at the last moment he realized that he couldn't dodge. The guy had no time to dodge, and the powerful blow hit him right in the jaw. Thankfully, the guy was able to block it in time. He had good reactions after all. One more second and he would have been picking his teeth all over the gym. From such a strong, unexpected blow, the guy flew high into the air and flew somewhere to the side. Holy shit! Now he was flying upwards like a toy. Even though he weighed not too little, yet this stranger threw him away with such ease. Yoon-eun opened his mouth in surprise and couldn't say anything. The boy wondered if he was going to have such an encounter. The boy was afraid for his friend. If he had already been thrown away like a toy, what would happen to him? The boy turned to the stranger and looked at him angrily. "You bastard! What do you think you're doing? They just got here. Is this really how you introduce yourself?" He had no time to say anything, however, because the man swung his leg around and kicked him, nearly breaking the boy's neck. The stranger was not ceremonious at all. He beat the new arrivals like toys for beating. It seemed that to him everyone else was just a training element. His eyes went black from such a blow, and the guy started to pass out. He didn't even have time to think before he blacked out. What the hell? It's not getting any easier. In a second, he was already unconscious on the floor. Poor guy, he just wanted to practice, and here was this ghoul. What was this all about? Some kind of entrance exam? Then this is a bad academy. The stranger squatted down beside him and asked in surprise, "Did he faint? They're just trash." He treated them so arrogantly as if they were his property, as if they weren't. The guy poked Yoon with his finger in his head. What is this even about? Did they come here to study? Young finally came to his senses and lunged at his offender with his fists. He wanted revenge for such a warm welcome. The stranger didn't seem to pay any attention to him at all and continued to sit over the kid who was lying unconscious. As soon as the fighter saw his friend, he immediately rushed to defend him. The stranger jumped back in time, but he still didn't expect such an attack. Wow, these guys can fight after all? He looked at them as if they were chickens who thought they were eagles. The man wondered. He can't even hit him properly? Are they really that weak? Then why did they come here? This was an academy for fighters, not amateurs like these two. The moment he hit him, something was wrong. He felt that the guy could still hold a punch. Strange, since he was just a beginner who didn't even know how to fight. However, he thought that if he looked at him more closely, he might be able to do something. Young managed to block his punch, but what was he thinking? What's he doing? Who blocks punches like that? How did he even get into the arena? The guy didn't understand what they were doing here, and yet he would be stronger than this brat who was fainting. Jung was slowly boiling with rage. Some obscure dude training here, scattering them the first time they met. What does he allow himself? The guy couldn't allow himself to be treated like that. Needed to defend his part. Now he was ready to level him to the ground. Who did he call trash? The guy roared with anger. He had been called trash only by the worst freaks against whom his power was directed. But now he saw in this guy a new enemy to overcome. He swung his weighty fist to hit the insolent man, but the guy managed to block the blow. When he struck, he felt that the stranger's skin was as strong as metal. He pushed his hand away so easily that Jong almost fell down. What the hell was that? He moved so fast that the fighter didn't even have time to follow him. His movements were sharp, fast, and concentrated. Jung was throwing sweeping punches that often failed to reach their target. This man moved as if he was part of this space. What a bastard! He swung again and missed again. What's going on? The guy didn't understand why he couldn't hit even once. All his punches were hitting the air. This stranger was moving so fast that it was impossible to watch him move. With incredible agility, this man dodged and grabbed the guy's head. Jung felt this powerful grip. How did he do that? The guy didn't even have time to react. It was as if his arms were moving on their own, separate from his body. Who the hell is he? And what's he doing here? Jong fell to the ground again. The guy had just managed to get out of the hospital, but here he is being tossed from side to side again. What the hell? Is he going to get hurt again? That kid's always getting into trouble. The guy was furious at such insolence. He clenched his teeth and prepared himself. Funny. Some person who was just practicing was so easy on him. This was a real challenge for him that he couldn't ignore. He had to pull himself together and finally come to his senses. He'd been getting soft lately. However, this was a good chance to practice. He clenched his fist and lunged at his opponent. His eyes were bloodshot with rage, and now he was like some kind of beast that would be disturbed during winter hibernation. He didn't want to fight with anyone. He just came to train. And here was this incomprehensible stooge who thought he was God. The man put out his hand and calmly looked at his opponent. Why? It's a good chance to practice. Let him come over and try to hit him at least once. It's a great chance to test your skills on a new punching bag. The man put his arm forward and blocked the powerful blow without feeling any tension. They were about to fight again. What kind of day was this? Just out of the hospital, and straight into a new fight. The man stood in front of him, not moving a millimeter. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even shake his opponent. Young was shocked. How could he do that? What kind of person was this man anyway? How did he have so much strength and stamina? He had already hit him with all his strength, and this man didn't even move. 303, who the fuck is he? Where did he come from? Could it be one of the academy students? Then how did he have such great strength? No matter how hard the guy tried, it was all for nothing. He was even more surprised when he saw that the stranger was holding his hand with only his fingers. There was no explanation at all. 2 fingers to hold back a blow like that? I'm just crazy too. His opponents usually fell to the floor after such blows, so what the hell? The 2 of them stood opposite each other without moving. Hyun-eun was just lying face down and couldn't even feel his body. Meanwhile, his friend was trying to defend their honor in front of that asshole. Young started throwing a lot of punches, but the man blocked them all without much difficulty. The man had no feeling at all. His skin was stronger than steel, and the blows were bouncing off him like a wall. It was impossible. He smiled and said it was pretty fun. He just wanted to practice. He's going to work on his punches. Now he has a chance to compete even though his opponent looked like trash. The guy didn't know what to say. How was this even possible? From not understanding, he lost his concentration, and his punches began to weaken every minute. He didn't understand how this man could only take so much. He parried everything with such ease, as if it was a common thing for him, even though the guy gave his best in his fights. The fighter dodged and tripped the guy, who fell to the ground, unsteady on his feet. His movements were so light that it was almost impossible to betray them. He moved as if it were some kind of dance. Before he could even think of anything, the man jumped up high and his blow missed. The heavy sledgehammer only split the air. Naturally, it hit me. The man was moving incredibly fast. The fighter easily jumped on his shoulders, so the guy didn't even have time to realize anything. This man was like a monkey that could not be caught. He was jumping from corner to corner, jumping over all the punches, dodging without much difficulty. Jong wasn't used to such speed. He was unlike anyone he had ever had to deal with before. The man turned around and looked at his opponent with a smile. It was just a game for him, a way to practice his strikes. He didn't take his opponent seriously. His movements were too slow. He could easily anticipate them and parry every action. After a second, he pushed off his back and the guy flew to the ground. Jong's face hit the stone floor painfully. He was furious. How could this even be understood? He had been beaten like a little girl. The guy had been practicing. He had practiced his punches, and now it was all useless. Jong immediately rose to his feet and prepared for another throw. He wasn't going to give up. He had to teach this kid some manners. Now, the fight was about to become a real fight. It wasn't just a sparring match anymore. But the man was much faster. He approached the boy in one leap and put his fist out. Jung was greatly surprised. How? How was such speed even possible? Was he not tired at all? The boy looked at him with a frightened look, and he only had to wait for his opponent's heavy fist to catch up with his face. At the last moment, the guy managed to put up a block, and the blow came to his hands. The blow was so strong that it flew into the air in different directions. It seemed that even the bones began to shake from such tension. Thankfully, the guy reacted in time. Otherwise, he would have lost several teeth for sure. The athlete said that the guy needs to build up his muscles because he looks kind of sluggish. That made Yeon Ha even angrier. What the hell is this? It's like he's being bullied. Can't you just let him practice? What's wrong with that? Maybe he'd start winning then. The man was throwing punches one after another like a machine gun. Jong could barely keep up with his blows. He was beginning to lose his grip, his arms aching from so many fast, powerful blows. The guy covered his face with his hands to protect his face. The blows came one after another. He began to boil with rage, his eyes bloodshot. He was like a raging bull that had been red-hatted, and now he wouldn't let him go. The stranger continued to taunt. One punch and this guy's bones will shatter. What's he doing here anyway? His fist reached Jung's hand, and the guy literally felt all the tension and inertia of the blow. As he continued beating him, the man wondered, is this weakling really trained here? How did they even let him in here? He doesn't know how to do anything. He can't even punch properly. He's a disgrace to the academy. Who's in charge of selecting the students? Is this prick really trained here? The guy looked at him with a disdainful look and continued to throw punches one after another. The guy looked at him with a disdainful look and continued to throw punches one after another. He tried his best to hold back the blows. It felt as if he was going to stop a train going at full speed. The athlete was throwing punches one after another, getting faster and faster with each passing second. Jung realized with horror that his opponent was getting stronger each time. It was only a moment before he spread his arms out to stop the barrage of blows, but that was his mistake. While he hesitated, his opponent aimed his entire punch straight at his exposed face. There were only a couple seconds left before the man's fist would touch his face. Judging from the speed of the punch, Jong should have blacked out immediately. It was only a fraction of a second before the guy felt his fist begin to touch his face, pushing his nose inside his head. There was a crunch. It was an incredibly powerful blow, nothing like the one the guy had ever experienced until that moment. His eyes began to roll backwards. Everything went foggy in his head. His consciousness began to fly out through his ears from such force. What had just happened? The boy didn't understand anything and tried to control himself somehow. Finally, he fell to his knees, his body seeming to weaken in an instant. Shards of glass sprinkled nearby, making a deafening clinking sound. The boy tried to get to his feet, but he had a hard time doing so. He was on his knees. That was the force of the blow. He flew into the nearest mirror, shattering it with a crash. What the hell is this? This guy's a monster. How do you beat him? His speed, strength, and agility are on another level. Jung was on his knees, unable to realize what had happened. His broken nose was bleeding. He really is a monster. He's like Kang Soo-ho. Are all the students from this academy really that strong? The guy wanted to finish his thought, but he didn't have time. The boy swung his leg to deliver another blow. The air whistled in his ears. A second more, and our fighter would drop dead. This man's skill was simply at a phenomenal level of proficiency. Yes, he's like a champion. Kang Soo-ho had the same skills. However, it was hard to believe. Could he really be standing in front of him? Young Appa lowered his head. It looked like his opponent had stopped beating him up. He couldn't believe what was happening. Could he really be standing in front of this champion? The guy couldn't control himself. His whole body was aching, his breathing was labored, and his heart was beating at an unbelievable speed. And this athlete, as if nothing happened, picked up a heavy dumbbell with his foot and started lifting it like it was some kind of soccer ball. Doesn't this guy ever get tired? How much strength does he have? Suddenly, Nuna came out from around the corner, apparently already here, as she was dressed in her sports uniform. The girl stood in a small compartment and watched what was happening. Jong raised his head and looked towards the girl. She was completely calm, but the guy yelled for her to get out of here immediately. This psycho is dangerous. The girl didn't understand anything. What was he even talking about? Had he done something wrong again? To everyone's surprise, the girl said hello to the psycho, who turned out to be Do-hyun. The guy saw her and raised his hand in greeting and said hello back. Yeonha's jaw just dropped at this time. Do they know each other? He just couldn't believe it. What the fuck is going on here? He had already completely lost his mind and understanding of what was going on. He was screaming all over the room. Nuna walked up to Hyung and asked him, hand on her head, what the hell is he doing? These guys have only their first class. They haven't even had time to warm up. The girl was discouraged by her friend's behavior. The guy was standing there at that moment, staring at her without understanding. You can't do that. They won't even be alive. Our friends were sitting a little farther away, trying to regain their senses. Jung was even a little scared. It was the first time he had ever been so scared. The guy even shrank back a bit and wrapped himself in his jacket. Do-hyun took his jacket and asked in surprise, why didn't they come here to fight? The girl nodded her head. Yes, but that's too much. They just entered the hall and they were smeared on the walls, and what impression will they get? Jung watched all of this with astonishment and didn't understand anything. Who is this person? Is he a member of the Halim Academy? If so, then he also has a chance to become that strong. Hyung Na put on his jacket and said that the girl was probably right. He was just curious to see what they were like. He just wanted to practice a little, he said with some annoyance. He paused for a moment, then turned around and said there was nothing to see. The guy smiled, letting him know he was disappointed. Jung was looking at him like an icon. This guy is incredibly strong. I wish he could be that strong. He got up a little and thought, are all the people in this academy so strong? He needs to know everything about him. He came here. He had to absorb the information and learn new techniques. Hyun Yoon had also already come to his senses and raised his head in surprise. Do Hyun walked up to the girl and said that she had grown up a bit, not as short as she used to be. The girl looked at him in surprise. What was he talking about? Jong called out to them. He looked in their direction with a serious look and said that he had been foolish. He apologized for his rudeness. The boy became serious and looked at them with a look of confidence. Suddenly, he obediently knelt down on his knees, as if he were some kind of monastery student, and started begging to be taught to be as strong as these two. The guy was overflowing with emotion. He couldn't lose this chance. He had already proven himself to be a lousy student. Do-hyun and Nuna looked in his direction with surprise. Was it him again? The guy continued to plead with them with his head bowed. He had to somehow win the favor of these two, so what should he do now? He needed to become stronger, and he was acting like a child. Hyung sighed heavily and began to approach the guy with a quick step. This doesn't look like it's going to end well. Run, boy, run. He came even closer and looked down at his disciple. The boy held out his hand and said that so be it, he would teach him. Now, let him be called master. Young looked at him with eyes full of gratitude, and he already wanted to reach out his hand to shake it. However, something was wrong. As expected, it was not without a joke. The man grabbed the boy by the hair. He looked at him stunned. What was he up to? Had he done something wrong again? He just wanted to apologize and learn some new moves. However, the man was holding on tight. After a few seconds, he yanked his arm so hard that the boy's face flew straight into the floor. There was a crunching sound, and his nose ached again. Again? What the fuck? Young S grabbed his face and groaned resentfully. Nuna looked at her friend and asked, is he starting his begging sign again? She asked him not to gesture. Somehow, you can ask, I don't know, he's a newbie after all. The poor guy covered his face with his hands and tried to figure out why he deserved to be treated this way. His whole face hurt like hell. The blow was really good. Hyun looked at him with a sizzling gaze and told him to listen very carefully to every word, or else he'd be out of here. His voice became rougher and more serious. The man said that all martial arts in this place in their academy were learned only through practice. The man repeated, emphasizing the last word, only in practice. Jung was furious. He took his hands away from his face. An incredible grimace of hatred was reflected on his face. He wanted to flatten this brat to the ground. Is that what a real teacher does? The guy didn't know what to do with the incoming fit of anger. Do-hyun continued to look at him and, frowning, said that he had one condition. If he wants to learn from him, the guy has to fight back. Otherwise, he could forget about it. If he can't do something, then let him get the hell out of here. Jung continued to look down and noticed too late that Hyung had already pointed his sneaker at him to strike again. Finally, he couldn't stand it any longer. The guy jumped up from his seat and threw his fists at the bully. Inside him, he was raging with anger. What the hell? Why do you have to endure such pain to study here? Without waiting for an answer, Yoon hit the boy with his hand again, so hard that he slammed into the floor again. The girl was standing next to him, looking at the scene with a frightened look. Yoon was covered in cold sweat from fear. With the cold bandage still on his head, he watched his friend being beaten up. Considering how much power he possessed, the kid was incredibly scared. Cries of pain and despair echoed everywhere. At this point, the kid realized that he seemed to have gone to hell. From that moment on, their training would begin, the likes of which they had never dreamed of. One of the fighters quickly flew backwards. The man stood firmly on his feet, clenching his fist tightly. The other fighters watched in horror as he took down one by one the experienced killers. The man's fists were like lead. He swung and with a swift, accurate punch, hit one of his opponents squarely in the face. Bones crunching, the man immediately blacked out. No one could have taken such a direct hit. Soon the fighter was standing on a pile of immobilized bodies. All his opponents were simply powerless before his power and speed. Moans of pain echoed around him. In a quiet voice, more like a whisper, the scarred man said that they were all dead. Anyone who got in his way would be dead in a second. He wasn't going to stop before reaching the very top of the ring. Suddenly, an unfamiliar silhouette appeared behind him. A man's voice came from far away. He didn't seem to be wasting any time here, right? The man approached him with a soft gait. He added, the scarred man was starting to lose his grip. Why is he becoming so weak? The fighter turned to face him, and the hood pulled aside slightly. Fury glittered in his eyes. No one dared doubt his power. The scarred man turned to him fully and asked, who else was he? The man rhetorically repeated his question. They stood opposite each other and looked into each other's eyes with studying gazes. Suddenly, the stranger tossed the fighter a phone. He deftly caught it. It was a good question now. He would know everything perfectly. The stranger smiled broadly and brought his hand up to his face, a familiar skull ring on his finger. The man said he had many different names, so he didn't think his name would say much. It was just a redundancy. He wondered only one thing, scarred now, forward orders. The man looked at the phone with a surprised look. From him needed. However, not familiarized continued. If the fighter will work for him, he will have everything. Alcohol, cigarettes. He will not know the need for anything. A familiar image popped up on the phone screen. Jung Yeon-ha was there. It seemed like he was the next target of this monster. The unfamiliar man asked, does the fighter agree to work for him? For a second, both of them were silent. The men stood opposite each other in some abandoned place. The bodies of their rivals were lying everywhere. The stranger kept talking. Let's do it this way. He will deal with him, and the man will pay generously for the work done. The scarred man stared at the stranger's face, but he couldn't make out who he was. The darkness hid him. The man kept talking. Let the fighter believe it was worth it. The man stopped talking. He squeezed the phone so hard that the phone screen cracked. There was a long crunch. Until now, he had only dealt with scumbags from the street who knew no pity, could attack in the back, and strike a hidden blow. You had to be very careful with these people if you wanted to survive. The man threw away the broken phone. From that point on, he had developed a very good instinct for these moments. He was incredibly careful about his choices so as not to get into big trouble. So, he doesn't like this stranger very much. He looks strange, talks strange, and is a strange type. The fighter threw off his hood, and his face finally came into view. His eyes were bloodshot, his whole face streaked as if he'd been cut with knives. His eyes seemed to glow with rage in the darkness. He concluded that this stranger was all the same, and for starters he would take care of him so that no one else would get in his way. He stood and looked at this strange type, who well needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. The man smiled and said that he actually thought that this fighter was just an ignorant simpleton. It turned out to be more complicated than that. The man smiled and said that he really thought that this fighter was just an ignorant simpleton. The tires of the car skidded. The car jerked out of its seat and came to a stop right beside its owner. Well, as much as it hurt him, it couldn't be helped. It was curious as to which of the two of them would win, them in a fight. However, that was okay. He always had a backup. He stood near his car and continued to drill the fighter with his inquisitive gaze. He was offended that he had failed to persuade the man. He opened the doors of the car, and there revealed a luxurious, richly decorated interior. With one last glance at the fighter, he said, "By the way, if he says this man is not an exception," then he hoped the fighter would take care of everything without him, as well as his little brother. He said this phrase after a short pause. Hearing this phrase, the scarred man was shocked. It was as if he had been hit on the head with a hammer. How did he know about his younger brother? The man roared with rage and rushed straight to the car, but the stranger was already inside and it was impossible to catch up with him. The soldier fled and the strange man ordered the driver to drive away. The car ran again with tires and moved away, leaving behind it clouds of thick smoke. The soldier stood on the road, all alone, and watched the car drive away. There was an incredible look of anger on his face. How did this degenerate know about his little brother? He crunched his jaw now. He had a new problem. Where did this degenerate even come from? All the while, the academy was hard at work. Hyun-eun was lifting heavy dumbbells and trying to build muscle mass, while Young was training in the ring with his new teacher. He was trying his best to hurt him in some way, but he couldn't do it. Do-hyun was incredibly fast. He struck like lightning. The boy didn't even have time to think. And then he threw another devastating punch right into the boy's chest. At that moment, his breathing paused for a moment and his heart skipped a beat. All he could manage was a heavy exhalation of air, his lungs burning with fire, the impact so hard that his ribs cracked. After such a blow, the guy couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the ring with a thud. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get even a second closer to the desired result. His teacher was just some incredible person. His abilities were beyond human comprehension. Do-hyun sighed heavily. He was getting tired of this. The man said he was done for the day, and the guy lying in the ring started cursing. Shit, he can keep going. It's not time to stop. The guy's like he's off the chain. He needs to beat this upstart. Do-hyun didn't listen to him anymore. He lowered his hands and said that he highly doubted this guy would be able to hit him today. Let him get the hell out of here, and then the man still has his own business to take care of. He pulled out his cell phone and put it to his ear. Better get out. Let him go get some fresh air. The boy's hands began to shake with anger. He could still go on, but for some reason he was considered scum. He hit his fist with all his might right into the ring, which made it vibrate. And in this blow he put all his anger and all his strength that he had been saving all this time. The devil! He couldn't even get close to this man's level, no matter how hard he tried. His strength still wasn't enough. This man was just on some unreachable level. He didn't even realize when he would be able to get close to this man, even a little bit. He's been practicing with him for a week now, but he's not getting anywhere. It's like he's stomping around in the same place. He's never been able to hit this man. He's got some kind of unimaginable body. Moreover, the guy felt that he was losing his grip and getting weaker and weaker every day. How is that possible? I mean, he trains as hard as he can. He overcomes his physical barriers, but all to no avail. The same thing over and over again. He kept beating the ring in a vain attempt to release his anger somehow. Suddenly, he heard a girl's voice saying that this was nothing new. She got close to him, and she said he throws tantrums all the time. Over and over again, nothing changes. When is he going to learn? He has no control over his emotions at all. The girl looked at him with a stern look. She was telling him to finally learn to use his head here. Is it really that hard? Why is he always acting like a fool? In order to fight properly, you have to analyze your mistakes. The boy raised his head and looked at her. The girl kept talking. At this rate, he'll never catch up to the teacher, let alone the champion. They're not even on the same level. The best thing he can do now is to train his mind. The guy stopped being angry and looked at the girl in surprise. Training her mind? What did she even mean by that? What did that have to do with it? Besides, how could he do that? She looked at him and said nothing. The girl paused rhetorically and continued to stare at him unblinkingly. Soon, their training session was over. The boy had left the gym and was now walking briskly toward his home. His footsteps echoed down the empty street. He couldn't get the phrase out of his head. Mind training. What does that even mean? How could he do it? All evening, the guy had been preoccupied with just these thoughts. How on earth was he going to start training his brain so that he could start fighting properly? It's been a challenge. Is he missing something? He could swing his fists, but he hadn't learned how to think before he fought. He was immersed in his thoughts, and he didn't even notice the crowd of guys approaching him, talking about something. They were talking about how the guys in the neighborhood looked tougher than their gang. Jung spoke amongst himself. There were just under a dozen of them. So what? Or did they forget that this territory belonged to them? The guys were talking amongst themselves without even paying attention to anyone. Young Ha was thinking about it so much that he didn't notice that he had pushed one of the guys with his shoulder. What the fuck? What's wrong? The guys immediately got angry and turned around towards the departing guy. This guy had hurt him and didn't even apologize. Not allowed. I guess there are still some naughty suckers in this neighborhood. The guy looked at the boy as he walked away. Young continued to go about his business, completely immersed in his thoughts. Suddenly, a group of strangers called out to him and ordered him to stay where he was immediately. His actions made these people extremely angry. One of the strangers sprinted, and with a run he pushed the boys in the back. Wasn't he taught to apologize? He dares to ignore him? That little brat. The boy pushed the boy with such force that he flew in the opposite direction. He was on his knees as the man continued to abuse him. Now, apologizing alone won't do the kid any good. Did they teach him to respect his elders? He's definitely finished now. Jung didn't say anything but just gathered his thoughts. Still, he got to his knees and looked in the direction of these creeps. Now, the guy was incredibly angry. He'd been touched for nothing, and now he was going to level them to the ground. There was so much anger in his eyes that anyone would have gotten goosebumps. However, these people didn't seem to be confused. After a few seconds, screams and groans of despair were heard outside. Jong was beating them furiously now. They had angered him and would pay for it with their lives. He swung his fists, knocking out one bully after another. Suddenly, a hooded man walked by them. It was a scarred man. He stopped and looked in surprise at the unfolding fight. His eye gleamed in the darkness. This guy was exactly what you needed. This was the guy he'd seen on the phone of the stranger who'd offered him the job. I've heard a lot about that kid lately. Meanwhile, Jong was taking down the bullies one by one. He threw them around like toys. They tried to compete with him, but they were very weak. Anyone who came within a dangerous distance of him would receive a powerful blow right in the face. The boy didn't have any mercy and threw his enemies one by one. One of them wanted to shout something but didn't have time because he was knocked out immediately. He was just furious. No one dare get in his way. The scarred one looked at all of this interestingly. Even though he didn't accept that offer, he was very curious to see what this guy was all about. Jung held the last remaining bully in his hands. His eye was already blown out. His entire face was bloody. The man screamed in fear and pain. The guy didn't listen to him. He just held the man by the scruff of the neck with one hand. He was trying to say something, he asked. Did the guy even know who he had just run into? The bodies of the other men were lying aside, shaking with pain and fear. The man kept saying in a stammering voice that if anyone found out about it, the kid was dead. He said his brother would make a meatball out of him. But the boy didn't listen to him. He shouted that he didn't give a shit. Swinging his weighty fist, he charged a powerful punch right into the man's nose. There was a crunch, and his hand immediately turned red. Before the man could say anything, several teeth flew out of his mouth. Jung was so angry that he didn't notice anything around him. He swung around and hit again and again. The man had already said enough for today, so let him shut his mouth. His eyes were burning with rage like two lanterns, and then his heavy fist came down on his opponent's face again with incredible speed. The man only made a sound like that of a frog. Scar stood some distance away and watched as the boy finished off the defenseless bandit. His fists suddenly clenched, and he had an incredible desire to fight this man. Jong swung his fist to deliver the final blow to finally finish the bastard off. The man was already unconscious and his face was a bloody mess, but he didn't stop beating him to a pulp. Suddenly, his blow was stopped by someone's strong hand. The guy couldn't move. Whoever had done it must have been incredibly strong to prevent him from being hit. Scar stood beside him and held his hand tightly, preventing him from continuing to beat the poor man. Jung looked at him incredulously. "Who the hell is this?" Scar looked at him and said that was enough. He said he didn't like the little thing himself, and it mobbed him. But still, is he seriously going to kill this man? By the way, his opponent was already lying unconscious, completely covered in blood. His nose was broken, his eyes were swollen shut, and he was barely breathing. Jung wasn't even going to listen to him. He ripped his hand out of his grip and swung again to finally finish what he had started. He didn't pay attention to those words, and he wanted to finally finish this freak off. Scar didn't stop either, though. He grabbed his hand again and squeezed it even tighter this time. He said he so understood that the boy wasn't going to stop, right? He looked at him with the same contemptuous look. And by the way, he reeked of the same odor of the real rabble. It was an odor that was easy to pick up. Scar looked at him from under his hood, as if he were looking at a pile of garbage. Jung looked at him in surprise as the man continued talking. He said that the guy was just another hopeless brat. Nothing special about him. Young Ha continued to hold the body of the barely alive opponent in his hands. However, not as much as the others. Jung was furious. It didn't matter, though. He released the bandit's body from his hands, which immediately flopped to the ground. Swinging around, the guy yelled that this prick was about to get enough from him, too. Without aiming, the guy swung to hit this stranger. Scar didn't even try to dodge. The guy's fist hit exactly on target, and it hit him right in the face. It felt like he'd hit a stone wall, though. There was a scathing thud. For a couple more seconds, the guy stood looking at his opponent. Suddenly, he lowered his eyes, and too late he saw that his huge fist was already flying towards his face. The guy didn't have time to do anything, and he just had to wait for his fate. The man's speed was unbelievable. After a second, he hit him with such force that the kid flew straight up, spitting all his teeth out of his mouth. The impact was so strong, it was like a whole convoy of cars slammed into him. Jung was still in the air for a while. What the hell was he thinking? Where did he get that kind of strength? Who the hell is he? One punch to throw him off. The boy went down to the ground and started tumbling on the hard ground, flying farther and farther away. His body suddenly weakened, as if his strength had been drained from him. The boy flew like some soft toy thrown on the floor. Still, he managed to hold on and finally got to his feet. However, he was in complete shock. He almost passed out from the blow. Blood was pouring out of his nose. Is something even wrong? His fist is like it's made of stone? The stranger's voice was firm. He ordered the boy to get up, standing a few meters away from him. Jung tried to bring himself to his senses and finally get to his feet. His head was still ringing from being hit so hard. What had just happened? Was that even possible? The man crunched his fist and said he would be the one to fix his crappy mind. At that moment, the boy remembered Nuna's words when they were at the club. Oh shit! Every other person telling him about his mindset. He jumped to his feet and pushed himself off the ground. All right, a great opportunity for training. He ran towards his opponent, who didn't even think of moving. The man stood like a rock that couldn't be moved. Let's see if he can do it. The guy was furious. He had blood on his face, but that only made him even more angry. He swung his fist to hit the big guy without aiming. The Scar wasn't standing still either. He swung his weighty sledgehammer to teach the little upstart some manners. He didn't want to start a fight. The kid had been the first to go after him. The man looked down at him because of his tall stature. They were already a few centimeters away from each other, about to punch each other in the face, when suddenly they were interrupted by a stern voice. Someone was standing a few meters away from them, watching what was happening. The boys stopped. They froze in the same positions they were in a second ago and looked in the direction of the voice. Who dared to interfere with them? Would someone interfere again? However, this time it was much more serious. Several police officers stood in front of them. One of them had a cigarette in his teeth and… what the fuck are they even doing here? The outcome of this meeting was expected. Soon the guys were in the police station. They were brought there by the police so that they would not escape. There were a lot of other criminals there, and in general, it was surprisingly crowded and noisy. A weighty folder of papers was dropped on his head, labeled Juvenile Department. There he was, back in a familiar place again. There was a familiar hysterical voice. There's that little shit again. Soon the fighters were sitting in the police station in a separate cell lest they do something else. A detective stood in front of them, screaming in anger. He thought he was in over his head because he hadn't heard from this guy lately. But no, he'd been caught fighting again. The detective finally calmed down and shifted his gaze to Scar. And this one, that goes for him too. The detective looked at the next fighter with disbelief. Apparently, he had some interesting questions for him too. Ji Ka-yu looked at him with a look that made him feel like he was about to kill him. He was really annoyed to be here, but really, who would like to spend all night in the monkey house? The officer kept asking questions. How many fights had he been in? And every time, he's got a painted face. The officer said it looks like this guy's not gonna stop. How come these two of their regulars ran into each other? Don't they have enough people? Jung looked at his rival with a disdainful look. But they're adults. Let them stop acting like this and let them finally get a grip on their heads at last. The officer continued to beat the boy's head with the folder. What was he staring at? Glad to meet a compassionate man? As if he wasn't. Let him not even be happy. And what's their income for the month already? The guys were sitting on the bench not saying anything. Each of them was very annoyed. Jung looked toward the bandits, who were also at the station, wearing more bandages, and the guys said they were the first to insult him. At the same time, they were standing on the receiver saying they'd been attacked. Jung looked at them and said that they mobbed him, and he responded in kind. What's wrong with that? He was just defending himself. And by the way, what happened to them now? They totally deserved it. The officer looked at his regular customer with an angry look. You little punk! The officer was about to say something else when suddenly someone came from behind him. It was a familiar voice. It was a detective. He was incredibly angry and very happy to see his regular client. A second later, a folder with papers fell on the boy's head again. What's the matter? He was going to get hurt today. The boy hadn't expected this, and he pulled his eyes out in surprise. The detective was just red with rage. He couldn't imagine that this insolent man would have the nerve to do such a thing again. The policeman tried to calm him down, but the man didn't seem to be backing down. What right does he have to think he can cross them? The man was just furious. Jung sat with his head down. He had forgotten the last time he had been to this police station. The detective was still going crazy. What detectives? If he can't understand words, then we should put him in jail to teach him a lesson. They're warning, and you can't get anything. It won't be long before this guy becomes a real thug. By the way, there was some truth to that. The detective was screaming hysterically throughout the precinct, yelling that they should nip this problem in the bud. Finally, the cops couldn't take it anymore and yelled at the detective to finally stop. Luckily for the guy, they didn't keep them there that long. They sat there for literally a couple hours, and they were finally let out. The guys were coming down the stairs, and Jung turned to his rival. He told the guy not to forget anything. He hadn't paid him back for what had happened then. His voice still sounded wary, and he didn't seem intent on staying at the same level, not with what he'd accomplished. Scar asked in surprise. That's it? That's a lot of ambition for Pants his age. The man was fed up with it. What did that boy think of himself? He looks like he's about 16 years old, but he acts like he's already seen life. The man continued to speak in a calm voice. He said reproachfully that instead of swinging his fists after a fight, it would be better for the guy to let the situation go. At this rate, He's going to jail for sure. The man clenched his teeth and began to get more and more annoyed. Jung wouldn't calm down. Why should he listen to him? If he's here more often than he is. He's here a lot because he beats up assholes like Jung. From that expression, the guy became furious again. Is he mocking him? They were just passing between the police booths, and the duty officer coughed for them to finally stop the Balogun. The policeman looked at them and made it clear that if it happened again, they would be sent to the station again, and this time they would not get off with a simple warning. Jung threw a disdainful look at him. What's his problem? Scar said it looked like the plot had ruined his mood, all because of that kid. He stopped, and turning to him, the man told him to come to Goyeomgong Park at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. There they would find out if the boy had any other grievances against him. After saying that, the man turned sharply and walked in the opposite direction. That's where they'll finish the job. Jung looked at him over his shoulder. Okay, just don't let him get mad at the end. Scar smirked, letting the kid speak for himself. He was sure of himself, but you could argue about him. That was the end of it. Their conversation was over very quickly, and the boys went their separate ways with quick steps. There was more and more tension between them. Especially after the trip to the station, there were still unresolved issues between them. Someone's very neatly manicured fingers were holding a dart for a game of darts. Spread out, great throw, very cool. A guy with black hair and a red jacket was standing in front of the darts machine. He shouted for everyone to move aside. The guy took aim and the others started wishing him luck and telling him to hit a 10. The boy was about to make a throw when suddenly he was interrupted. He heard a familiar voice, someone clicking him timidly. The man began to get annoyed. He was approached from behind by the very thugs who had attacked Jung so recently. One bandaged guy said that he didn't want to experience their fun, but something had happened. He and the guys had decided to hang out in Sonbuk. The man looked back at them. The guy wanted to finish his story, but he didn't have time. A dart flew near his head with such speed that he even physically felt the wind blowing. At that moment, his whole body tensed up. A little more and it would have been the end of him. The man laughed. He never hit the target, but he seems to be aiming somewhere else entirely. He was disappointed. He pushed it away with his tongue, just a little bit short. The man looked like some kind of mime. His whole face was covered in powder, black makeup on his face, and his hair was the same charcoal color. He reached for another dart and lazily asked what had happened. The guy who'd come in started stammering, explaining that when they'd just been walking down the street, some 2 thugs had beaten them to a pulp, and they'd had to spend a few hours in the police station. The man took the dart and pondered that very spot. Was it possible that Lee Ki-chang was among these 2? He looked at his weapon with interest as if studying every inch of it. The man trembled with fear and shook his head. No! He would recognize him then. He took his smartphone out of his pocket and started looking at it, but he'd never seen those guys before in his life. By the way, here's one of them. The guy handed him a cell phone with a picture on it. He looked at the screen and raised his eyebrows in surprise. He realized that the faces of the 2 men seemed very vaguely familiar. His eyes widened in surprise. The man was looking at the screen of his phone, and everyone was crowded around him, wanting to see what was being shown. Scar and Yan Ha. I think he's seen them somewhere before. Those guys from Sunbook? Something he found it very hard to believe. However, the man continued to stare at his phone. The guys started laughing. Are they working together? No wonder they got beaten up. The people around them started laughing. It didn't seem to be news to them. But the guy holding the phone was shocked. What the fuck? Are they celebrities? The man in makeup thought for a moment. So these 2 were from Sonbuk? Funny, that was very interesting. He had another brilliant plan that was destined to become a reality. The man's eyes lit up with fire. He stuck out his long red tongue and began to lick the dart. Very, very interesting. He should definitely find out more about it. Perhaps it could be used for his own purposes. The next day, the training continued in full swing. Hyun-Yoon tried his best to do push-ups. He was doing his best, but his arms were too weak to do even a few dozen push-ups. Guy stopped at 25 and finally collapsed without strength. His hands felt as if they were petrified. Nuna stood in front of him and called out to him. "Is this really it?" The girl stood in front of him and the guy finally got to his feet. What does she want? She looked at him with surprise and asked why he was doing Odin. Where's the monkey? She was referring to Young, of course. The little bugger. What had he done to her? The boy looked at her in astonishment. As soon as the kid heard that question, he visibly started to get nervous. Young Ha said that he had something to do today. As soon as he was done with his studies, he immediately ran off somewhere. The guy didn't understand where she was going with this. He himself didn't know where his friend had gone. Nuna. She's thinking, so she's skipping school. Why would he do that? It's not like him. He's the first one to enter the academy to study the longest. But why all of a sudden? He wouldn't just do that. Suddenly, the girl stopped. It was as if it had hit her. Young swung around and hit Scar right in the face with his fist with all his might. The man didn't even move, his fist bouncing off his face like a ball off a wall. The boy's hand even blushed from such exertion. The man said it was pretty good. He didn't even stagger from such a blow. It's amazing how much cruelty is in this man. He stands like a rock no matter how much you hit him. He doesn't care. However, at the same moment, he swung around and gave the boy a crushing uppercut that made him feel like his head was going to fly off, his mind all tangled up in one big ball. The man smiled. He didn't chicken out and came after all. Funny. So he has balls after all. Young tried to hold on after being hit so hard. Of course not. What started yesterday can't be left alone. The guy's face was on fire, but he was still on his feet, ready to take a lot of punches. What started yesterday will end today. The guy swung and his fist flew forward at a rapid speed. Here we go. The battle began. The guys were facing each other. Neither of them planned to retreat. It was as if there was a death dance between them. Each of them trying to prove their superiority on the street. Jong wasn't going to back down. Suddenly, another man appeared behind the boy's back, already preparing his fist to strike the boy in a sneak attack. The boy didn't even notice it, but he saw something else. Behind his opponent's back was the exact same man who was aiming to stab him in the back. The fighters instantly regrouped. Now, dodging, they both stabbed the attackers in the back. There was a slap, and the strangers flew aside at a tremendous speed. The blows were incredibly powerful, and the boys immediately blacked out. What the hell is this? The guys stood in a stance and started looking around. Someone interrupted their fight again. What's it going to be this time? When are they finally going to be allowed to work things out properly? Is it really that hard to get behind them? And there was a lot to see, a whole crowd of masked guys standing in front of them. Each of them seemed to be ready to fight with dots naturally. They had come here for a reason. There were too many question marks. They literally surrounded the guys from all sides. The fighters continued to stand, preparing for the worst. The guy asked he couldn't handle him alone, so he called his whole gang together, that he shouldn't overestimate himself. The guy in the red sweatshirt was approaching them from the side. On his fingers glittered the very ring with the skull, and in his hands was a lollipop. In a nasty voice, the man said it was a pleasure to meet them. It was an unknown man, Yoon Shi-wan. His name was Yoon Shi-wan, and he's from the center. He's a third grader at Central High School No. 1. There were a few dozen guys standing next to him. It looks like it was his gang. Young, surprised, looked at them. From the center? Well, what are they doing here? Mentally, the guy realized that nothing good should be expected from this meeting. There was a reason why he had just gathered his whole gang here, right? In his mind, he prepared himself for the fact that he would have to fight with the whole gang. Wang pointed with his hand at the very people they had so recently beaten up. Wouldn't he recognize them? The man smiled and said that now they were fucked. He was incredibly happy. Finally, he would get even with the bastard who had dared to beat him up. Young frowned. Is that who his brother is? That painted jerk is the brother of that freak? Well, that makes it more difficult. The beaten man kept bragging. He said his brother would bury everyone. Wang raised his hand up and said, "There are some things that need to be clarified now." The man spoke in a voice as if he was the master of the situation. He pointed his hand forward. Since they had come to their neighborhood, they wouldn't let them go either. He smiled and ordered his entire sphere to run at them and kill those bastards at all costs. Young Ha and Scar stood surrounded by the rabid crowd who had already prepared sticks to beat them to a pulp. The guys had no other choice but to take this fight. If they lost, it was to wake up in the morgue. Night had already fallen on the city. There was not a single star in the sky, and only a bright spotlight illuminated the surroundings. A few guys were sitting on the roof, talking to each other. Van held out a lollipop to his friend, offering to try it. He grinned and agreed. They sat together on the stone floor and watched the fight that was in full swing. Several dozen guys pounced on Zhang and Scar, trying to crush them to the ground. However, the guys didn't give up. They fought like they were fighting for the last time, back to back, like true partners who had temporarily forgotten about their enmity. Now, the most important thing for them was to preserve their lives. He swung his weighty fists and easily dealt with his opponents. With one powerful punch, he knocked one man to his death. The guy was like an angry bear who saw his prey. Suddenly, a flash of pain pierced his body. The boy opened his eyes wide and almost screamed. He had finally realized one very important omission. Suddenly, he felt much worse. And how could he have forgotten that? His eyes widened with pain. The devil! His eyes reddened and his body felt as if it were shackled by metal. He had been injured too much recently, and he wasn't in the best shape right now. He had been beaten up so many times. His body ached as if he had been run over by a train. The guy felt much worse. He was not in a good position, especially as these guys were getting bigger and bigger. His strength was running out, and his arms could hardly feel anything. It was necessary to rest very well, but the guy was raring to fight again and again. He had overexerted himself, and it was not easy for him now. He was very weak now. He lowered his attention, and one of the guys aimed his powerful and fast punch right in his face. The kid wouldn't have time to do anything. He hardly saw his opponent move. He was already being received from all sides. But Scar was alert. He swung his weighty fist and sealed his opponent's face with incredible force, turning it to mush. This man didn't seem the least bit tired, looking as if he had just had a good rest. Did he ever run out of energy? The boy looked at him with surprise and even fear. What would happen if they started fighting together? Jung realized that he still had a long way to go to get to that level. Scar looked at him over his shoulder and asked if he could fight them alone. There was obviously irony in that question. The man realized that this kid couldn't stand alone. Somehow, he didn't want to fight him anymore. He had other things to think about now. Now the boy looked at his former rival with respect. They fought shoulder to shoulder. Looks like something fun is about to happen. They're just freaks who don't deserve to live. It's against the rules to attack a group of two like that. The man took a fighting stance and said in a rough voice that he thought they didn't want any trouble, and several men armed with iron bats were already approaching him. Naturally, they were not going to retreat. The man asked the guy, is he sure he wants trouble? Especially with him. Saying this phrase, he knocked out one of the attackers with one quick and powerful blow. The man fell back a few meters. It was followed by another powerful blow straight to the jaw. The man's teeth flew out, his eyes rolled inward, and all that came out of his mouth was a strangled scream. The man's punch was incredibly powerful, and it appeared to be able to shatter a wall in a single blow. He swung his legs and arms, and each time his blows found the target. Next was a group of people. He kicked them with such force that several people immediately flew off in the opposite direction. It seemed as if there were no obstacles at all for this man. The boy didn't understand what was going on. He just watched in amazement as his recent rival was now fighting him together. He watched in amazement as his recent rival fought with him. He couldn't believe it. He was always getting into unpleasant situations. It seemed very serious. Was he just starting to realize it? He had little chance of winning, but he would try his best, making every effort to somehow get out of this situation. The living dots were scattering the opponents one after another at this moment. The blows were like explosions, throwing the opponents high into the air as if they were rag dolls. Everyone watched in horror, but they had no plans to retreat. Van sat back and watched the whole thing. One of the guys, who was already unconscious, fell down beside him. It all looked so funny. He liked watching those two struggling to survive in a crowd of angry guys. A large man dressed in athletic tights stood next to him. A smile formed on his face. He thought this guy with the scar on his face would be a little different. And this guy next to him, he's like a finger in the air. No skill, he can't fight at all. Just because he fights next to the scar, he can't be touched. Someone was going to get hurt very badly today. Everyone watched in horror as their crowd thinned. They had never seen such power before, and there was genuine fear for their lives on the men's faces. Of course, they had participated in street fights and realized that it was not so simple, but this man with the scars on his face was just some kind of beast. It was even difficult to get close to him. And let's face it, no one wanted to get hit that hard. The scar grabbed the face of one of the poor men they had been lucky enough to get their hands on. His broad palm gripped almost all of the man's face, and he began to gasp for air, his eyes rolling back, but it was impossible to break free of the grip. The man looked so menacing, like Frankenstein risen from the very depths of hell. He lifted the man by the head with one hand. It was an incredibly horrifying sight. No one had ever seen such a monstrous man in his life. And was he even human? A large black man approached Van from behind. He began to take off his jacket. It was very interesting to watch the fight, but he wanted to take part in it. He was beginning to get bored with it, and it had to end as soon as possible. The guys turned to him in surprise and began to follow his movements. Was this prick really going to fight too? It would complicate the situation, but they didn't have much choice. It happened like this: the blacks, along with their boss, in the depth of the fight. They approached our heroes and, swinging around, began to deliver crushing blows. The guys barely managed to dodge at the last moment, however. The blows were incredibly strong. Not everyone could withstand such a thing. Scar tensed up. It made it harder for him to fight, however. He needed to concentrate as he realized that relying on this kid would be foolish. He wouldn't be able to stand up to one against all. Soon, a powerful blow touched his fist. They jumped away from each other, and Scar literally felt the incredible power coming from this seemingly small man with his whole body. Their arms were thrown apart. "What does that little brat want?" Scar looked at his opponent in surprise. "Does he want to fight him? What the fuck is going on here anyway? And how are they supposed to deal with all this?" Wang smiled broadly. He looked like the Joker in that makeup. The man was glad that he was finally going to have some fun. These two were really annoying him, and this was the perfect chance to punch them in the face. Jung dodged just in time, and the black man's huge hand passed him just a few centimeters away. If the guy had hesitated even a second longer, his face would have been flattened. The guy was moving incredibly fast, and his opponent couldn't hit him. Their movements became like some kind of crazy dance. The black man tried his best to catch that annoying moth. However, the fighter was not an easy fighter. His movements were fast and precise. The huge man roared in annoyance. He was starting to get sick of this. His eyes were filled with an inhuman rage. He was like some wild beast for whom there was only one thing: bloodlust. His mouth was missing a few front teeth. Yong Ha didn't react in time, and the man's powerful punch caught up with him, hitting him right in the chest. At the same time, he felt as if he had been hit by a freight train. All of his breathing was hit, his heart skipping a beat for a second. The guy clenched his teeth and tried his best not to lose consciousness. What kind of power is that anyway? He tried his best not to die at that moment. The situation was getting more and more heated. He realized that if he gave up now, he wouldn't get out of here alive. It was like how Do Hyun had trained him at the academy. The man's punches were something similar to what he was experiencing now. All this time, he had been practicing, but he was failing, yet he tried his best to get as much information as possible. When he met the coach, he realized that this man was on a completely different level, some unreachable pinnacle that would be very difficult to even get close to. Now, he has to use all his skills to keep himself alive. Fuck! The guy shouted with all his might with anger. He had almost no strength left anymore. The huge black-clad Hulk towered over him and was already pulling his huge arms towards him. Uvalin roared like a huge bear. The guy hit his head to get away from the blow. If he misses this blow, he's dead for sure. However, the man grabbed him by the body and flipped over his back, about to hit him head-on into the ground. Everything in his eyes stirred, and a second more, and an incredible flash of pain shot through his head. The last thing he saw was the terrified faces of the other guys in front of him. But that was the end of him. He was never getting out. However, to his great fortune, the guy survived, shards of consciousness still present in his head. The huge wrestler stood next to him and laughed stupidly. This person didn't seem to have any special intelligence. His voice sounded as if an ordinary person's voice had been lowered several times. Young. From the last of his strength, he raised his head and opened his bloodshot eyes. The guy was just furious. Where did they get such strength from? There were too many of them. It was impossible to deal with these people. There were only two of them, and the forces were not equal. With swollen eyes, he saw this painted freak looking down at him, and the words came to him as if from far away. Van said disappointedly that he thought the guy would be tougher. Scar was already coming at him with fists. Consciousness slowly faded. The boy singled out bright flashes of light before his eyes. He saw the clown deflect the attack with one hand and turn to him. Young opened his eyes after a while. His whole body ached unbearably. His head was a nightmare. He didn't know where he was, and there was a foul odor around him. It was incredibly cold, and his whole body felt like it had been twisted through a meat grinder. He tried to move, but his hands were bound very tightly by something. It was the same with his legs. He was like some kind of worm now. He seemed to have fainted, and he could not remember what happened afterward. One thing he knew for certain was that the situation was as bad as it could get. Turns out the Scar couldn't handle them all. It wasn't really surprising. Now the boys stood leaning against each other, all of them bound hand and foot, unable to move or break free. They just stared at each other with incandescent eyes. Jong looked at his opponent with a baleful gaze. His pupils seemed to narrow at this moment. What the hell is going on here? Why is he here? The guy immediately started trying to break free, but it was useless. All he could do was shake his head in different directions. Scar looked at him. Is he awake yet? All he knows how to do is talk. Strange. The man seemed to be completely calm, and his face did not express any emotions as it always did. He just looked forward with his gaze. The boy also looked in the other direction and saw the clown sitting on a dais. He bowed his head forward and looked at the two celebrants with surprise and interest. Beside him stood several of his charges. The very ring with the skull glittered on his fingers. He had the first seat of the unknown. This ring apparently marked his belonging to some clan. He tilted his head forward and smiling asked, "Did they sleep well?" This man was incredibly strong. The fourth-place winner of the Vampire Alias Club, combat rating 8. Of course, this man was incredibly strong. Furthermore, he had a very large influence in this city. The man seemed very unhappy about something. He said irritably that the two men kept him waiting. He just wanted to talk. Their motorcycle stood nearby, their lacquered paint gleaming in the night darkness. Young, along with Scar, looked at him with stern looks. The guys didn't say a word and just waited patiently. It looked like the outcome was going to be very unpleasant. The guys were caught now. They had to figure out how to get out of here if they wanted to stay alive. Van was sitting in his seat and said with a kind of disdain that these two had messed with the wrong people, and now they would not get out of here alive. They realized that they were surrounded by the wrong people, and it looked as if they were in for a very unenviable fate. Wang grinned and looked at his victim. He said in an irritated voice that these guys had caused them a lot of trouble, particularly their men. They should keep their fists to themselves and keep their heads down if they wanted to get into more trouble. Suddenly his voice softened. The man said, "He now sees that these two are pretty strong guys. How about cooperating with them?" The guys looked at him silently and didn't say anything. It was a strange proposition. Literally, in one voice, they shrieked in surprise. What? What is that supposed to mean? They had no idea what was going on. Now, they were supposed to be killed and mashed up against the wall, and this dude is offering them cooperation? Holy shit. The vampire laughed and jumped on his bike. A second later, the ignition sounded, and the engine roared to life. In parting, the man laughed and said that these guys needed to think hard. Let them not miss their chance. The man moved from his seat and rhetorically asked, "They don't want to live enemies from Chugu, do they?" He was sitting on his shiny motorcycle and had already put his foot on the footrest ready to leave this place. There was a pop from the exhaust pipe. Flames came out of it. So, let them think. They don't have much time. If they don't agree, it'll be worse for them. Soon the painted clown drove away, leaving our friends alone, surrounded by a crowd of angry people. The boys began to look around. Well, it looked like their adventure wasn't going to end here. They were bound, and something fun was about to happen. Young. At the last moment, he noticed the sole of a boot rapidly approaching his face. Here we go again. He's about to get beaten up. Would he have to go to the hospital again? The guy had already accepted his fate. A second later, the whole street was filled with the sounds of beating. The boys bravely endured it, making only a low groaning sound. They didn't have much choice anyway. A fire began to blaze in a nearby trash can, emitting an unpleasant odor of burning garbage. There was a crackling sound, and it got a little warmer. After a while, the beating was over. The two boys lay almost exhausted. They could not move a finger. Their bodies were trembling with unbearable tension. All this time, for a long time, they had been beaten with unbelievable cruelty. Someone's gruff voice turned to them. Well, had they made up their minds yet? A guy stood in front of them and was holding a huge wooden stick. He turned to Scar. Let him not make them laugh. At this time, the Scar only looked away contemptuously. A stick had been thrust into his forehead, and there was blood running down his face, as if he had been badly hurt. The man gritted his teeth and said that he was not going to dance to their tune. It was better to die here than to cooperate with such freaks. The man smiled and said that he had heard him. Then he turned to Jong. What about him? The boy hesitated, and in a stammering voice began to speak. His face was also covered in blood. After a little thought, the guy replied that upon reflection he realized that their goals were much the same. He thought that the two of them would work together. The others looked at them with wary eyes. The man continued to hold a huge, weighty stick. Young Heavy said in a heavy voice that he was accepting their offer. The guy looked at them with eyes full of hatred. There was only one thing, the desire to finish these bastards off here and now. After these words, he was untied and asked again if he was sure. The boy rubbed his hands, which were already quite stiff from being tied up. The blood was flowing nicely down them. For some reason, the stick flew to his feet. What else were they up to? The boy stood there, not understanding anything. He knew that this would not end well, but still the choice had been made. A man approached him and asked him how he could prove his loyalty to them with a begging sign. He wanted to know if the guy was cheating on them. They had just met him, and it had not gone well the first time. Without thinking, the man pointed his finger at Scar, who was still tied up and staring at them. In a rough voice, he told the boy to kill the thing. Scar looked at him with a furious look. The man continued and said that this was the kind of thing that would allow a guy to become one of them. Young bent down and quickly picked up a stick from the ground. "All right," he agreed. He didn't have much of a choice anyway. Scar looked at him with a devastated look. He had given up all hope. Apparently he was wrong about this guy and he was just like the bastards. And he wanted so badly to believe that this guy had something in his head. Blood continued to trickle down his face and slowly caked on. He had wanted to get even with the bastard himself for a long time. The boy raised the huge club over Scar's head, preparing to finish the bastard off once and for all. Had he really made that choice? The boy continued to stare at the man with a devastated look. The guy swung a huge stick and without hesitation began to bring it down on the scarred man's head. He himself had wanted to get rid of this garbage for a long time. This was the perfect chance to finally finish him off once and for all. The boy didn't hesitate. Scar looked at him hopefully one last time. The man had already clenched his eyes shut and prepared to accept his fate. He realized he had no other choice. On this, his fate would take root. These freaks wouldn't let him live anyway. However, events took a completely different turn. The boy dodged and instead of hitting Scar, swung around and brought the stick down right on the freak's face. The man certainly hadn't expected that, and his face cringed under the strain. His eyes scattered in different directions and his mouth smelled of blood. The blow was so powerful that the man flew aside like a rag doll. Jung hit with all his might, putting all his hatred into the blow. "That's our way!" A big smile appeared on the guy's face. "That's better." Now he was cheered up. He was free and ready to fight. Now they're going to have some real fun. Scar looked at him in surprise, a small smile on his face. He wasn't wrong after all. Jung was smiling with a full mouth. He was going to have a very good discernment. The bastard was lying on the ground almost unconscious. They're just crazy pieces of shit. They are not worth anything. The man continued to lie on the ground and, shivering with pain, he instantly passed out from such a blow. People started going crazy. How did they even have the sense to go against them? They're already dead. They're not getting out of here alive. A small key fell out of someone's pocket. The crowd of people were just furious. Finish them off. Shouts were heard everywhere, and the furious crowd of people rushed straight at our friends to tear them to shreds. These scum dared to march against their gang. Now they will pay dearly for it. He swung around and kicked the burning barrel of garbage next to him with all his might. He swung around and kicked the barrel of trash that was burning nearby. Everyone cried out in surprise and fear. At the last moment, people managed to get out of the way, and the burning barrel fell to the asphalt with a rumble. Sprays of flame began to spread from it. Scared screams were heard everywhere. No one had expected such an outcome. The situation had turned against them. Jung grabbed the burning stick and held it like a torch, just like a primitive man. Everyone looked at that guy with horror and wonder. He's crazy. He's going to die. Nobody was going to let them leave here alive. Jung tilted the torch towards Scar and began to slowly free him from his shackles. He didn't seem to be hurt too badly, so he could still fight. It wouldn't hurt to get help anyway. Scar looked at him with a serious look. He still couldn't believe that this guy had done it after all. Young Ha lowered his head and said he saved him. Now we have to think of something. The guy realized that they were in a desperate situation with a whole crowd against them and only two of them, but he'd already made his choice. Scar uncrossed his legs and climbed up. Okay, now everything had changed. All that was left was to find the right weapon to fight against a crowd of these bastards. He got on a level with the guy and asked what they were going to do next. What are their prospects? Jung stared earnestly ahead for 1 minute. They only need to hold out for 1 minute. Scar nodded his head in agreement. There was a whole angry mob against them. It would be difficult to hold out against these brats for 1 minute. Besides, their bodies were quite weakened after such an adventure. Of course, no one hesitated. and dozens of furious people rushed straight at them with their fists in front of them. They were determined to wipe these two out. That's unforgivable. Once again, they were in the thick of it. The boys scattered the others like toys. They fought as partners, not enemies. They were working together as if they were parts of one, each of them embracing their role. The bandits were already perplexed. Who the hell is he? How can he have so much strength? He was beaten half to death. Why is he still standing? They pounced on him with renewed vigor, but the kid threw them back at him again and again. The crowd shouted, "We had to catch these bastards as soon as possible." The Scar was swinging his fists, and one of the people noticed at the last moment the huge figure of a bulky man towering over his head, who had already raised his weighty sledgehammer to strike. A second later, he felt a tremendous blow to his head. All consciousness seemed to leave him. His teeth gritted, as if they were going to fly out of his mouth. His eyes flew apart, and it was as if a cast-iron hammer had been dropped on his head. The man immediately lost consciousness and collapsed to the floor like a sack of earth. Everyone else looked on in horror and retreated a few steps. What the fuck? What a blow! One of their gang members was already dying. The crowd didn't seem to be frightened of anything. They crowded together even more and rushed at Scar. He couldn't defeat them alone. The man stood like a mountain and was ready for anything. He didn't seem to be frightened at all. Let them all come together. He would kill them all individually. The fight was just beginning. The sounds of heavy blows and heavy screams could be heard everywhere. People were being knocked out one by one. No one could stop them. It was as if these two had some inexhaustible supply of health. Scar bravely held the blows. No matter how many of these men there were, Scar held his defenses. He stood like a rock, throwing them in different directions. They came at him harder and harder, but the man stood his ground. There was already a crust of blood on his face. The blows were too many, but the man was still somehow able to stay on his feet. Suddenly, everyone present heard a strange approaching sound, like the roar of an engine. Scar turned in that direction. Suddenly, a motorcycle appeared from somewhere and immediately flew up high. Young Ha was sitting on it, holding a huge, heavy wooden stick. He was like a rider on a horse, but instead of a horse, he had a motorcycle. The guy flew straight into the crowd of mad people. A second more, and his stick came crashing down on the head of one of the boys. There was a cracking sound. Either the man's skull broke or the stick failed. The guy landed on the ground, and there was a rumble and squeal of tires. There was a distinct smell of burning rubber in the air. The guy he hit first immediately fell unconscious. Zhang drove straight into the crowd of people, dispersing them like rabid dogs. He started spinning in place, swinging his weighty stick, trying to hit as many people as possible. Everyone bounced away from him to avoid being hit hard. Soon the guy stopped the bike right next to Scar's feet. The rubber squealed again. The guy stopped only a few centimeters away. Scar was standing right in front of him, and he didn't understand a thing. The boy called out to his fellow misfit. Scar looked at him with a surprised look. What the hell is going on? Did this guy bring a motorcycle here? He stared at him, still hesitant to sit next to him. Jung-hee glanced at Scar while sitting on the motorcycle and quickly told him to hop on, and they would quickly get out of here. They didn't have much time, so they had to get out of here as soon as possible before these bastards came to their senses. Seat-in long thought the man jumped into the back seat. He grudgingly said he thought the kid had some grand plan, and this is just a motorcycle? That's just ridiculous, some kind of childishness. And what would his opinion of it look like? Jung muttered to himself unhappily that there were no other options. The man made himself comfortable and grabbed the boy's shoulders. He had to get out of here, whether he wanted to or not. The guy tensed up and prepared himself for a long and possibly dangerous trip. He shouted to the man to hold on tight. It's going to be a little shaky. The engine roared again, and they drove straight into the crowd of people. There were still a few men in front of them, waving batons. But each of them realized that they didn't want to get hit by the motorcycle. Slowly, they began to part. The motorcycle began to pick up speed. The light from the only headlamp shone out of the night darkness. People began to part, making way for the guys. The guys pressed the pedal to the floor, and with great speed began to move away. The crowd parted, and all they could do was watch as the motorcycle roared away around the corner. Deafening screams erupted. No need for them. Not to miss it. Don't let it go. For a while, the boys didn't know what to do. Should they go after them? Someone shouted for them to finally stop standing there and do something. They didn't have much of a choice. A silhouette of a man put a cell phone to his ear and started talking in surprise. The man's call sign was Cheetah, and there was music blaring everywhere, bright flashes of light, and the party was in full swing. There was laughter in the receiver. They must be having fun. The cheerful voice kept talking. Someone in the crowd cheered and the DJ paused the music. Cheetah stood in the middle of the crowd dressed in a luxurious coat. He had a very tall mohawk on his head. He was talking animatedly on the phone with someone and saying that everything should be at its best. There shouldn't be any joints. Everywhere, his subordinates were standing around. He had swarthy skin and a wide smile. These two should be in their hands. The guy smiled and squeezed his hand. He was surrounded by his charges and felt like the king of the place. The party continued, with music blaring all around and lots of people dancing. Young and his partner were driving at a high speed on a highway at night. It was cold all around, and the cold, penetrating wind was chilling to the bone. Scar held onto his shoulders to keep from flying off the bike. They picked up speed more and more as they had to get away from the angry crowd as soon as possible. The light of the headlights caught the darkness. Suddenly, Scar tapped him on the shoulder and told the guy to finally slow down. Yan Ha looked at him over his shoulder in surprise. The guy was annoyed. What else was wrong? Scar told them to slow down just before the crosswalk. The guy stopped and didn't understand a thing. What the hell is a crosswalk? It's nighttime. Nobody walks on the streets at this time. What the hell was going through his head? It went on like this the whole way. The big man kept stopping him. Then he saw a kitten. Then he thought the steering wheel was drifting a little to the left. Holy shit. They're supposed to be recovering. And they're recovering at every turn here. What's happening to him? He looks so tough, but he acts like a kid all the time. The guys kept picking up speed. Eventually, Jung got tired of it and he twisted the throttle knob to the limit, and their motorcycle started moving down the night highway at her imaginable speed. What a devil! While they were unconscious, they had managed to be brought to Chungu in time. This sucks. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. They were now in enemy territory. It was a long way from home. If they were caught by this gang, the second time around they might be so unlucky. Suddenly Scar cast the guy again and put a hand on his shoulder. He asked irritably, "But what else? What else did he see there? Was it the kitten again?" However, it was much worse than that. They were finally caught up. A few more motorcycles rushed after them, roaring toward them. There were a few guys, laughing loudly and happy that they had finally caught up with the bastards. The motorcycles came closer and closer to them. One of them had a cheetah on its feet, spreading its arms in different directions and shouting loudly, "Are they leaving already? There's no way to get out of this place." They were getting closer and closer to our heroes, and they were about to get close to them. Cheetah was grinning with his mouth full. That's right, they'll catch them. Whoever catches them, he'll personally give him $100. Looks like a real hunt has begun among them. It was impossible to miss these guys. They had caused too much trouble, and now they had to pay with their lives. He stepped even harder on the head of the leading motorcycle and shouted for everyone to catch up with these freaks by all means. The bike roared even harder. The wheels started spinning even faster. We had to catch up with them or the boss would skin them alive. The situation was worse than ever, and not to begin with. They were being chased by a bunch of guys armed to the teeth. Scar started to look around. The motorcycles of their pursuers were already in line with them, and the guys had already prepared their weapons to knock them down. If they fell at such a speed, they would be killed. Jong twisted the throttle knob to the limit. The bike was already running at its limits. The guy was swearing hard in his mind. Oh shit! One more second and they'll catch up. What the fuck? Suddenly, one of the motorcycles overtook them, and now they were surrounded and began to take them in a cordon. The guy was in a desperate situation. There was no way out of this trap. Suddenly, a good idea occurred to him. He twisted the steering wheel to the side. The rubber skidded, and the motorcycle quickly skirted into one of the passages and immediately disappeared into the darkness, leaving his pursuers without prey. It was a small chance that had to be taken. The others noticed too late that their prey was getting away. They turned back and shouted to catch up with these creeps immediately. Quickly! Chase them! What are they doing? They turned down an alley. Everyone else started chasing them immediately. Meanwhile, the guys were pushing their bikes as hard as they could down the nearest alley. It gave them a little head start to get away from those bastards. For a while, they managed to lose the tail of the chase, and now they were speeding down the alley. The street was very narrow. He had to drive very carefully to avoid hitting something incomprehensible. The speed was increasing. The wind was blowing in his face. The guy was driving carefully, but still trying to maintain the necessary pace. Young twisted the wheel again and turned down another alley. The rubber knotted up again. The guy twisted the gas knob to the limit. He couldn't let those freaks catch up with them, or else then they would definitely be in trouble. The rest of the gang didn't even think of leaving them behind. Another tire howl followed, and from around the corner came several more motorcycles that shone their headlights at them. The gang didn't lag behind for a second. They seemed to know where they were going. Suddenly, a terrifying picture appeared before Jong's eyes. He saw something that made his heart skip a beat. From behind his back, Scar peeked out and was also frightened. A sign now. They definitely can't escape. A few more motorcycles came around the corner. The others had recognized where they were going, and now they were coming at them headlong. The guys put out sticks to knock their victims off the motorcycle, and now they can't get away from them. There they go. These scumbags had just surrounded them, and now the guys had no choice. Now they're going head-on. One more second, and they'll just collide with each other. Come on, catch up with them. Satisfied shouts could be heard everywhere. It was about time those bastards finally caught up with them. Is there anything out there that can save them? The thought flashed through the boy's head like lightning. He repeated the thought out loud. Scar's voice came from behind him, and he said, doomedly, that this was definitely a loser now. There was no way they could get away. The man looked forward with a confident look and said sternly that he had to fight. He could not back down. He was fully confident in his abilities. Even when he was on the verge of death, he did not give up and fought to the last. Those words betrayed Jong's confidence for sure. There was no backing down. The guy frowned and realized that there was no turning back. Either they would continue fighting or die. There was no other option. He cranked the throttle to full again. The engine roared to life, and the bike sped straight ahead to its death. The guys realized that they had no choice, so let them fight to the last. Young lifted up the motorcycle, and it went into a spin. Now they were riding on the back wheel. It was incredibly dangerous, but the guys had one single plan that could work. Scar put his arms out to the side. They rode straight toward their pursuer, none of them intending to stop. The motorcycles roared, coming closer and closer to each other with every meter. The bandits were already celebrating their victory. So what are these two going to do now? They had already prepared their batons to knock them off their motorcycles, and then they could pay them back in full. Scar rises from his seat and spreads his arms wide apart. He looks like a big shield right now. He seemed to be up to something. Jung kept picking up speed harder and harder. The motorcycle would revel and they would collide head-on. Then, no one will have a chance to survive. Scar raised himself even higher, spread his arms even wider. The guys on the motorcycles were very scared and started to move aside. quickly disperse. A look of horror flashed across their faces. What are these lunatics up to? This is insane. Scar's face transformed. He became fierce again, like a bear fighting for his life for the last time. "Get the fuck out," he shouted in a comfortable voice, his eyes glowing with rage. He was so angry at his opponents that the mere sight of him would make you shit your pants. It was only a few seconds later and there was a loud bang. Scar caught his hands on the two guys who were sitting on the bike. They didn't stay in their seats and immediately flew off. The impact was unbelievably strong, plus the speed was unbelievably high. The guys choking on their own blood flew off into the distance. Even their motorcycles flew into the air, so strong was the impact. Scar crossed his arms. He just had this incredible strength. This is just some kind of madness. There was a loud sound, the scraping of metal. The last survivor watched in horror as the huge fist of the bully approached his face at a monstrous speed. What a bastard! He didn't even have time to think. A grimace of horror flashed across his face. They dashed through the crowd of bandits like through snow, however, they didn't get any smaller. The same guy flew high into the air and did several flips. However, there were still people left. The plan had succeeded, but it was still too early to rejoice. Scar looked at his companion, who was steadily driving the bike forward. The boy began to swear, annoyed with the situation. They were in trouble, and they couldn't get rid of those bastards. Suddenly, he smiled and looked over his shoulder at his friend and said that he would kill those bastards by all means. The motorcycle continued to pick up speed. However, they were still being chased. Cheetah was following them on his motorcycle, laughing and anticipating victory. He was still standing in his pose, dreaming. His long cloak was billowing in the wind. He somehow managed to stay on his feet at such a speed. He felt like the king of this city. No one who lived here could resist him. Smiling, he told them to finally slow down. "They're having a little bit of a showdown here." The guy smiled and looked away and started to stop his bike. They stopped and began to look around. Smoke billowed out of the motorcycle's chimney, filling the air with an unpleasant odor. Finally, he realized something. Again? What had just happened? The man saw that their victims had managed to escape after all. As if he had no power, he ordered to press the gaze. Once again, the tires were tied down and the engine roared to life. The bike reared up and began to pick up speed. "We had to catch up with those bastards. How could they even get away? Just don't let them get out of town." Jung was speeding down the highway at an unbelievable speed. He didn't even think about the fact that they might crash. Scar was sitting behind him, holding on tightly to his shoulders for fear of falling out of the seat. Finally, after a few minutes of driving, he asked, "Are they even going that way?" The guy said not to worry, they seemed to be going the right way. The direction is the same. However, the place itself brought back some very bad memories for him. The guy suddenly heard some familiar sound. It was the sound of an approaching motorcycle. He looked in the rearview mirror and saw another biker approaching them. He was laughing loudly and gradually shortening the distance. Holy shit! It was like something inside the guy was turning upside down. They got away from them. Had they really caught up to them that fast? The situation was getting more complicated by the second. It wasn't easy to get away from these types. Cheetah was furious, a predatory smile stretching across his face. These two. What do they think they can escape from him so easily? Kim One Day, that was his name. His combat rating was 4, one of the most dangerous members in his city. Young couldn't understand how this was even possible. They're going full throttle. 200 kilometers per h? That's unreal. They flew like a bird, and how could those bastards catch up to them so fast? Cheetah came as close to him as he could get. Scar said he was going to take care of it. The man turned around and prepared his weighty fist to knock the freak out of his seat. However, the man reacted in time and swerved the motorcycle aside. A huge fist flew past, slicing through the air. That's the speed. At this speed, if they were to crash, It would take a long time for their remains to be collected all over the highway. Suddenly, the cheetah pulled something long and glowing from his pocket. It was a motorcycle chain. He swung it as if it were a whip. The man laughed and prepared to finish them off once and for all. Why are they so afraid of him? The man seemed to mock them. He swung his weapon in an attempt to reach his victim. Do they just want to get into an accident begging sign? Let him slow down. The chain jingled and began to unravel. Here it comes. It's going to get them. The cheetah continued to mock them. Do they even know how many motorcycles crash on this highway? The man didn't slow down and smiled broadly. He already felt that victory was in his pocket. No one knows this city better than he does. An unfamiliar man in black clothes was standing on the roof of the house, watching with amazement. He heard the roar of engines and looked around in surprise. He had a cigarette in his hand, which he had not had time to light. On his finger was the same Percy with the skull. The cheetah swung his weapon and the chain began to loosen with a clinking sound. They deserved it. The man's eyes lit up brightly. He could already taste his victory and the taste of blood on his lips. This is their chance. The chain had already gotten close enough. With only a few centimeters between them, the boys turned around frightened and looked at the sight of their death approaching them. Suddenly, however, everything changed. A stick flew into the tire of the motorcycle on which the cheetah was riding. It came literally out of nowhere. The motorcycle claimed and came to an abrupt stop. The man flew out of his saddle and flew on, about to fall to the pavement. The guys accelerated and sped away from him at breakneck speed. The cheetah didn't even realize what had happened. The man was flying at a high speed, and in a second he would make contact with the hard asphalt. Then he'll break every bone in his body. What the fuck? Who did this? He saw, out of the corner of his eye, some unknown boy in ordinary clothes standing a short distance away. He must have swung the stick at him. The guy just stood there, breathing heavily. It was the first time Cheetah had seen this man. What had he just done? The man realized with horror that he was about to die. Soon, his body came in contact with the hard asphalt, and he began tumbling over a great distance. The pain was unbearable. He could literally feel every bone in his body breaking. Young Toga noticed this. He cast an incredulous glance back. Who is he? The only thing that reached him was the suppressed groan of his pursuer, who still said hello to the pavement. The guy thought he would have to slow down. He looked in the rearview mirror, and there reflected their pursuers, who was now lying on the highway. It seemed that after such a fall it was impossible to survive. He was definitely dead. Right, they'd have to slow down, or they'd be in an accident themselves. But this was their chance to get out of this damn place. The boy gripped the steering wheel tighter and steered the motorcycle toward the exit from the city. Soon, the rest of the gang arrived at the scene. As soon as they saw their leader lying on the ground, they realized that something irreversible had happened. They slowed down and stopped a few centimeters away from the body of their leader. Everyone else jumped up from their seats and rushed over to him to see how he was feeling. Surely he was okay. What had happened? Who did this? The cheetah didn't realize it, but he lifted his head, which was ringing after the blow. He had a big scar on his head, from which blood was oozing. The man couldn't speak 2 words. He didn't understand anything. Who did it? He began to stammer and tried to put his thoughts in order. A few seconds later, several people were standing in front of him. The blinding light from the headlights was in his eyes. He could only see vague silhouettes of the people in front of him. There were at least 3 people behind them, a larger crowd. Kichan was ranked 3rd in the rankings, the alias of the Reaper. The man had the exact same skull ring on his finger. He lit a cigarette and let out a thick smoke. What happened here? He asked it in such a low voice that you had to listen. He was number 1 in his neighborhood. No one could argue with him, because after that there were no people left. The man asked in the same quiet tone, "Is he going to be held accountable for what happened?" Soon the guys still left the area. They decided to stop near the nearest river, leaving the motorcycle somewhere nearby, went somewhere to rest, would need to put their thoughts in order. Too many events for today. They laid down on the grass, which now seemed like the softest place on earth. Jung was breathing heavily. He would need to recover from this. Scar lay down next to him and asked, "What's wrong?" Jung pulled a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and said in relief that it was very good that they were able to get out of there after all. They had gotten through it, and now they could breathe easy. He held out a cigarette to Scar and offered him a smoke too. The man lay next to him, also breathing heavily somewhere up into the sky. He said he didn't smoke that shit. He wasn't like the others, he just didn't need it. Jung sighed and lit a cigarette. "Dude, these are high-quality cigarettes." There he goes, he's getting boring again. The boy took a drag and the bitter smoke filled his lungs. He finally forgot the long time he'd been able to relax. Scar lay next to him and watched him from his scythe. The man was resting too. He would need to get cleaned up. Without turning to look at him, the man asked the kid why she did it. The kid looked at him in surprise. What exactly did he do? He took a drag on his cigarette and let out a puff of thick smoke into the sky. The man said it didn't seem like a big deal, but after what happened, he still had some questions that needed a little sorting out. At the time they were captured, why didn't he leave him? Wasn't it better for him to join this gang and not put himself in such danger? His action was certainly commendable, but why did he do it? Besides, he had plenty of options to escape. However, he didn't do it. Never once gave up on him and held on until the very end. So why did he do it? Even when he had to fight for his life, he did not give up on him, and he helped him all the way. So why? Why did he do it? The man continued to stubbornly look up. He probably couldn't do that, he just didn't have the willpower. Maybe the man was lying. After a little silence, the man said that the boy was a very strong man, and understandably kind. He had never expected to meet such people in his life. He was glad to be wrong. It's nice to see real people now, in these rotten times. Taking another drag on his cigarette, Jung asked, "Is this what he wants to talk about now?" It's actually not as simple as it seems. If he wanted to, the guy would still tell the real reason for his action. After a little silence, as if gathering his thoughts, he began to speak. It may look noble, but the only reason he did it wasn't really as noble as it might seem at first glance. The guy thought for another second, really. He would just really hate to be alone against this whole crowd. He still realized he wouldn't make it alone. The guy sighed heavily. Yeah, it didn't sound like much, but it was honest. There was an awkward pause between them for a second. Scar looked up from the cash register but said nothing. It was as if he was thinking over the boy's words. He understood everything that was going on. Rising a little from his seat, he said the guy could use to quit smoking. Just because he smokes doesn't make him strong or cool. It's just a bad habit. It's unhealthy, and besides, it looks stupid. On top of everything else, the kid stinks. It was like sitting next to an ashtray. He took another drag on his cigarette and looked at the burning butt in silence. After a little thought, he smothered the cigarette butt against the ground and rudely said that it wasn't really any of his business. It wasn't his place to decide what a guy should do best. They had completely different lives. Scar rose from his seat and with wide strides began to walk away. Jung looked up at him and said that he owed him now. He had saved his life after all. How could they just part ways like that? The guy was still holding the begging sign in his hands. The man looked at him with an emotionless look and said that he was actually grateful for what he had done. Don't go overboard, though. He thinks it's better for them to stay away from each other now. After all, this world is very dangerous, and who knows what might happen to them in the next moment. Guy. Everything looked after him with his calm gaze. Now, for the first time in a long time, he could come to his senses. The Scar slowly started to move away in the other direction. The boy also got to his feet. He had to go about his business too. Too many problems had piled up lately. He had to deal with it somehow. Jung-woo took one last look at the guy, and he wasn't so bad, but he was a little arrogant, and he stuck his nose in his own business. but that's how people are. Scar was walking somewhere deep into the park, thinking about something of his own, and suddenly, the guy's cell phone rang in his jacket and the man did the same. They stopped for a second, as if realizing what had happened. Young pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and looked at the screen. His eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. Anything could have happened, but he definitely couldn't have foreseen this. Although, on the other hand, it was quite expected. Apparently the man saw something like that. He turned to the boy and threw him a scornful look. "No, the Scar," said the boy. "They're not going to part for nothing. Staying away from him is not going to work now. Next time they would meet him in the ring." The man said nothing in response, but looked away. It looked like fate would bring them back together in no time. Scar's picture popped up on the kid's phone. He was his next opponent in the ring. Young Ha's picture popped up on the phone. It was clear they would fight each other next time. It would be difficult, but still they didn't have much choice. A bright white light illuminated the stands. There was a thunderous, cool voice of the commentator. A new match was starting. There were a lot of people around. Everyone had gathered to watch the new performance. People were expecting something more. They were already tired of watching the usual fights, needed more entertainment, blood, and spectacle. The crowd roared. There were an incredible amount of people, all crowding and literally crawling over each other. People froze in anticipation, imagining what tonight's match would be like. Tonight would be the main event. The announcer shouted, trying to break the noise of the crowd. Jung Yi Scar stood across from each other. Scar and Jo Young Ha collide in the ring. The announcer announced the competitors, and the crowd enthusiastically began to scream. Some were raising their hands up, some were bouncing on the spot. In short, there was complete chaos. Which one will win the title of this year's best rookie? Jung looked at his opponent and said that they had better forget everything that was between them. They should compete on equal footing, without any indulgence, and without regard for the fact that they were acting together. Scar crunched his huge fists and nodded affirmatively. Of course, that was out of the question. They would fight as regular fighters. There can be no favors here, no friends, only enemies and rivals. Let's go! The announcer announced the start of the match, and the competitors began to glare at each other. They had already prepared their weighty fists for the start of the fight, and now the match was about to begin, which promised to be incredibly entertaining. Charles stood in front of the kid and gave him his instructions. He said it's going to be a battle of the strongest players, if you can call it that. He's really excited. Indeed, the man was directly trembling with anticipation for the future battle. This was the first time he had seen something like this. It wasn't often that one would see two strong rookies competing with each other with the consciousness of being the best. The man said he had something very nice to say to the guy. He would definitely like it. Jung wondered, something good? And what interestingly could it be? I continued to smile and nodded my head. Yes, he needs to be told about the levels. There are only a few of them: normal, rare, epic, unique, and legendary. This division is made for people to fight with opponents equal to themselves in strength. To advance to the next level, you need to gain battle points. The more fights a person has won, the higher his level. And the higher his level, the more money he will get in the end. It's simple. The higher the level, the more money he gets when he leaves. Jung looked at the man without any emotion at all. It didn't faintly surprise him. Doesn't it surprise him? Normally, everyone would burst into laughter at such news, but the guy just sat still and didn't say anything in response. However, the man was embarrassed by this for a short while. He kept talking. As the kid had already noticed, he called the limit at 9. But if he scored that many points, he would get a chance to fight the champion. Of course, the champion was Kang Soo-ho, the only person participating in the arena with a combat rating over 10,000. After saying that, Yeon Ha's face seemed to change. Damn, this is interesting. The chance to fight the champion was something he had wanted for a long time. Of course, he would have to work very hard for it. But he didn't come here for nothing. Charles looked at him with a wide smile on his face. Basically, and there's a chance to increase his points a lot. For example, to make a winning streak. Let's say your opponent had particularly unimpressive scores, but he raised 1,000 points for his last fight. The man squints. He must be wondering why he's telling him this now. He just wants to show him how important today's match is to him. Right now, the boy's combat rating is 902 points. He is on the borderline between ordinary and rare level. Zhang listened carefully to the man's every word. He realized that his advancement to a new division depended on today's fight. The guy would need to concentrate to give his best effort for victory. No matter who was standing across from him, it didn't matter now. And so the battle began. The opponents headed towards each other like lightning. They spread their fists like eagles spread their wings. And now, the outcome of the fight would only be decided by their skill. The opponent had a combat rating of 1666, while Yeon Ha only had 902. The difference was significant, but it didn't seem to bother anyone. The guys punched each other in the face. Both got hit. Blood splattered in different directions. Each guy seemed to have a few teeth out at this point. This was going to be the most intense fight yet, a chance to prove myself, to finally move up a rank, a clash between two very strong fighters who will win this time. The announcer was excited. The guy clenched his teeth and prepared himself to give his best. He put aside all doubts and all unnecessary thoughts that were bothering him at this moment. Now he had to concentrate on one thing only: victory. Scar was an experienced fighter. He wasn't going to back down even though this guy had bailed him out now, needed to concentrate on the fight. They swung again, and again their blows reached their target. There was a crunching sound. Each fighter had incredible stamina. They endured each other's blows, their fists touching, inflicting irreparable wounds. Soon everyone will know who will emerge victorious in this monstrous bout. The atmosphere in the ring was getting hotter by the second. They were like two beasts caged together for prey. Charles was sitting in the stands, crunching popcorn loudly as always. He watched the fight admiringly, a smile stretching across his face. The man knew that this guy had given it his all every time in the previous matches, and now he was probably going to win too. There are few men here with more strength and stamina than this fighter. The boys clashed in battle, the atmosphere growing more and more heated. The odds were practically even, despite their combat ratings. The boy had experience, but now he was no longer the youngster who didn't know how to fight. But on the other hand, it wasn't that simple. Scar swung his weighty fist to hit his opponent directly. On the other hand, his opponent was also incredibly strong. He had incredible stamina and the strength of his body. He swung around, and with all his might, he drove his huge fist right into the boy's chest. Wow, that's the kind of blow that would be fatal. The announcer didn't know where to put his joy. Every fight was like a circus show for him. What a blow! The punch was really strong. The guy gritted his teeth as hard as he could and tried to stay on his feet. His chest was on fire, the punch was straight, and his opponent seemed to have put all his strength into it. Young Ha tried very hard to finally stay on his feet. He coughed and blood poured out of his mouth. It seemed like all of his insides had just turned upside down. This guy was nothing like past opponents. What the hell is this? Especially his punches. They were like young. If he missed a couple more of those punches, this kid wouldn't be able to get back on his feet. His punches were incredibly strong. He had seen others defeated, but so far, he had never faced such power. Zhang wiped the blood from his mouth and prepared himself. He's strong, so strong that it seems his blows would be very hard to hold back. Alone, the guy had no choice. He would either die or win here. He began to remember again all those lessons with the teacher at the academy. He remembered how the man had trained him. During the fight with the teacher, he didn't even manage to touch him, let alone hit him in any way. The teacher's movements were incredibly smooth. It was then that the boy realized that he needed to improve his skills, otherwise he would not rise above his level. He had to think with his head to win. He had to calculate all his actions not to get hit. He was not a real tank. Well, I remembered the teacher's question. The man asked him what would happen if you hit your head on a rock. The man asked this and once again swung his fist to hit his student. Naturally, the boy failed to calculate his blow, and a second later, the horror teacher's weighty fist touched his nose. A crunch sounded, and the guy felt incredible pain. Breaking his head, but not a rock in any way. It was a simple lesson he needed to remember for the rest of his life. The boy got ready again and grouped his whole body. With this opponent, he would have to strike one after another and try to wear him down. Only then will he be able to win. Otherwise, he'll just flatten him out in this ring. Young stood on his feet and prepared for another attack. He had to use all his strength to resist this mountain of muscle. He knew that this man was incredibly strong, had stamina and rock-hard muscles. The announcer was surprised. It looked like the newcomer intended to win today. The man was surprised and opened his eyes to watch the outcome of the fight even more closely. In the background, the crowd was just going crazy with excitement. They hadn't seen such a colorful event in a long time. Two super strong rookies were fighting. Step by step, the guy was approaching victory. He stood in a fighting stance and prepared for a long battle. He realized that his opponent is incredibly strong. He saw with his own eyes how the man crushes the skulls of his opponents with a single blow. If he fails at the wrong moment, the next time he will be carried to the morgue. Jong launched a decisive attack, pushed himself off the ground, and began to rapidly reduce the distance. The man stood in front of him and prepared his weighty fists for another strike. The guy had to be incredibly fast to avoid such an attack. The guy was well aware that now, at this moment, it was important every attack to concentrate properly, to strike, and to dodge without getting hit. He applied the technique he used in the fight against the Red Fox. The guy began to move with incredible speed, his body flexible. He began to leap, trying to dodge the opponent's heavy attacks. Scar swung his arm and attacked, but his fist missed. The boy dodged, and the man's huge fist flew a few centimeters from his face. If the boy had been exposed to his attack, he could hardly have survived. Back up and sprung to his feet, the lad swung around and landed a powerful uppercut on his opponent. He needs a win. The man leaned back. He didn't expect the guy to be able to dodge like that. The atmosphere in the ring was getting hotter by the second. The scarred man looked at his opponent with a fierce gaze. Steam was coming from his chin. He didn't expect such a strong attack, but still, thanks to his resilience, the man was able to withstand. The announcer was ecstatic, Jung attacking his opponent. The man swung his fists again, and again he missed. The guy was like a different person. He dodged every attack. He acted like a real professional boxer. Scar just couldn't hit the fast guy. He was much faster than his opponent. And then, dodging once more, the boy gave him a hard, straight punch right in the nose. There was a crunch, and even someone as thick-skinned as Scar could feel the pain. The kid's fists were pretty good. The announcer continued to marvel at the fight in progress. The guy is not going to back down. At this time, Charles sat in the stands and smilingly watched the action. He was incredibly pleased with his ward. This guy is pretty good. He chose a tactic in which he throws a lot of punches in a small amount of time. It appeared to the man that this was a pure bid for success. Indeed, the guy was moving incredibly fast, and at every opportunity he threw accurate and faster punches right at the target. However, his opponent wasn't easy either. Scar wouldn't just give away his victory. He was swinging his sledgehammers, and it cost the guy a lot of effort to dodge his opponent's swinging A's. Well, let's see what happens next. The odds are almost even. Jong acted for sure. He moved incredibly fast, and so, once again bouncing to the side, he struck a swift blow with his scar. The man had no time to react, and his opponent's powerful fist slammed into his jaws. Jung Nan was just throwing a huge number of punches in a second. The audience was ecstatic. The surroundings were such a buzz that it was ear-splitting. It was as if the scarred man had weakened. He wasn't used to having such a fast man fighting against him. Still, it didn't scare him. He had thick skin and an incredible amount of stamina. He stands like a rock. This man seems to be unbreakable. The announcer commented on every event taking place in the ring, savoring every moment. Charles watched it all with great amusement, the man crunching his popcorn and his glasses reflecting the battle. He had seen a lot in his life, but this was really something interesting. Still, for a lot of time spent in these underground fights, the man realized one very important thing that defines this sport. No matter how strong the opponent is, the one who chooses good tactics always wins, especially in such a long battle. This battle was once again like David and Goliath fighting. Jung was fast and precise, while Scar was powerful and strong. Two elements were clashing in this battle. Guy again came back and, in one deft move, delivered a powerful blow to his opponent right in the jaw. His face literally began to deform before his eyes. The man gritted his teeth against the incredible pain. Only those who can think while fighting win. Charles stood and watched this excellent fight. He was incredibly happy that he had found such a talented young fighter. No way. The commentator was simply shocked at what was happening. He was literally out of breath. It was the first time he had ever seen such an incident in the ring in his long career. The crowd went silent for a second. Something incredible was happening in the ring. The Scar couldn't withstand so many blows and got down on one knee. The man was almost exhausted, his huge body unable to withstand the onslaught. There's a proverb that any rock can crack under such an onslaught. This is crazy. What the fuck? The people were just excited, not screaming. The hall was filled with a noise that seemed to be heard by the whole town. It couldn't have been a question. The unwavering Scar was on his knees. The man wiped his face and thought for a moment. He seemed to have underestimated his opponent. For a second, respect for his opponent flashed in his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot because, up until this point, he'd thought this kid was a mouthful, but he was holding up pretty well. He's as weak to me as the Scar thought. A man would have to work a lot harder to defeat this man. However, the boy was also mistaken about him. The man jumped up and suddenly his movements gained extraordinary speed. To everyone up to that point, it appeared that it was just a block of stone that didn't know how to move well. However, it was quite the opposite. The man still had trumps up his sleeve. The scarred one is on the attack again. The guy was shocked. He thought that victory would come easily to him, but it wasn't that easy, and for a second, worry flashed across his face. He did not expect such a violent onslaught. How many times? He had to react as quickly as possible, or he wouldn't be able to get back on his feet after such a blow. He didn't have time to get back, but all he could do was block with his hands. The blow was so strong that the guy flew up high, but he couldn't stand on his feet. Now, for the first time in his life, he felt the full force of this man. His bones cracked as if from such an onslaught. The pain was unbelievable, as if his arm would break after such a blow. After flying a few meters, the guy hit the net with all his might. That's the kind of impact you're used to seeing from a Scar. The guy just flew off like a soft toy. He had his opponent cornered. The man came closer and closer, and the boy looked like a cornered victim. He didn't know where to go. It was almost impossible to hold back such an onslaught. He didn't have a body strong enough to withstand all these blows. The man sprinted and lunged at his opponent with a weighty fist. He seemed intent on ending the fight with a series of A's. The man flew at his opponent like a kite at a small mouse. At the last second, he saw a fist coming towards his face at breakneck speed. Seconds more, and there would be nothing left of his head. For a second, fear for his life flashed in his eyes. For the first time in his life, he realized that he could die from a single blow. At the last second, he had time to react, and with a terrible effort bounced off the net. There was a loud crack. It appeared that the ring was about to break into several pieces. So strong were the attacks of this man. He got away in time and saved his life. Scar looked at him over his shoulder. How did he get out? He knew him in a corner, didn't he? The man was surprised, but realized that victory wasn't going to give him too easy. The fight was dragging on. Both opponents realized that this battle was going to be very grueling. Neither of them wanted to give up their victory. Jung dodged and jumped on his opponent from behind. The man turned his head and saw everything perfectly. We had to get this over with. The fight couldn't be prolonged, or else it would turn into some kind of clowning. They headed towards each other with great speed, putting their fists forward. Something unimaginable was about to happen. They were approaching each other faster and faster. The guy realized he couldn't lose. The Scar was coming at him with his weighty fist, ready to crush the guy like a bug. Jung also was determined, his eyes glittering with rage. He had to win. There was no chance of losing. He would not forgive himself. The boy realized that his fate depended on the outcome of the battle. He simply must become the strongest in this arena. After all, for this he trains without sparing himself. But to everyone's surprise, their fists did not make contact, but passed each other. If these punches reach their target, it will be a real double knockout. He must win. The only thing left to find out is which one of them will be faster. The stands froze in anticipation. Charles continued crunching his popcorn and watching the events unfold. The man smiled and looked forward to the outcome of the battle. He realized that not one of the opponents was not going to back down. The announcer was simply shocked. He had goosebumps running down his spine. However, Jung was faster. His fist reached his opponent's face faster, and he unleashed his full power on him. The Scar felt a tremendous impact. It was as if a huge rock had hit his face at a great speed. His cheek began to deform, and waves spread out from it in different directions. It was as if everything in his head had been turned upside down. The most incredible thing had happened. Scar, despite all his strength and power, fell to his feet. The blow of his opponent literally knocked him off his feet, and he flew a few meters more with great force, crashed directly into the bars of the ring, and even flew out with it. The crowd was going crazy with such a spectacle. People had not seen such a good fight for a long time. There was so much noise around that you had to cover your ears to avoid going deaf. Everyone was incredibly happy with this outcome of events. The newcomer had proved his superiority and knocked out his opponent. Charles smiled wider and wider with each passing second and continued eating his popcorn. He was starting to like it a lot. They both had great prospects for the future. I wondered who would win. The rivals weren't going to outdo each other. The man looked in the direction where the champion stood. What did he think? Who will win in this fight? The fight was beginning to heat up with renewed vigor. No one spared each other. Su-ho too was also present at the match. He stood somewhere to the side and watched intently. The others also saw the champion right there and began to step in front of him. Everyone had an incredible fear in their hearts. People seemed to be afraid of the champion, and it was true. This man was incredibly strong. The boy stood in the crowd of people and directed his focused gaze straight at the arena. He was starting to get very curious himself. Two newcomers fighting each other, and neither of them was going to give up their lead. People began to turn around and stare in surprise at the champions. Wow, even he's here. Did he just decide to come and watch the fight? The man turned to him. They say he doesn't like this kind of thing, but he's here to watch. Charlie turned to him and smiled. He's right, isn't he? Wait a minute. It's not that simple here. The men started laughing, and he seemed to realize something. Then he shifted his gaze to Jong. He had the same inscription on his back as the champion. Halim Academy. What does that mean? It seems like the two of these guys are connected somehow. What's the only thing that connects them? Do they train at the same place? Does he want to share this secret with his friend? The boy simply remained silent and continued to watch the outcome of the fight. He didn't really feel like explaining anything to the man right now. And why was he picking on him? The boy wondered what this guy was doing at his academy. At this time, The battle continued to heat up with renewed vigor. Bright spotlights were burning everywhere as the fighters continued to compete hard. Young seems to be leading by a large margin right now. He's not giving his opponent a chance. Scar was lying on the ground trying to recover from such a strong blow. Even his strong body couldn't withstand such an onslaught. Would one defeat upset him too much? If he couldn't get up now, the victory would be awarded to his opponent. The commentator was about to announce the results of the fight, when suddenly he saw that it's not over yet. The opponents were not going to give up. The man stopped talking and looked at the fighters in surprise. "This isn't over." Scar rested his weighty fist on the ground and began to rise slowly. The man was furious. He wasn't going to give up. He wasn't going to lose to some newcomer. The man began breathing heavily and rising to his feet. This blow caused him to stagger, however. He was not yet broken. The Scar is rising. People began to marvel at the fighter's resilience. Even so, he doesn't lose his grip. The unbreakable Scar returns to the ring. The man stepped closer and stepped into the cage. Now they stood opposite each other again. The fight will continue. Yes, it had dragged on, but it was a contest to win. Young took a fighting stance again. His opponent had already fallen once. This gave the guy confidence in his abilities. He realized that even such an impenetrable rock has a weak spot. You just have to use it wisely. He will have every chance to win if he concentrates. So this man will fall next time. The guy rushed to attack, swinging his fists. He wants to strike next. He doesn't care how strong his opponent is. Scar swung his fist at him, but the boy dodged again. There was the sound of a blow. The boy had hit the target again. The man's jaw is about to split into several pieces. He's throwing a lot of punches again. The fight continued, and the boy burst into it with renewed vigor. It was a little respite for him so he could catch his breath and build up his strength a little. Scar took all the blows and wasn't even going to dodge. His head was incredibly strong. It could withstand any tension. The man could feel his opponent coming at him with renewed vigor. He couldn't dodge the guy's punches fast enough. The Scar was pinned to the cage again. The guy realized that the most important thing now was speed and accuracy. If he kept up his methodical strikes, he would win soon. Scar looked at him with mad eyes. Now they were shrouded in a white film like some rabid animals. The man was furious. He wasn't going to give his victory to some brat. The boy swung around and again delivered another powerful straight punch, straight into his opponent's face. The man grimaced, his face contorted in a grimace, but he didn't stumble or fall this time. At that moment, the fighter felt as if he had hit a granite wall with his fist. His hand rattled, and he felt the force with every bone in his body. The guy wondered, what the hell was that? It turns out his attack wasn't that powerful. His fist landed on Scar's face, but it didn't do any damage. It appeared that this man still had a chance. It was as if he had summoned all his strength to hold back the onslaught. Now, the Scar began to attack. He rushed at his opponent like a locomotive, his huge fists flying at an unimaginable speed. One more second and they would reach their goal. The guy was really scared. He had to act fast. However, he didn't have time to dodge. Now, the Scar gave him a devastating blow to his stomach. There was a powerful explosion, and the boy could feel the force of the Scar's blow spreading through his body. He didn't even have time to realize it. His breath hit him all at once. He opened his mouth and tried to scream, but only a croak escaped his throat. How did this happen? How did this happen? The boy flew off to the side and flew to the end of the ring. How did that happen? The Scar seems to be marching towards victory with steady strides. The boy wouldn't be able to withstand such an onslaught after all. His body wasn't that strong after all. His opponent wasn't going to stop there. He clenched his fist and aimed all its power right at the boy. If he didn't dodge now, it would definitely end badly. Scar struck him with a swift motion, but the boy managed to put up a block with his hand, his bones dragging from such exertion. Never in his life, he had never faced such strong blows before. To hold back such an onslaught, he would have to try very hard. The blow was the strongest. The boy did not stay on his feet, and such inertia fell out the grate of the ring and now lay on the floor, almost unconscious. He struggled to regain consciousness, feeling as if he had been hit by a car at full speed. The crowd exploded again with scream. Charles stood and watched. It was incredibly interesting. How would this fight end after all? It was unclear until the end who would dominate the ring after all. The champion stood next to him and silently watched what was happening. Now, there was no doubt in everyone's mind that Scar would take his victory tonight. The man stood there, looking like a raging bull with steam coming out of his mouth. Jung received a lot of injuries today. Would he even be able to continue fighting? The guy clenched his teeth and tried to recover, his whole body aching. This is simply impossible. How does this psycho do it? He piled up his strength and rose to his feet. He hasn't given up yet. The announcer has already started to announce Scar's victory. All those who were rooting for him can take congratulations. Their favorite has won after all. This is strange. No one thought that the result of the game would be like this. Yeon Ha might not be able to get up from such blows, but the guy wasn't going to give up. He quickly, and with a gait, started walking back into the cage. And so, once again, the two players met in the ring. They stood opposite each other like the first time and studied each other with their gazes. The game is heating up. They were already exhausted, but no one wanted to give up their victory. Both players were breathing heavily, as if someone was inflating a balloon with a large pump. It was obvious that their strength was running out. The boy looked at his opponent with a weary look. His whole body ached from such blows, but he had no right to make a mistake today. Scar was also very tired. He wasn't used to such prolonged fights because all the time he knocked out his opponents from a single blow. However, this guy was not so easy. You had to try hard to knock him out somehow. What's wrong with him? It's like he's found a second breath. He's as easy as he looks, and there's no need to take him for a weakling. Victory belongs to him today. He clenched his fists again and lunged at his opponent. The guy started throwing a lot of accurate and fast punches, matching his tactics. Scar defended himself with his powerful, strong arms. He couldn't move as fast as his opponent, and it annoyed him a lot. It was obvious from his face that the man was in an indescribable rage. They continued to watch in the stands. The passions were heating up, and the champion didn't know who would win. Charles asked him who would win. The man remained silent and continued to watch. Jung Woo regained his speed and galloped around his opponent like a wild beast. Scar stood in the center, and he kept his weighty fist ready to fight back at any moment. He wasn't going to give up so easily. The guy swung again, and with a quick, hard punch, he came close to his jaw. There was a big smack. I guess he didn't hit it after all, and someone was holding his arm down hard. The guy was in a little bit of shock. Indeed, his hand was clutched by Scar's strong arm. He couldn't even move a finger. The boy was frightened, for this was one of his strongest blows, and this man was just holding him with one hand, and now he couldn't move. Scar looked down at him and said disappointedly, "That's a bit weak." The man prepared to kill his opponent. He wasn't going to back down, and now he was fighting at full strength. His huge, weighty fist was already in the guy's face. He wouldn't have had time to react, and now he could only wait for his fate. The boy watched in horror as his opponent's hand approached faster and faster. The man thought that he seemed to have figured it out perfectly by now. The guy didn't get any stronger, and he was the one who was already very tired. The man swung around and his fist reached its target. He struck so hard that the boy's head should have been torn from his neck by now. He literally felt this unbreakable power with his whole body. Everything in his head turned upside down. His eyes went black, and almost all of his teeth came out of his mouth. The impact was like a cannon shot. Everyone froze in anticipation. It was not clear until the end who would win in this fight, but it seemed that now the picture was beginning to become a little clearer. Everyone held their breath. The announcer even stopped talking for a second. The fight flew by with incredible speed. How could it be? It was brutal, but now there was only a scar on his legs. The people shouted with delight. They hadn't seen such a good spectacle in a long time. Jung lay on the ground and tried to rake his consciousness into a pile. The guy didn't expect to be hit so hard. He was lying on the ground and his whole body felt like it was doused with lead. He looked at his opponent with a lifeless stare. The guy's mouth was ajar and he was breathing heavily. His head seemed to collide with the wall. Scar stood in the ring and surveyed the crowd who were going wild with joy. Right now, he's the only one on his feet. It looks like Scar will be the winner of this fight. It's clear enough without further ado. Charles frowned. This was ridiculous. He'd wanted to beat Scar so badly. He'd tried so hard, but in the end, it had all turned out against him. The man crunched his popcorn, the champion standing next to him, watching silently without a word. The sheer number of attacks that the guy was making throughout the fight was wearing him down, and his opponent was just waiting for that. He has a very strong body, so those punches don't mean anything to him. He didn't need to spend all his energy at once. The fight was long. He needed to conserve his energy and get out of the line of attack. If he wanted to win, he would have to think about his strategy carefully. However, it was as if the guy was off the chain, attacking constantly, wasting energy, and in the end he had no breath left, unable to fight properly. No wonder he's lying unconscious right now. Su Ho stood in the crowd and silently watched as the fight ended. People everywhere were shouting with joy. Someone raised their hands, jumping on the spot. But the champion remained as silent as ever. He wondered what was going to happen now. There was not a single emotion on his face. He just analyzed all his movements with a serious, concentrated gaze. He understood everything perfectly, and over the years he had learned to anticipate his opponent's actions, which was fun, but still, they were just beginners. Finally, the guy came to his senses and started to think straight. This fight had ended in his defeat. He was still lying on the ground, unable to get up. Even to move a finger was a big problem for him. There was a scar above him. He could see its wide shadow as well. The boy clenched his teeth in anger and resentment. It was the end. He's lost. This man is just like some kind of rock that he can't break no matter how hard he tries. Impossible. Inside him there was so much grief and resentment, anger at himself, that the boy was ready to explode. Little by little he began to lose faith in himself. This man was just like that master from the academy. No matter how hard a guy tried, he couldn't win. This was an unreachable peak that was impossible to reach. No matter how many times he hits, it's like he's hitting a wall. He just can't take his blows. He clenched his teeth even tighter, so hard they gritted. He still had a lot to learn. But no matter how hard he tried, the result didn't change. It was driving him mad. Was that even possible? At this time, the guy remembered the words of the girl who said that he still needed to learn how to train his mind. He had to learn how to think properly during the battle, and only then would he be able to achieve any results. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his head. It was as if he had realized something. The spotlights were shining so hard that he had to squeeze his eyes shut. The guy continued to lie on the floor, almost unconscious. The Scar is the winner of tonight's match. The announcer joyfully proclaimed the winners. The fight was over. However, it wasn't that simple. Scar was already celebrating his victory when suddenly he heard footsteps behind him. The guy called out to him, and something in his voice seemed to have changed. Now he stood firmly on his feet. Scar turned around and looked at him with a furious look. The boy continued, "Where's he going? They're not done yet." The man looked at him and didn't understand. What more did he want? He had lost. Does he want to die at all? It was like he'd been replaced. The guy finally realized everything, as if a brilliant idea had come into his head, a solution to all the problems he'd created for himself. He stood firmly on his feet, his whole body grouped together. But a sly smile appeared on his face. The guy was up to something. He now understood why he couldn't defeat the master for so long. He's got it all figured out now. The very word I told him the girl said about training his mind, and now he finally understood. The announcer was incredibly shocked. The fighter wasn't going to give up. Who's going to win? The guy wasn't going to give up his victory. That's the fighting spirit. Scar was literally one step away from victory, but things turned out differently. Jong approached him with slow, confident steps. The man looked at him with a surprised look. Wasn't it enough for him? What more did he want to get? He didn't understand. Why can't this guy admit defeat? He lost, so let him give up. What a bastard. The stakes are going up. The guy frowned. Yes, he wasn't done yet. His eyes were full of confidence. He had switched something in his head and was thinking differently. The guy put his hand up and said, "You don't have to be so sure of your victory. Things could turn out differently." Kong Soo-ho. Watching this, his eyes widened in surprise. What is he doing? Even he had never seen such persistence in his entire career as a fighter. The guy was surprised to the core. This rookie is as easy for me as he looks at first glance. We'll have to take a closer look at him. Young Won remembered how the master had stood when he taught him. He remembered how that man had skillfully controlled his body. He controlled every brain, moved like a bird, and parried every punch and attack. It was the ideal to strive for. Jung adopted the same fighting stance. He ordered his opponent to get ready. Now, things would be different. Excitement gleamed in his eyes as he prepared his fist to finally end this fight. He immediately rushed forward and launched a series of quick and precise attacks. The rhythmic sounds of strikes could be heard. Did he really want to play by the same rules again, increasing the number of strikes? Jong twisted and his powerful fist caught up with the target, but again, it did not do any damage. Scarred, it was as if he was covered in some kind of armor. The man also brought up his large fist to strike back at the boy. The guy didn't even bother to dodge. He received a straight punch right in the jaws and his head immediately fell backwards. Wouldn't he faint? No. Now he had a completely different strategy. This time he would definitely win. Here comes Scar to strike. The fighter's tactics don't seem to be working. They're failing him. Jung bravely endured the blow. His whole body began to ache, but he stayed on his feet. The crowd went wild. They were ready to accept the winner, but they had not expected this turn of events. Charles smiled again. Isn't that all there is to it? The man thought that boy he didn't need to waste his strength. What a thing to have such an iron will. It was unbelievable. They stood opposite each other, ready to clash again in mortal combat. Scar's fist flew like a large block of stone, hitting its target with each passing second. In another second, the Atakuwalda would crash down on his opponent's head. He continues to advance, striking one after another. It was as if he had forgotten all his pain, had gained his second breath for the second time, and had now changed his battle tactics. Finally, he made the only decision that was right for him. His blow immediately reached its target and Scar staggered to his feet. The man bared his teeth and did not expect such a fierce backlash. Here, he is the negative sign of open hand-to-hand combat. The guys hurt each other irreparably. They didn't even try to dodge their opponent's blows. There were sounds of blows. Each of them got hit in the face, but they stayed on their feet. The action in the ring is crazy. Each of the opponents briefly takes away the opportunity to win. Now it was finally unclear who would win. The crowd was furious, shouting that the guy was going to lose this fight. People were getting pretty tired of watching this. They were screaming for him to accept his loss. Charles fixed his glasses and said that this fight was more interesting than the others. Scar not only has a strong body, he also has a sharp mind. He thinks things through. Jong received another heavy blow to his face. Blood splattered and several teeth came out. Judging from his past matches, if the melee continued, Jong would definitely lose. He wouldn't be able to withstand against such power. The arena champion continued to watch in silence. He didn't say a word to me. He was very interested in watching the fight unfold. Was he? Does he know what mistake all stupid people make during fights? The boy remembered all his training at the academy, when he practiced many of his punches, which he now knows by heart. He trained with the same teacher who had once beaten Jung. This time, they fought as equals. The only mistake stupid people make during fights is that they are always afraid to push themselves to the limit. They are afraid to use their body to its fullest potential because they think they will endanger themselves. Scar continued to defend himself as his opponent threw harder and harder punches. The fight continues. It had already been going on for quite some time, much longer than the main fights in this arena. Of course, this does not mean that I need to use all my strength, but I should always set small limits for myself. This is what will help you win. The gradual building up of strength is the key to success. Zhang swung his fist. Lightning seemed to gather around him. The guy had gained some incredible speed and strength. It was as if he was unlike himself. He looked at his opponent with a fierce gaze. This was his last chance. There would be no other chance. He had to take all his mistakes into account and finally become stronger. Once you overcome one step, you gradually move on. You go to the next goal, and only in this way you gradually approach your goal. This is the key to victory. Jung clenched his fist and prepared for the final push, gathering all his power and strength in one blow. And so, his hand reached its goal. His fist came in contact with his opponent's body. Every man sooner or later has to overcome an obstacle. His arm was so tense that it was about to burst. The blow did come, and Scar gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected such an onslaught. It was unbelievable. The announcer was completely shocked. The fighter opened his eyes in surprise. A wave of incredible pain ran through his entire body. Even his hard body couldn't withstand such an onslaught. He felt his ribs begin to crack. Jung at this moment decided to show his best. He seemed to be filled with anger. This anger gave him incredible strength, and he hit his opponent with such force that even that stone rock flew straight into the ring wall. He wasn't like himself anymore. He wasn't the same guy anymore. He was a hurricane. He threw incredibly powerful punches one after another, and his strength was increasing with each passing second. His fists flew like bullets. They reached their target immediately. Scar did not know what to do. He was sure that victory was in his pocket, but suddenly his opponent seemed to have a second personality. The champion stood in the crowd and watched the fight in amazement. Even he wasn't sure this guy could win. It was the first time in a long time that he had seen a newcomer fight so hard. Predicting the outcome of a battle is a waste of time. The boy remembered his teacher's words as he sparred with him again. The teacher moved with incredible speed. His feet were like spears that flew at top speed. The man didn't think about anything but what today would be. He was concentrating on the blows. While the fight is going on, you need to put victory or defeat out of your mind. This will help free your mind and finally focus on what's important. While the fight is going on, the head should be calm and cool. The champion remembered those very words. The one who will think during the fight how beautifully he will stand on the pedestal will never win. He will remain an outsider. The boy looked at the newcomer who stood in the ring and recognized him as his teacher. He got a strange feeling of déjà vu. How does this kid move? It was as if he had gone crazy. It was obvious that his head was filled with only one thing. He was completely concentrated. The man took a closer look. Sir. He attacked his opponent again. The guy's powerful fist reached its target and hit the fighter's head. A scathing blow rang out. Scar felt his brain begin to melt. It was a real earthquake. Not everyone could withstand it. But the man was not going to give up either. He also swung his weighty fist and aimed at the boy's face, but he reacted in time and pushed his opponent's hand aside. His fist missed the air. The boy moved with incredible fluidity. The Scar seemed to be losing his balance. Jong took advantage of this weakness and swung his fist to deliver a killing blow. His opponent was already falling to the floor. The boy needed to make it in time, believe in himself, believe in your victory. Not for nothing did the teacher say that it doesn't matter how much stronger the opponent is or bigger than you. Even then, you have to believe. Even then, you must not doubt yourself, and only if you are confident in your abilities, you will be able to win sooner or later. For some reason, the champion saw his teacher in this young boy. His movements reminded him of a man, reminded him of his grace and fluidity. He remembered those distant times when he was still training with him at the academy. At that time, Su-ho was still an inexperienced fighter himself. He watched his master receiving it with the same surprise and delight, and instructed probably the way. Scar didn't know what to do. He was cornered, and now his opponent's hand was coming at him with great speed. He would be knocked out in seconds. He had no chance to dodge, and he had no choice but to wait for his fate. Soon, he brought his heavy fist down on his opponent's head. There was a crunch. His face deformed, and it looked like there should have been nothing left after such a blow. His nose crunched. His teeth fell out of his mouth. The crowd was shocked. This rookie who had only had a few successful fights was now being massacred by such a monster. Everyone sighed in surprise and fear. They could not believe in such an outcome of the fight. They were sure to the last that the Scar would win and smash this kid. The announcer didn't even know what to say. The guy had turned the game around again. The man sighed heavily and tried to find the most appropriate words for the situation. Jung knocks out his opponent again. The guy stood there, looking like some kind of killing machine. His appearance was so menacing that the crowd gasped in horror. The guy was a real monster. He had done the impossible. The champion stood and looked at him with a surprised look. Did he understand now? Anger, fear, and excitement during a fight must be put out of your head. If one's head is filled with unnecessary thoughts, one will not be able to concentrate. Sometimes anger can give strength, but such strength is like a drug. It will bring a man's life down. After that, he can never fight again. He remembered the words of a teacher who had once told him a wise phrase he had heard from a man. A teacup is useful only when it is empty. Let the lad think it over carefully and draw the proper conclusions. A glass like that would never spill or make a great flood. Now, the champion realized it. He stood looking at the newcomer, who was like a rock, almost impossible to break. Jung frowned as he stood in the ring, looking at his defeated opponent. There was always someone who wanted to pour all the water out of the glasses. The announcer finally came to his senses from shock and yelled that the Scar was on the floor again. When was this battle going to end? The fight was dragging on. The further it went, the more interesting it got and the more fun it was. Everyone was incredibly curious as to how this phenomenal fight would end. Charles continued to watch the newcomer admiringly. Oh, the more he played, the stronger he became. What a great potential he had in him. The man was simply shocked by this turn of events. He was finally convinced that he had made the right choice in choosing this boy. However, it wasn't over yet. Scarred was also very strong. He got to his feet and began to rise up. That's the strength. Even after something like this, he doesn't give up. Charles smiled. Yes, it was a very interesting game, however. It was beginning to drag on and was starting to get tiresome. Something had to be done to make it finally end. What did they intend to do now? The rivals stood and glared at each other. Each of them was already at the limit of their abilities, but they were not going to give up and give up the victory for nothing. Their forces were equal. Jung was completely covered in scratches and abrasions. There was no longer any space left on his face. That's it. This is the end of it. The fight was dragging on, so it was time to finally find out who was the stronger of the two. Guy has gotten into a fighting stance. It will be his hardest punch that will end this fight. There can only be one winner here. Scar nodded his head. Good. Then he would give it his best shot as well. The man looked at his boyfriend with incredible respect. It was the first time he had ever faced such a worthy opponent. The man had accumulated enough strength. He began to approach his opponent, putting his fists forward. The final battle was coming, and the outcome would determine the winner. The man was not going to give up. Even though he was exhausted, it was too early to give up. Charles opened his mouth to put another piece of popcorn in it. Now, this was getting very interesting. The man was anticipating a very good final battle. He realized that these rivals would not leave each other alone for nothing. Who's going to win after all? Scar prepared his huge fist to strike. He was fully prepared and focused. It had been a long time since he had such a good opponent now. He just had to give his best. Young Toga prepared his hand, his fist clenched to a crunch. The boy decided to put all his strength into this punch. After all, he himself was tired of all this. He really wanted to become the winner. He had practiced so hard for this. Charles squinted and looked even more closely at the battle. He even rose from his seat. Who would win? The newcomer who had proven himself to be a good fighter, or the experienced fighter who outclassed him twice as much? Suho too concentrated. He was very curious. He didn't expect this guy to be able to show such a level of perseverance. It wasn't often to see such strong fighters in this arena. He even felt scared at some point. Scar's face changed. He now looked like a rabid beast. He lunged at his opponent, his eyes bulging with anger. They were bloodshot. His arm was rushing forward, cutting through the air. It was about to overtake his opponent. Who would win? Who will be the winner? The enthusiasm of the participants warmed up the hall. People were excited about such a battle. The guys stood opposite each other and prepared to deliver their final blows, putting all the power they had into them. And so, the final gong rang out and the boys rushed towards each other with their huge fists. There was no time to dodge, and now the blows would hit the target. A head-to-head match to finally make the winning streak. The fists made contact, reaching their target. Jong punched his opponent right in the face, and the latter in turn charged him with a powerful punch right in the stomach. There was a pop, a crunch that echoed throughout the room. They kept moving forward, overcoming a tremendous amount of pain. They were coming at each other, just going head-on. There was no point in dodging. Only one blow would decide everything now. Scar's face began to warp under the onslaught of his opponent. The man felt incredible pain. It gave him anger. For the first time in his life, he felt such pressure from his opponent. Soon, the who happened, which made everyone watching open their mouths in surprise. So, who will stay on the battlefield? The commentator was just in shock. He didn't know what words to choose to describe this nightmare happening in the ring. Charles was smiling. He was incredibly happy. He was wondering how the fight would end. The champion stood beside him and watched the outcome silently. Li Gi-tae stood with them and opened his mouth in surprise. The scarred one got down on his knees from that one. Shit, Chromie's just driving them crazy. The commentator is about to lose his head from that tension. Looks like our hero won. People were already tired of following these events. They wanted to know who had won the battle. The guy concentrated. He knew it wasn't over yet. However, consciousness was beginning to leave him after all. No? Didn't he win? The guy started to slump down. His body stopped obeying. His strength left him in an instant. The fight was so long and exhausting that he had no strength left to get up. He was no longer in control of his body and fell to the ring with a thud. The guy slumped like a sack of earth, his body no longer obeying him. He could only breathe and occasionally move his eyes. The blow was too strong to be taken like that. It was a knockout. Scar was still on his knees. He was also incredibly exhausted from this fight. However, the man's stamina was far more than this kid's. Jong was lying on the ground, face down. His breathing slowly started to recover. His consciousness was leaving him at a great speed. His head was ringing. His whole body felt as if it was burning from being hit so hard. He had never felt so overstressed before. Scar was still on his feet. He got up and looked at his opponent, who now lay unconscious. It was a fierce fight. He hadn't exhausted his body like that in a long time. However, the winner of the final battle is Scar. Young continued to lie face down. He didn't even have the strength to move his arm. The crowd roared. The winner was finally decided. Scar was the unqualified winner. He stood there savoring his victory. The spotlights were shining directly on him, and the man had to squeeze his eyes shut. His combat rating had increased by 2,001 points. Charles sighed. He knew it. Scar should have taken more hits. However, the man was not disappointed with this outcome of the fight. He realized that it wasn't that simple. The crowd was drowning out even his thoughts. People were just pissed off. The fight was over, and it was one of the most spectacular fights ever. The man crunched his popcorn again, he thought. This kid had been growing for 3 months. No. The result was already after a month. Even so, defeat was still inevitable. He was still a little conscious and tried to move. His whole body felt like it was covered in lead. The guy was incredibly angry with himself. His transition to the new division had been a failure. However, Scar held out his hand and told him to get up. It was over, and the boy could stand up on his own. The boy put his hands on the floor and started to rise. His whole body was still sore, but his strength slowly began to return. The fighters stood opposite each other again, staring at each other with incandescent glances. Now, however, the fight was over. There was no point in fighting any further. The winner had already been decided. It was a hot game between the two strongest first-year girls, a spectacular spectacle, which I could not have done without the efforts of both players. The announcer was ecstatic. The fighters continued to look each other straight in the eye. Each one gained respect for his opponent. Scar threw his hood over himself. He said quietly, "Everything will be next time, he promises." The boy nodded his head. He realized that their rivalry was still not over. He moved his eyes to Scar's face and noticed a new mark. He called out to him and asked him what was wrong with his face. It was true. There was a new deep scratch on Scar's cheek with blood oozing from it. The man turned around and smiling replied that it was just a new medal. It was nothing special, but to him it was a real reward. Every scar is a memory of his past battles. Young smiled, and yet he still doesn't change, bluffing all the way to the end. The guy was incredibly happy with this rivalry. His face was covered in scars and abrasions himself, but the guy was incredibly happy with himself. Today, he had learned his limit, and now he had set a new goal for himself, to overcome it and become even stronger. Scar didn't answer him anything but began to walk away from the fighting ring. A wave of applause fell on the fighters. People were delighted. They were incredibly pleased with this spectacle. They had never seen such a fierce confrontation. This fight has attracted a lot of attention. Jung looked towards the champion. The man approached him, and in a quiet voice began to speak. Su-ho walked closer to him and looked at him with a serious look. He was satisfied with this fight. The boy looked at the newcomer and studied his every move. They approached each other and began to talk amongst themselves. The champion spoke in a calm, quiet voice. He saw how the kid took this fight without a single doubt. Jung looked at him with a surprised look. What does he want? The boy kept talking. The gym must be as rotten as this man. Jung didn't understand anything. What was he even talking about? The guy frowned. It was the first time he had come face to face with the champion so closely, after that incident when his gang was beaten up. Su-ho continued to speak. He sternly told the guy to remember it forever. The guy looked at him with a stern look and waited for the moment. The champion turned his back on him and said he should remember that since he was wearing that name on his shirt. The man turned around and walked briskly in the opposite direction. At the last moment he stopped and literally growled at the boy not to think of losing, otherwise he would disgrace the honor of this academy. The boy looked at him from behind and silently took in the information. Su-ho walked away at a brisk pace, leaving the newcomer to ponder. He stood there, still struggling to recover from the fight. He was both hurt from the defeat, But at the same time, he had gained an unforgettable experience that he could transform into his martial arts. There were two men standing here talking to each other. They had the same rings with skulls on their fingers. Wang whistled with joy. The scarred man won. The first year's match in the city was quite fun. He was standing and holding his now familiar lollipop. As expected, this town is full of talented people. The man said he wanted them all for himself. He wants them all. Number 1 stood next to him. He said nothing, and darkness hid his face. The boys stood with their backs turned, and another man sat behind them, his voice rough and low. He said that should be enough. He put one foot over the other and said thoughtfully that the disagreement had been settled, thanks to a match between these two in the city. The profits would be split between the gangs. He was very pleased with the outcome of events. So far, everything was going exactly according to his plan, so there shouldn't be any complaints from these two right now. The vampire asked, was there a reason for that? His colleague replied that, yes, there were. The ring on no one's finger gleamed. He told the man not to stab his brother. Their federation is stronger, much stronger than all the others. They can't lose. The most important thing now is to get their act together. Besides, if it happened again, the man must have been referring to the chase they'd had recently in the city. He'll deal with it personally. And simple warnings don't make a vampire now. From now on, they'd have to be more careful. Number 2 nodded his head. He understood. The man stood, his face hidden by the shadow falling from the wall. He was always used to being in the shadows, to acting covertly so that no one would even suspect his involvement. Even though our hero lost, he was in a good mood. This was another chance to prove to himself that he was actually much stronger than he looked at first glance. The guy was incredibly pleased with himself. Before Hyun trained at the academy, he did push-ups on just one finger of one hand. This man's strength was simply amazing. The girl was standing somewhere behind him, practicing her punches as well. The man asked her if she had a boyfriend. Nuna quickly replied that she wasn't interested in that right now. She didn't need it. Suddenly the girl stopped waving her arms and shifted her stern gaze to the side. She heard someone's quick, heavy footsteps. Young and Hyun came to the academy. The look on their faces was guilty. Almost in their heads, the guys stood in front of her and looked guiltily at the floor. They are in place. What will they be told to do now? The guys felt guilty for skipping the academy. The girl came closer to them and started yelling again. What dumb asses! Was it so hard to move faster? They were late again. How are they going to improve their fighting skills if they skip class? And yes, for their information, she wants to let them know that it's the academy that doesn't refund money for missed lessons. So, it's in their best interest. The boy wanted to say something, but she interrupted him and told him he'd better shut up now if he didn't want to get punched in the nose. Young apologized and guiltily said that he didn't want this to go on anymore. He looked at the girl with completely different eyes. Something had changed in his gaze, as if it was a completely different person. Nuna looked at him in surprise. She had never seen a guy like this before. Usually she was used to seeing him completely brainless, a man who didn't think before doing anything. Now it was like he'd been switched. While they were apart, the atmosphere around him changed. This guy changed beyond recognition. What happened in the meantime? The fighter approached the ring with a calm, confident stride. Jong jumped over the ropes with a quick step and entered the ring. The trainer was already waiting for him there. Well, it had been a while since the guy had appeared here. What was he even doing? The man smiled. Apparently, he was happy to see his student. He felt that something must change now. Well, the coach will understand. It sounded with a kind of irony. He used to be afraid too and didn't think that his secret would be revealed after all. The man bent down in front of him and asked, "He's having a hard time, isn't he?" The boy stood still and didn't dare to say a word. The man continued. Let him imagine how hard it was for him to hit his student when he was his opponent. Let him think about it carefully. The man looked at him in surprise and squinted his eyes. asking why he didn't share his worries with anyone. Is he afraid to open up? Shouldn't he just punch him in the face again? The man pointed his finger at his face. Tempting, right? The boy squinted his eyes. The man said if the man wanted to, just let him tell him. He'd understand. A fight would tell better than any conversation. Jung-soon stood up again and prepared for another attack. Now he changed his tactics. He realized that before he had been fighting incorrectly, relying only on his emotions and anger. Now it was time to make a change. Do-hyun looked at him with a surprised look. What's gotten into him? Does he want to spar with him? I don't know, and isn't he afraid he'll fail again? Well, better late than never. Until now, he had been crushed by the strength of his trainer. He couldn't even touch this man, but now something had to change. The man stood in front of him and asked if perhaps they should warm up before the fight after all. However, the guy didn't listen to him. The man must have been under the illusion that to win, you only need to strike first. Jung pointed his fists at his opponent, his face becoming serious and concentrated. Now he would adopt a different tactic. He had to change his fighting style if he wanted to win and improve his skills. The whole time, the guy didn't say a word to me. He just moved like a bullet and ran forward with his huge fist. It's better to strike first. That's the best option. The best defense is offense. If he doesn't understand that, it's all for nothing. The coach could not dodge. He was too engrossed in his conversation that the boy dodged and hit him in the face with his fist. The man felt the heat in his cheek and looked at the boy in surprise. How did he do that? Nuna and Hyun looked on in surprise. What happened? How did he manage to reach him? It was a real shock to them. Up until that moment, they thought this guy had no chance. And now, it's like he's a different person. The coach could hardly stay on his feet from such a blow. From the surprise, the man didn't immediately realize what had happened. Jung realized that he had done everything right. It wasn't just the first punch. He's different now. The boy ran straight at the coach. He saw nothing in front of him but his goal. He prepared his fist to finally prove his skill. He had no right to back down. Now he'll make even the coach fall to the floor. The man didn't understand what had gotten into that kid, what had happened to him. He watched with a surprised look as the boy's huge, weighty fist approached him at an unbearable speed. One more second and his face would turn to mush. What had happened to him? While he was away, it was as if his skills had grown. However, everything happened too fast. The boy didn't even have time to realize anything. He felt his hand being held diligently by someone. "Hey, come on," the teacher shouted in a cheerful voice. It turned out that the man was holding his arm with just one hand. The man was smiling. He told the guy that because he said it was only one punch. That smile was ironic, the teacher wondered. And that's it. I thought that was just the beginning. The guy, after all, went at him so fiercely. He thought he could do it this time. However, it must be said that the fighter's technique had grown a lot in the meantime. He remembered how this disciple had swung his fists around in vain on the first day. He couldn't even hit a target in elementary. He had only used his strength, and his soul was devoured by anger. That was what prevented him from fighting properly. He missed in elementary situations. He couldn't concentrate and constantly relied only on brute force. That was his main mistake. However, now, everything seemed to have changed. Compared to the first battle, his skills had become much better. The teacher turned away and walked off to the side. He told the boy that his strokes had become much easier and more accurate. Didn't he notice that? Fist fighting was a thrill and a way to release emotions he'd been holding on to for a long time. He complimented the boy on his good work. Jung didn't say anything, but just stared at him. His face was serious and wary. He appreciated the praise, but realized that he still had a lot to learn. His technique wasn't fully honed, and his punches were still imprecise points. The man was going somewhere. He said he never thought he would do it now. Since he managed to get the Meeson, should he give it to him as a reward? It was as if he was doubting his decision. The boy still didn't understand anything. What does the teacher mean? Is he talking about some kind of experience? The teacher kept rummaging through the book table and called the boy over to him. It was as if he didn't pay attention to these questions. Where is it? He was hiding it here. Finally, he found what he was looking for and smiled as he looked at his student. There she is. Let the boy come over here. He pulled a small cassette tape out of the locker, the kind that had been used back in the 80s. It was a cassette tape for old record players. He handed it to the boy and told him to take it for himself. The boy didn't understand anything. What was it? How would it help him? He took the cassette in his hands. It was generally rustled and consisted of plastic. He began to twist it around in his hands and examine it closely. The teacher said that this thing contained the experience and the soul that he had at the age of 20. The man smiled and continued to look at the uncomprehending boy. He could barely get it all together. The man smiled and spoke of the thing with some unimaginable pride. He said that those videos on that tape would make any man try and work hard. The boy looked at the gift with surprise. The man smiled and told him to enjoy it and draw experience from it. A man? Hot video? Then you'd have to watch it alone. There you go. That asshole doesn't get it again. Is there a hentai in there? The guy immediately blushed at the thought. What an asshole! What are you thinking about? The guy continued to blush, and he was already imagining how he would watch these hot videos alone and enjoy them. With a voice trembling with excitement, he thanked the master. The man looked at him with a surprised look. What was this guy even thinking? The man didn't even seem to realize the lewd thoughts in this kid's head right now. The boy clenched his fists and said that he would definitely become a real man. His friends were watching all this from the sidelines. Nuna watched the guy's reaction with amazement. She seemed to begin to realize that the idiot was thinking about some bullshit again. The master said that technique is needed everywhere. The boy confidently replied that he would learn everything properly. The girl frowned. What the hell is going on? What are they up to over there? She realized it wasn't about training at all. A satisfied smile spread across the kid's face. He looked like some kind of pervert. He clutched the tape even tighter. Yeah, that's a bad influence. His cheeks were flushed again, and it was impossible not to notice that some shit was going on in there. As soon as the boy finished talking to the teacher, he grabbed the tape and ran headlong into some hiding place. His rapid stomping sounded everywhere. That's it. Now he's going to do it for sure. The guy ran over to the old record player and would start looking around to make sure no one was watching him. This was sacred knowledge. He was holding the most valuable thing he'd ever held. Yeah, well, he'd be surprised to see what was going on in there. He carefully slipped the tape into the turntable. It clicked, and the tape sank into the old machine. Now, he would know everything. His hands shook in anticipation. Young Widely opened his eyes. He was beyond excited to finally see something that would help him become stronger. His eyes widened and his pupils narrowed to the extreme. The boy's breath caught. Just a few more seconds and he would see everything. However, the exact opposite happened. There was only static on the TV. He hissed, but there was no hentai on. The guy stared at the interference-covered screen for a few seconds in bewilderment. What the hell? He started frantically pressing all the buttons, trying to fix the situation somehow. Where's his hentai? Nothing was responding. No matter how much he tried, no matter how many buttons he pressed, the TV was not distracted in any way. Young picked up the turntable in utter bewilderment and began to examine it. What's wrong? Why wouldn't it turn on? It's probably broken. The guy couldn't keep himself from getting impatient. What the hell is going on with this old thing? He needs to man up, the boy screamed with impatience. With anger, he was ready to smash this old wreck into small pieces. Where's his hentai? Why the hell is there nothing there? Is he never going to watch this sacred knowledge? Finally, he fell to the floor exhausted. There was a rumbling sound. The guy exhaled heavily. Is it really broken? It's okay. He just needed to watch the damn tape. The guy tried to convince himself that everything was fine, but he realized something was wrong. He looked up disappointedly in front of him. Here we go, another bummer. He sighed heavily. He would still be a man anyway, even if he didn't watch such things. However, deep down he was still incredibly hurt. What a bastard! And he wanted to see it so badly. But no! He's not going to give up that easily. The next day, he took this old record player and went to an electronics store in downtown Seoul. No! He's going to watch the damn tape no matter what it takes. He looked determined he wouldn't give in to some damn tape. In his hands he held the same old lose or lose. Me too. If you're a man, you have no right to give up. Say, I don't know if anything is broken, he will surely fix it. He had a treasure in his hands that was going to open the way to sacred knowledge. There was a blush on his face the whole time he walked around the store. He just had to look at the master's collection. The guy couldn't forgive himself if he didn't. At the same time, somewhere on the other side of town, strangers were beating the poor guy who couldn't even fight back. A man in a brown coat was kicking him, and the boy was covering himself with his hands, trying to get away somehow. Next to him stood a girl dressed as a goth with 2 blue pigtails. The man in the overcoat swung again and kicked the poor man in the face with all his might. The man turned away, his mind jumbled. The blow was incredibly hard and painful. His face was already covered with scars. All he could do was moan softly. The guy leaned on the fence. All he could do was whimper, and the man in the coat just kept on mocking him. He knew it. He looked at his victim with disdain. If he was going down this path, he should realize the consequences. And who did he think he was? The man had 2 large earrings in his ears, Jeonggui Yu Chan, and he was the eliminated leader of Yongsan. He bent down in front of his victim and demanded that he give him his phone. The boy sat there and did not say anything. He had no strength left after such a brutal beating. His hands were hardly obedient, but he obediently took his cell phone out of his pocket. The man demanded an unlock, and the guy put his finger on the screen. The lock went away, and the phone was straight in the man's power. The man handed over the girl's phone and demanded confirmation. She took it in her hands and accordingly nodded. Her name was Seo Yeon. She started looking into the phone's software. NeverPay wasn't installed, and the bank wasn't connected either. Unfortunately, they wouldn't be able to take all his money this time. However, it wasn't that simple. The girl knew her business well. She rummaged through his phone some more and blew a big chewing gum. Bingo! She had done it. They were common thieves who did robbery. Well, $1 million for the draw is fine. The girl showed the screen of her phone on which a tidy sum of money appeared. She looked at her accomplice. Chang smiled broadly and whistled with joy. $1 million? That's like a jackpot. It wasn't every day that they were able to win such a pot. The man was incredibly pleased with the loot. A man ordered his girlfriend to wire money to his account. The boy they had just robbed grabbed his pant leg and begged them to stop. It was the last of his money. If he lost it, he'd be ruined for sure. How could anyone do such a thing? He begged the man to give them the phone. He would have no more money left. How would he be able to listen to the lectures then? The man groaned and said he would report everything to the police. They wouldn't leave here that easily. The boy was out of position. However, the robbers looked at him and smiled. Is he going to report to the police? Well, let him try, if he can get out of here alive. Suddenly, another figure started moving towards them from the side. She had long hair. The stranger turned to his accomplices. Seo Yeon shrieked happily and asked, "How did yesterday's payment go?" The stranger replied, "Seong Ri made the payment yesterday. But what's taking them so long?" The boy continued to approach them with measured steps. His friends replied that there was no way that Doddle was letting them go. The guy quipped that it looked really cute. His voice sounded so cloying that it made you want to throw up. He swung around and hit the poor guy they'd just robbed with a brick as hard as he could. He told you. The man lost consciousness. He could have easily died from such a blow. He had no other choice. He had been robbed, and he realized that there was no way he could get out alive. The stranger said he hadn't asked to do that, had he? The friends looked at him with a smile. How so? What should they do with this garbage? This stranger's name was Kang Chi Bom, and he was also from their gang. He sat down next to him and picked up a brick. The man they robbed was already just lying there motionless. He was begging for mercy, but still, he knew inside himself that no one would help him. It was his end. All his money had been taken, and now he was going to be killed for sure. Chi Bom smiled. She had a barcode on her face. She had a smile like a real maniac. She stuck out her long red tongue and said that they could beat this man until he begged for mercy. A team of these people are collectively referred to as the Crazies. They have a combat rating of 1.788. She raised her hand with a brick and said they had to hurry up and go eat hot soup. They were getting pretty tired. Then she would take care of everything so that there would be no trace of them. She looked at her victim with eyes full of madness. Her mouth was full of sharp, sharpened teeth. Now, the girl looked like some kind of rabid monkey that had just broken out of a cage. A few seconds later, the brick came down on the poor guy's head, and there was a crunch. His skull shattered into several pieces, and blood and shards of brain splattered in different directions. Soon the group went about their business. They finished their business and left the dead body of the man they had just robbed lying on the road, a trail of blood already beginning to spread. They were common thieves who were engaged in petty robbery and robbery. They left the boy's phone lying on the ground, the screen displaying the very amount they now had in their wallets. They had stolen $1 million from him, and now they would have something to live on for the next few months. At this time, our hero was coming back from the store. He was very frustrated. He never managed to fix that damn video playback, or he had this old thing under his arm and he was heading home. He never got anything to do. The store told him that this stuff was just useless. The boy cast his eyes downward and looked frustratedly at his feet. Oh shit! He hadn't succeeded here either. Now, the master's knowledge would remain a secret from him. The salesman at the store couldn't even figure out how old this thing was. Couldn't even read the QR code. The guy kept holding this old video player under his arm. He was already desperate, and he didn't think he'd get any help. This shit was definitely out of order. The guy looked at the salesman, who was busy minding his own business. The seller refused to help him in any way. He didn't know what to do with this old thing. Well, this trip could be considered useless. Then, the boy went to another electronics store, and the salesman there told him that this thing was very old, so he'd better look at newer models. The boy asked how much it would all cost. He still hadn't given up hope of finding a similar video player. Seller pulled another one of these out of the box and said it was a new model, given its performance, worth a lot less if the boy would pay cash now. After hesitating for a bit, the man replied that this thing would cost $1 million. As soon as the guy heard that, his hair stirred on his head. What? $1 million for old video players? What's the big deal? Naturally, he didn't have that kind of money, but he was just shocked at the cost. The guy apologized and went about his business looking for luck elsewhere. Soon he came to another electronics store and put the old video player in front of the clerk. It was a big, muscular man who got angry at the sight of such junk. Is he mocking him? The man had already raised his fist to punch the boy in the face, but the boy didn't understand what was wrong at all. The guy's already lost all sorts of clothes. Would it really be that hard to repair this thing? What's in it for me anyway? It's almost 30 years old. The boy sighed heavily and realized that he'd better give up on this idea. Not one of the local stores could repair this thing anyway. And the only store that had anything like it was very expensive. The guy definitely didn't have that kind of money. Well, he was disappointed and was moving home. Seo Yeon. Seeing him, she looked at him with an interested look. The girl couldn't stop puffing her chewing gum. She felt like she had seen this guy somewhere before. Interesting. Would have to take a closer look at him. She took out a tablet from her pocket and started to look at something in it. The girl lagged behind her friends, and when they saw that, they stopped. She was invited too, so let her go with them. The girl told them to go without her. A picture of Jung popped up on the girl's screen. Now she realized where she had seen him. That's right, there was his player profile. The guy continued walking down the street at a brisk pace, not even paying attention to the fact that he was already being followed. Exactly, that's the guy she saw. 3 wins and 1 loss. Combat rating of 782, that's it. Some weakling. The guy didn't even pay any attention to them and just stared at them in front of him as he continued to walk upwards at a fast pace. The man noticed the guy too and looked after him. He recognized him. This guy was the best senior at Kyumgang High School in the city. We should have followed him. They might be able to make a profit. The girl was surprised, however. Where did this guy come from? He's from another neighborhood. The man replied that their schedule was not that flexible and they had the opportunity to visit other places. Chibo smiled again. Her sharp teeth gleamed. She realized that this guy had come for shopping. Would they really be able to get some loot? It was a good prey. He walks here alone. It would be an easy fight. They'll get a lot of money soon. The girl just ran right up to the guy. Whoa, he came here to shop to ask him to, I don't know, at this hour she's like crazy. Her friends looked at her. Here we go again. She went crazy because of the smell of money. In that case, this bastard must have a shitload of money. The girl pushed herself off the ground and began to approach her future victim with a quick stride. She's going to get her money and there's no stopping her now. She jumped up high and swung her brick to bring it down on her victim's head. The kid noticed it just in time and opened his eyes in surprise. Who is this even like this? What is she doing here? What kind of degenerate is this? The guy concentrated and realized he was about to have another fight. Well, not a day goes by without trouble. And his pupils narrowed, ready to fight back. As soon as the girl wanted to lower the brick on his head, the guy put out his fist and the brick shattered us many shards. She didn't expect this and looked at her victim with surprise. How is that possible? She watched in amazement as her brick shattered into many pieces. How is that possible? Who was that kid? He had reacted so quickly, she was moving so fast. Young turned to her and looked at her with an angry look. What the fuck? Who the fuck are these people anyway? What the hell is she doing? Or what? Are you sick of living? The guy was really annoyed. He didn't get anything done today and he was also attacked by some strange freaks. The girl looked at her painted brick and almost cried. This brick, it was very dear to her. To speak out one sign, she began to whimper. It seems she didn't have all the houses. A girl talking to a brick? Wow! He threw himself right up against his brick and started whimpering. What the hell was wrong with him? Was he really that crazy? The boy watched in amazement as the strange degenerate squirmed in front of him. His punch missed, and young Ha had already brought his huge fist to end the matter once and for all. The stranger looked at him and smiled his crazy smile. Now it will be over. What an asshole! Why the fuck was he even attached to him? Young was out of his mind with rage. He wanted to crush this man once and for all. He didn't have the mood or time for these games right now. The guy's eyes glittered with fury. Suddenly, he stopped and thought for a second. He remembered Scar's words from their last conversation. The man had smiled and said that he couldn't believe the guy was waving his fists around for nothing. As expected, he's not that strong, right? Just a regular brawler. The boy stopped at the last moment and looked at his fist in surprise. Should he start a fight now? I don't want him to get in trouble. The police are going to come here anyway. There's going to be trouble, so why should he? Well, we got to get this over with. The guy got a little nimble and tripped the stranger. Oh yeah. Now you got to learn to control your emotions and not just throw your fists around. The attacker couldn't keep his feet and fell to the ground. Holy shit. The guy went on his way, muttering to himself to get the fuck out of here. The bully was beyond furious. He expounded, "Curse, this isn't over." He fell right next to an electronics store. There were several system units standing there. Young was going about his business, whistling a tune to himself. The guy ran after him and swung his computer to knock out the bastard who dared to hit him. The guy didn't turn to face him. He was just lost in his thoughts. No sooner had the boy brought the system unit down on his victim's head than his fist came through and made contact with his face. The blow was so strong that the stranger's face began to deform. The stranger flew aside and spat out a few teeth from his mouth. The blow was incredibly powerful now. Did he realize it was better to stay away from strangers? I guess he didn't get it after all. Jong glared at him menacingly. He had given him a chance. If he didn't understand with words, he would have to do it another way. However, the guy didn't have time to finish his sentence. The bandit laughed, his laughter changing to hysterical crying. The boy stood in front of him, not understanding anything. What does this psycho want from him? Another gangster looking for some weak suckers to rob? The bully started laughing. His laughter became even louder. The guy didn't realize what was even wrong with him. This is crazy. Is this dude crazy? And why isn't he still in a mental institution? Chibam lifted his face, which was smashed to rubble. He had a smile on his face again, looking at his victim like meat. "What an idiot," he shouted. There was an incredible rage in his eyes. It seemed that after such a blow he should have fallen down and dropped dead altogether. Young turned around and heard a stomping sound behind him, which was rapidly approaching. The other bandits also came to help their friend. Now that he was surrounded, he would have to fight. What the fuck? No! His video's about to be stolen! The guy turned around and saw the psycho throw the system unit away, and they started walking away somewhere far away. His record player had been stolen, and now these assholes were running away. Jung looked towards the fleeing freak with an angry look. No way! They wouldn't get away that easily. The guy was just out of his mind with rage. Where did these freaks even come from? Why the fuck were they picking on him? The boy began to turn his head and watch the fleeing bastards. He wanted to catch up to those worms so he could flatten them. The guy was unbelievably golden. Today was a day of punishment. He immediately rushed after those bastards to punch them in the face. How dare they approach him? Is that any way to meet people? Why the fuck were they bothering him? The guy was furious. Now he's gonna flatten them to the ground. He was prevented from moving, however, by someone grabbing him hard by the scruff of the neck. He turned around and looked over his shoulder at the person behind him. He was getting more and more annoyed. Behind him stood the same electronics salesman who was holding a broken computer. The guy realized that now he was going to be in even more trouble. After all, those freaks had escaped, and now, of course, the big guy would think that he had broken the computer. The man laughed and said that his business was going very badly. Not even knowing what to say, he even had to sell his computer to Li Jigong. The computer was irretrievably broken. His system unit was punctured through commas naturally. After that, he won't be able to work properly. However, they will miss the point the man was just furious. The guy has to pay him back. He broke his property and now he's not going to get away with it. Young looked at him with a guilty look. Now the guy realized that he had a new problem. Shit! They can't catch up with those assholes, and now he has to pay the shopkeeper for the damage, and how can he do that? He doesn't have any money. Soon, the guy came to the academy with a broken computer. Everyone was surprised to hear that the computer cost 1.5 million won, although it was actually worth less than 400 million won. Naturally, the man lied to him. Jong stood with his head tilted and looked guiltily at the floor. He realized that he had too many problems to deal with right now. Yes, he was supposed to give it to them within this month, but he thought it was worth it to make a little extra money. Yoon said, "This old junk can't be worth that much." The guy leaned over and began to scrutinize the broken computer. The processor there is not reliably outdated. The RAM is not enough. The video card is not there at all. It will be fine if it can be repaired. Jung was surprised to hear that the guy seemed to know a lot about the subject. He didn't even know what to do. The problems came at him one after another. The guy had lost faith. His friend told him to come to him tomorrow and he would help him with his computer. The guy hesitated and stammered his thanks. And that too, again, something had to be done. That girl stole his Kentai tape. Now he won't be able to get away and find out the master's secret collection. Shit! The mood was getting worse. The guy was ready to fall to the ground with anger. What a bastard! He could have been a man by now. The boy blushed with anger. He imagined how many wonderful videos he wouldn't be able to watch now. But still, he needed to practice. The boy looked straight into the back of the gym with a disappointed look. He saw the punching bag he used to use for practicing his punches. His mood was low now, and he didn't feel like doing anything. Nuna looked at him with a surprised look. What was wrong with him in the first place? The guy wasn't even training half as hard. Damn, how did he get into this mess? The girl looked at him with annoyance. The whole time the kid was training, he was mumbling to himself. I can't believe he can't be a real man. Guy was ready to cry right now. The girl looked at him and didn't say anything. Jung started jumping on the rope, still muttering to himself afterward about how much he was hurting. He couldn't concentrate on anything, and he couldn't get the tape out of his head, and the sacred knowledge he had irretrievably lost. The guy started doing push-ups. He couldn't be a real man anymore. He looked like an abandoned puppy. The girl finally got sick of it, and she walked over to him. Damn you to the tree! How much whining can you do? The girl looked at him with an annoyed look. She was getting really tired of the guy's constant muttering. She couldn't concentrate. The guy looked up guiltily and said he'd lost the video. But the foreman said he took so long to put it together. Besides, if he said he lost something in there, that's even worse. The girl finally realized what was wrong and told him to finally stop whining. She looked at him with a good-natured look and said he could find similar videos, right? The guy looked at her in surprise. Find it? On the internet? The girl nodded. Yes, she will help him find it. The guys looked at her in surprise. What? She wants to help him? Hyung walked over to him and asked, Why not? It's a good idea. Nuna looked away. Okay, so be it. She'll help him. But in return, she wants something. The girl was silent for a few seconds, pausing rhetorically. After a moment's silence, she said that she had one condition. The boy looked at her with a surprised look. A condition? What kind of condition? He didn't understand what she was getting at. If he took into account what he was thinking, he could draw some very unseemly conclusions. The guy's backpack fell to the ground. What? There was nothing in it? Really, the backpack was empty. All the guy had was a cassette tape and a video player. The robbers tried to find anything of value in the backpack, but there was only a tape in it, nothing else. This made them angry. They were just chasing after him. He had nothing. What a pauper! The money was so far away from them. The man took out a tape and said he thought it was better than money. He handed the tape to the girl and she took it with a surprised look on her face. She looked at it and started fiddling with it. Does she even know what the hell it is? The girl looked at it more closely and said it was called a videotape. It was the first time she'd ever seen such a thing in person. No wonder she was too little. Yes, to know what it was. Taking a closer look, she said they say they used to watch videos on these things. Moreover, the red color is a symbol that there is adult content there. The man raised an eyebrow in surprise. What, is he an asshole? Who's watching this now? What a little pervert. He grinned. The man thought this guy would have some money, but here he was, just a hentai. But suddenly, the man cheered up. This is actually the best build ever. He immediately started looking for a cassette player to finally watch the VCR. The girl looked at him in surprise. Looking closer, she saw that on the side of the cassette was a barely visible inscription written in black marker. Halim Academy. Wait, what the hell is that? She strained her memory and remembered that such an inscription was on the backs of those fighters who performed in the arena of bare-knuckle fighting. If that was true, it was nothing interesting. She thought for a while and said that she thought this video was meant for Kang Soo-ho. Don't they think so? The guys wondered, is this the championship? Maybe this video will be useful for him. Yeah, that's right, it's got his academy inscription on it. The psycho stuck his tongue out of his mouth and started wiggling it like a snake. This guy was incredibly disgusting, moreover. He was kind of crazy. It would be unlucky for someone to meet him in a dark alley. Suddenly, a hunch popped into his silly head. What if it was a recording of the championship in Mulgan? The boy cheered up, a frantic smile on his face, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. Nuna was walking through an electronics store, holding her laptop in her hands. At last, it had come to life, because she had given up hope that she would be able to use it on Sunday. She was walking through a store that had many different techniques. Dressed like a normal person, she twirled her head around. Where was she going to go? What was she going to work for? Bait? That's a funny strategy. Recently, they had discussed a plan of further action. The girl nodded her head. Yes, it was necessary to get into the trusted circle of the enemy to crush him. The girl was a true strategist. One would not want to have such an enemy. The guys looked out from around the corner and watched as the girl walked leisurely into the store. What were they up to? The guys were peering around the corner, watching the girl's every move. Are they following her again? Their faces could be seen from several kilometers away. The guys were watching her, and at the same time they were trying to hide as well as possible. Nuna twirled her head and walked carefree around the store. She tried to act like a normal shopper to attract the attention of the upstarts the guy had encountered. She walked backwards and forwards as if she couldn't pick out the right product. She was a real good decoy. From afar, you wouldn't have realized that this girl was a professional fighter. Their gazes crossed. The girls walked literally a few centimeters away from each other. Nuna was still staring in front of her, pretending not to pay attention to anyone. Suddenly there was a soft hand on her shoulder. The same girl they had just missed had approached her and was now coming dangerously close. Was she following her? They approached the girl, and the stranger pulled her toward her, inviting her to come with her. The man who had been standing behind her was already there, watching them from afar. Nuna glanced at her. What was she doing here? She pretended that everything was going according to plan. The guys clenched their teeth at this time. Yes, these were the very same freaks who robbed him. They were peeking out from around the corner, watching every move. Zhang remembered them from yesterday. There could be no mistake. They went to some kind of stall that looked more like a restroom. The man opened the door and they fled in an unknown direction. The guy thought they were trying to fool them. Well, the doors are open. Gotta run. Young and Hyung ran after them, and the guys ran as fast as they could to make it, but the doors slammed in their faces with a loud bang. The guys didn't make it in time, so they'll have to wait for the outcome. Young pulled the knob, but it was locked, and these morons are good at hiding. There's no way in. The door was locked. All the guys had to do was wait there. The boy pulled on the handle, trying to open the door, but it was unsuccessful. The door was locked from the inside. They stood there trying to break it down because their friend was in danger. What? What is this? What the hell is this? Is it locked? Nuna turned inside. There were a few other people there. The psycho, a man in a coat, and a girl with glasses. Asked everyone, who the hell is this other person? He was sprawled out on the windowsill, looking at the girl who had come in. He stuck out his tongue again and asked irritably, how did this broad get in here? His eyes were burning with madness now. He was anticipating that he would finally have something to eat. She knows what to do, doesn't she? Have him return the laptop. The man turned around as he heard someone diligently trying to knock on the door. Not what? Breaking down doors? Young shouted for them to open the door immediately. The girl recognized that voice. It was the same guy they had robbed the other day. What the hell is this? Were they being followed? Young drummed on the door as hard as he could. He was ready to break it down now. These freaks would pay dearly for everything. God forbid their friend, and something would happen. The man was just furious. Open up now. The guy was just furious. He shouted he didn't give a fuck about the video anymore. Let them come out immediately. The man smiled. That's right. They came for that video. The girl puffed up her rubber band again and said, since that was the case, she didn't think she'd honor their request. The guys were about to break down the door. Nuna interjected, so this is a video. Apparently this video was very important. The girl looked at them more closely. She finally understood everything. She asked, so do they think they are the best? They think they can get away with anything now? The girl was starting to slowly become enraged. She stood and mentally prepared herself for a fight. She threw off her cap and asked again, are they the ones who stole the tape? She looked at them with a predatory look, the way a beast usually looks at its prey it has driven into a corner. She had already prepared herself for the possibility that she would have to fight them. The man asked, so Elle turns out to have been on their team. Psycho asked, is she a local prankster, or what? Jung kept trying to break down the door. He yelled that it was very dangerous. Have the girl come outside immediately. He got up from his seat and began to walk slowly toward the girl. Then he'll take this tape, right? What's on it? Let them tell him, he wondered. He was burning with curiosity. This man is used to getting what he wants. He approached the girl almost closely and smiled predatorily. He thought it would be easy prey. The boy laughed his hysterical laugh. Nuna looked at him with a furious look. She had already realized that this was not going to be a fight. She was starting to get annoyed with this creepy psycho, and he was getting too close. Jung drummed on the door as hard as he could. We have to find a way to open it, Hyun-S annoyingly said in a voice that he didn't think this door would open after all. However, the guy didn't give up trying and helped the girl out. He was on the verge of kicking the hell out of it himself. It's dangerous. We have to find another way out to finally get in there. He realized that these types were quite dangerous. He'd realized it the first time he'd met them, when that psycho had brought a brick over his head. I don't think these people have any brains at all, especially that one with the white hair. He doesn't seem to think about anything. He won't stop for anything. If he makes a mistake, it'll be in danger. Nuna was furious. She swung around and with all her might she punched the psycho's fist right into jaws. There was a crunching sound and teeth flew out of his mouth. His friend stood there looking dumbfounded. The man flew a few more meters and fell to the ground. The girl asked, "Isn't everyone at home?" The psycho tried to cough and get to his feet. The blow was incredibly strong. His head was ringing. Was this girl a fighter? The guy couldn't understand. How could she hit him like that? Nuna looked down at him and came closer. Was he going somewhere? She had already realized that she just needed to squash these insects once and for all. They're just a bunch of thugs who do a lot of petty robbery. Chi-Bomb spat bloody saliva onto the floor. His entire face was smeared in blood. The man laughed hysterically. That was really low. How could you attack like that? His face became furious again. She made him bite his tongue. What a shame. His mouth was bleeding. The boy smiled again with a wide, crazy smile. It was so bold and daring. The guy seemed incredibly pleased. He really likes girls like that. They're the most fun. The guy stuck out his tongue and blood started flowing from it. He looked like some kind of vampire who had found his victim after all. And those people who are easy are so boring, you can't even have fun with them. Seo Young looked at the screen of her tablet and stopped talking. What she saw on the screen made her heart sink. Chi-Bomb threw himself at his victim and shouted that more than anything else he liked to win. He already stretched his hands towards her, but the girl stood still, ready to strike. She was starting to get annoyed, so she swung her leg as hard as she could and kicked the bastard right in the face. Blood spurted out again, and his face deformed. The guy just shrieked like some kind of dog. She said she didn't want someone like him walking around town. He's trash who messes with other people's business. He's just a third-class man, and now she'll seem like his place. The girl got into a fighting stance and prepared to attack. Now, I'm gonna make these three feel bad. All this time, the guys have been trying unsuccessfully to get inside the room, your mother. How does he get in there? Hyun stood next to him and tried to tell him that this door can't be opened that easily. You should have stopped you useless attempts. They're just wasting time. Jung looked at him with a crazy look. The kid said we should look for another way out. Okay, that's taken care of. We need to find a way to get there. Hyung immediately went in the opposite direction to look for some sort of door. Jung lifted his head up and looked over there in surprise. He saw something that could probably help them. There was an air vent. If you crawled through it, you could, in theory, get into the next room. At that moment, another brilliant idea popped into the guy's head. Here was his chance to get into the room and help. However, I have my doubts that the girl needed help right now. She swung her leg and kicked one of the bandits as hard as she could, right in the jaw. The blow was so hard that the guy couldn't stay on his feet, blood spurting out of his mouth again. The others just watched in horror as their comrade was simply beaten. The man said he didn't fully understand what the hell was happening to his brother. Chi-Bom tried to hit her, but the girl was much faster. She was moving forward, and all of this psycho's attacks passed her by. She turned around and kicked him again, right in the face. He's a fucking dog. The guy threw his head back again. The blood was already too much. He was barely alive. The others continued to stand where they were and were afraid to even approach her. The girl continued to beat their comrade as if it were some kind of game to her. No, there was no data on her. The man wondered, was she unable to find information about a monster like this girl? Seo Yeon squinted her eyes and took a closer look. What kind of girl is this girl? This class is different from the ones she had seen so far. It's much stronger, faster, and tougher. Her opponent is a man who logically should be stronger, but she just doesn't give him any chance. Isn't the physical difference with men supposed to decide the outcome of a fight? Can kicking be that effective? Moreover, the attacks themselves are just some kind of art. They are lightning fast and focused. Yes, it's a high-speed attack that doesn't have a lot of time gaps. That's why it's so effective. The girl swung her leg again and delivered another lightning-fast strike. Finally, she realized what style it was. It was Jeet Kune Do, the style the legendary Bruce Lee used in his martial art training. Literally, this martial art stands for the way of the leading fist. It gives the fighter complete freedom of action for orientation in space and superiority over the opponent. The criminals just watched in horror as this girl just bullied their accomplice. Damn it, they should have anticipated this. This level of martial arts skill is simply impossible. Just how strong is this girl? She was displaying some incredible strength and technique that ordinary fighters couldn't possess. Chi-Bom lunged at her again as if he had no hope of winning. What? There's freedom to fight using only your hands. Seo Yeon finally realized it all. It was possible to find out information about a player using the game data of the PvP arena after all. If you substitute her into the game's general rules and calculate the probability, the expected level of this girl, she paused and thought for a moment. Nuna jumped up high and swung her leg again. What Seo Yeon had just realized made her shudder in fear. What nonsense! This girl has a legendary level. She has at least 8,000 battle points, or even more. Nuna swung around and hit her opponent with her knee right in the head. The girl easily landed nearby and asked, "Does he have no brains at all? He was told to surrender or he would die right here." The girl looked at him with a disdainful look and told him to just give up and leave the video and get lost. He was just dust to her, too weak. Psycho laughed again. There was still no way he wanted to admit defeat. He couldn't believe some upstart could do him like that. He tried his best to get to his feet. Why the fuck should he give up? The guy still couldn't get over the fact that he'd been beaten so badly. He got to his feet. His whole body was crunching as if his bones were broken, but by some miracle the guy was still conscious. What is he? An immortal? He stuck out his long tongue. His whole body was covered in blood, but somehow he was still standing. His face became even crazier. He shouted that he was really enjoying this crazy show. It's just great entertainment. He broke out into mad laughter again. The guy's white teeth glistened in his mouth and his eyes were covered with blood. Nuna squinted her eyes and glared at the jerk. She was starting to get sick of it. When would this asshole finally die? The guy saw that look and went cold. She's a total freak. She's got that look in her eye. The guys realized that it would be very dangerous to stay here. They had to get the tape somehow and get out of here before it was too late because they were beginning to risk their lives. This girl will just smash them on the walls, and somehow they don't really want to go into a coffin. The man turned around and saw Hyun, who had somehow snuck into the room, and now grabbed the tape and the player to finally get out of there. The guy moved very quietly, but still his conspiracy didn't work, and he was discovered. The boy looked up in horror and realized that his disguise was broken. He realized that he was about to be beaten. For a second, an awkward silence hung between them. The man looked at the boy, not looking at each other. The girl pouted her belly again, her glasses glinting in the sun. The man finally came to his senses and screamed with rage. "What the hell is this? What the hell is this? He's about to steal their prey." The man rushed straight at him to smash this kid against the wall. Hyun was horrified to see the man's fist rapidly approaching right towards him. The guy gritted his teeth, but still continued to hold the tape in his hands. It was impossible to let go and give them the opportunity to take the tape away from them. Hyun twisted. The man's fist missed, cleaving the air just a few centimeters from him. If it had hit, the boy would have passed out for sure. As soon as the guy bounced to the side, he immediately ran towards the exit. He shouted to the girl that he had the tape. The guy still had the tape recorder in his hands and ran towards the exit. The man didn't have time to realize anything. Nuna turned to him and started to look at the boy who was rapidly approaching her. The boy was running and shouting that she couldn't handle this guy. Let him get out of here fast. The girl was already standing near the exit and got ready to finally leave this place. Hyun ran and didn't even notice the man pouncing behind him. He put his arms out to finally grab the pesky kid who had stolen their loot. The kid was smiling and didn't see the approaching danger. The man was approaching at a rapid speed. He put his arm forward and with clenched teeth flew straight at the boy. He was about to catch up with the boy and finally grab the little fellow. However, the girl reacted in time and put her foot straight forward. She flew only a few centimeters away from the guy, and he was already startled. The man's arm was approaching him from behind while the girl's leg flew in front. The guy appeared to be in a desperate position. However, the girl wasn't going to hit him. She put her foot out and the man crashed right into her at full speed. He had stars in his eyes and the boy ran past him and kept running for the exit. Opening the door, he yelled to his sister to finally get out of here. Needing to get the hell out of here, the girl yelled at him to get out of here. She'd deal with it all by herself. The man sat on his ass, trying to regain consciousness. He was groping his face, which felt like it was on fire. Oh, fuck it. The bastards are gone. He was filled with anger. Had he failed to find his prey again? Before he could regain consciousness, the doors slammed shut in front of him with a loud sound. The man was left sitting in the locked room. As soon as the realization hit him, he sprang from his seat and ran for the exit. He started pounding on the door with his fists, trying to break it down, but it was locked as if someone was holding it from the outside. What a devil! Why again? Young wasted no time. As soon as his friends ran out of the room, he started to close it with huge, heavy boxes. Gotta keep those freaks from getting out. The guy had blocked the entrance and now they found themselves locked in the room. The guys were victorious. They had succeeded in recovering the stolen item. Jung looked at them with incredible gratitude. Finally, he would succeed. The guys stood in front of him and were silent for a few more seconds. They listened to the man freaking out behind the locked door. After standing for a bit longer, they walked back to their house. There was shouting outside the door, a man yelling for those cowards to finally come back. However, the guys didn't listen to them. They just headed back to their home. The man kept pounding on the door with his fist to no avail, Holy shit, they didn't leave. Fucking assholes. The others just stood inside doing nothing. They didn't have much choice. Psycho stepped closer and picked up the cap the girl was wearing. He looked at the clothes as if they were food. There was definitely something wrong with this man's head. He looked like some kind of rabid animal. He brought the cap up to his face and started sniffing it loudly. It seemed to excite him. The man even extended his tongue and began to wiggle it like a snake. The girl looked at him with surprise and caution. Even she, being in a gang with this psycho, felt incredibly threatened by him. The man continued to sniff the cap. He brought it up to his face even harder and inhaled the smell now that he remembered it, and shouted that he would get that girl from under the ground. He was like some rabid dog, a predatory excitement in his eyes. Soon, our friends returned to their academy. Jong didn't even know what to say. He was very grateful to his friends for helping him get that tape. The girl said that her brother fixed it all for the usual price, and the rest were just little things, better events about them. The girl knelt in front of the TV and took the tape in her hands. The guy stood beside her, his hands spread. He thought about the conditions. He doesn't think it's just a small thing. She asked, "Is there a problem? Why did it start talking about it?" The girl cowered at him and said it was all on the terms and conditions. She would see what was in the video. The girl clutched the tape tightly in her hands and was curious herself. Young Pong immersed himself in his thoughts. And yet, it's wrong. Seeing this would be embarrassing. She's a girl after all. The guy blushed as red as cancer. He seemed to realize he was firmly in the flu. Trouble didn't end. The girl stretched out. Then it would be a violation of the terms. She was getting tired of the guy acting like a nerd. Should she just smash the tape? Jung was scared to death and waved his hands. No, let them watch. He was afraid he was going to lose such a precious cargo. The boy lowered his eyes and realized that something bad was about to happen. The girl turned away from him and gave him a scornful look. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck? She stuck the tape in the player. It clicked, and the tape disappeared inside. The guy screamed, "With that woman! Wait! Whatever's on that tape, don't let her think too much." After a second, an age restriction warning appeared on the screen. It was pink, and the boy already realized that he was not mistaken in his conclusions. After a second, from the speakers came the calls. The girl froze in place, and for a few seconds could not realize what the hell she just saw. The boy sat next to her and didn't know what to say. He blushed even more. He was ashamed of the girl. He wanted to watch it alone, but it didn't go according to plan. Nuna grimaced in disgust, but didn't stop looking. The girl was boiling with anger. Had she gotten into this mess for this? On the screen was Chuck Norris and Bruce Lee. It was their legendary fight, the karateka swinging their legs and hitting each other with swift kicks. It was a legendary fight that has been imprinted for centuries. The boy watched the unfolding events with surprise, and at the same time with delight. He didn't understand. Where was his hentai? This was not what he had expected. The girl clenched her teeth and asked herself, "Is this uncle crazy?" The guy sat next to her and didn't say a word. The girl got up from her seat and walked briskly towards the exit. He could have paid and downloaded the video off the internet. Jesus, what kind of idiot is that? The picture quality is much better, but why would they come all the way out here to get an old tape? The guy got up from his seat and asked the girl not to leave. She stopped, and there was a look of surprise in her eyes. The boy asked, "This guy? Who was he anyway?" The girl turned around and looked at him in surprise. Well, what else should he ask for? I don't know. She asked him if he remembered their conversation when they were practicing together in the park. The boy strained his memory, and snippets of the then conversation surfaced in his mind. All military training starts at the tip of your toes. Jong's eyes widened in surprise. He finally realized it. This man on the videotape was the strongest guy in the world. His movements were really unbelievable. Through the screen of the monitor, surrounded by interference, Bruce Lee was looking at him. The man here was very young, his face full of confidence, his body in great physical shape. The man looked at his opponent with incredible respect. After a long time, the guy did show up at his school. His friends were sitting next to them, and one of them suggested we go to a fight. But the guy said he didn't have time for that, so they should go together. Do-yoon came up to him and looked at his phone with interest. What's he doing? A fight between Bruce Lee and Chuck Norris was shown on my phone. The guy looked at it in amazement and asked, "Is that Bruce Lee?" The guy turned out to have paid to download the video. The fight went on. It was a Kanodi movie. The guys crowded around him and immediately started watching him. Come on, this is too much. Whatever the movie was, it was exaggerated. The guy didn't pay attention to them. He stared at his phone monitor and watched the fight with admiration. The guys started talking amongst themselves, and really, they didn't understand, why is everyone so crazy about this man? Isn't this movie just an action movie? The boy was just staring at the screen, not paying any attention to them. This guy, he's unbelievable. Such muscles are simply impossible to build with normal training. Indeed, Bruce Lee was incredibly physically fit. His entire body was made of real, tough muscles. Such calluses on his fist were also impossible to make. What kind of training must that be? The fight continued, and Bruce Lee hit his opponent with such speed that even the camera did not have time to record his movement. A high speed that's impossible to follow. And what's more, it's an action movie. His movements on the screen are blurred because of this speed. His friends stood around him, already tired of watching the phone. The boy, however, was enthralled. The more he watched, the more amazed he became. His friends were already itching for a fight with someone. Inspired by the fighter, the guy ran straight to the academy. As soon as he entered the gym, it immediately started bludgeoning the punching bag. He beat up boxing equipment and tried to work on the punches he'd seen in the movie. He practiced day and night, working hard. Everything happened just as he thought it would. It's not a simple punching technique, as you can see for the first time. The guy practiced his kicks over and over again. He was very bad at it, but he didn't stop trying. Suddenly, his training was interrupted by a familiar voice. The teacher called out to him, and the boy stopped punching the punching bag. What should he do? How could he learn this technique that was so difficult for him? However, he wanted to master this technique so badly. The teacher stood in front of him and smiled. He asked cheerfully, "Did he like the video of Hot Bruce Lee?" A smile shone on the man's face. The guy stopped practicing and walked over to him. He clenched his fists, the way Bruce Lee did. Yes, he had seen the video, however, the man's movements were somehow strange. The teacher said that this man was very agile. That's why there is something to learn from the Bruce Lee movie. The kid thought about it and looked at his fists. He was interested in one point he had seen in the movie. If one concentrated on speed, accuracy would decrease, and if one concentrated on hitting, there would be more movement and the person would be more tired. How could people even kill at that speed? It remained a mystery to the boy. The teacher smiled good-naturedly again. "Bro, he didn't see his stone fist, did he? It's not that easy to do." The teacher looked at him closely. It will take good training to redo such a blow. It requires very hard training. There is no one who can perform these moves the first time. They are incredibly difficult. However, and even Bruce Lee hadn't had that kind of physical, mental ability before. Such strength and speed. He was a simple neighborhood fighter who swung his fists. At that time, there was a lot of prejudice and discrimination towards Asians, so Bruce Lee often got into trouble. As soon as the boy heard this, his breath caught. He recognized this man as himself. His eyes widened in surprise, for he had encountered exactly the same moments. The teacher continued to look at him with a smile. Well, his sophisticated speed was not hereditary, but the result of hard training. From now on, let the kid watch his videos and practice. Let this man be a role model for him. Bruce Lee. This is the best martial arts teacher. He will give the answer to the boy's question. The boy looked at his fist and wondered. A mentor who will show him the way. Finally, he is starting to find the right path. Will this be the one that will be his pass onward? He looked at his fist and imagined how on earth would he train to get the same speed as Bruce Lee had his. Yes, he had finally figured it out. From that day on, he began to scrutinize his new teacher's every move. He matched him in everything, training his speed, stamina, and mental capacity. His training became tougher by leaps and bounds. Bruce Lee used to jog several kilometers every morning. The guy followed his example. Yes, his physical capabilities were at their limit, but he was not going to give up. There were no obstacles for him now. Through hard training, and most importantly running exercise, he improved his cardiovascular system. He improved his breathing. Now he was breathing properly. But that is not the only purpose of training. Now, the guy needed to learn how to get rid of all the intrusive thoughts during the fight. He practiced a lot of punches, trying to concentrate on just one without distracting himself with anything else. Also, Bruce Lee had his grueling physical strength training sessions. The guy repeated them with precision, even though his body was at its limit, but he never stopped. However, despite all the grueling workouts, their goal was not to build large muscle mass. It wasn't. The goal was to focus on building an improved body with practical speed and strength. That's how Bruce Lee's real muscles were created. Those rock-hard muscles that pierce through the thickest rock. Really pure 100% muscle. He constantly pushed himself to the limit. To become like Bruce Lee, he had to overcome his internal barriers, not to spare his body, to show himself that he is strong. He trained, and in every training session, he tried to imitate his idol. Now, he had only one goal, to become like Bruce Lee. He didn't spare himself, he didn't spare anything. Bruce Lee trains every day. The guy was offered a drink, but he refused. Now he gave up alcohol. There comes a loss of muscle mass. Training became part of everyday life. Also, the guy started to train formless mode, as Bruce Lee was not tied to any particular style of fighting. He trained both day and night. As soon as he came back from school, he would immediately run to the academies, or just train outside by the light of the moon. And also the steps of boxing and fencing were used to build up speed and quick attacks. It was like he was dancing. The boy learned to control his movements and to navigate perfectly in space. Bruce Lee always emphasized the importance of footwork. The attack comes from the lower part of the body, and if you train it, the next strike will be more accurate and powerful. It makes a man mobile. He never stays in one place. In addition, the legendary fighter had his secret fast 1-inch punch, which still could not be accurately redo, not a single fighter. The guy practiced it too. He constantly stood near the punching bag and trained this particular punch. He read books with Bruce Lee, studied the documentation, and watched many movies and videos. The boy noticed the master approaching him from behind. He looked at him upset and said he wasn't very good at it. No matter how many times I tried, he still got it wrong. The master walked up to the gymnasium equipment and began to demonstrate. He asked what he needed to do. Take the right posture. Relax the body well so that the energy flows unobstructed through the whole body and approaches the fist. The teacher twitched and the boy couldn't even notice how he was striking. The blow resounded with such force that the boxing toy that weighed several tens of kilograms flew off like a soft toy. The man raised his hand up and said, "It's like pulling the trigger of a gun." The kick is the moment in which the body is in perfect condition and, of course, the posture is straight. Without that, you can't have a proper punch. The guy was surprised. So now his hands would be a weapon? It's all calculated by perfect harmony. It was ruined. It was ruptured by a blow of such force, and now sand was quickly pouring out of it. The boy was stunned at the speed and force. Besides that, there was also mental training to eliminate the confusion in his head, and muscle strength training, skill training, practicing a precise strike. Everyone had already dispersed, however. The guy stayed in the academy and continued practicing. For him, this was the peak of training right now. He read a magazine with Bruce Lee, and absorbed every word. All of this is good, of course. However, there is one thing a fighter appreciates the most. That's the thing, it's persistence. The guy practiced hard every day. Even though progress was very slow, he still had a lot to learn. The guy never gave up hope. He practiced hard. He never stopped. First of all, perseverance. That's all he needed. The girl watched the boy practicing. Doing push-ups on 2 fingers was very difficult, but still, he tried. Secondly, there is also perseverance. Only persistence can achieve perfect results. He practiced his arm strength, squeezing a stiff arm expander. He was reading Bruce Lee's book again. And thirdly, perseverance too. He was practicing his leg strength, speed, and endurance. The boy was jumping from side to side like a butterfly. His movements were now very difficult to follow. He was already starting to develop some very rough muscles. That's what Bruce Lee said. Strength and ability only come through daily grueling training. Build and maintain. The guy never stopped practicing for a second. Every training session was a challenge to himself. He had to keep trying. He swung his legs, practicing his kicks, never stopping for a second. He literally settled into the academy, never leaving until he felt his body begin to fail. And at the very end, his path became visible. He finally found the moment when he needed to focus on himself. He finally realized where he needed to go. The guy had already changed. His body had become tauter and more flexible. A mountain of muscle had appeared. It was necessary to concentrate and strain the full power of the toes a lot, as the feet is the key to the success of every fighter. The guy swung around and with a quick, accurate blow hit the punching bag. Although it was big and heavy, but it flew off like a toy. The guy was now very much like his idol. We must put aside unnecessary thoughts and speed up. Final bow. Explosive power in an instantaneous, precise movement. One had to concentrate all of one's power in one's fist, redirect all of one's internal energy, and convert it into punching power. The fist must become a real weapon. The guy's fighter was already notwithstanding. She was flying from side to side like a toy, this pair weighing almost 70 kilograms. And now, in the hands of the guy, she was incredibly light. He prepared himself. His narrowed, the guy concentrated. He channeled all his power, all his energy right into every part of his body. Everything must be distributed evenly. The boy swung his leg and prepared to deliver the final blow. You have to practice. You have to forget that you have any limits. Limits are only in a man's head. The guy tried his best and kicked with such force that the punching bag flew off to the side. He put all his strength and power into that punch. At this moment, he was like a real Bruce Lee. He was training without sparing himself, and soon he would achieve his result. The chain on which the punching bag was hanging failed and a link broke. This is a real martial art, founded by Bruce Lee. The man was so engrossed in his training that he forgot about everything else. Jeet Kune. This was the martial art that the boy was now studying. It is a method that can be applied to the study of any of the martial arts from all their variety. Created by Bruce Lee, it means the way of the overpowering fist. Finally, the guy felt like he was getting somewhere. Did he really do it? He finally felt like his body was like water for a moment. Bruce Lee didn't just teach fighting, it was a real philosophy, now much more than anything in this life. The boy closed his eyes and focused all his inner energy. At last, he had found his true path, the one he needed to follow for this to not be the case. The boy made a fist and prepared himself. He had made up his mind. At this moment, he had made up his mind. He would just follow the path of Bruce Lee, his idol, and it would help him become much stronger. Practicing his moves, he was waving his arms and getting into a fighting stance, but something interrupted his training. The phone in his jacket vibrated, and the guy stopped practicing. He walked over and pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. The boy looked at the screen in surprise. Who's calling him? What did he need? There was a message from Charles on the screen telling him where and when the new tournament would be held. Indeed, the guy had completely forgotten about the tournament with all this training. Here again, the crowd gathered, the commentator stood in the middle of the ring and announced that a new PvP match had begun. The crowd screamed with excitement. It had been a long time since people had seen such a spectacle. The last fight had happened a week ago today, and the crowd had already missed this spectacle. Charles stood in the crowd again, eating his popcorn. Looks like he's about to get diathesis. White Dog, who was supposed to play, is sick. The pinch hitter enters the ring. The man smiled and watched as the fighter climbs into the ring. The announcer began to announce the two competitors who were to fight each other tonight. The lights were shining, illuminating the whole ring, and people did not stop shouting for a second. A man with long hair stood in front of us. He crunched his fist and prepared to fight. Before doing so, the man said that he wanted to participate in this karate-inspired match. A rising star with 4 wins out of 4. Fight rating for Maurice. The commentator smiled and looked at the fighters. And the attacking player, the first match against Maurice, the man smiled and moved his neat mustache. He looked into the phone to announce the other opponent. And his opponent would be a rising star, a man who only faced the strongest players, a rental record, 3 wins and 1 loss. Youngyeon Haha. The guy stood ready. He put his arms forward, tensed his body, braced himself, and prepared for a long fight. These two will collide in this arena tonight. The boys stood across from each other and glared at each other. The crowd began to shout, the buzz in the hall drowning out any other sounds. The fighters stood and tried on each other, assessing how strong they were. Jung stood in a fighting stance, studying his opponent. Well done. Bruce Lee also placed great importance on practice. He always said, the best skills a person could get during a real fight. The guy prepared himself and tensed his whole body. The commentator has proudly announced the start of the fight. Then let's begin. The boy realized that this was a real opportunity to show all that he had learned. He looked at his opponent like a predator, a glint of confidence in his eyes. Something in his look changed. Now he didn't look like himself. He took off from his seat and swiftly ran towards his opponent, shortening the distance. He's coming! The man opened his eyes in surprise and fear. He had not expected such a violent onslaught. The guy ran like lightning. It was almost impossible to follow him. Here were a few seconds, and the boy's foot was already a few centimeters from the face of his opponent. The man stood and looked at this one in horror. He had not expected such great speed. However, his opponent wasn't as easy as they first thought. The boy opened his eyes in surprise. His foot had hit something hard, even though no matter how he moved, but still, his opponent had good fighting skills as well. Had he blocked his kick? Indeed, the man was standing in front of him, and still managed to put 2 hands forward with the point of his foot resting on his hands. And now, the man was looking at him with an enraged look. Was that it? He was smiling as if it was a simple game to him. Moisu manages to defend against the striker's strike. The guy landed, and he's back on the attack. Did it work because he tried to attack with a sweeping motion? Is he doing something wrong? He's doing it just like he did in training. Then we'll have to try another scheme. The guy put his arm forward and ran headlong into the attack again. Then this is it. We need to attack the vital point. He put his palm forward and prepared to knock out his opponent with a single blow, but he did not succeed either. His opponent dodged with incredible agility, and now the guy's hand whistled near his neck just a few centimeters away. How could this be possible? The man ducked and used a straight punch right to the chest. How can he dodge? The boy is moving incredibly fast after all. This opponent isn't that easy after all. The counterattack was in full swing. The man was pushing his opponent as hard as he could, throwing many strong blows. The boy had no time to react. He covered himself with his arms and tried to protect his head. He used a long-range technique to give him an angle of evasion, right? That's the first mistake. This time, the man was within his reach. Reaching him will be very easy. Bruce Lee's close-range punching technique now. He'll do well. The boy pushed his opponent's fist aside. The man didn't expect this and flew to the side. The guy had to concentrate to make a quick and accurate strike. However, everything seemed to be going wrong. The boy didn't realize his face was approaching his opponent's fist. What's the matter with him? He's not doing any good. The boy didn't have time to dodge, and all he saw was his opponent's fist coming towards his face. There was a slapping sound. The boy fell to the ground. His whole face was a mess. Looks like he swallowed some teeth. What's the matter? The opponent moves like he's moving ahead of him. The guy sighed. Counterattack before the strike even starts? That's the technique. Guy was furious. He was not succeeding so far. Come on, pull yourself together. He was trying his best to bring himself to his senses to even the score. His opponent prepared to attack again. The man got into a fighting stance and began to approach the boy. The boy gritted his teeth and fell to the floor. He was not succeeding, but why? He had been practicing all this time, but why wasn't this technique working? Then he decided to fight until he succeeded. There was no chance of retreating, or else he would just lose. He swung his fist around to make fake moves. It was worth a try. Otherwise, why else had he been practicing all this time? Guy, however, his opponent didn't leave him any chance. He dodged every attack. Charles continued to watch the fight. He smiled and froze in place in anticipation. The guy kept attacking. The man thought, what's wrong with today's performance? The guy is kind of weird. He's not moving like he always does. What is he even up to? The boy swung his legs, but the karateka dodged him, moving out of the line of attack without much difficulty. The boy's movements were too sprawling and slow. He was trying to imitate Bruce Lee, but he didn't have the speed to do it right. Again, the man turned around and punched the boy right in the face. It was a straight punch. The boy's jaw snapped. It was like the stars went out in his head. What's the matter? He's missing the punch again. Mauricio was furious. He felt his superiority and continued to advance like a tank. This man's skill was unbelievable. Would he be able to defeat this boy to enter the rare line? The man laughed. Was he scared? Funny. The man didn't stop attacking for a second. The guy didn't know where to go. His tactics weren't working, but why? He had been practicing. Why didn't Bruce Lee's teachings work? The guy bounced from side to side and tried to strike. The smile disappeared from Charles's face. If this guy is careless, he'll get hit hard. Then he won't get up. This man has a karate base. What's he gonna do? So far, it looks like some kind of circus. Is the boy sure he wants to fight? So far, he's just missing punches. And then everything happened exactly as the man had predicted. The boy did not have time to react, and his opponent made a powerful direct attack right in his face. The boy got a headache and almost flew out of his seat. His fist began to press his skin inward. The guy gritted his teeth to at least manage the pain. He was incredibly angry at his opponent and at himself for not being able to use this technique in practice. The guy didn't even know where to go. It will take a very good effort to get out of this predicament. The opponent first threw a lot of hard punches straight at his face. The guy could not react in time and received more and more blows. Maurice was on the offensive. He attacked again and again. The guy didn't know where to go anymore. But why couldn't he do anything? Why? He was practicing. The tutor gave me a sign, another strong blow. Sparks flew from the boy's eyes. This is insane! The man swung his weighty fist and flew straight at his opponent. One more second and he'll knock him out. He'd have to pull himself together to do anything against this killing machine. The boy finally reacted in time and put up his blog. He realized something was wrong. Something wasn't working. Something needed to change. Now, however, something strange happened. The boy felt his fist hit something hard. He opened his eyes and saw that his opponent had caught a powerful uppercut. The man's mouth watered and his eyes rolled back. Is that really how it works? The crowd's quiet. What? What happened? They didn't expect this. The commentator didn't even know what to say. He was shocked at this turn of events. What had just happened? He stood in a fighting stance again, still prepared to strike, but it was useless. His opponent fell to the floor with a loud thud. For a few seconds, the guy didn't realize what had just happened. Did he knock him out? How did he do that? A counterpunch? He was already thinking that Bruce Lee's technique wasn't working, that he was doing something wrong. From his opponent's mouth, he sighed, trying to come to his senses, but he couldn't get up again. His whole body shook with pain and tension. Suddenly, the guy managed to knock his opponent out with one punch. He was knocked out. The man didn't seem to be able to get up. The guy was still standing there in shock, not fully realizing what had happened. How did he even manage to do that? The crowd was simply in shock. Surprised gasps were heard everywhere. No one believed in this boy's victory. However, the guy won. Against all odds, he was able to snatch victory from the hands of his opponent. Charles stood, and holding a large packet of popcorn in his hands, his charges came up to him and called his boss. The man looked at the boy with a stern look. He seemed to be displeased about something. But what was he displeased about? He said it was a bad game. The boy looked at his fists and couldn't believe his happiness. The fighter was promoted. He was now a rare division. The boy was incredibly happy and looked at his hands like some kind of treasure. Had he really succeeded in his application after all? How bitter popcorn is! The man crunched the popcorn and was very displeased. He couldn't believe that the open match had ended so lowly. It was just a lucky shot. This guy is a piece of shit. The man was furious. He was expecting something more. However, the guy just hit his opponent unexpectedly and knocked him out. The man was frowning. He was now looking forward to the final match, to at least so he could watch a good spectacle. He called his charge by the wrong name again. He didn't seem to care about it at all. The boy raised his hand up and told the others to get the main player ready for the tournament. The boy raised his hand up and finally realized the fact that he had won after all. Even though the boy was overjoyed, he had some doubts. It was the same psycho they'd fought. The guy was trying on his opponent, his tongue hanging out again. He thought the guy was just a jerk, but he turned out to be a piece of shit. The fighter was like crazy. Kill! Kill! He wanted to smash that asshole in the ring. He held a sharp pen in his hands as if he were trying to throw it at his opponent. His smile grew wider and wider, and he turned his eyes to the girl standing next to him. The guy asked if she had any luck finding it yet. The girl looked at him puzzled. What exactly did she need to find? The guy replied that he'd let her look for a girl with red hair. The girl gritted her teeth in anger. In response, shit. The guy poked her in the side with his pen. She couldn't find anything yet. The pain was unbearable, however. This psycho didn't leave her alone, and his voice started to shake. What? You haven't found it yet? The guy was starting to freak out even more. The girl grimaced more. He was pushing harder and harder with his pen. How long had it been since he told her to find out where this girl was? Holy shit! What good is this girl who can only turn her head in different directions? Seo Yeon gritted her teeth and felt the pen enter her body harder and harder. Those crazy people, mad dog. The boy didn't stop bullying her. Suddenly, a man in a red cap approached them. It was Charles's ward, and the boys were standing aside, apparently discussing something. There were 3 of them, and they didn't seem to pay any attention to him. The guy called out to the madman with his finger and said it would be his turn to fight soon. You sure he's ready? Have him follow him to the players' waiting room. Now. The madman heard him and literally hissed that he was ready and would follow him. Mad Dog pulled the pen from the girl's body and hissed that if she couldn't find that girl with the red hair next time he would just kill her. What's more, he'd do the same thing to her sister. The guy licked his lips, and a shiver ran down the girl's spine. Her eyes widened with fear. This raving lunatic was capable of a lot of things. She had to try hard not to screw up again. Mad turned around and followed the man, still muttering just one phrase to himself. Kill. His friends remained standing in the same place, looking away with surprised eyes. The man walked closer and started talking to the girl. He asked why she didn't tell. She knows that this girl is not an ordinary girl. The man looked at her as if he was guessing something. Seo Yeon lowered her eyes. She knew it all too well. This is an all-girls high school. Did she really have some female solidarity? That's funny. Why did she decide not to turn this girl in? At this time, there was a real madness going on in the ring. Mad Dog versus Giant. The main fight of the day. The man was already lying in the ring, still bleeding. His head was smashed. Blood was spreading all over the ring. The crowd even went quiet for a second. The battle was over in just a minute and a half. The man was lying on the floor, holding his own wounded neck. It was bleeding and he seemed ready to die. The man was coughing and trying to keep conscious, but he was doing very poorly. Mad Dog smirked. He had confused his opponent with a deceptive attack. He was already being pulled aside to prevent him from finally finishing the man off. The Mad Dog was like he was from another planet. His eyes were glowing like a demon's, his teeth gleaming, and he wanted the bloody spectacle to continue. However, the announcer said that he couldn't call it a bad game in the arena. Seo Yoon stood in the stands where people were shouting. She asked the man. He too knows what a complete degenerate that Mad Dog is. This man has no rules at all. At that moment, the girl made a final decision for herself. No matter how legendary this girl was, she wouldn't get in their way. The girl frowned and became even more serious. The Mad Dog at this time continued to go crazy. He had taken something into his mouth and now he kept going into it. He was yelled at to spit it out immediately, but the man seemed to pay no attention. He moved his jaws and smiled broadly. He really could have died. It was as if the man had lost his mind for the second time. He stuck out his tongue and screamed at the top of his voice. It was no longer a man. His kind looked like a large animal's mouth, filled with sharp teeth. What? The Mad Dog seems to be coming back. He struggled to break free from the grip of these people. The man standing in the bleachers said that even if he thought so, it was still to say he couldn't do it now. Because this man is just crazy. Because of his personality, if he can't find this girl, he'll go to another neighborhood. But it would be a mess, and he would stay. There were no moral rules for him at all. The girl lowered her gaze. Then they would all just die. They'd be swatted down if this misunderstanding kept causing trouble. The girl thought, I had to come up with some plan to get rid of this troublemaking bastard. Mad Dog tried to break free. He gritted his teeth like an animal. The girl said he would try his best to find her. Mad Dog didn't understand why he was being held, now that the fun was just beginning. The man tried to break free, just a little more, and he would succeed. However, he was being held quite tightly. The next day, Nuna went to school as usual. Lessons were over, and the sky was covered with vocal clouds. It was about to start raining. She went about her business calmly, but suddenly, her gaze caught on something familiar. The girl stopped and looked in surprise in front of her. Her eyes widened and there was irritation. She saw the same girl with glasses that she had fought so recently. Why is she following her? Why is she trying to look cool? It's actually funny. Seo Yeon stood leaning on the fence, chewing gum. I think she was waiting for her. Nuna came closer and asked, Is she here for revenge? The girl had already prepared herself to have to fight again. However, the answer was a negative point. No, it's the other way around. The girl lowered her head and came closer. She replied that she was here to save her. For a few seconds, there was an awkward silence between them. What the hell was that all about? They stood staring at each other, neither of them daring to say a word. Seo Yeon said that this time the girl needs to lay low for a while. Mad Dog has completely lost his mind over her. He's looking for her, and he's sure to find her. Nuna wondered, and why should she be scared? What do I have to worry about? Why should she avoid him? She was about to go about her business, but the girl stopped her. Nuna said that if this degenerate wanted revenge, then let him come here and they would sort it out. But the stranger stopped her. That's not the point. Didn't she sense something? Back when she fought with that bastard. Wasn't there really nothing scary there? That feeling of discomfort when you look at that monster. He gives you the most uncomfortable feeling. Yes, it was. This man was crazy. It was quite unpleasant to fight him. Nuna looked at her in surprise. What was she talking about? Why should she be afraid of anyone? But the stranger didn't listen to her and went about her business. Finally, she turned around and said that living and dying are very different things. You have to know the difference. The girl said that and walked quickly in the opposite direction. Nuna was left standing alone, pondering all of this. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? What does she want with her? She watched the girl walk away and continued to ponder. Seo Yeon was just around the corner when suddenly a clawed hand appeared above her head. She didn't even realize it, but of course it was a mad dog. This degenerate dog was always watching everyone. He quickly grabbed her and dragged her into his back alley. The girl only managed a squeezed scream. The man was holding her tightly. He was watching her, and now he would not leave her alone. After a few seconds, he punched the girl in the face with his fist. The glasses on her nose shattered and fell to the floor. The girl was in incredible pain, but she endured. She realized that it seemed that she could not get away alive now. She squeezed her eyes shut and tried to regain consciousness. The blow was so strong that the glasses flew off and onto the floor. The girl herself flew after them. She hit her head on the pavement. Mad Dog was unbelievably golden. This girl looked like a rat. Her head was spinning. It started to hurt, and then the girl realized that it seemed she was about to be finished. The Mad Dog continued to abuse her. He screamed that he knew that this was how I would get back. The girl was lying on the ground. Her nose was bleeding. Mad Dog picked up a large boulder from the ground and prepared to kill. He laughed and asked, "It was easy with him, right? Anyway, he's going to kill her now." The psycho lifted the stone up and prepared to hit the girl on the head to finally finish her off. As the poor girl watched the rock coming right at her face, she couldn't believe that her life would be cut short. The girl screamed and opened her eyes in horror. She squeezed her eyes shut and braced herself for the end. Her whole short life began to pass before her eyes. She should have known this psycho would follow her. However, it was too late to think about anything now. The dog shouted for her to get a grip. The girl clamped her eyes shut and prepared to die. The man was ready to strike his crushing blow and finally kill this girl, but he was stopped by someone's foot. He turned around and looked in that direction with surprised eyes. Who dared to disrupt his plan? The guy was simply furious. Someone had come between them and his prey. He would definitely pay for this.